The world is on the brink of chaos, with the Wei Dynasty swaying precariously. Jiuchuan has traversed into this realm, managing to survive for half a year before activating a system for life simulation. By expending wealth, one can engage in simulation. You lingered in Shishui's city for 20 years, achieving a breakthrough to the 9th rank, yet were carelessly slain by a passerby while speaking too much. You met your demise. You secluded yourself in Qingyun Mountain for 30 years, breaking through to the 8th rank, only to be slain one night by a passing monster. You fell from a cliff and obtained a martial arts manual, diligently practicing for 8 years, yet succumbed to madness one night. You perished. Years later, when others inquire about your feelings after years of invincibility, you reply, "What invincibility? The true path lies in earning money. No more words. I am quite busy. I must go work for the simulator." Chapter 1. Life Simulator. In the 8th year of Yunhe in the Wei Dynasty, the world suffers from a severe drought. In June of the same year, a locust plague struck, leaving countless commoners famished. On the 8th day of July, starving citizens in Yuzhou gathered in revolt, plunging the world into turmoil. In Qingzhou, Jiuchuan city, the vibrant pomegranate blossoms swayed gently in the morning breeze, a droplet of dew gliding down the height of 5 or 6 meters, landing perfectly on a young boy's cheek. Jiuchuan reached up to wipe his face and softly addressed the frail woman. "Second sister, during this time, elder brother has gone on a distant journey, and I do not know when he shall return. Please keep the door secured and do not venture out." "I understand. You should return early," the woman replied, her face illuminated by the dawn, revealing a delicate visage. Although her skin appeared rough, her slender figure was beautifully proportioned. Her name was Su Yunxia, Jiuchuan's second sister. Jiuchuan also had an elder brother, named Su Yuanjiang, who worked as a courier for the Fuyuan escort agency in the city. Though not a martial artist, couriers serve as assistants to the escorts, tasked with clearing the way during their assignments. These escorts are at least 9th rank martial artists. It is due to this connection that the 3 siblings of the Su family managed to maintain a semblance of stability amid the chaotic conditions of the outer city. Jiuchuan has been in this world for over half a year. Initially, he was filled with the confidence and aspirations typical of a time traveler. He has dabbled in cement mixing, sold roasted buns, and even performed storytelling on the streets. However, in such a tumultuous era, these ventures were far beyond the capabilities of someone like him. Eventually, he came to terms with reality, left with only anxiety and uncertainty about the future. This is a world in chaos, where martial power stands as the sole guarantee of safety. Naturally, Jiuchuan possesses his own trump card. Upon his arrival in this world, a panel appeared before him, labeled Life Simulator. However, this golden finger remains inactive. Each time he attempts to summon the simulator, it prompts, "Insufficient balance. Please recharge." "Oh, isn't this the little brother of the Su family? Is your second sister home?" Just as Jiuchuan emerged from the alley, he encountered 3 burly men. He recognized these 3. They were local ruffians. The leader, named Yang Hu, was flanked by 2 subordinates. These men loitered about the streets, their clandestine activities remaining shrouded in mystery. The second sister is not at home. A few days ago, elder brother introduced her to a laundry position at a prominent household in the inner city. Yang Hu has long harbored a fervent desire for the second sister. Yet out of respect for elder brother Su Yuanjiang's standing in the escort agency, he dares not act recklessly. However, given the chaotic state of the world, where the escort agency also engages in perilous undertakings, one can never be certain of returning. Thus, Yang Hu finds himself drawn to the Su residence, often casting furtive glances. Today, Jiuchuan has once again spun a tale. With elder brother away from home these past few days, it is prudent to exercise caution. "Oh, she is not at home," Yang Hu lamented with a shake of his head. "When you see your second sister, do convey my regards. I noticed she appeared somewhat emaciated the other day. I shall bring her some quail eggs to bolster her health next time." Jiuchuan acquiesced with a few perfunctory remarks before hastily departing. Navigating through winding paths, he quickly arrived at the exterior of an ancient courtyard paved with blue stones. The courtyard resounded with the vigorous sounds of reading, occasionally interspersed with the low admonitions of an elderly instructor. This is a scholarly institution where the teacher once achieved scholarly distinction. Yet, in these tumultuous times, scholars struggle greatly, often reduced to instructing the children of affluent families in rudimentary studies. Jiuchuan ambled slowly around the academy, ultimately finding a sunlit spot where he settled cross-legged. He merely squinted up at the sky, lost in contemplation. Time slipped by, and soon the academy erupted in a cacophony. Classes had concluded. Jiuchuan, a large child with horned braids, stealthily approached him, calling out, "These are all from today." The child tossed a scroll and a box of stationery that he had concealed in his bosom onto him. Jiuchuan caught them with an outstretched hand, gauged their weight, and calmly remarked, Today, it is 1,000 characters for one tael of silver. In days past, he had charged half a tael for the same amount, but today the price has risen. The world is growing increasingly chaotic, and he must activate his golden finger post-haste. All right, just hurry up. I'll go play first and come back later to collect. The child muttered impatiently, tossing a piece of broken silver from his pocket before striding away. This child is the son of a prominent salt merchant in the city, known for his generous nature, and thus he is unconcerned. Jiuchuan did not rush to inspect the silver. He has long had dealings with this horn-braid boy. Over the past few months, he has accumulated a fair amount of silver through the business of copying assignments. Skillfully, he turned to a nearby large blue stone and wiped it clean with his sleeve. Only then did he retrieve the stationery, preparing to write diligently. Sometimes, Jiuchuan found it rather amusing. In his previous life, his father had constantly compelled him to practice calligraphy, which he had resented at the time. Little did he know that in this world, it would become his most vital skill for earning a living. After midday, the horn-braid boy finally arrived, and Jiuchuan exchanged the assignments before pulling out the silver from his pocket for a closer look. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Recharge." Instantly, the silver in his hand vanished. Recharge successful. Current balance, 10.2. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 10 points. Jiuchuan's eyes welled up upon seeing this prompt. It has been an arduous journey. After 6 months of trepidation, he has finally amassed enough funds to utilize his golden finger. He eagerly selected yes, and immediately, lines of text materialized before him. At 18, you live a frugal life in Jiuchuan City. Over a month has passed since Su Yuanjiang set out on an escort mission without a word. One day, upon returning home, you discover Su Yunxia has died in the house, and you know the perpetrator must be Yang Hu. The following day, you seek revenge against Yang Hu, but are overpowered. Ultimately, you leap into the river, narrowly escaping with your life. You vowed to exact vengeance. Thus, you secured a position at a pawn shop in the town of Streamwater. At the age of 23, you finally amass sufficient funds to purchase a martial arts manual entitled The Heart Purification Technique. By the age of 28, after dedicating 5 years to rigorous training, you successfully mastered the first level, ascending to the rank of a 9th-tier martial artist. At 29, you resolve to return to Jiuchuan City to seek retribution against Yang Hu. While traversing a valley, you encountered a monstrous creature. In a desperate struggle, you ultimately perished, leaving this world at the tender age of 29. Is this truly the conclusion? A monster? Has the script been misassigned? Setting aside these trivialities, Jiuchuan felt a weight settle upon his heart. His elder brother had been away for over a month without a word. Had something befallen him on the journey, or was the distance simply too great? Indeed, Yang Hu had dared to invade their home, even causing the demise of his second sister. The simulation has concluded, and you may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts prowess of a 29-year-old. 2. The martial arts experience of a 29-year-old. 3. The life wisdom of a 29-year-old. Upon reading this, Jiuchuan's heart surged with joy. Chapter 2. The young escort leader. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiuchuan made his choice. At this juncture, the paramount concern for him was undoubtedly the elevation of his martial prowess. In the next instant, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, and a profound technique emerged effortlessly in his mind. Indeed, it was the first layer of the heart purification technique. His internal energy flowed with the grace of a seasoned practitioner. As if he had been training for years, he had ascended to the rank of a 9th-grade martial artist. Is this truly the case? Jiuchuan found himself grappling with disbelief. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch against a massive stone, channeling his internal energy, and the sound of a crack echoed as fragments flew. To his astonishment, the stone was indented deeply by his strike. Inspecting his hand, he noted it was unscathed, and an exhilarating wave of excitement surged within him. He could finally rise above his circumstances. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in acquiring wealth. It was akin to the games of his previous life, where one's survival hinged on riches. To continue his ascent, he must amass greater fortunes. Located between the inner and outer cities, Cross Street boasted the largest courtyard, that of the Fuyuan Escort Agency. At the entrance stood 2 imposing stone lions, though the left lion bore a chipped paw, lending it a rather pitiful appearance. Above the grand entrance hung a gilded sign inscribed with Fuyuan Escort Agency. Jiuchuan recalled that in his simulated life, his elder brother, Su Yuanjiang, had not returned for over a month. Concerned, he decided to investigate. Who goes there? What do you want? As Jiuchuan peered inside, a face bloated with excess meat emerged from behind the door. I am Su Yuanjiang's younger brother. I wish to inquire when he shall return. Who? Su Yuanjiang? Huh. The portly man belched, rummaging in his pocket to produce a gourd, taking a swig. I don't know him. Begone. Jiuchuan attempted to protest, but the man impatiently shoved him aside. Anger surged within Jiuchuan, channeling his internal energy. He charged forward. With a thud, the rotund man was sent sprawling to the ground. Damn it. How dare you cause a ruckus here? The man bellowed in fury. Stop! Called a commanding voice. Su Jiuchuan looked up to see a tall, graceful woman approaching, her appearance striking, clad in martial attire, exuding an air of confidence. Young escort leader, the portly man exclaimed. In that moment, Su Jiuchuan recognized her. It was Zheng Xinyue, the daughter of Zheng Nanhai, the head of the Fuyuan escort agency. At 18, she had already attained the rank of an 8th grade master. Su Yuanzhang frequently spoke of her, often in a rather infatuated manner, though only in private. For he was not a martial artist himself. I am Su Yuanzhang's brother. He has been absent for 2 days, and I came to inquire. Su Jiuchuan, recognizing her stature, spoke with respect. He was there to gather information, not to provoke a confrontation, especially as he was still inexperienced in combat. Su Yuanzhang? Zheng Xinyue furrowed her brow in contemplation before murmuring, Oh, the escort who went out with my father. He should return in about half a month. Su Jiuchuan felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. His brother often boasted about their camaraderie, yet Zheng Xinyue struggled to recall even his name after a moment's thought. Seeing that Su Jiuchuan was merely seeking information about an escort, Zheng Xinyue lost interest and turned to leave, realizing that further inquiries would yield no results. Su Jiuchuan decided to depart as well. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last vestiges of crimson light faded from the alleyway. Su Jiuchuan hurried home, maintaining a calm demeanor, though unease gnawed at him. Su Yunxiao was alone at home, and in his simulated life. His second sister had faced peril after his brother's absence of over a month. His apprehension lingered, for this was merely a simulation. And who could predict any alterations in fate? Navigating through a narrow lane and around a few alleys, he soon arrived at the entrance of his home. There, he spotted 3 figures squatting before the door, engaged in hushed discussion, their presence ominous. As he approached, they turned out to be Yang Hu and his companions. Yang Hu remained silent, studying Su Jiuchuan intently. Instinctively, he sensed that the Su Jiuchuan before him was different from the ordinary youth he had encountered earlier that morning. An aura of latent power seemed to emanate from him. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion as absurd. After all, this boy had appeared cowardly just hours prior. Without uttering a word, Yang Hu strode away, his 2 lackeys hastily following suit. Su Jiuchuan watched their departure with a calm exterior, though he yearned to confront them. Yet, having just achieved the status of a martial artist and lacking combat experience, he felt uncertain about facing 3 robust men alone. Reaching his home, he retrieved his key and entered. Inside, he found Su Yunxia huddled in a corner, motionless. Upon seeing him, her tear-filled eyes widened as she rose. Xiaochuan, I almost thought I would never see you again, she exclaimed, bursting into tears. It's all right. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Su Jiuchuan replied soothingly. Yang Hu had been kicking the door for ages. I dared not make a sound, Su Yunxia recounted through her sobs. Su Jiuchuan remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly steely as he comforted his elder sister. Sister, it's fine. Once brother returns, we can enlist a capable escort to teach Yang Hu a lesson. In truth, Su Yuanzhang was merely a lowly escort. How could he summon the aid of formidable martial artists? However, Su Yunxia was oblivious to these nuances and nodded in agreement, believing his words to be sagacious. Once Su Yunxia had composed herself, she set about preparing their evening meal. In reality, dinner consisted of some wild vegetables accompanied by a small handful of white rice porridge. In this era, ordinary folk led arduous lives, often subsisting on 2 meals a day. Especially following last year's locust plagues and civil unrest, food prices had soared. Most families could not afford white rice. They resorted to foraging for wild greens to supplement their meager millet rations. The white rice they possessed was a meager reward bestowed upon Su Yuanzhang for his contributions to the escort agency. When Su Jiuchuan had first arrived in this world, he had been so famished that sleep eluded him, forcing him to quench his hunger with water before finally drifting off. Thankfully, as time passed, his body grew accustomed to this lifestyle. In such chaotic times, the plight of the common folk was indeed dire. After they finished their meal, Su Yunxia tidied up the dishes before retreating to her room for the night. The moon hung cold and sharp, casting a silvery light across the courtyard. Su Jiuchuan tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Quietly, he rose from his bed and listened at his sister's door. Hearing her soft snores, she was deep in slumber. Yang Hu and his cohorts would inevitably become a threat. Rather than endure daily anxiety, it was wiser to take proactive measures. Su Jiuchuan retrieved a paper bundle from his possession, finding a satchel within the house to secure at his waist. His late return was primarily due to purchasing some lime from the general store. Now that he was a martial artist, he still retained his cautious nature. He placed the lime powder into the satchel, ensuring he was fully prepared before quietly slipping out the door. Chapter 3. Taking action in Shunifang. Located in the southern part of the city, Su Jiuchuan's home was merely a short walk away. Yang Hu resided in this vicinity. In truth, Su Yuanzhang had long instructed Su Jiuchuan to gather information about this ruffian, fully aware that this troublemaker had been fixating on his sister, making calamity inevitable. The 2 brothers had long conspired to teach Yang Hu a lesson, yet before they could act, he had been dispatched by the escort agency. The nighttime streets of Jiuchuan City lay in a profound silence, nearly devoid of any passers-by. Naturally, the inner city was a stark contrast. The affluent districts inhabited by dignitaries were patrolled day and night by the court's constables, ensuring a commendable state of order, unlike the impoverished areas they found themselves in. Jiuchuan maneuvered through a row of low bamboo poles used for drying clothes, arriving at a dilapidated courtyard. Instead of entering through the front gate, he scaled the low wall to gain entry. Yang Hu's family had long perished, leaving the home unattended. The courtyard, once of decent foundation, far superior to Jiuchuan's own ramshackle dwelling, now lay in squalor, permeated by a repugnant stench. Suppressing his nausea, Jiuchuan surveyed the surroundings. To his surprise, Yang Hu had yet to return. I shall lie in wait until he arrives, then I shall strike. His visage remained calm, yet turmoil raged within. Today, he had come with the intent to kill. In his previous life, he had never harmed even a chicken. And now he was to take a life, a daunting psychological barrier to breach. However, he knew he would find no peace until Yang Hu was dead. He concealed himself behind a battered cabinet, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts as he awaited Yang Hu's return. After what felt like an eternity, footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by hushed voices. Moments later, the creaking of the gate announced an intruder. Yang Hu, having just parted ways with two subordinates, entered in high spirits. Humming a tune and occasionally belching, Jiuchuan held his breath, poised to strike as Yang Hu drew near. Who goes there? Yang Hu's sudden bellow shattered the silence. He hurled a chair toward the side of the cabinet where Jiuchuan was hidden. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating Jiuchuan's position. Yang Hu, astute as he was, had quickly discerned something awry upon entering. Yet, instead of confronting it immediately, he stealthily seized a chair and circled around, launching a surprise attack. Realizing he had been discovered, Jiuchuan abandoned his hiding place and swiftly sidestepped. With a forceful punch, he struck the chair, channeling his internal energy. The chair splintered into fragments with a resounding crash. Yang Hu recognized Jiuchuan, his eyes widening in shock. A martial artist? Though a rogue, Yang Hu was no fool. In this chaotic era, only the perceptive survived. The sudden revelation of Jiuchuan's martial prowess startled him, and he opened his mouth to speak, but was abruptly blinded as a handful of lime was thrown into his face. Yang Hu flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the impending assault. Seizing the opportunity, Jiuchuan slipped behind him, gathering his energy before delivering a powerful blow to Yang Hu's back. The impact echoed through the courtyard as Yang Hu collapsed, lifeless and unresponsive. He likely could not fathom why a martial artist would resort to such a despicable tactic as throwing lime. Jiuchuan nudged him with his foot, reassured by the stillness that followed. Although the plan had encountered some complications, the outcome was nonetheless favorable. As for the lime, he bore no guilt. He had been an ordinary man just yesterday, and now, he was a martial artist, devoid of any moral qualms associated with such an act. Searching Yang Hu's corpse, Jiuchuan discovered 2 taels of silver. He felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He was on the brink of destitution and needed to fortify himself, requiring a steady influx of silver to feed the simulator. Having been so focused on waiting for Yang Hu's arrival, he had neglected to scour the house. Now that Yang Hu was dealt with, he could not let the opportunity slip. After a short while, he unearthed a package buried beneath the ash in the stove, containing an astonishing 100 taels of silver. This idle rogue possessed such wealth? Jiuchuan was taken aback. In this world, 100 taels could sustain a family for 2 or 3 years with frugality. What was this? He held a black iron token inscribed with a character on one side and Jiuchuan City on the other. A revelation struck him, prompting him to exit the house, securing the courtyard gate from within, and scaling the wall to escape. Shortly thereafter, he approached the residence of Yang Hu's other lackey, a modest bungalow. With an expression devoid of emotion, he entered, soon emerging with bloodied hands. This time, his efforts bore fruit. He had eliminated both lackeys, who had been indulging in drink inside. Before taking action, however, Jiuchuan had managed to extract some crucial information. As he had suspected, Yang Hu was an informant for the city lord of Jiuchuan. No wonder he seemed to saunter about idly. He was likely gathering intelligence. Unfortunately, the lackeys were of too low a caliber to divulge any substantial information. Jiuchuan washed his hands by the nearby river, then numbly returned to his dwelling. Not only had he failed to uncover any leads on his elder brother Yuanjiang, but it seemed that trouble was multiplying. Recharge. The only piece of good news that evening was the silver he had acquired from Yang Hu. Recharge successful, current balance, 1022. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 20 points of silver. Is it truly doubling? Jiuchuan felt incredulous. The price hike was quite steep. He was uncertain whether the simulator doubled the cost with each use or if it was per advancement in martial arts. This was not the time for such contemplations. He decisively opted to proceed. 18 years old, you have become a 9th-rank martial artist. You resolve to seek out your elder brother Yuanjiang. You learn that Yuanjiang's escort was ambushed by the Black Wind bandits. You attempt to infiltrate their lair, but are discovered by the bandits. During the ensuing battle, you are thrown off a cliff, yet fortune favors you. as you manage to cling to a tree and avoid death. At the base of the cliff, you discover a cave, where you uncover a set of sword techniques, wind/technique. At 23, you train diligently in the cave for 3 years. Mastering the sword technique, you prepare to seek vengeance against the Black Wind Bandits. At 24, you assault the Black Wind Bandits once more. Though your swordsmanship is exquisite, their leader, Li Heihu, is an 8th rank martial artist, and ultimately, you are no match for him and are slain at the age of 24. Jiuchuan began to comprehend that the simulator operated based on his thoughts, autonomously simulating scenarios. In other words, as he contemplated pursuing Su Yuanjiang beyond the city, the simulator mirrored that trajectory. Simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts rank attained at 24. 2. The martial arts experience accumulated at 24. 3. The wisdom accrued throughout your life at 24. Chapter 4. 8th rank. Su Jiuchuan was well aware that Zheng Nanhai, the head of the Fuyuan escort agency, was a 6th rank martial artist, while Li Heihu of the Black Wind Bandits was merely an 8th rank martial artist. How could he possibly have ambushed an escort? As for the notion of cross-rank challenges, Su Jiuchuan held no belief in such concepts. Having become a martial artist himself, he understood the vast disparities between ranks. In this world, crossing ranks was utterly implausible. Taking a deep breath, Su Jiuchuan acknowledged that, regardless of the circumstances, this simulation had yielded some valuable insights. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose option 2. In an instant, a set of sword techniques surged into his mind, executed with unparalleled finesse, as if they were second nature to him. This was the result of 3 years of diligent practice in his simulated life. At this juncture, not only had he reached the 9th tier of martial arts, but he also possessed corresponding martial skills, thus genuinely embodying the strength of a true 9th tier martial artist. Su Jiuchuan glanced at his remaining balance, noting that he could simulate 4 more times. He understood that with his current prowess, venturing to the Black Wind stronghold was still fraught with peril. He needed to simulate a few more times. Simulation. Using once costs 20 points. Would you like to use the simulator? The price had not increased this time. This suggested that the cost of utilizing the simulator was independent of the number of simulations. Taking a deep breath, he nodded affirmatively. At 18, you became a 9th tier martial artist. You resolved not to act impulsively and diligently hone your skills. You joined the Fuyuan escort agency. At 19, the authorities announced that the Fuyuan escort agency colluded with rebels, leading to a raid on your home. You and Zheng Xinyue fought your way out, while Su Yunxiao perished amidst the chaos. A month later, you ventured alone to Westwind City, gaining the admiration of the station general and becoming his personal guard. At 21, you accumulated military merit within the army and exchanged it for the advanced technique Blood Fiend art. At 22, after spending more than half a year, you finally reformed your martial arts. At 25, after 3 years of arduous training, you finally broke through and became an 8th tier martial artist. At 26, the Turks invaded, Westwind City fell, and you died in battle at the age of 26. After reviewing this simulation, Su Jiuchuan's expression darkened. The Fuyuan escort agency colluding with rebels? And his second sister was implicated and killed? Simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial art realm at 26. 2. The martial experience at 26. 3. The wisdom of life at 26. There was no need for hesitation. He chose option 1. Instantly, he felt his inner chi swell exponentially, and even more astonishingly, this chi seemed to possess an innate ferocity, causing his meridians to feel somewhat heated as it flowed. Simultaneously, a new technique appeared in his mind, specifically the first 2 layers of Blood Fiend art. The Serenity technique he had previously cultivated was an authentic Taoist practice, and transitioning to another technique presented no issues. Feeling the vigorous circulation of chi within him, Su Jiuchuan was struck with awe. Was this truly the 8th tier? Now, he sensed that his chi had at least tripled in potency, and as it flowed, his blood surged, amplifying his strength even further. He was taken aback. The disparity between tiers was indeed vast. He pondered briefly, noting he still had 60 points remaining, suggesting he could enhance his abilities further. Simulation. Using once costs 50 points. Would you like to use the simulator? Had there been another price increase? Su Jiuchuan recalled that the first price hike occurred after he became a 9th tier martial artist. And now, with this second increase, it was evident that each advancement in martial realm would elevate the cost. At 18, you became an 8th tier martial artist. Su Yuanjiang's escort team was attacked by the Black Wind stronghold. One night, you infiltrated the Black Wind stronghold and discovered that members of the Fuyuan escort agency were indeed imprisoned there. You began rescuing them discreetly, but soon, the bandits discovered your presence, leading to a confrontation. During your retreat, you encountered Li Heihu of the Black Wind stronghold, and after exchanging dozens of blows, you ultimately slayed him. You rescued Su Yuanjiang, but failed to locate Zheng Nanhai, returning to Jiuchuan City with the others. Outside Jiuchuan City, you were pursued by a group, led by a young man who immediately engaged you in combat. You fought him, but within 3 exchanges, he killed you at the tender age of 18. Was that the end? Su Jiuchuan was perplexed. The Black Wind stronghold was indeed a den of peril. Even after slaying Li Heihu, a formidable opponent emerged. However, the capture of Zheng Nanhai hinted at even greater forces at play. Was this young man one of them? Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm at 18. 2. The martial experience at 18. 3. The wisdom of life at 18. This time, the duration was far too brief, merely a few days. Choosing either the martial realm or martial experience seemed meaningless. He directly opted for 3. Su Jiuchuan was eager to discern what this life wisdom entailed. In the next moment, fragments of memories materialized in Su Jiuchuan's mind. He finally beheld the young man, adorned in splendid attire, clearly of noble lineage. Before succumbing, Su Jiuchuan inquired, "You are not of the Black Wind stronghold. Who are you truly?" Haha. At such a young age, possessing 8th tier prowess, you are indeed talented enough to warrant knowledge of my name. Remember, I am Lang Guping. In his final moments, Su Jiuchuan could only perceive this individual as immensely powerful, at least a 5th tier master. And thus, this was the wisdom of life gleaned from this simulation. Su Jiuchuan fell into contemplation. The Black Wind stronghold was far too treacherous. With his current capabilities, attempting a rescue would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, could he simply refrain from intervening? If he chose an action, his elder brother Su Yuanjiang would surely perish. Although Su Yuanjiang was merely the elder brother of this body, they had coexisted for half a year. He could not bear to witness Su Yuanjiang's demise. Furthermore, even if he steeled his heart and ignored Su Yuanjiang, could he ensure his own survival? After all, he had killed Yang Hu. If he were merely an ordinary ruffian, it would be one thing. Yet, this individual was a secret agent of the city lord, and although he had silenced him, Jiuchuan City was small. Law enforcers would likely trace the matter back to him swiftly. At that point, he doubted that even his 8th tier prowess would suffice to escape the onslaught of the authorities. Su Jiuchuan felt as though he had nearly fallen into an inescapable predicament. How could he break free from this conundrum? Of course, that was not the most daunting aspect. The most frightening part was that he had run out of money. Without funds, he could not continue to grow stronger, nor could he unravel this situation. Where could he possibly acquire sufficient resources to enhance his strength? As he pondered, Su Jiuchuan's eyes narrowed. He thought of an individual from whom he might derive a solution. Indeed, the person he considered was Zheng Xinyue, the young leader of the Fuyuan escort agency. After all, those captured were all members of their agency. Chapter 5, 2 Conditions. Early in the morning, Su Jiuchuan went to the street corner to buy some breakfast for Su Yunxia. Don't waste your money. His second sister was frugal by nature, usually subsisting on wild vegetables for breakfast. Now, witnessing Su Jiuchuan's extravagant spending, she appeared somewhat displeased. Recently, my elder brother brought back a martial arts manual from the agency. Over the past few days, I have made significant progress and have become a martial artist. With that, Su Jiuchuan picked up a stone slab from the yard and, with a sudden exertion of force, crushed it effortlessly. Su Yunxia stared at the swirling dust in astonishment. You have truly become a martial artist? Su Jiuchuan nodded, fabricating a reason. After all, if he could not adequately explain his sudden transformation into a martial artist to his second sister, it might complicate matters in the future. From now on, I will earn money, and we will no longer have to endure such hardship. Furthermore, Yang Hu is unlikely to dare approach us again. If he does, I shall teach him a lesson. Su Jiuchuan refrained from disclosing to his second sister the fact that he had already slain Yang Hu, fearing it might alarm her. Indeed, although Su Yunxia did not possess a deep understanding of martial arts, witnessing Su Jiuchuan's earlier display instilled a sense of reassurance within her, prompting her to nod continuously. Once he had calmed her nerves, Su Jiuchuan finally exited their home. At the Fuyuan escort agency, Zheng Xinyue paced anxiously, her heart heavy with worry. It had been 2 days without any news. Could there be an issue with that escort mission? The details eluded her. But she knew the task involved escorting an individual to Shuzhou, with the 2 convoy carriages filled with gravel to obscure their true purpose. What troubled her most was the serious conversation she had with Zheng Nanhai just before departure, wherein he had instructed her to expect a report every 2 days. Should 2 days pass without word, she was to prepare to leave Jiuchuan City immediately and head straight for the capital. At the time, she found it peculiar. Shuzhou was not far from Jiuchuan and was a common route for them. Why this mission was deemed special remained unexplained by Zheng Nanhai. Young escort chief, boomed the voice of the burly man at the door, the younger brother of Su Yuanjiang, who expressed a desire to speak with her. I have no time to meet him. Send him away. Zheng Xinyue replied without lifting her head, lost in her thoughts. Yet the burly man lingered at the threshold, prompting Zheng Xinyue to lift her gaze in irritation, only to find him shielding his face, a clear imprint of a slap visible through his fingers. What? Zheng Xinyue seethed in fury. How dare he lay hands on someone at the Fuyuan escort agency? Indeed, the boy had recently advanced to a martial artist, emboldening him to act with such impunity, showing no regard for the agency's reputation. Seeing Zheng Xinyue's anger rise, the burly man hastily remarked, his brother, Su Yuanjiang, is no good either, always hanging around the agency, pilfering and taking advantage of us. Let him in. Zheng Xinyue replied, her patience waning. The burly man felt elated. Having spent considerable time at the agency, he understood the dynamics. Despite Zheng Xinyue being a beautiful woman of considerable stature, when provoked, her wrath was formidable. Moreover, she was an 8th-tier martial artist. The Su family was in for a rough time for daring to strike him. Earlier, when Su Jiuchuan had arrived, the burly man had given him a cold shoulder. However, now, Su Jiuchuan exuded confidence and did not hesitate to confront him, resulting in the earlier altercation. As Su Jiuchuan entered the hall, he found Zheng Xinyue glaring at him, prompting him to attempt an explanation. Zheng Xinyue, already fraught with frustration, seized the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Crack! A whip lashed out, striking him directly. Su Jiuchuan's temper flared. Though this woman was strikingly beautiful, her impulsiveness was maddening. She spoke no words before resorting to violence. Nonetheless, now that he too was an 8th-tier martial artist, he felt undaunted. Grabbing a chair, he broke off a leg and unleashed the wind-cutting blade technique. Upon engaging, Zheng Xinyue quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Her opponent was also an 8th-tier martial artist. And more crucially, his technique wielding the chair leg was exceptionally sharp. After several exchanges, she found herself at a disadvantage. Stop, she commanded, recognizing she could not secure victory. Su Jiuchuan, upon hearing her, smiled and ceased his attack, casually discarding the chair leg. The burly man, who had initially planned to watch the spectacle, was taken aback. This youth was also an 8th-tier martial artist, and yet he was unable to best the young escort chief. Was Su Yuanjiang truly fit to work at the agency? This was madness. With a brother like that, there were ample opportunities for wealth. Although he inwardly scoffed, he dared not linger and quickly retreated. The escort from the Fuyuan agency has been robbed. Su Jiuchuan stated bluntly, not wishing to engage in further argument with the fiery woman. What do you know? Zheng Xinyue's interest piqued at his words. This woman displayed no shock, but rather an unsettling calmness, which raised suspicions within her. She must already be aware of the troubles befalling the escort team. I know where they encountered their misfortune. Su Jiuchuan had simulated several outcomes and felt certain. However, I require a sum of silver. Why should I trust you? Zheng Xinyue, despite her concern, remained cautious and probed further. Recalling one of his simulations, where the Fuyuan escort agency was implicated in collusion with rebels, Su Jiuchuan reached into his pocket and produced a token, tossing it before her. Zheng Xinyue picked it up, her fingers tracing the engraved characters for Jiuchuan City, her heart racing. Indeed, this was the token found on Yanghu. I discovered this while searching for my brother Su Yuanjiang outside the city. He fabricated, knowing he could not reveal the truth about the simulator. Zheng Xinyue, recalling Zheng Nanhai's stern advice before his departure, found herself believing him to some extent. Where did it happen? 1,000 taels, Su Jiuchuan declared. Recognizing the rising costs of simulator usage and the need to charge a premium, Su Yuanjiang is also among the convoy. Su Jiuchuan calmly regarded the astute woman before him and added, if the silver is not forthcoming, we shall each seek our own solutions. They locked eyes for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, Zheng Xinyue, though somewhat less resilient, nodded, I agree, but you must accompany me. Having witnessed Su Jiuchuan's abilities earlier, she deemed it wise to enlist such a capable ally, rendering the 1,000 taels a reasonable price. Agreed, Su Jiuchuan nodded, but I have 2 conditions. First, the silver must be provided immediately. Second, given the Fuyuan agency may soon cease operations, ensure my second sister is brought along when you depart. This had been Su Jiuchuan's plan before coming. Jiuchuan City was perilously dangerous. Regardless of whether he could rescue Su Yuanjiang, leaving this place swiftly was imperative. It would be exceedingly challenging for a defenseless woman like Su Yunxia to escape with him. Given the agency's manpower, having them assist in their escape would ease the burden considerably. Zheng Xinyue silently acknowledged this by entrusting Su Yunxia to the agency. It provided her with a form of leverage, allowing her to feel secure in collaborating with Su Jiuchuan. Deal. By the way, do you know of Longupping? Chapter 6, Despair. Su Jiuchuan suddenly recalled the formidable young man from his simulations. Zheng Xinyue paused, her expression turning grave. Is this matter related to him? Su Jiuchuan could not divulge the details of his simulations, thus awkwardly replied, I have merely heard of this individual and wish to inquire. Lan Gupping was the second son of Lan Sheng, the lord of Jiuchuan City, reportedly only 20 years old, yet already a 5th-tier expert. Su Jiuchuan marveled internally. He had toiled for at least 20 years in his simulations to reach the 8th tier. Here was a youth who had achieved the 5th tier by the age of 20. The current generation of the Lan family was indeed exceptional. Lan Sheng's eldest son, now 22, had already attained the 1st tier and was under the tutelage of the innate realm master, Nanruotin. It was likely only a matter of years before he too ascended to the innate realm. The 1st tier? Su Jiuchuan felt somewhat disheartened, given his current pace of cultivation. It was uncertain whether another 100 years of simulation would suffice to reach the 1st tier. Perhaps the Lan family believed Jiuchuan City too small to contain them, and amid the chaos of the world, they were contemplating other ambitions. Zheng Xinyue offered a few remarks, only to realize she had perhaps spoken too much, and thus fell silent. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan felt an oppressive weight in his heart. The situation was indeed daunting. He hurriedly returned home. Second sister. Su Jiuchuan cautiously began. We've received news from the escort agency regarding eldest brother. On his way to Shuzhou, he encountered bandits. Although old escort chief Zheng is quite valiant, eldest brother sustained injuries. He is currently recuperating in Shuzhou City. The escort agency sent word that he is unable to move and has requested you to care for him. Su Jiuchuan refrained from divulging the entire truth, as Su Yunxia was merely an ordinary girl. Encountering such grave matters unexpectedly could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, he concocted an excuse. Su Yunxia was indeed taken aback and quickly inquired, where is eldest brother injured? Does he have money for medicine? Su Jiuchuan, observing his sister's anxious gaze, felt a pang of guilt but steeled himself to say, according to the escort agency, his injuries are not severe. It's just a leg injury, making movement difficult, hence they suggested you assist him. Oh, Su Yunxia sighed with relief, her heart racing for days now, but grateful that it was not serious. Second sister, why don't you pack your things? We should set off shortly. Very well. In truth, there were many inconsistencies in this narrative. For instance, Su Yuanjiang had only departed 2 days prior and could not have reached Shuzhou so soon, let alone send a message back. However, Su Yunxia, being a sheltered girl, trusted Su Jiuchuan implicitly and did not ponder these details, watching her enter the room to gather her belongings. Su Jiuchuan found a corner to sit down and retrieved some silver, murmuring, recharge. Recharge successful, current funds, 102 points. Use once, cost 50 points. Do you wish to use the simulator? Yes. At 18, you become a rank 8 martial artist. Su Yuanjiang travels with the Fuyuan escort agency to Shuzhou, but is ambushed by bandits on the way. You agree to accompany Zheng Xinyue to scout Black Wind Stronghold. There, you discover the captured Su Yuanjiang and others, but fail to find Zheng Nanhai. You are discovered and engage in battle with the bandits. Ultimately, you capture the bandit leader, Li Heihu. Zheng Xinyue insists on taking him to find Zheng Nanhai, but you do not concur. Zheng Xinyue and you clash. She is no match for you and flees. Li Heihu offers his hidden treasure for his release. You agree. After acquiring substantial wealth, you let Li Heihu go. Upon descending from Black Wind Stronghold, you find the others missing and, after days of searching in vain, are forced to leave. At 20, you arrive in Donghu City, beginning a life of seclusion and training. At 23, you achieve a breakthrough, becoming a rank 7 martial artist. At 25, Zheng Xinyue storms into your home. Now a rank 5 martial artist, believing you to be responsible for her father's death. You are killed at the age of 25. Who could have anticipated Zheng Xinyue's ruthlessness? Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of frustration. He had toiled diligently to ascend from rank 8 to rank 7, while Zheng Xinyue had leapt directly from rank 8 to rank 5. His own aptitude for cultivation seemed woefully inferior. Simulation ended. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Martial realm at 25. 2. Martial experience at 25. 3. Wisdom gained in life at 25. There was no hesitation. He chose option 1. Instantly, a surge of energy roared within him, flowing through established pathways, and several acupoints were opened. Thus, he attained rank 7. Su Jiuchuan felt an overwhelming vitality coursing through him, seemingly boundless. Remembering the enigmatic Lon Gupping, he shook his head. He still lacked sufficient strength. Continue the simulation. Use once, cost 100 points. Do you wish to use the simulator? The price had doubled, and Su Jiuchuan felt a pang of regret, realizing he could only simulate 9 more times. Yes. At 18, you become a rank 7 martial artist. You and Zheng Xinyue venture to scout Black Wind Stronghold. There, you discover the captured Su Yuanjiang and others from the escort agency, but Zheng Nanhai is still missing. You are discovered and engage in battle with the bandits. Ultimately, you capture the bandit leader, Li Heihu. Zheng Xinyue wishes to take him to find Zheng Nanhai, and you consent, but do not accompany them. You return to the foot of the mountain, bringing Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia to Shuzhou City. You are pursued by a group led by Lon Gupping. You engage in combat, but after 10 exchanges, you are pierced through the heart by a sword, dying at the age of 18. Is there no chance to escape? Su Jiuchuan felt a sense of despair. This was a hellishly difficult challenge. 1. Martial realm at 18. 2. Martial experience at 18. 3. Wisdom gained in life at 18. In this simulation, with no opportunity for an increase in realm, he pondered and ultimately chose option 2. Instantly, a vivid memory of a fierce battle surged into his mind. Lon Gupping's swordsmanship was exceedingly refined. It was evident he was toying with him. Several strikes that could have easily ended his life merely severed his limbs, though it was claimed he had lasted 10 exchanges. Su Jiuchuan felt that had Lon Gupping been earnest, he might not have endured even 3. Was this the caliber of a rank 5 expert? A sliver of despair crept into Su Jiuchuan's heart. We can set off. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Yunxia had finished packing. Chapter 7. Lu Heihu. Su Jiuchuan had also made preparations. He stuffed his satchel with lime and secured a steel knife at his side. This time, as they prepared to leave, Su Yunxia wished to take everything valuable from their home, pots, quilts, and the like. Su Jiuchuan found it somewhat amusing, yet could not blame her. Their family had endured hardships for many years, and every item in the house had been painstakingly accumulated. In such chaotic times, who could predict who might plunder their meager possessions? After much deliberation, Su Jiuchuan ultimately mentioned the Fuyuan escort agency, asserting that they could help them escape, and it was unreasonable to expect them to transport all their belongings. Only then did Su Yunxiao reluctantly conceal their valuables within the house. Once everything was in order, night had fallen. The two slipped out of the city under the cover of darkness and met Jing Xinyue outside the city. The Fuyuan escort agency was not large, comprising only 7 or 8 individuals. Zheng Xinyue understood that this was a desperate escape and chose only a few trustworthy people to accompany them. She merely claimed to be making a small delivery outside the city. Su Jiuchuan surveyed the group and noted the absence of the man with a flat face, inwardly approving. It seemed Zheng Xinyue was astute. Keeping someone like him around could spell disaster. After conferring, Zheng Xinyue decided to have the escort agency members escort Su Yunxiao further toward Shuzhou while she and Su Jiuchuan would investigate Black Wind Stronghold. Su Jiuchuan recalled that during one simulation, Lan Guping only appeared after he had killed Li Heihu. Thus, there should be a time discrepancy. At that moment, Lan Guping was likely not at the stronghold but would arrive later, coincidentally encountering them. The pressure exerted by Lan Guping on Su Jiuchuan was indeed overwhelming. He had no desire to confront the other party at this moment. If they acted swiftly, there remained a chance of avoiding an encounter. The Black Wind Stronghold lay nestled within a perilous location amid the undulating mountains. Its elevated terrain was fortified by earthen walls several meters high, with but a single gate for ingress and egress. Such an environment was advantageous for defense while posing challenges for an offensive. However, for martial artists like Zheng Xinyue and Su Jiuchuan, it was somewhat lacking. The two stealthily approached the earthen wall, seeking a suitable position before vaulting over. The stronghold was dimly lit by only a few scattered lanterns, and a handful of ragged bandits patrolled the area. Zheng Xinyue, evidently more seasoned, moved with agility along the wall, while Su Jiuchuan, inexperienced in such undertakings, followed closely behind. At last, they stumbled upon a slothful bandit slumped against the wall. Deep in slumber, a cold dagger pressed against his throat roused him from his dreams. "Do not move. If you dare, I shall end your life," Su Jiuchuan demanded. "Are the people from the Fuyuan escort here?" The startled bandit, trembling, nodded in fear at the gleaming blade. "Lead the way." A terse command sent the bandit into a panic, causing him to wet himself in terror, the stench wafting into the air. Zheng Xinyue, disgusted, shoved Su Jiuchuan forward. He found it somewhat absurd. Having witnessed her dexterous skills and seasoned demeanor, he was taken aback by her display of vulnerability in this situation. Under duress, the bandit tiptoed toward the central earthen structure of the stronghold, which loomed dark and devoid of light. In this era, fuel was a precious commodity. Most households refrained from lighting lamps at night, especially in such a remote outpost. Therefore, the two did not harbor any suspicions. However, had they possessed a torch at that moment, they might have noticed a glint of cunning in the bandit's eyes. As they passed a stack of hay, the bandit stumbled, inadvertently toppling the nearby pile. "Intruders have infiltrated the stronghold," he bellowed. Zheng Xinyue, taken aback by the bandit's audacity despite his cowardly demeanor, became enraged and swiftly plunged her dagger into him, silencing him for good. Realizing that stealth was no longer an option, Su Jiuchuan drew his weapon, and they charged toward the earthen house. "Who dares to challenge the Black Wind Stronghold?" A thunderous voice reverberated as torches flared to life around them, revealing a towering figure among the bandits. Su Jiuchuan, illuminated by the flickering flames, beheld a man nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin and a massive frame. His open collar displaying a fierce tiger tattoo. "This is Lu Heihu, the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold," Zheng Xinyue stated gravely. Although she herself was an 8th-tier martial artist, she was acutely aware of Lu Heihu's formidable reputation and felt uncertain about her ability to confront him. Surrounded by a throng of bandits, Zheng Xinyue and Su Jiuchuan exchanged no words as they surged forth, swiftly dispatching 2 or 3 foes. The ensuing chaos left 4 or 5 more bandits sprawled on the ground, inciting a furious roar from Lu Heihu. "Stand back, let me handle this," he bellowed as he lunged toward them. Without glancing at Zheng Xinyue, Su Jiuchuan charged forward, and just as they were about to collide, he suddenly flung a handful of lime powder into Lu Heihu's face. In the dim light, Lu Heihu, caught off guard by the audacity of an initial-tier martial artist resorting to such a tactic, was blinded momentarily by the powder. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, hastily closing his eyes and swinging his weapon wildly in self-defense. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiuchuan circled behind him, delivering a kick that sent Lu Heihu crashing to the ground, his steel blade poised at the chief's throat. The remaining bandits, witnessing the turn of events, recognized their defeat and scattered in panic. Zheng Xinyue remained still, initially anticipating a fierce battle, only to be astonished by the swift resolution of the encounter. She failed to notice that Su Jiuchuan had already achieved the status of a 7th-tier martial artist. However, Her gaze towards him had grown complex. In the world of martial arts, a loss in combat was merely a matter of skill. There was little shame in it. Yet, resorting to such underhanded tactics as throwing lime after becoming a martial artist was truly beneath contempt. Of course, there existed individuals in the martial realm who would stop at nothing. Yet, these figures often bore ill reputations, and few dared to provoke them. After all, crossing a ruthless adversary devoid of moral constraints could lead to dire consequences. Observing Zhang Xianyu's expression, Su Jiuchuan could surmise her thoughts, yet he was indifferent. He had no intention of adhering to the intricate codes of conduct that often governed the martial world. His principle was to resolve matters in the most pragmatic manner. As for the opinions of others, during his struggle for survival, such considerations were beyond his purview. What are you dawdling for? Go and search for your escort members. Zhang Xianyu snapped back to reality, nodding fervently before dashing toward the central earthen house. Once she had distanced herself sufficiently, Su Jiuchuan smacked Lu He, whose chubby face with the back of his blade, inquiring, "Now, tell me, how much do you intend to pay for your life?" Chapter 8. Finally a 6th-tier martial artist. Indeed, Su Jiuchuan had deliberately sent Zhang Xianyu away to extract information regarding the Black Wind Stronghold's riches. After years of banditry, Lu He who should have amassed some savings. Furthermore, his collusion with Lan Guping suggested there must be a substantial bounty. At that moment, Lu He, whose vision had improved slightly, the excruciating pain subsiding. He was perplexed. A martial artist resorting to lime to extort a bandit. Could one sink any lower? Noticing the silence, Su Jiuchuan mused inwardly that Lu He, who must be a tough nut to crack, he needed to apply some pressure. With a swift motion, he plunged his blade into the soul of Lu He, who's foot. By the well, beneath the old tree. Lu He, who yelped in pain. He was far from a fearless hardliner. Otherwise, why would he have capitulated so readily to Lan Guping's threats days prior? Now was the pivotal moment to choose between life and wealth, and he was astute enough to recognize the stakes. Su Jiuchuan had intended to strike again, but paused, realizing that Lu He who was merely a facade of toughness. However, time was of the essence, and he could not dwell on such matters. He swiftly broke Lu He whose leg to prevent his escape and began searching within the stronghold for the well. "I'll give you all my money. You can't kill me. That's the code of the martial world." Lu He who suddenly halted mid-sentence, bewildered at how someone who would resort to lime could still invoke the concept of rules. Anxiety gripped him. Su Jiuchuan dismissed him, continuing his search. By now, the bandits had fled, leaving the stronghold desolate and easy to navigate. He quickly located a well beside a humble earthen dwelling. Without hesitation, he uprooted a nearby banyan tree and soon uncovered a package. Upon opening it, he discovered 3,000 taels of silver, an impressive sum indeed. Without further inspection, he proceeded to deposit the funds. Deposit successful, current balance, 3,860. This was a substantial amount of wealth, and Su Jiuchuan felt an unprecedented sense of affluence, reveling in the satisfaction of ridding the world of evildoers while profiting from it. Would you like to use the simulator? Each use costs 100 points. Yes. At 18, you have become a 7th-tier martial artist. Su Yuanjiang accompanied the convoy of the Fuyuan escort agency to Shuzhou, only to be ambushed on the way by the notorious Black Wind Stronghold. He had arranged to explore the stronghold with Zhang Xinyue. Once they were discovered, a fierce battle ensued against the bandits, during which he managed to capture the chieftain, Li Heihu, compelling him to reveal the whereabouts of the hidden treasures. Zhang Xinyue, however, could not locate her father, Zhang Nanhai, within the stronghold and implored him to assist her in searching for her father. He consented. As they journeyed, they encountered Lan Guping, and tragically, he was slain, meeting his end at the tender age of 18. Su Jiuchuan felt a pang of frustration, having previously let Lu Heihu go. He had refused to accompany Zhang Xinyue in her search for her father, which had left her harboring resentment towards him. Now, having chosen to accompany her, he was struck down by Lan Guping once more. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm attained at 18. 2. The martial experience accumulated by 18. 3. The wisdom of life gleaned at 18. After contemplation, Su Jiuchuan opted for the second choice. Instantly, the scene of his confrontation with Lan Guping materialized before him once more. The opponent was exceedingly formidable. He had possessed no capacity for resistance whatsoever. In this encounter, Su Jiuchuan had even resorted to using lime as a tactic. However, for a 5th-tier martial artist, a layer of qi had already coalesced around their body, rendering his efforts futile. Resolute, Su Jiuchuan vowed to amass wealth and cultivate his skills diligently, believing that with repeated simulations, he could undoubtedly enhance his prowess. Simulation. At 18, you attain the rank of a 7th-tier martial artist. Su Yuanjiang accompanied the Fuyuan escort agency to Shuzhou, but was ambushed at the Black Wind Stronghold. You and Zhang Xinyue stormed the stronghold, yet failed to locate Zhang Nanhai. Zhang Xinyue implored you to assist her in the search for her father. Yet you declined. You did not seek out Su Yunxia, but instead fled to the West Wind City, where you lived in seclusion. At 25, you still had not achieved a breakthrough. feeling despondent as you drank at the Tianxin Tavern, where you clashed with a young nobleman. One of his fifth-tier guards intervened, slaying you on the spot, your life extinguished at 25. Su Jiuchuan felt like burying his face in his hands. In this simulation, he had abandoned both his elder sister and brother, opting instead to focus solely on his cultivation, only to be carelessly killed again. The world was indeed terrifying. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm attained at 25. 2. The martial experience accumulated by 25. 3. The wisdom of life gleaned at 25. He chose the first option. Su Jiuchuan distinctly felt a doubling of the qi within him, though it still fell short of a breakthrough. At 18, you became a 7th-tier martial artist. Zhang Xinyue implored you to assist her in the search for her father, yet you declined. You did not seek out Su Yunxia, but instead fled to the grasslands, where you lived among the nomads. At 32, while tending to sheep, a monstrous beast suddenly appeared, devouring both you and the sheep. Your life extinguished at 32. Is this truly acceptable? Su Jiuchuan was at a loss for words. Even in the grasslands, he could still be consumed by a beast. He continued to choose the path of martial cultivation, allowing his inner qi to grow further. At 18, you became a 7th-tier martial artist. Zhang Xinyue implored you to assist her in the search for her father, yet you declined. You did not seek out Su Yunxia, but instead fled to the capital, where you opened a general store. You continued your rigorous training. At 65, one day while observing 2 bulls battling in the mountains, you suddenly experienced an epiphany and broke through to become a 6th-tier martial artist. At 88, you departed this world with a smile, having lived a full life until the age of 88. Su Jiuchuan finally exhaled in relief. After numerous simulations, he had finally managed to live out a natural life. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm attained at 65. 2. The martial experience accumulated by 65. 3. The wisdom of life gleaned at 65. This time, he had lived until 88. Why was it the realm of 65 that was offered in terms of experience and wisdom? Su Jiuchuan pondered, recognizing that 65 represented the peak of this simulated life. What he had acquired was indeed reflective of that pinnacle state. However, achieving the 6th tier was finally within reach, considering the time in the simulation. It had taken nearly a century to progress from the 7th to the 6th tier. The innate potential of this body was exceedingly poor, based on Su Jiuchuan's current understanding. 6th to 9th tiers constituted low-tier martial artists, while 4th to 5th tiers represented mid-tier martial artists. Only 3rd to 1st tiers were regarded as high-tier martial artists. The difficulty of future breakthroughs would likely escalate exponentially. Chapter 9. Rescuing Others. At this moment, the stronghold buzzed with activity once more as Su Jiuchuan noticed that Zhang Xinyue had liberated all those imprisoned within. Elder brother. Upon seeing Su Yuanjiang, whose face was smeared with dirt, Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. After so many simulations, he had not inadvertently caused harm to his dear elder brother. Jiuchuan. Su Yuanjiang rubbed his eyes, gazing at the somewhat unfamiliar figure of his third brother, hesitant to acknowledge him. In his memory, Su Jiuchuan was taciturn and physically frail, incapable of handling the heavier chores at home, which he had always taken on himself. Su Yuanjiang had contemplated earning some money to find a master for his younger brother to learn martial arts, intending for him to follow in his footsteps at the escort agency. How could it be that after just 2 days apart, his brother had already become a martial artist? Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Jiuchuan remarked, I found a manual on the way and practiced it haphazardly at home, which led to my breakthrough as a martial artist. Do you believe that? I believe you're joking. In the midst of this awkward exchange, Zhang Xinyue called out to him. Su Jiuchuan hastily made his way over. Zhang Xinyue's lovely visage bore a serious expression, while Lu Heihu lay on the ground, his body marred with lash marks, barely clinging to life. It was evident he had already been interrogated. My father is not in the stronghold. Su Jiuchuan nodded. Through countless simulations, he had already been informed of this fact. Aren't you curious? Zhang Xinyue paused, a hint of puzzlement crossing her face as she looked at him. Su Jiuchuan realized that if he did not dispel her doubts, it might lead to suspicion falling upon him. It was evident that Zheng Diaozhu, a 6th-tier martial artist, was not someone of Lu Heihu's caliber who could have easily dealt with him. They must have other powerful figures involved. The escorting party has also gone missing. Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. In all his previous simulations, he had overlooked the individual being escorted. It was clear that anyone whom Zheng Nanhai would personally escort, and who could provoke Lan Gupping to take action, was not an ordinary character. Who is this person? Who stands behind Lu Heihu? I do not know who they are. Lu Heihu confessed. The one who struck was Lan Gupping, the second son of the Lan family. At this point, Zhang Xinyue suddenly recalled that Su Jiuchuan had inquired about Lan Gupping just the day before. Could it be that he knew something? The Lan family directed them towards Jiuchuan City. They departed just an hour ago. We must hurry and pursue them. We can still catch up. Zhang Xinyue's face was filled with urgency. I will not go. Su Jiuchuan replied without hesitation. What a ridiculous notion to walk into a trap willingly. Moreover, Su Yuanjiang had already been rescued. so he saw no reason to take such a risk. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In a forthcoming simulation, Lan Guping would soon return. Likely alerted by those bandits who had scattered in a panic. A sense of urgency welled up within him. Regardless, we must vacate this place, Su Jiuchuan declared, beckoning Su Yuanjiang to descend the mountain. Su Yuanjiang, somewhat bewildered, could hardly believe that in just 2 days, his brother had not only become a martial artist, but that the goddess he had long admired seemed to be pleading for his assistance. Lan Guping is a 5th-tier martial artist. I am not ready to meet my demise just yet. Su Jiuchuan, uninterested in further discourse, tugged at Su Yuanjiang to leave. Zheng Xinyue felt a surge of anxiety. If her father were transported to Jiuchuan City, all hope would be lost. Although Lan Guping was formidable, perhaps there was a chance to rescue him with the two of them. Moreover, based on Su Jiuchuan's earlier display, he seemed to have concealed his true strength. If you are willing to assist me in rescuing my father, I shall grant you any demand you make, she implored, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting a pitiful sight that evoked sympathy. The other rescued bodyguards stood frozen, taken aback by the sight of their former head, who was indeed beautiful but had always been known for her fierce temperament. When had they ever seen her in such a vulnerable state? Su Yuanjiang, too, thought to himself, if only I were a martial artist, I would accompany her, provided she would share a cup of rice wine with me. Not interested, Su Jiuchuan replied, not even lifting his gaze as he continued onward. Beauty, though alluring, was not worth risking one's life for. Zheng Xinyue's heart raced. Sending her alone to rescue her father was a fool's errand, offering no chance of success. Suddenly, she recalled the first encounter with Su Jiuchuan. 10,000 taels. I will give you 10,000 taels of silver. Let us depart immediately. Su Jiuchuan abruptly turned, exclaiming. Su Yuanjiang was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. 10,000 taels of silver, enough to purchase steamed buns for several centuries. His shock stemmed from the audacity of one to demand such a sum and the willingness of another to agree. Could this truly be his brother? Was he not perhaps a transformed mountain demon or fox spirit? Zheng Xinyue, too, was taken aback by Su Jiuchuan's swift change in demeanor. He was indeed a man willing to barter money for life. However, I cannot provide you with the money at this moment, she added as Su Jiuchuan turned to leave again. I understand that the escorting party has significant backing. While 10,000 taels is no trifling amount, to him, it is negligible. If you can rescue the person, you shall receive the 10,000 taels. I will guarantee it. Should you fail to claim the reward after rescuing him, you may do as you please with me. Su Jiuchuan stroked his chin, contemplating before replying. Agreed, it is settled. The risk was considerable, after all. According to the tropes of dramas from his previous life, those of greater influence were often the least trustworthy. Yet, despite possessing only 560 points of currency, the costs of simulations were escalating, and this sum would not last long. The crux of the matter was the 10,000 taels, an exorbitant amount indeed. It was worth noting that the Black Wind stronghold, having operated for many years, had only managed to extract 3,000 taels of silver. Missing this opportunity would mean an indefinite wait for another chance to amass such wealth. Su Jiuchuan was not overly concerned about receiving the money. As long as his strength continued to grow, he would not fear any deceit from the other party. Zheng Xinyue felt a flicker of frustration. She had hoped to inspire some noble spirit within him, yet it seemed only gold could sway him. As for whether that significant figure would honor the debt, she held little confidence. However, with no other options at hand, she had no choice but to gamble everything on this chance. Once they reached an agreement, they wasted no time and led the rescued bodyguards down the mountain. Zheng Xinyue instructed them which direction to take to pursue Su Yunxia's group. The bodyguards, accustomed to life on the road, possessed their own methods for keeping track of their convoy. Su Yuanjiang was reluctant. He yearned to aid his brother, but was acutely aware of his own limitations. Simultaneously, he understood the peril that lay ahead, worrying for his brother's safety. Su Jiuchuan pulled him aside and discreetly handed him a book. This is a chaotic world. Without martial prowess, one lacks the means to protect oneself. This is the Qingxin Ju, an authentic technique of profound origin. Take it and practice. This skill had been prepared long ago, and he was now bestowing it upon Su Yuanjiang. With no choice but to accept, Su Yuanjiang solemnly secured the technique. Then, Su Jiuchuan followed Zheng Xinyue into the vast expanse of night. Chapter 10, Qingyan Temple. In Su Jiuchuan's memory, Lan Guping would soon arrive. It was not yet the time for confrontation, and he hoped to lead Zheng Xinyue on a detour. What he did not anticipate was that Lu Heihu had conveyed everything with precision. Zheng Nanhai and the mysterious individual under protection had already been escorted to the Qingyun Temple by the Lan family. This temple was situated in the Qingyun Mountains outside Jiuchuan City, typically receiving few visitors and existing as a remote locale. What significance did Qingyun Temple hold? Why was it not taken directly to Jiuchuan City? Su Jiuchuan pondered. My father once mentioned that there are no easy places surrounding Jiuchuan City. Each faction is formidable. The Black Wind Stronghold's leader, Lu Heihu, though merely an 8th-tier martial artist, has managed to endure for so many years. It seems he is merely a pawn placed outside the city by the Jiuchuan City Lord Lan Sheng. The Qingyun Temple has always maintained a low profile. I had not taken the time to understand it, Zhang Xinyue remarked, her brow furrowing. Yet, considering Lan Guping brought the person here rather than returning to the city, it cannot be as simple as it appears. Su Jiuchuan dismissed her concerns. He thought Lu Heihu was merely an 8th-tier martial artist, and the Qingyun Temple likely held no significant power. What if they were 7th tier? He was already a 6th-tier martial artist. And as long as he did not cross paths with Lan Guping, he had little to fear. Zhang Xinyue, being from a family that operated a bodyguard agency, was well versed in the terrain. As they navigated through the mountains, many areas appeared devoid of paths. Su Jiuchuan followed closely behind her, discovering unexpected shortcuts along the way. Thanks to this, they hurried through the mountains for half an hour before finally arriving at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, narrowly evading the approaching Lan Guping en route to the Black Wind stronghold. They found a concealed spot to rest, with Su Jiuchuan feigning a need for privacy. With 660 points of currency remaining, Su Jiuchuan recognized the urgency of enhancing his abilities. Would you like to use the simulator? Each use costs 500 points. What? The price has increased 5-fold. Yes. This is an exclusive deal, Su Jiuchuan sighed silently, unable to negotiate. At 18, you became a 6th-tier martial artist. You head to Qingyun Temple, preparing to rescue Zheng Nanhai. You charge into Qingyun Temple, encountering guards within. The temple master, Qingxiu, is also a 6th-tier martial artist. You engage in fierce combat, but find yourself outmatched and flee in disgrace. You arrive in the city of Shuzhou, only to discover that the members of Fuyuan bodyguard agency have been slaughtered. Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxiao also perished among them. You vow to take revenge. At 35, you have not advanced, but your desire for vengeance intensifies. At 36, you return to Jiuchuan City and fail to assassinate Lan Guping, resulting in your immediate death at the age of 36. The master of Qingyun Temple is also a 6th-tier martial artist. He will not be easy to deal with. After 18 years of training without a breakthrough, it is disheartening to recall that Lan Guping achieved 5th-tier status by the age of 20. Such disparity in talent. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. Option 1. Your martial arts realm at the age of 36. At the age of 36, the martial arts experience of Su Jiuchuan was profound. By the same age, he had amassed a wealth of life wisdom. There was no need for contemplation. He chose option 1. Though he lacked innate talent, he was unperturbed, for he understood that quantitative changes could lead to qualitative transformations, as long as he had sufficient resources. Through repeated simulations and accumulations, he would not fear the inability to break through to the 5th rank. In an instant, a surge of true energy welled up within him, and he felt his power increase by at least a factor of 2. This was the culmination of 18 years of experience from his simulated life. Now, having similarly amassed 18 years of experience within the 6th rank, Su Jiuchuan felt no trepidation towards the master of Qingyun Temple. Just as he contemplated simulating once more, he heard someone calling for him in a hushed tone. Zhang Xinyue, already anxious, grew increasingly concerned as Su Jiuchuan had taken an unusually long time within the thicket, leaving her to ponder his propensity for greed and fear of danger. It was not inconceivable that he might have fled mid-venture. Thus, disregarding her reservations, she too ventured into the bushes in search of him. To her dismay, she found Su Jiuchuan merely sitting on the ground in a daze, eliciting a mix of frustration and irritation within her. She inwardly scolded him. Truly, he was a cowardly, money-driven individual. What are you doing here? She demanded. Oh, Su Jiuchuan replied, somewhat sheepishly, caught in the act of idleness. I was pondering how to rescue the person. Have you come to any conclusions? Zhang Xinyue rolled her eyes. I have indeed. Let us proceed directly, he declared, rising and brushing off the dirt from his clothing. Zhang Xinyue observed the surroundings of Qingyun Temple, noticing the patrolling Taoists, and hesitated on how to advance. In her estimation, while Su Jiuchuan appeared stronger than her, he did not seem overwhelmingly powerful. Given the significant risks involved, she preferred a stealthy approach to rescue the captive. However, Su Jiuchuan, aware from his simulations that Lan Guping had already gone to Heifengzhai and would not return swiftly, understood the urgency of their situation. Let us go, he called out, vaulting toward Qingyun Temple. Zhang Xinyue hesitated for a moment, stamped her foot, and reluctantly followed, inwardly cursing Su Jiuchuan for being such a reckless, money-driven fool. It was foolish of her to have brought him along. Yet now, faced with the impending situation, she had no choice but to press on. Under the cover of night, Su Jiuchuan swiftly approached Qingyun Temple, which boasted far greater opulence than Heifengzhai. With its green tiles and azure bricks, an impressive feat for such a remote locale, surely requiring considerable funds. Su Jiuchuan felt a surge of excitement. This venture promised substantial rewards. Who are you? The duo quickly attracted the attention of a group of Taoists, one of whom shouted in alarm. Without a word, Su Jiuchuan raised his hand and hurled a stone, striking the leader dead. As the others began to react and call for help, he swiftly dispatched them with additional stones, their bodies collapsing before him. To a 6th-rank martial artist, these patrolling Taoists were mere novices, hardly a challenge. Zhang Xinyue, trailing behind, felt a stir of realization. Though she could not discern Su Jiuchuan's current rank, it was evident that he surpassed her greatly, even rivaling her father, Zheng Nanhai. This man had concealed his prowess remarkably well. After disposing of the patrolling Taoist bodies among the underbrush, Su Jiuchuan scaled the wall into the temple grounds. By now, it was deep into the night, and Qingyun Temple lay quiet, illuminated only by the flickering lights of a few rooms. The Taoists within had yet to be alerted. Su Jiuchuan intended to head directly towards the light, but Zheng Xinyue stopped him, whispering, "Do you know where the captives are kept? Are you just going to run around aimlessly?" Su Jiuchuan paused, realizing he had not planned to search methodically. In such an extravagant temple, his first instinct was to loot, though he understood that such sentiments were best left unvoiced. Zheng Xinyue, feeling the weight of their mission, glared at him in frustration. The stakes were high, and the outcome could determine her father's fate. With a seasoned demeanor, Zheng Xinyue climbed a tall tree in the courtyard to survey the area. "What can you discern?" Su Jiuchuan asked, genuinely perplexed. He felt like a novice in this situation. "Look at that courtyard to the west," she instructed. Though its location is somewhat secluded, the vegetation is well kept, suggesting it is regularly tended to. None of the other courtyards exhibit such meticulousness. This particular spot, being so remote, could not belong to the temple master. It must belong to someone of significance, someone who likely possesses valuable knowledge. Su Jiuchuan followed her gaze and was impressed by her insights. Despite her martial prowess being lacking, her perceptiveness was indeed remarkable. He reminded himself that if it weren't for his fortuitous advantages, he might not even be a martial artist at all. Having reached a consensus, they hastened toward the indicated courtyard. Approaching a small house that still radiated light, they were met by the sudden appearance of a girl, around 16 or 17 years of age, stepping out. Their paths collided, and upon seeing them, the girl raised her finely arched brows, preparing to react. With swift reflexes, Su Jiuchuan clamped a hand over her mouth and pulled her inside. The girl possessed fair skin and delicate features, clad in a Taoist robe that spoke of fine silk and high quality. As they drew closer, a subtle fragrance wafted from her, marking her as the most exquisite maiden Su Jiuchuan had encountered since his arrival in this world. In comparing her to Zheng Xinyue, he found the latter lacking in some measure of beauty, despite her own attractiveness. In his eyes, this girl surpassed many artificially enhanced beauties from his previous life. Yet within the confines of Qingyun Temple, he found himself uncertain of her identity. "Stay quiet," he instructed her softly. "We have questions for you, and you must answer truthfully. Do not scream, understand?" The girl's eyes widened in fear, tears glistening on her lashes, lending her a pitiful appearance. She nodded in understanding. Su Jiuchuan released her, and true to his expectations, she remained silent. "Who are you?" Zheng Xinyue inquired. "A criminal," the girl replied defiantly. Zheng Xinyue's temper flared at her insolence, ready to chastise her, only to be halted by Su Jiuchuan. "Do you know where the treasures of Qingyun Temple are hidden?" he pressed. Anger. "This wretched creature thinks only of plundering," Zheng Xinyue seethed. "Let me test her truthfulness." Su Jiuchuan interjected before she could unleash her wrath. The girl blinked, her eyes wide with surprise as she regarded him. Su Jiuchuan frowned. "I'm asking you a question. If you know, speak. Are you planning to rob Qingyun Temple?" The girl's reaction was unexpected. Her demeanor shifted to one of excitement. I know where it is. I can lead you there." Both Su Jiuchuan and Zheng Xinyue exchanged astonished glances, finding her reaction rather unusual. "Do you know where the two captives brought in today are kept?" Zheng Xinyue pressed further. "Oh, those two. Yes, I know. They are held in the old man's courtyard. He has amassed quite a fortune, and I know exactly where he hides it. Let us take it together." Zheng Xinyue furrowed her brow. "Who is this old man?" "The master of Qingyun Temple, the venerable Taoist Qingxiu." Su Jiuchuan and Zheng Xinyue shared a bewildered look. "Who exactly was this girl? What is your relationship with Qingxiu?" Su Jiuchuan inquired. "An adversarial one," the girl declared, her teeth gritted in determination. Su Jiuchuan was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He was too apathetic to concern himself with the intricacies of the situation. As long as the young maiden was not deceiving him, he had little regard for her identity. The trio navigated through the darkness of the night, with the maiden lacking any martial prowess. Zheng Xinyue grasped the girl's wrist, primarily because the girl was unable to run swiftly. She aimed to urge her along, while simultaneously wary of any potential treachery along the way. Fortunately, while the periphery of Qingyun Temple was patrolled by numerous guards, the interior seemed devoid of any watchful eyes, indicating a notable confidence in their external defenses. Before long, they arrived at a grand courtyard situated at the back of the temple, evidently belonging to the venerable Taoist Qingxiu. They did not enter through the main gate, but, under the maiden's guidance, scaled a wall at a corner, landing directly beside a rockery within the courtyard. The girl appeared exceedingly familiar with the area, leading the two through the maze of the rockery rather than towards the buildings within the courtyard. As they ventured deeper, Zheng Xinyue's suspicions grew, compelling her to exercise increased caution towards the girl. Abruptly, the maiden halted, fixing her gaze upon Su Jiuchuan's eyes, and declared with deliberate clarity, "Today, I have aided you. You must take me away." She was acutely aware of Zheng Xianyu's hostility towards her, hence her focus remained solely on Su Jiuchuan. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Su Jiuchuan's mind. He was bewildered by the absurdity of the situation, questioning whether he had inadvertently found himself ensnared in a script that was entirely wrong. His original intent had been to commit theft, not to rescue a kidnapped girl. Noticing Su Jiuchuan's silence, the girl's expression hardened. If you do not agree, I will scream. Even if it costs me my life, I will not guide you. Who exactly are you? Zheng Xianyu could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired. The old man is my father, she replied. My name is Xuanming Kai, taking after my mother. The old man wishes for me to become a concubine for Lan Guping. Huh, what a dream. Su Jiuchuan was taken aback, shocked by the melodrama of the unfolding narrative. He contemplated saying, what does that have to do with me? But perceived that Xuanming Kai would likely divulge nothing further. Are you certain you understand? I am here to rob and rescue. He retorted. I won't be a burden to you. Just take me out of Jiuchuan City. Xuanming Kai hastily interjected, a hint of eagerness coloring her demeanor. Very well. Su Jiuchuan responded with a hint of exasperation, as even the most stoic of hearts could not bear to deny such a young girl. Zheng Xianyu frowned, contemplating a response, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Seeing that neither had objected, Xuanming Kai resumed her forward march. The three meandered through the rockery, navigating an intricate series of turns until, at last, Xuanming Kai came to a stop. She struck a smooth section of the wall, revealing a hidden compartment containing a chest. Upon opening it, Su Jiuchuan found it brimming with gleaming silver. He quickly shut the chest, his thoughts racing. Recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 87366. The sight of such a balance filled him with elation. He had not anticipated discovering over 5,000 taels of silver here. This was a windfall. However, he soon felt the chest lighten in his grip, realizing the silver had vanished. With a resolute mind, he placed the chest back in its original position. Rescuing lives is paramount. We can discuss the silver later, he stated earnestly. Zheng Xianyu felt a flicker of appreciation in her heart as she recalled the wealth contained within that chest. This avaricious rogue was willing to temporarily set aside his greed for the sake of saving her father, revealing a glimmer of nobility in his character. Consequently, her impression of Su Jiuchuan improved significantly. Chapter 12. Qingsu. As the trio emerged from the rockery, they found themselves at the back entrance of a building. Inside, voices could be heard. Third Prince, in a few days, we shall send someone to escort you to Yu Wang for a visit. For now, please make do here. Yu Wang referred to Qin Zhu, the leader of the uprising in Yuzhou, who had proclaimed himself king. Su Jiuchuan's heart stirred. He realized he had unwittingly become embroiled in a conspiracy of monumental proportions. No wonder Zheng Xianyu claimed that such a prominent figure could easily offer a reward of 10,000 taels. Whatever she said about not knowing who he was undoubtedly a ruse. He shot Zheng Xianyu a glance, confirming that beautiful women could indeed be deceitful. Zheng Xianyu, caught in her deception, flushed crimson yet feigned ignorance. How audacious! Do you intend to rebel? A voice, somewhat aged yet resonant, interrupted the tension. This was the voice of her father, Zheng Nanhai. Is the mastermind of this plot Lan Sheng from Jiuchuan City, or Wang Kaiyan from Qingzhou? Came the voice of a younger man, presumably the third prince. Huh, as a monk, what do I know of such matters? I am merely fulfilling a request to temporarily harbor the third prince, a voice retorted, which Su Jiuchuan recognized as that of Qingsu. He understood that he was now entangled in a perilous predicament, yet extricating himself at this juncture seemed implausible. However, it was often difficult to discern between good fortune and misfortune. In this chaotic era, his only reliance lay in the simulator, which had the capacity to devour wealth. Perhaps in the future, he could establish a stable source of income through this third prince. Approaching the ajar door, he peered inside to find a brightly lit room. There sat an elegantly attired young man, albeit with a pallid complexion, beside whom sat an elderly man with silver-streaked hair, clearly in a state of distress. It appeared that both were under some form of duress. A person dressed as a Taoist was positioned with his back to the door. This must be the Taoist Qingsu. Qingsu, Zheng Nanhai bellowed. Are you not afraid of being exterminated? The realm has descended into chaos. Who knows how much longer the Great Wei can endure? Who can still be intimidated? Qingsu replied disdainfully. Suddenly, the third prince, who had been seated quietly, tumbled from his chair, revealing a dagger in his hand that he plunged directly into his own chest. Both Qingsu and Zheng Nanhai were taken aback by this unexpected turn. Blood flowed from the wound as the third prince seemed oblivious to his injury. I am a prince of the Great Wei, and I will not be taken to the traitors, even in death. Release us, or I shall perish here. Do not. You must not die here. Qingsu, genuinely alarmed, exclaimed. If you wish to leave, I shall let you go. Antidote. Zheng Nanhai commanded, clearly shaken. Qingsu fumbled in his robes and produced a small white porcelain vial, tossing it to Zheng Nanhai. Is this the antidote? The third prince inquired. Zheng Nanhai struggled to catch it, opening the vial to sniff and confirming, it is indeed the antidote. As Zheng Nanhai ingested the antidote, the third prince breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Qing Su raised his hand and sent a cloud of white mist towards the third prince. Realizing the imminent danger, the third prince attempted to stab himself with the dagger, only to find his limbs rendered powerless and unable to strike. Qing Su swiftly kicked the dagger from the third prince's hand and lunged towards Zheng Nanhai. Although Zheng Nanhai had taken the antidote, he had been restrained for too long and lacked the strength to defend himself, resulting in him being sent sprawling. Su Jiuchuan inwardly lamented. Recognizing Qing Su as a cunning individual, a sixth-grade martial artist who carried narcotics was not a man of integrity. During a previous simulation, he had lost to such a figure, possibly due to being drugged. Father, Zhang Xian, you could wait no longer. She kicked open the door and charged inside. Qing Su was startled by the sudden intrusion of several individuals, yet upon seeing the young girl, he effortlessly kicked her away, dismissing her as merely an eighth-grade fighter. At that moment, a blinding white haze enveloped the room, and Qing Su, realizing he was being ambushed, quickly held his breath. He was an expert at ambush tactics and was exceedingly cautious. However, unexpectedly, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. It was lime powder. His adversaries were equally unscrupulous. However, Qing Xiu, being a sixth-tier martial artist, despite his eyes being unable to open, was aware of Su Jiuchuan's position. Suddenly, he lunged forward with remarkable speed, launching a punch. In that fleeting moment, as Qing Xiu felt a sharp pain in his eyes, he caught a glimpse of his assailant, a young man. He couldn't believe that this individual could be as monstrous as the Lan brothers. Even if he were as extraordinary, such individuals were typically arrogant. It was inconceivable that one would resort to such underhanded tactics, which contradicted the pride of youth. Thus, Qing Xiu resolved to confront him directly, intending to overpower him with his own sixth-tier prowess. With a resounding impact, their fists collided. Qing Xiu felt a tremendous force bearing down on him. Realizing that his opponent was also a sixth-tier martial artist, moreover, the energy emanating from him seemed even more substantial than his own. How could this be possible? Su Jiuchuan, undeterred, continued his assault. With both being sixth-tier martial artists, and one of them injured, the outcome was inevitable. After a flurry of over 20 exchanges, Qing Xiu found himself on the ground, defeated. Without uttering a single word, Su Jiuchuan unsheathed his long knife, poised to end the old priest's life. Stop. Su Jiuchuan glanced up, meeting the complex gaze of Xuan Mingkai. After all, he is my father. I beseech you to spare him. Xuan Mingkai, devoid of the excitement he had displayed earlier, now regarded Qing Xiu on the ground with a mixture of emotions. Mingkai shouted Qing Xiu's name weakly, yet was at a loss for words. Originally, Su Jiuchuan had no intention of listening, but upon reflection, considering that Xuan Mingkai had voluntarily given him 5,000 taels of silver, he deemed it a debt settled. With that thought, he delivered a decisive kick to Qing Xiu's thigh joint, resulting in an immediate fracture. Nonetheless, Qing Xiu understood that his life had been spared. From now on, we shall sever all ties. Xuan Mingkai spoke each word with deliberation, her exhaustion evident as if she had drained every ounce of her strength. Su Jiuchuan, uninterested in the familial drama, approached the third prince. Who are you? You have saved this prince. I shall ensure you are rewarded for today's endeavors. At that moment, Zheng Nanhai was attending to the prince's wounds. The third prince, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, spoke with an air of indifference. Su Jiuchuan rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, is this fellow attempting to project some regal authority? Does he expect me to bow before him? Perhaps he has indulged too much in tales told at street corners. Before I came to your aid, you promised me 10,000 taels of silver. Shall we settle this account? The third prince was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He glanced at Zheng Xinyue, who, blushing, bowed her head slowly, murmuring, in all the world, there can be no refusing to acknowledge the debt, are we? Su Jiuchuan, uninterested in allowing him to finish, prepared to depart. Then consider this as though I never came. I shall take my leave. Seeing Su Jiuchuan truly turning to walk away, the third prince hastily called out, all right. I shall pay. Chapter 13, a breakthrough at last. Half an hour later, Zheng Nanhai supported the third prince, while Zheng Xinyue assisted Xuan Mingkai, with Su Jiuchuan trailing behind. They finally managed to exit the influence of Qingyun Temple. Finding an open area, the third prince, disregarding his dignity, collapsed onto the ground. This ordeal had proven to be the most arduous experience of his life. Conversely, Xuan Mingkai, lacking martial skills, endured the rapid journey, and though aided by Zheng Xinyue, her feet had been bruised by branches and stones along the way, yet she remained silent. Su Jiuchuan seated himself upon a large stone, feigning rest. An unsettling feeling lingered within him, prompting him to activate the simulator. Would you like to use the life simulator? Using it once will cost 500 coins. Yes. At 18, you become a sixth-tier martial artist. In Qingyun Temple, you rescue the third prince and others. The following day, Lan Guping and his men pursue you. In a fierce battle, you kill several pursuers, but ultimately fall to Lan Guping, dying at the age of 18. They will catch up by tomorrow? That's exceedingly swift. Simulation concluded. You may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of 18. 2. The martial experience of 18. 3. The wisdom of life at 18. Having been killed by Lan Guping too many times in the simulation, Su Jiuchuan felt numb and chose the second option. Within his mind, he recalled a harrowing battle. During this iteration, he employed the sedatives and lime powder he had garnered from Qingxiu, yet it was futile. The overwhelming disparity in realms could not be countered by such trivial tactics. Continuing the simulation. At 18, you become a 6th-tier martial artist. In Qingyan Temple, you rescue the third prince and others. The following day, Lan Guping's men pursue you. You decisively abandon the others and flee into the mountains. Half a month later, you find Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia in Shuzhou, and the three of you lead a life as ordinary citizens. You serve as a guard in a wealthy household. At 38, you have diligently trained for 20 years but still cannot achieve a breakthrough. At 39, chaos ensues in Shuzhou. You are conscripted into the military and perish on the battlefield, dying at 39. Su Jiuchuan felt disheartened. Training for another 20 years yielded no results. Altogether, he had spent nearly a century stagnating at the 6th-tier realm. Simulation concluded. You may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of 39. 2. The martial experience of 39. 3. The wisdom of life at 39. Without hesitation, Su Jiuchuan selected the first option. His internal energy surged, yet this time, the increase was minimal. Su Jiuchuan recognized that he was encountering genuine difficulties. His innate talent was lacking, and upon reaching a certain level, he would inevitably hit a ceiling. He had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly, and the height of his ceiling was alarmingly low. The 5th tier marked the dividing line between intermediate and low-tier martial artists. Many would spend their entire lives unable to advance, as exemplified by Zheng Nanhai, who at his age had only just reached the 6th tier. This clearly illustrated the remarkable aptitude of the Lan brothers. It was time to contemplate alternative strategies. Continuing the simulation. At 18, you become a 6th-tier martial artist. In Qingyan Temple, you rescue the third prince and others. The following day, Lan Guping pursues you. You decisively abandon the others and flee into the mountains. Half a month later, you find Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia in Shuzhou. After settling them, you begin to inquire about renowned martial experts. At 19, you locate a local master, Kai Xian, in Shuzhou, seeking to become his disciple. After 6 months, your sincerity wins him over. However, he informs you that your aptitude is insufficient to be his apprentice. He provides you with a path to breakthrough, to engage in life and death struggles. At 20, you begin to traverse the world, seeking duels with 6th-tier experts. At 23, you challenge dozens of renowned masters, sensing a slight loosening of your realm. You finally glimpse the hope of breakthrough. Just as you prepare to seek more masters to hone your skills, Shuan Mingkai appears one day. She has already become a 3rd-tier expert. She harbors resentment for your failure to uphold your promise and leave with her, and she attacks you, ending your life in 3 moves. At the age of 23, Shuan Mingkai has reached the 3rd tier. To think she currently possesses no martial abilities at all. It seems her potential is formidable. Moreover, after all these years, she still seeks to kill me. What a woman harboring such deep-seated grudges. Su Jiuchuan felt a sense of frustration. In these times, it appeared that anyone's aptitude could easily overshadow his own. Simulation concluded. You may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of a 36-year-old. 2. The martial arts experience of a 36-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 36. This time, without a moment's hesitation, I selected option 2. Countless experiences of life and death struggles flooded my mind, as if I had personally endured them all. At that moment, Su Jiuchuan gained a newfound understanding of martial arts. Again, you challenged the 6th-rank expert, Shi Ming, from Jiangzhou and were slain, passing away at 33. You prepared to journey to Shishui City, but were poisoned halfway, dying at 42. Su Jiuchuan's expression darkened progressively. His martial prowess had ceased to grow. He had truly reached a standstill. This meant he had attained the pinnacle of the 6th rank and could no longer advance. Although his challenges were seemingly fruitful, he always felt he was just a step away. After countless simulations, Su Jiuchuan realized that his slow progress in cultivation was partly due to the inadequacy of his martial techniques. Lan Guping had reached the 5th rank at a young age, not only due to his excellent aptitude, but also because the Lan family provided him with superior techniques from an early age. Superior techniques could utilize true qi far more efficiently, unlike the rudimentary blood slaughter technique he had obtained from the military. Another contributing factor was the absence of a renowned master to guide him. He had relied solely on his own exploration, leading him somewhat astray. Su Jiuchuan glanced at his system balance, which still held 1066 points. This amount allowed for 2 more simulations. He took a deep breath and began the simulation. At 18, you became a 6th-rank martial artist. At Qingyan Temple, you rescued the 3rd prince and others. The next day, Lan Guping pursued you with men, and you decisively abandoned the others, fleeing into the mountains. At 19, you traveled to Tianqi Mountain, selling yourself into servitude at the home of the innate expert, Dong Hu. At 23, Dong Hu's grandson, Dong Xiao, was attacked by an assassin while out. You stepped forward, blocking the assassin and buying Dong Xiao time to escape, sustaining severe injuries yourself. Half a year later, you finally recovered. Dong Hu, recognizing your loyalty and bravery, imparted some guidance to you. Another half year passed, and you finally broke through, becoming a 5th rank expert. At 36, you went down the mountain to procure supplies, but encountered Hu bandits, engaging in battle and ultimately falling to the chaos, dying at 36. Chapter 14, A Condition. Upon seeing this result, Jiuchuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This time, he had chosen to serve as a servant, enduring decades of hardship to receive guidance, and he had finally achieved a breakthrough. It had not been easy. It seemed his earlier judgment was correct. Despite his relentless struggles, he could not break through. Instead, it was the casual advice from an innate expert that allowed him to succeed. Simulation concluded. You may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of a 36-year-old. 2. The martial arts experience of a 36-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 36. Jiuchuan promptly selected option 1. The true chi within him erupted, and he felt it roaring and surging through his meridians, as unknown acupoints within him were unblocked. Is this the sensation of the 5th rank? Using the life simulator once consumes 1,000 points, current balance, 566 points. Funds were insufficient. Thousands of taels had vanished in an instant. Jiuchuan opened his eyes. These recent simulations had consumed an entire hour. The others had found their places to rest, while Xue Mingkai continued to observe him, sensing an inexplicable aura emanating from Jiuchuan, one that felt profound and unfathomable. The 3rd prince seemed to have regained much of his spirit. Jiuchuan could sense that true chi was circulating within him as well. It appeared that during their time at Qingyun Temple, the 3rd prince's martial abilities had also been suppressed. Now, during their rest, Zheng Nanhai provided some restorative medicine, allowing the 3rd prince's powers to somewhat recover. However, with Jiuchuan's elevated realm, he could easily discern that the 3rd prince was merely at the 7th rank. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "We have already exited the realm of Qingyun Temple. Shall we settle the accounts?" Zheng Nanhai furiously retorted, "How dare you speak to the prince in such a manner?" Jiuchuan frowned and replied, "Are you running a security agency or merely acting as a lackey?" This statement not only caused the 3rd prince to frown, but also enraged Zheng Nanhai, who was on the verge of exploding. However, recalling Jiuchuan's capabilities, he managed to restrain himself. Our Fuyuan security agency is indeed a covert arm of the court. This time, the 3rd prince came to Qingzhou in disguise, only to be taken aback by the audacity of Lan Sheng, that scoundrel, who dared to attack. All other guards perished in battle, leaving the 3rd prince to seek refuge with our agency. Jiuchuan nodded. He was indifferent to these matters, and said, "So, at present, I lack sufficient silver. Once you escort me to the capital, a generous reward shall await you. Moreover, with your skills, merely following me will lead you to wealth and honor." The 3rd prince still possessed some royal charisma. Despite his current predicament, he did not forget to attract talent. Zheng Nanhai looked at him with admiration. Realizing this was indeed the choice of a wise ruler in the tumultuous times of Dewei, Jiuchuan gazed at him in exasperation. Such arrogance while in debt was truly remarkable. Shaking his head, he stated, "As for the debt, we must itemize it. Saving you costs 1,000 taels. If you intend to renege on this debt, I recall you offering a guarantee." He turned to face Zheng Xinyue. Zheng Xinyue's delicate face flushed. Yet she did not shy away, saying, "The 3rd prince will certainly reward you upon arriving in the capital. Apologies, but I run a modest business and do not extend credit." Jiuchuan's expression turned cold, having encountered too many wealthy individuals who defaulted on debts in his past life. "If I agree, then you may dispose of me as you wish." Her voice dwindled, but apart from Xue Mingkai, all present were martial artists and could hear her clearly. Audacious. Zheng Nanhai had not expected such a development, and he immediately became furious. The 3rd prince raised his hand to stop him and instead chuckled. "You are indeed a martial talent. Since you have taken a liking to Miss Zheng, I shall take it upon myself to betroth her to you. How does that sound?" Jiuchuan felt a surge of anger. Not only did this fellow refuse to pay, but he also intended to keep his own people. "Huh, dream on. Since you cannot provide the silver, I shall take Miss Zheng with me. When you have the funds, come to redeem her." Xue Mingkai looked on with sparkling eyes, surprised by the intriguing turn of events that had led Zheng Mingyue behind Jiuchuan. Wait, the 3rd prince's expression darkened. He had endured much, but this boorish man was impervious to reason. While 1,000 taels was considerable, he could still afford it. However, being outdoors at present, he truly lacked such a sum in cash. Here, he pulled an item from his bosom and tossed it over. Jiuchuan caught it and examined it closely. It was a small, exquisite dragon jade pendant. "This is a royal token. You may present this pendant at the West Wangfu in Shishui City to exchange for 1,000 taels." Zheng Xinyue quickly whispered. The 3rd prince grew up in the West Wangfu. Jiuchuan nodded. While acquiring funds was a hassle, it was better than losing out entirely. "In that case, until the funds are secured, Miss Zheng shall remain with me." Zheng Nanhai, though seething with indignation, was wary of Jiuchuan's strength. Moreover, given the critical timing of escorting the 3rd prince, he dared not stir up trouble. The group fell into a contemplative silence, each retreating to a spot to rest. After the earlier exchange, Jiuchuan felt a twinge of awkwardness in the presence of these individuals and instinctively moved a bit further away, leaning against a grand tree while closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Brother Su, Xuemingkai approached him softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Could you teach me martial arts? Jiuchuan opened his eyes and regarded her, replying, Isn't Qingsu your father? Why don't you learn martial arts from him? Humph, my mother was taken from him. She was trapped in Qingyunguan for her entire life and passed away in sorrow long ago. As for me, he merely intends to use me as leverage to curry favor with the Lan family. He claims that the Lan family, being a prominent lineage, disdains women in their household wielding weapons, thus forbidding me from practicing martial arts. But I refuse to end up like my mother, a mere puppet to others. I want to learn martial arts. I want to seize control of my own destiny. Jiuchuan lifted his gaze to Xuemingkai, and at that moment, her enchanting eyes seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, exuding a divine beauty. He was inclined to readily agree, but was reminded of a previous simulation in which she had unwittingly slain him. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Teaching you martial arts? That might be possible, but what? She pressed. With a smile, he replied, You know, in this world, everything comes at a price. If you wish for me to impart my skills to you, you must agree to one condition, otherwise, it's all for naught. You. Xuemingkai's eyes widened in astonishment. I thought you were merely greedy, but it seems I misjudged you. With that, she huffed and stormed away. Not far off, Zhang Xanyu had been observing the exchange. Though she couldn't decipher their words clearly, she could surmise the situation and felt a pang of concern for herself. Chapter 15. Helplessness. As dawn began to break, Jiuchuan found himself wide awake. He contemplated his current system balance, which stood at a mere 566 coins. In reflecting on his recent ascension to the 5th rank, he realized that the cost of a single simulation was a steep 1,000 coins, leaving him unable to afford even one. The exquisite jade pendant gifted by the third prince seemed valuable, yet when he attempted to use it, the system indicated it couldn't be exchanged for currency. This presented a dilemma. Given his current strength, he lacked full confidence in confronting Lan Guping. Of course, he had other options, such as abandoning this group and fleeing on his own. However, after enduring numerous simulations, Jiuchuan had come to understand a vital truth. In the path of martial arts, one must forge ahead with unwavering determination. The mere thought of avoidance in battle could manifest as a mental demon, obstructing future progress. Yet, this did not imply that he should recklessly engage in combat. If he hesitated against an opponent of equal rank, it would undoubtedly leave cracks in his martial spirit. Not far away, the third prince and Zhang Nanhai were engaged in a hushed discussion, evidently deliberating on Jiuchuan's reliability and potential alternative plans. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianyu and Xuemingkai were conversing softly in another corner. Jiuchuan recalled that during their time at Qingyunguan, Zhang Xianyu had been somewhat aloof towards Xuemingkai, but after a night's passage, their relationship had evidently improved. Both women were stunningly beautiful. Though their journey had left them somewhat disheveled, they possessed an innate charm that far surpassed the artificial beauty of later generations. Jiuchuan gazed at them with delight, a subtle smile gracing his lips, though he couldn't help but notice the sharp glances they occasionally cast his way, suggesting their words were not entirely complimentary. At that moment, Jiuchuan detected some commotion nearby. The pursuers from the Lan family had arrived. He meticulously checked his gear. There was still some lime prepared in Jiuchuan City and a few doses of the sedative he had procured from Qingsu Daoist. He then closed his eyes, allowing the memories of countless life and death battles to flood his mind, preparing himself to confront Lan Guping. Zhang Nanhai abruptly stood, drawing his large blade and scanning the area. Clearly, he too had sensed the approaching presence. The others were soon roused, all rising to their feet. Third prince, why have you left without a word? A clear voice resonated. The sound of galloping hooves announced the arrival of several horses, led by a young nobleman clad in a white brocade robe, flanked by several men in dark attire. Lan Guping smiled broadly at the third prince. Yesterday, I had to attend to a matter, and to my surprise, the third prince departed without notice. Thus, I have come personally to escort you back. Humph, treasonous scoundrel. The third prince's expression darkened, clearly indicating that they had been captured by Lan Guping. This time, he feared there would be no escape. Though Jiuchuan was formidable, he possessed keen insight and had discerned from his previous encounter with Qingsu that Jiuchuan was merely at the 6th rank. Haha, the chaos in the world is, of course, the fault of your imperial family. My father merely invited you to meet with the Yu Wang to discuss matters face-to-face and resolve issues. Jiuchuan nodded in agreement. This fellow was eloquent and possessed commendable martial talent, fitting the mold of a protagonist. The third prince bit his lip, opting for silence, aware that further words would only lead to humiliation. Lan Guping surveyed the group, soon fixing his gaze on Jiuchuan. You were the one who saved someone yesterday, correct? I hadn't anticipated such a character lurking in Jiuchuan City. How about this? You can accompany me as my attendant. As for you, Lan Guping then turned to Xuemingkai, saying, "Though I initially found you unremarkable, my father intends to win over Qingsu Daoist. So I will begrudgingly accept you. However, you have already run off before even entering my household. How dare you slap my face? I shall send you to the military camp in Jiuchuan City to entertain the soldiers." Upon hearing his words, Xuanming Kai's complexion drained of color, her heart plummeting into despair. Suddenly, two of Lan Guping's men tumbled from their horses with a thud. In the blink of an eye, Su Jiuchuan had positioned himself before Xuanming Kai, his blade pointed menacingly at Lan Guping. "I have no interest in being anyone's attendant." At that moment, the morning light broke forth, casting golden-red rays that elongated his shadow, completely enveloping Xuanming Kai. Lan Guping's smile faltered, frozen in disbelief. He had captured princes of the Wei Dynasty. Yet this unassuming figure clad in gray dared to not only ambush and kill two of his subordinates, but also to threaten him with a blade. Sheer recklessness. A surge of murderous intent surged within him. Without uttering a word, his 6 subordinates brandished their whips, charging forth on horseback, blades drawn, accompanied by the frantic whinnies of their steeds. At this juncture, Zheng Nanhai disregarded his daughter, stepping protectively in front of the third prince as he began to retreat towards the nearby woods. Blades clashed, and blood sprayed the earth as several riders were unseated. Lan Guping's expression grew increasingly grim. He recognized that Su Jiuchuan was also at the 5th rank. He had not anticipated that Jiuchuan City harbored such a hidden expert, and he had remained oblivious to it all. Drawing his longsword, he leaped from his saddle, launching himself at Su Jiuchuan with a strike that resembled a sword flying from the heavens. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal rang out as Su Jiuchuan surged forward to engage Lan Guping. Both were 5th-rank fighters, their chi surging as dust and debris swirled around them. Among the onlookers, only the third prince and Zheng Nanhai were able to discern the unfolding clash. It was indeed a confrontation of 5th-rank warriors. Both individuals were taken aback, yet their expressions bore no trace of joy. Su Jiuchuan concealed himself too well. Each encounter unveiled new facets of his character. Such a person, lingering by the side of the third prince, what could his intentions possibly be? If one were to argue that he was loyal to the throne and patriotic, then why did he exhibit no semblance of respect towards the third prince, even going so far as to demand the royal jade pendant as collateral? Conversely, if he harbored malicious intent, why did he repeatedly come to their aid in times of peril? To have such a figure remain close at hand was indeed disconcerting. Zheng Nanhai discreetly signaled to Zheng Xinyue, yet she was wholly absorbed in the unfolding battle, failing to acknowledge him. With no other recourse, Zheng Nanhai exchanged a knowing glance with the third prince, and the two silently slipped into the woods behind them, swiftly vanishing from sight. Among those present, only Lan Guping noticed, though he was unable to intervene at that moment. This outing had proved somewhat audacious. He had brought along but a handful of subordinates, all of whom had now fallen to Su Jiuchuan's prowess, leaving him in a state of utter helplessness. Chapter 16. I have acquiesced to your request. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, and Lan Guping grew increasingly astonished. In former days, he had held himself in high regard, believing that aside from his extraordinarily gifted elder brother, his own cultivation was commendable within the realm. Yet, this seemingly obscure youth not only possessed a 5th-tier cultivation, but also exhibited a seasoned fighting style and incisive techniques, evidence of years spent in combat. Moreover, the vigor of his true energy was robust and profound, clearly indicative of military training. Could it be that he was also an adept dispatched by the court? This endeavor to capture the third prince was a pivotal move for the Lan family. Thus, in Jiuchuan City, Lan Sheng had spared no effort in deploying his secretly trained Iron Guard. This was the Lan family's declaration of allegiance to the rebel King Yu. And failure was not an option. Even if the third prince were to fight to the death alongside all his guards to escape, he would soon find himself traced back to the Fuyuan escort agency. Initially, Lan Guping had believed that he was more than capable of handling this situation, and consequently, Lan Sheng had arranged forces to seal off any news without bringing a large army. However, he had not anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events. This was troublesome. Should the information leak prematurely, Lan Guping's anxiety deepened as he noticed the third prince had vanished from sight, causing him to grow increasingly flustered. Su Jiuchuan, gaining momentum, perceived that his opponent was becoming disoriented, invigorated by the prospect of victory. With a feigned slash, he raised one hand, hurling a cloud of white powder towards Lan Guping. Startled, Lan Guping hastily gathered his energy to repel the powder. Just then, another slash came at him diagonally, prompting him to swiftly parry with his sword. Unbeknownst to him, this was yet another feint, followed by another barrage of powder. This time, he was unable to summon his true energy in time, and a searing pain engulfed his senses. No. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiuchuan delivered the final blow. As he witnessed Lan Guping's demise, an indescribable sensation surged within him. Over the course of time, Lan Guping had become a recurring nightmare, as countless simulations had culminated in his defeat. He had been compelled to incessantly gather resources to enhance his strength. Finally, he had amassed sufficient power to eradicate this lingering threat. The weight upon his shoulders dissipated in an instant, leaving Su Jiuchuan feeling unburdened. Are you all right? Xue Mingkai asked, her voice laced with concern as she beheld Su Jiuchuan, bloodied and battered. Su Jiuchuan assessed his condition, noting only a few minor cuts, and casually replied, I'm fine. Merely some superficial wounds. My father and the third prince are missing. Zheng Xinyue suddenly realized the absence of several individuals. Su Jiuchuan chuckled softly, remarking, I suppose they're concerned I might be slain, and wish for me to cover their escape. Zheng Xinyue acquiesced, aware that her father likely held such thoughts. Why didn't you leave with them? She inquired. I had mentioned that I wouldn't leave until I acquired 1,000 taels of silver. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Su Jiuchuan smiled non-committally and approached Lan Guping's lifeless form to search for valuables. Currently, he lacked even the means to simulate once more and hoped this wealthy young master would not disappoint him. After a thorough search, he discovered over 100 taels of silver among several subordinates. From Lan Guping, he found merely a handful of gold leaves, though he did uncover a sheet of gold foil that depicted a technique, seemingly a swordplay maneuver. The complexity of this technique was apparent, and being primarily a practitioner of the blade, he deemed it unnecessary to delve into its study. Instead, he tucked it away. In this world, the ratio of gold to silver was approximately 1:10, so these gold leaves amounted to a considerable sum. Recharge. Recharge 1520 points. Current balance, 2,056 points. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiuchuan exhaled a sigh of relief, finally able to utilize the simulator once more. The three of them jointly dealt with the bodies, feeling a profound fatigue wash over them. After a night filled with relentless combat, then a hasty escape, and facing formidable foes, they were utterly exhausted. They found a nearby cave and collapsed into slumber. When Su Jiuchuan awoke, the sky outside had darkened. A fire crackled in the cave, with Xue Mingkai hurriedly adding branches to the flames, her beautiful visage marred with soot, creating a rather disheveled appearance. Zheng Xinyue was nowhere to be found. Having left the cave, Su Jiuchuan dusted himself off and approached, sitting beside Xue Mingkai, tending to the fire to stoke it brighter. Yesterday, I acquiesced to your request, Xue Mingkai murmured, her voice dwindling to a whisper, almost as if the words were akin to buzzing insects. Su Jiuchuan blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. What request? Did you not say you wished to learn martial arts, and that there would be a cost? She replied, her determination evident. Su Jiuchuan finally recalled that he had seemingly made a jest with the young girl yesterday. I don't want to end up like my mother. Powerless and resigned to fate, Xue Mingkai stated resolutely, her gaze fixed upon the flickering flames. Since my earliest memories, I have lived in that courtyard with my mother. She always spoke of the wondrous sights beyond Qingyun Mountain. In spring, the azaleas bloom profusely, and in summer, the peach trees bear fruit, while little monkeys frolic in the thickets. Yet, I have seen none of this. I have only gazed upon the pines and cypresses within Qingyun Temple. I long to venture out, but the old man forbids it. My mother would take me to trim the branches in the courtyard. I secretly asked her about escaping that cage, fleeing Qingyun Temple. She said everything is dictated by fate, that one cannot escape it. In the end, she succumbed to despair. Su Jiuchuan felt a twinge of emotion as he turned to her. The glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes made him regret his jest from the previous day. Upon leaving Qingyun Temple, I resolved that I must not live a life akin to my mother's. Thus, I must become a warrior, regardless of the cost. Su Jiuchuan inwardly sighed, wondering if his words from the previous day had inadvertently darkened the girl's spirit. Actually, my condition yesterday was that you would serve as my maid for a year, he hastily clarified. Observing the bewilderment on Xue Mingkai's face, he added, What? Did you think I had other demands? Xue Mingkai's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly tried to cover her embarrassment. How could that be? How could Su Dage possibly be that kind of person? At that moment, Zheng Xinyue entered, carrying 2 wild rabbits, evidently having gone to forage for food. Sister Xinyue, let me help you, Xue Mingkai exclaimed cheerfully, rushing over, while Zheng Xinyue paused, sensing she had missed something. Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but smile at the scene. Chapter 17, The Prodigy. After the three had finished their meal, Su Jiuchuan imparted the clear heart technique to Xue Mingkai. Observing her as she retreated to a corner of the cave and sat in meditation, he noticed that she had begun her cultivation. Su Jiuchuan then turned to Zheng Xinyue, who seemed hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, please do so directly, he urged. Su Jiuchuan harbored a certain fondness for Zheng Xinyue. After all, a person who remains steadfast in their promises is a rarity in any era. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Xinyue finally spoke. To be frank, my abilities are limited, and there are certain things I ought not to express. Su Jiuchuan chuckled inwardly. For someone of 18, reaching the 9th grade warrior realm could not be deemed extraordinary, yet it was certainly within the realm of normal progress. The proud girl, as described by Su Yuanjiang, had now lost her confidence. I cannot fathom why you conceal your strength. In encounters with Lu Heihu and in dealing with Qingxiu, your prowess should have surpassed theirs, yet you relied on other means. Taken aback, Su Jiuchuan soon realized that Zheng Xinyue was concerned about causing him embarrassment by not mentioning less honorable tactics. My father once told me that a warrior should embody a spirit of relentless advancement, honing their martial arts through the trials posed by opponents. If one frequently resorts to methods beyond martial arts to achieve victory, over time, they risk losing the heart of a warrior. These words are not mine to speak, but someone of your talent should aspire to loftier goals. With that, she fell silent. Only then did Jiuchuan reflect upon his own approach, having come from a future where he prioritized efficiency in dealing with adversaries. As long as the desired outcome was achieved, the means employed seemed inconsequential. However, this was a high martial world with its own rules. If one becomes overly reliant on external tactics during combat, it would indeed be challenging to immerse oneself in the art of cultivation, and future advancements in martial arts would become increasingly difficult. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own lackluster aptitude, which made the path ahead seem even more daunting. Zheng Xinyue's words resonated deeply within him, just as he contemplated apologizing. He noticed Zheng Xinyue had also closed her eyes to practice and decided against disturbing her. His thoughts then shifted to the aftermath of killing Lan Gupping. How should he navigate the path ahead? Fortunately, he had found some money on Lan Gupping's person. Otherwise, he would have been left without the means to simulate his future. Life Simulator. Each use costs 1,000 points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. 18 years old. You have become a 5th grade warrior. After slaying Lan Gupping in the outskirts, you plan to head to Shuzhou to meet with Su Yuanjiang and the others. 3 days later, upon arriving at Shuzhou City and locating the branch of the Fuyuan escort agency, you discover that Su Yuanjiang and the others have not yet arrived. After inquiring around, you learn that a few days prior, Su Yuanjiang and his companions had clashed with Lu Cheng from a martial arts family outside Shuzhou City and were captured. Determined to rescue them, you set out, only to encounter Lu Cheng on the way. When you demand their release, he immediately orders his guards to attack. After a brief skirmish, you are killed. At the tender age of 18. I anticipated that Shuzhou City would be so perilous. Moreover, Su Yuanjiang and his companions are not troublemakers. How could they possibly come into conflict with a family of such standing? Simulation complete. You may choose to retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of an 18-year-old. 2. The martial experience of an 18-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 18. Su Jiuchuan opted for the second choice, wishing to discern the strength of his opponents. Instantly, a vivid combat experience flooded his mind. He could recall the entire sequence vividly. Though he had only sustained 5 moves before being struck in the chest, that level of skill must equate to at least 4th grade. Perhaps he ought to consider going after the 100,000 taels of silver from the third prince. With money, he could enhance his cultivation and subsequently address the issues in Shuzhou. Current balance, 1,066 points. Each simulation costs 1,000 points. Would you like to simulate? He could afford one more simulation and chose to proceed. 18 years old, you have already become a 5th grade warrior. After slaying Lan Gupping, you decide to head to Shishui City to exchange for 100,000 taels of silver first. Upon reaching Shishui City, you locate the residence of the Shiwang Palace and present the jade pendant given by the third prince. The response is swift. They agree to provide the money but wish to keep you at the palace. You refuse and plan to force your way in, only to be subdued by a 2nd grade guard captain. A year later, the third prince arrives in Shishui City and meets with you. Instead of chastising you for your earlier insolence, he invites you to become a guest elder, aware that refusal would lead to dire consequences. You have no choice but to acquiesce. At 22, you remain a 5th grade warrior. The third prince grows disappointed in you and sends you to the military, where you serve as a centurion, tasked with quelling the rebel forces of King Yu. At 26, you accumulate merit and are promoted to a 1,000-man commander. Through countless life and death battles, you successfully comprehend the 5 sword techniques from the gilded page you obtained from Lan Gupping. At 28, you integrate the sword techniques into your knife skills. At 29, you finally confront the main forces of King Yu, and after a fierce battle, you are slain. At the age of 29, Su Jiuchuan exhaled deeply. Indeed, royal money is not easily acquired. While he managed to secure the funds this time, it certainly would not be relinquished without a fight. He anticipated that without progress in martial arts, he would ultimately be dispatched to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. Immediately, countless memories of battles surged into his mind, and a singular knife technique emerged before him. This was the technique he had spent over a decade mastering. It seemed that a direct approach to Shishui City for the money would not suffice either. Su Jiuchuan found himself in a quandary. Shuzhou City posed formidable foes, while he could not extricate himself from Shishui City. And the most pressing concern was the lack of funds. Truly, one cannot advance a step without money. Lost in thought, he was suddenly alerted by a powerful surge of energy emanating from Xue Mingkai. He looked up to see her vitality swirling, evidently indicating that a meridian within her had been unblocked. Has she ascended to the 9th grade? Such talent, and yet Qingshu Daoist chose to court her? It seems he has truly lost his mind. Is this the caliber of genius in this world? Lan Gupping's elder brother, Lan Yu, who became a 1st grade expert at the age of 22, must not be far removed from this level. Zheng Xinyue also noticed Xue Mingkai's commotion. With her broad experience, She quickly grasped the situation and couldn't help but feel a twinge of despondency. She had become a ninth-grade expert at the age of 17, and at that time, Zheng Nanhai had been overjoyed, believing her martial future would far surpass his. Now, seeing Su Jiuchuan, who was of similar age and already a fifth-grade expert, was bearable. However, witnessing a young girl who had never been exposed to martial arts ascend to the ninth grade in just a couple of hours was disheartening. Could it be that she truly was a waste of talent? At that very moment, both individuals were enveloped in a profound sense of inferiority. Chapter 18, The Maidservant. After a period equivalent to the incense burning, Xue Mingkai slowly concluded her cultivation. As her eyes fluttered open, joy radiated from her being, and she bounded over to exclaim, "Sugo, I've broken through. I've become a ninth-grade warrior." Gazing at her radiant smile, Su Jiuchuan nodded and replied, "Oh, my shoulders are a bit sore. Could you give my back a massage?" Instantly, Xue Mingkai's expression froze. Su Jiuchuan glanced at her and said, "What? Did you not promise to be my maidservant? Are you already planning to backtrack so soon after your breakthrough?" Xue Mingkai had initially thought it was merely a jest, but she was taken aback to find that Su Jiuchuan was utterly serious. Though she found herself devoid of freedom within the Qingyun temple, she was fortunate enough to be spared from performing menial tasks. Yet, to her astonishment, she was now being compelled to serve as a maid, a truly vexing predicament. "No, young Master Su," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. Without further ado, she dashed behind Su Jiuchuan and began to pummel him. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly channeled her true energy. Despite being newly initiated, she was indeed a bona fide martial artist. Her tiny fist struck with a percussive force. Su Jiuchuan, however, remained unfazed. This girl possessed exceptional talent, and in time, she would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure. Leaving her with a blemished past would be amusing, as he looked forward to seeing how she would behave in his presence thereafter. Zheng Xinyue, observing the scene, shook her head. At first glance, Su Jiuchuan appeared to be quite ordinary, yet he seemed adept at managing women. Yesterday, he had incited a furious response from Xue Mingkai, and now he had managed to train this girl to be so obedient, suggesting he was no novice in the realm of romantic entanglements. She pondered whether her decision to not flee with the third prince had inadvertently been influenced by him. "By the way, are you familiar with the region around Shuzhou?" Su Jiuchuan's abrupt query interrupted her thoughts. "What are you planning?" Zheng Xinyue replied, her tone suddenly cool. Su Jiuchuan, taken aback by her sudden aloofness, nonetheless inquired, "I wish to gain insight into the peripheral factions of Shuzhou." He had been contemplating the situation. Presently, he dared not approach Shishui City as the royal influence was beyond his reach. However, directly seeking out Su Yuanjiang in Shuzhou City did not seem secure either. The most prudent course of action was to find a means to earn some money and swiftly enhance his strength. He dared not linger near Jiuchuan City, especially after the demise of Lan Guping, uncertain of when pursuers might emerge from that direction. It was imperative to understand that in a county city like Jiuchuan, the commanding general was at least a second-tier martial artist, with several subordinates at the third or fourth tier, far beyond his current capabilities. Shuzhou City, being the provincial capital, was even more formidable, with its commanding general being at least a first-tier martial artist. The precise strength of the Liu family, akin to that in a simulation of life, remained uncertain. Thus, extensive preparation was essential. Certainly, our Fuyuan escort agency primarily operates along the route from Jiuchuan City to Shuzhou City, so I am well acquainted with the area. After saying this, she proceeded to explain the geographical landscape surrounding Shuzhou City. For a full incense stick's duration, Su Jiuchuan meticulously recorded the various factions along the route from Jiuchuan City to Shuzhou City, based on Zheng Xinyue's descriptions, encompassing their territorial scope and strength levels. It must be noted that while the Fuyuan escort agency's power was limited, their intelligence was impressively thorough. After all, being in the business of traveling the rivers and lakes, they could not afford to operate without knowledge of the conditions along their routes. About 100 kilometers away from Shuzhou City lay Shuanglin Mountain, which housed a stronghold. According to Zheng Xinyue, the bandit leader there, known as the Night Demon, was a sixth-tier martial artist. A few hundred meters away from the stronghold, in a patch of dry grass, 3 individuals lay on the ground. It was, in fact, Su Jiuchuan and his companions, who began to scour the bandits along their journey after swiftly exiting Jiuchuan City. However, they encountered nothing but destitute fools, having pillaged 3 strongholds yet only amassed 800 taels of silver. "Something feels amiss," Zheng Xinyue remarked, furrowing her brow. "This stronghold is merely 100 or so kilometers from the provincial capital. Ordinarily, they would keep a low profile, scraping by on protection fees while avoiding attracting the attention of the authorities. Yet now, there seems to be a surge of people. How dare they expand so brazenly? Do they not fear the consequences?" Su Jiuchuan, somewhat clueless about the intricacies of this matter, speculated, perhaps with an influx of refugees, the cost of recruitment has diminished, encouraging them to gather more followers? That is unlikely. These bandits are well aware. Being a bandit requires a sense of moderation. Overreaching will only invite government crackdowns. Thus, controlling their numbers is paramount. A substantial enough presence can secure a steady income through tolls, along with a few bribes to the authorities to maintain stability. While they may not fully align with the city lord's office like the Blackwind stronghold, they must at least maintain appearances. Otherwise, a mere 6th-tier martial artist near the provincial capital could easily be wiped out. The world is indeed dark, Su Jiuchuan sighed. But since we are here, can we really leave empty-handed? You two stay close by, I shall investigate. The mountain wind swayed, masking the sounds of Su Jiuchuan's swift movements through the dry grass. In front of the stronghold, a few ragtag men sat on the grass, engaged in casual conversation. Su Jiuchuan listened intently, picking up on their dialect, which did not seem local. He spotted a solitary man a bit further away, picking his feet. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly subdued him and dragged him behind the mountain to change clothes. A foul odor overwhelmed him, and he exhaled deeply several times to suppress the stench. It was not that he was timid. Rather, previous incursions into bandit strongholds had proven troublesome. Each stronghold typically boasted at least 100 individuals. And given the proximity to the war-torn Yuzhou, the bandits here were far bolder than those near Jiuchuan City. He often found that to conquer a single stronghold, he would need to eliminate 60 or 70 bandits before they would flee. Consequently, each raid had become laborious, yielding only 200 or 300 taels of silver, an unacceptably low efficiency. Thus, he resolved to infiltrate stealthily and directly locate the bandit leader. Capturing the leader would expedite the process of extracting funds, saving him considerable effort. With his head lowered, Su Jiuchuan blended seamlessly into the throng surrounding the stronghold and boldly entered. Upon entering, he comprehended why there were so many outside. The stronghold was teeming with people. Many appeared ragged, some even resembling beggars, likely refugees from elsewhere. This revelation left Su Jiuchuan contemplating the intentions of the night demon, who dared to shelter such individuals. After all, providing for such a multitude posed a significant challenge. Without a solution to the food crisis, their downfall was inevitable. Chapter 19. Spare me, brave man. The stronghold was surprisingly expansive, vastly larger than the Blackwind stronghold he had previously encountered. Refugees shuffled about, occasionally interrupted by shouts and curses. Navigating through the crowd, Su Jiuchuan was assaulted by the pungent odors of sweat and unwashed feet, which made him feel nauseous. Now he understood why many preferred to endure the elements outside the stronghold. Hey, why are you tugging at my hat? One man exclaimed. What's it to you? I just made my way over from Yuzhou, so what is wrong with feeling your hat? Get lost, you filthy peasants. Our leader is gracious enough to take you in. What more do you want? If you dislike it here, just roll away and eat dirt. You'll pay for this. The two men soon erupted into a brawl. Su Jiuchuan observed the altercation and discerned that it was a clash between the original bandits and the newly arrived refugees. The refugees were in this predicament due to the calamities in Yuzhou, yet they now found themselves embroiled in conflict here. It was perplexing. Given that there were other cities like Yanjun between Yuzhou and Shuzhou, such a journey was implausible. Suddenly, a burly man with a dark complexion charged forward, kicking several unruly refugees aside. Second in command, the bandits around him cheered with excitement. This is our stronghold. If you wish to bully our people, you must first ask me, Hilar, whether I consent. The dark-faced man bellowed. Su Jiuchuan recognized him as the second in command of the stronghold, a 7th-tier martial artist. To hell with you. I've slaughtered entire cities in Yuzhou. What makes you think I can't take this pathetic stronghold? Upon concluding his words, several vagrants surged forward, resulting in a flurry of kicks that sent a man flying. This incited the surrounding crowd of refugees, their anger igniting as more individuals pressed toward the scene. Disperse! Disperse! Cried several figures emerging from a dwelling deep within the stronghold, witnessing the chaos outside. Among them, the foremost figure appeared gaunt, bald, yet possessed a gaze as fierce as that of a hawk. Undoubtedly the stronghold's leader, the night demon. Following closely behind him was a striking woman, clad in a crimson cloak over black leather armor, exuding an aura of spirited vigor. However, in the tumultuous moment, her voice went unheard amidst the clamor. At that moment, Pierre, consumed by rage, unleashed a series of kicks, sending several encroaching vagrants sprawling. Su Jiuchuan discerned that despite Pierre's formidable presence, he refrained from lethal force. After all, a 6th-tier master could easily dispatch mere refugees. Seeking death, the woman bellowed, charging forth from behind the night demon, brandishing a long whip that she wielded with precision, striking down the obstructing bandits effortlessly. The night demon, incensed by her actions, instinctively reached out to intervene, but his hand faltered midair, ultimately surrendering to resignation as he hastened to follow her. Swiftly, the woman reached the center of the crowd, raising her whip to lash out at Hier, who was already engaged in combat with the refugees. Crack! Crack! Hier, caught off guard, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The whip struck him squarely across the face. Upon recognizing the woman, his fury intensified. Damn it, you've gone too far. Though he had been somewhat cautious before, he now seized a 9-ring broadsword from a henchman behind him and swung it menacingly. Stop it, Air! The night demon shouted urgently, witnessing the impending clash. Yet, his words fell upon deaf ears. The woman infused her whip with energy, transforming it into a lance that lunged toward Hier. Hier hastily raised his sword in defense, but the moment the weapons collided, the whip ricocheted, leaving a mark across his face. This woman is a 6th tier. Su Jiuchuan marveled, reflecting on his own years of struggle to attain mere 5th tier status, while encountering yet another 6th tier individual so casually was indeed difficult to comprehend. In the fray, Hier found himself on the ground, a long whip mark etched across his visage. At that juncture, the night demon intervened, placing a hand upon the woman's whip, stating, "Miss Shun, what is the meaning of this?" The woman huffed dismissively, replying, "Chief, not long ago, General Guo made it abundantly clear that with significant matters at hand, we must proceed with caution. Today, Hier has bullied a brother from Yuzhou. This will only serve to destabilize morale. The fact that I have not slain him already is a concession to you." The night demon's expression shifted between emotions, ultimately exhaling a sigh as he turned to Hier, saying, "Heir, you remain as reckless as ever. Go take a breather in the back, brother." Hier's face flushed with rage, yet seeing the night demon's indifference and the woman's strength, he could only storm away in frustration. The night demon then surveyed the surroundings, coldly proclaiming, "If anyone dares to cause trouble in the coming days, I will see to their demise." With that, he turned and left, the woman following suit, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Observing this, Su Jiuchuan stroked his chin and made his way toward the direction where Hier had departed. In a secluded corner of the rear mountain, Hier let out a furious roar, striking a nearby tree with several punches. The trunk, as thick as a man's waist, reverberated with each blow, causing a few idle bandits nearby to hastily flee, fearful of the volatile second-in-command unleashing his wrath upon them. After a while, having exhausted his frustration, Hier collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. At this moment, Su Jiuchuan approached leisurely, noticing the absence of bystanders. As he drew closer, Hier suddenly looked up, his expression contorted with rage at the sight of Su Jiuchuan, who bore the garb of a refugee, smirking at him. "How dare you mock me, you bastard? I'll kill you," Hier shouted, springing to his feet, his massive fist swinging towards Su Jiuchuan, infused with the full might of a 7th-tier warrior. As if to unleash all his pent-up frustration, with a single move, Su Jiuchuan effortlessly knocked him to the ground, grasping his throat and demanding, "Hier, do you wish to live or die?" Taken aback, Hier, though brutish, was not oblivious to the threat of death. Otherwise, he would not have retreated to sulk after being struck by the woman's whip. Feeling the tightening grip around his throat, a chill ran down his spine as he stammered, "Why you wouldn't dare kill me? My brother won't allow it." Su Jiuchuan, disinterested in further conversation with such a fool, retorted, "Enough with the nonsense. Reveal the location of the stronghold's hidden treasures, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you will meet your end. You aren't from Yuzhou, are you?" Before Hier could respond, he felt the pressure on his throat intensify, leaving him gasping for breath. "Spare me, good sir." Su Jiuchuan, bemused, thought back to Hier's earlier display of fury, presuming him to be a man of unwavering resolve, only to hear such a classic plea for mercy. Chapter 20, Eavesdropping. Just as Su Jiuchuan prepared to employ further methods, Hier hastily proclaimed, "Hero, I know where the stronghold's accumulated wealth has been hidden. I can take you there." Su Jiuchuan nodded. Though curiosity about the night demon and the woman lingered in his mind, he was too preoccupied with his own affairs to dwell on them. Securing funds to recharge his simulator was paramount. The inability to utilize it left him feeling profoundly insecure. Initially, Su Jiuchuan presumed he needed to accompany Hier back to the stronghold to access the money, but to his surprise, Hier merely led him through the rear mountain's woods. Just as he began to feel disoriented, Hier finally halted, pointing to a crooked tree, exclaiming, "I know the chief hid the money here." Su Jiuchuan scrutinized him closely, internally wary. This seemingly brutish fellow was evidently astute, having discerned the chief's south secret hiding place with remarkable clarity, likely harboring thoughts of absconding with the treasure at some point. Hier, seemingly knowledgeable, did not require Su Jiuchuan to urge him further. Without hesitation, he began to dig with his hands, unbothered by the dirt. His rugged hands showed little sign of injury as he toiled. Soon enough, a burlap sack emerged from the earth. Su Jiuchuan opened it to find an assortment of gold and silver jewelry, along with a considerable amount of silver coins, evidence of a substantial accumulation over time. Grasping the sack, Su Jiuchuan turned away to avoid Hier's gaze, mentally recharging his simulator. Recharge successful. Current balance, 1,868 points. Roughly 1,000 taels. While not an immense sum, it suffices for a single simulation. You claim this wealth belongs to your leader, but what of your own? A man like me can hardly save any money. It's all spent on the women in the city. Hier chuckled awkwardly. Su Jiuchuan shrugged, realizing that if the night demon had only amassed such a meager amount, Hier likely had little to offer as well. However, the question of how to deal with this character was a dilemma, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Wait," Hier, sensing Su Jiuchuan's intent through his expression, quickly interjected, "Hero, While I lack personal funds, I know where there is more money. Oh, is that so? Su Jiuchuan mused that this fellow probably indulged in numerous heinous acts in his daily life, and it would be far simpler to eliminate him. Hilao Air, as a mountain bandit leader, had undoubtedly taken many lives. Upon meeting Su Jiuchuan's gaze, he sensed his precarious situation and hastily proclaimed, I know. Guofan possesses at least 5,000 taels of silver. Su Jiuchuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Dare you deceive me? I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. I wouldn't dare. At that moment, Hilao Air, disregarding all else, began to spill the details like a torrent. It turned out that half a month prior, Guofan, the second son of King Yu, had arrived at the mountain stronghold with Shun Xiuru, the very woman who had lashed him. King Yu, Guokue, was planning an assault on Shuzhou recently. The Salt County, near Yuzhou, had fallen under his conquest. Guofan had come to consolidate these bandit factions. The refugees accompanying him were primarily from Yuzhou, which had been ravaged by disaster and was already suffering from famine. These refugees, once organized, could serve as a formidable force. In contrast, last year's harvest in Shuzhou had been bountiful, and these bandit strongholds, having existed for many years, had ample reserves to sustain a considerable population. Thus, Guofan aimed to incorporate these factions, blending the refugees into the bandit ranks for easier future organization. Why do you heed him? Su Jiuchuan inquired, furrowing his brow. He promised that upon success, they would grant the chief a county lordship. Hilao Air replied helplessly. Moreover, Guofan is a second-tier warrior. We are powerless against him. Su Jiuchuan inhaled sharply, astonished by the revelation of Guofan's rank. Are you courting death? You expect me to seize silver from a second-tier warrior? Hilao Air, initially taken aback, could no longer afford to play coy. He quickly added, Guofan is not here, but the silver remains within the stronghold. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan's expression softened. If that were the case, there was still room for maneuvering. However, you must swear not to kill me. Hilao Air, having learned his lesson, bore a resolute expression, realizing that a clear assurance was imperative. Are you not afraid I might simply utter a word and have you silenced? Hilao Air gritted his teeth. Though my cultivation is low, I understand that the path of martial arts emphasizes a clear conscience. Should you break your promise, you would inevitably become ensnared by the demons of the heart, suffering far greater losses, not to mention your youth. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for a man like me, is there? Su Jiuchuan nodded. In a world where simulators existed, the consequences of rash oaths were uncertain. Ultimately, the crux of the matter was that it wasn't worth it for such a person. He then swore as Hilao Air requested. How do you know Guofan brought 5,000 taels of silver? And why did he leave it behind? Su Jiuchuan could not help but inquire, as he found it implausible that Guofan would divulge such information. Hilao Air smirked slyly. I overheard it. It turned out that this stronghold had been under the management of the brothers Yikagwi for many years. The two had operated as bandits outside Shuzhou, facing an uncertain future. Hence they had made numerous arrangements. For instance, the silver hidden in the woods was one of their contingency plans. Moreover, they had excavated secret passages within the stronghold, connecting several key buildings, allowing for escape in the event of a crisis. When Guofan had visited with his men, he showcased his skills, effectively intimidating the brothers. Yikagwi had resigned himself to the situation, merely advising Hilao Air to tread cautiously. However, that night, feeling dejected and having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, Hilao Air's mind wandered to Shun Xiuru's alluring figure, igniting a fervor within him. He stealthily navigated through the underground passage to her chamber, intending to eavesdrop. To his surprise, he indeed overheard a conversation. That evening, Guofan and Shun Xiuru conspired in hushed tones, unaware that someone was listening from below. Guofan's primary objective was to consolidate these green forest forces. Being the son of King Yu, he had the necessary resources. He had left 5,000 taels of silver by Shun Xiuru's side, permitting her to act with some latitude. Upon sensing the cunning glint in Hilao Air's eyes, Su Jiuchuan's mind raced as he began to connect the dots. He realized that Hilao Air's recent altercation with the refugees, culminating in a confrontation with Shun Xiuru, was likely not coincidental. He suspected Hilao Air intended to instigate a conflict between the two for his own gain. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yikagwi had proven to be more astute and immediately capitulated. Now, as Hilao Air divulged the matter of the silver to Su Jiuchuan, could it be that he sought not only to save his own skin, but also aimed to incite a rivalry? Chapter 21, Chaos. Su Jiuchuan quelled his wandering thoughts. This did not concern him, and he merely aimed to procure the funds and depart. They did not act immediately, but instead chose a spot to patiently await nightfall. After all, Hilao Air had just been publicly humiliated, and any sudden movements would surely attract attention. Su Jiuchuan silently invoked simulation. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 1,000 points. Yes. At 18, you became a 5th-tier warrior. You arrived at Shuanglin Stronghold, captured Hilao Air, and acquired some financial assets. Hilao Air informs you that Shun Xiuru possesses 5,000 taels of silver. You plan to seize a fortune. That night, you infiltrated the stronghold, killing Shun Xiuru and obtaining the silver. just before her demise. She marked you with a secret technique. You left Shuanglin stronghold, fleeing to Shuzhou City. At 19, you diligently practiced martial arts, preparing to rescue Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia from the Liu family. One day, a man in white approached you and killed you with a single strike. Age at death, 19. Is this how it ends? Su Jiuchuan felt somewhat speechless. This world was exceedingly harsh. What caused someone to pursue him so relentlessly? Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Martial arts realm at 19. 2. Martial arts experience at 19. 3. Life wisdom at 19. After contemplation, Su Jiuchuan opted for option 3. Countless memories surged into his consciousness, revealing a vision of a man in white. In the memory, the figure uttered, "It seems you were the one who killed Su Xiaoru," before launching a sword that struck his chest. The murderous intent was inescapable, and Su Jiuchuan recalled that moment with a sense of impending doom, utterly insurmountable. He even speculated that the man in white was a first-tier warrior or perhaps a legendary innate being. At this moment, Su Jiuchuan found it hard to believe that this woman, mingling with Guofan, held such formidable connections. In that instant, he considered simply walking away. Yet, as this thought surfaced, he suppressed it. From his previous simulations, he knew that Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia were already in trouble, and his current strength was insufficient to resolve the issues at hand. Without securing this sum of money, his endeavor in Shuzhou would be nearly futile. As darkness enveloped the sky, He-Lao Air led Su Jiuchuan leisurely into Shuanglin's stronghold. Upon seeing He-Lao Air, the masses of refugees at the entrance wore peculiar expressions, torn between laughter and restraint. Provoking this character was undeniably perilous. The bandit guards wore grim looks as well. On one hand, they felt resentment towards He-Lao Air, while on the other, they dared not greet him, fearful of incurring his wrath. He-Lao Air maintained a calm demeanor, undeterred by the events of the day, as he led Su Jiuchuan directly to Shun Xiuru's residence. Second leader, please do not act impulsively. Several bandits, sensing the potential for trouble, hurriedly approached to dissuade him. Soon, one of them stealthily sought out the first leader, Yicha Gui, to relay the news. In no time, Yicha Gui arrived on the scene. Old Air, do not be reckless. He-Lao Air, however, displayed an unexpected level of maturity, stating, I was indeed rash today and have caused trouble for the bandit camp. I intend to apologize to Miss Shun. Yicha Gui was taken aback, astonished at his brother's newfound sense of responsibility. You have endured much. This is a situation beyond our control. That Guofan, with his second-tier cultivation, is not someone we can confront. Very well, I shall accompany you, he replied. Thus, the two made their way towards Shun Xiuru's dwelling, while Su Jiuchuan mingled among the surrounding bandits. Witnessing this scene, the other bandits felt a sense of frustration, with many shaking their heads in dismay, realizing that they could no longer remain in Shuanglin village. Before long, the commotion outside roused Shun Xiuru from her quarters. Upon stepping outside, she spotted He-Lao Air and his companion, furrowing her brow. Miss Shun, I sincerely apologize for the offense caused earlier today, He-Lao Air stated with genuine contrition. Shun Xiuru, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words, merely nodding as she prepared to respond. Suddenly, a stone was hurled towards her, prompting her to duck in haste. At that moment, Su Jiuchuan sprang forth, shouting, You from Yuzhou are too overbearing. The second leader has come to apologize. And you still dare to strike? We shall not back down. With that, he maneuvered past He-Lao Air and charged towards the house, leaving Yicha Gui flabbergasted as he hurried to intervene. However, Su Jiuchuan, now a fifth-tier martial artist, proved too formidable for Yicha Gui, who could not land a blow. Simultaneously, as Shun Xiuru had just evaded the stone, she heard the uproar and glanced up, only to see Yicha Gui raising his hand. Believing he was about to attack, she swiftly unsheathed her long whip and retaliated. In an instant, the other bandits, witnessing their leaders embroiled in conflict, turned their attention to the onlooking commoners, igniting chaos throughout the entire bandit camp. Yicha Gui, eager to explain, found himself unable to do so as Shun Xiuru, also a sixth-tier martial artist, pressed her advantage. Su Jiuchuan dashed into the house, where two maidservants were present, swiftly incapacitating them. Fortunately, the abode, albeit a bandit-esque lair, lacked extensive furnishings, allowing him to quickly locate a package in the corner. Grasping it, he discovered it was indeed a heavy bundle of silver. Recharge successful, current balance, 6,800 points. A wave of elation washed over him as he realized there were over 6,000 taels of silver, more than he had anticipated. Without hesitation, he exited the house, only to find the surroundings in utter disarray. He-Lao Air had vanished, demonstrating his cunning in recognizing the need to flee from Shuanglin village amidst the turmoil. When Yicha Gui saw Su Jiuchuan emerge, he understood that this individual was the true instigator of the day's calamity and erupted in fury. Don't let him escape. Su Jiuchuan, noticing several gazes directed his way, shouted, Brothers, heed my words. The first leader has declared, Do not allow this woman to escape. Let us unite against her. At this, Shun Xiuru seethed with anger, her whip unleashing a flurry of strikes with renewed ferocity. Yicha attempted to clarify the situation, but found himself preoccupied with defending against her relentless onslaught, unable to utter a word. Observing the chaos, Jiuchuan smirked, feigning an attack before blending into the fray, successfully making his escape. His strategy was clear. Given Xiaoru's formidable background, it was crucial that she not remember him. The best course of action was to muddle the waters and attribute the debacle to Shuanglin village. Meanwhile, Hilao Air, feeling the weight of the earlier humiliation, resolved to seize the opportunity amidst the pandemonium to escape and retrieve some belongings hidden within the bandit camp. Chapter 22. A series of misfortunes upon reaching the designated meeting point with Xueming Kai and the others. Su Jiuchuan found Zheng Xianyu alone, lost in thought on the grass. It was only when he approached that she snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Xueming Kai has been taken away." What? Su Jiuchuan was taken aback, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. "After you left yesterday, a woman flew past here." "Yes, she flew," Ming Kai exclaimed. She was intrigued, approached Ming Kai, and claimed to possess an extraordinary spiritual root. Fly? Su Jiuchuan was astonished, though he was now a 5th-tier martial artist, capable of swifter movement. Even a 1st-tier martial artist could not achieve flight. Could she be a congenital martial artist? Extraordinary spiritual root? Have I inadvertently stumbled into a realm of cultivation? Yes. She insisted on taking a disciple. Ming Kai was eager, but she said she would wait for your return to inform you. However, after a considerable wait, you still did not arrive. The woman grew impatient, stating she had gone to the Xianxian sect. Zheng Xianyu then produced a dark, heavy token inscribed with the characters Xianxian. Su Jiuchuan took it, feeling its cold weight, far denser than ordinary steel, its material a mystery. In consideration of Ming Kai, she granted you this token. With it, you can call upon the Xianda Temple for assistance, thereby concluding your earthly ties. The Xianda Temple? The Xianxian sect? Su Jiuchuan was unfamiliar with the latter, but had indeed heard of the former. Zheng Xianyu's expression turned contemplative, recalling a Xianda temple in Shuzhou City, though its reputation was modest, attracting few visitors. "I am not well versed in the specifics," she added. Su Jiuchuan nodded, the situation unfolding rather unexpectedly. He had yet to fully grasp the implications, but since Xueming Kai had consented, there was little more to discuss. He knew of her exceptional aptitude, yet he had not anticipated that a mere passerby could be so inclined to recruit her. Then she departed with Ming Kai. Oh. Both flew away. Upon finishing her account, Zheng Xianyu's face reflected envy. Despite her lower cultivation, her years on the road had sharpened her perspective. The woman's commanding presence was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Regrettably, she had not received a single glance, leaving her feeling quite vexed. Some things were truly beyond envy. Su Jiuchuan tucked the token into his robes. He then briefly recounted the day's events, considering the significant uproar caused in Shuanglin village. It was highly likely that Guofan would come to address the matter, so they should hasten to Shuzhou City. Without delay, they set off, traveling through the night. Fortunately, both were martial artists with remarkable stamina, allowing them to reach the outskirts of Shuzhou City within a single night. At that moment, Shuzhou City was heavily guarded, with thorough inspections at the city gates. Thankfully, Zheng Xianyu was well acquainted with the protocols, and it wasn't long before she led Su Jiuchuan into the city. The Fuyuan escort agency in Shuzhou City was modest, consisting of merely a small courtyard and 7 or 8 individuals. After all, Fuyuan's main operations were based in Jiuchuan City, with this being merely a branch for handling affairs. Young escort head, the old doorman, Mr. Li, was quite elated upon seeing Zheng Xinyue, exclaiming, "Ah, you have arrived." Zheng Xinyue, taken aback, felt an ominous premonition stir within her and inquired, "What has transpired?" A few days ago, several associates from Jiuchuan City had arrived, accompanied by a man and a woman. Lin, the head of the escort, had taken care of their accommodations. Lin, who was in charge of affairs in Shuzhou for the Fuyuan escort agency, was an 8th-grade martial artist. The man and woman likely referred to were Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia. Yesterday morning, the couple had ventured out to procure some goods when an equestrian nobleman claimed they startled his horse, prompting his subordinates to apprehend them. I hastily summoned Lin, but to my dismay, he was also assaulted after uttering a few words. Subsequently, they took the two away. Su Jiuchuan furrowed his brow. Although he was aware from a previous simulation that Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia had encountered trouble here, Mr. Li's account suggested that their assailants had been lying in wait, indicating a premeditated scheme. "Let us investigate the matter with Lin," Zheng Xinyue calmly stated. Lin was a robust man in his 40s, now pallid and lying in bed. A bowl of dark herbal medicine perched on a nearby cabinet, its potent aroma permeating the room. "This is a grave matter," Lin remarked gravely upon seeing Zheng Xinyue. "Uncle Lin, what has happened? How severe are your injuries?" "I have fractured a rib and will require at least 2 months of recuperation." He shook his head. "This incident involves Lu Cheng, the 3rd son of the Lu family." He hesitated before adding, "However, we are situated in the northwest of Shuzhou, surrounded by dock workers and itinerant merchants. It is rather peculiar for the 3rd son of such a prominent family to be here so early in the day." Su Jiuchuan's brow knitted further. Previously, he had thought that an unintentional slight against the Liu family had led to collateral damage. Yet, from the accounts of Mr. Li and Lin, it appeared that the assailants had specifically targeted the Su siblings. Nevertheless, Su Yuanjiang was merely an ordinary porter, while Su Yunxia had never left Jiuchuan City. It seemed implausible that the Liu family would be pursuing him. He was certain he had never set foot in Shuzhou nor had any acquaintance with the Su family. The entire situation reeked of peculiarity. Sighing, Su Jiuchuan rubbed his forehead, feeling a surge of vexation. He quickly suppressed his agitation and asked, "What is the situation with the Liu family?" Lin glanced at Zheng Xinyue, waiting for her nod of approval before elaborating. The Liu family is a renowned martial arts lineage in Shuzhou, having once produced a first-grade martial artist, though they have somewhat declined in recent generations. This decline, however, is relative. The current head, Liu Qingyun, is a third-grade martial artist. Next in line is the eldest son, Liu Yuanjin, a fourth-grade martial artist. As for the assailant, Liu Cheng, he is merely a seventh-grade martial artist. For an ordinary person, that is commendable talent. But for a scion of a family with ample resources and martial arts teachings, it is rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, the Liu family remains a formidable presence for the Fuyuan escort agency. Su Jiuchuan stroked his chin, contemplating, this is clearly a conspiracy. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not turn a blind eye to the plight of Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia. He must devise a plan. He did not hold any expectations for the Fuyuan escort agency to assist, and thus excused himself to gather information. Would you like to use the simulator? Using it once will cost 1,000 points. Yes. At 18, you have become a fifth-grade martial artist. Due to offending the lord of Jiuchuan City, your family relocated to Shuzhou. Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia have been captured by Liu Cheng, the third son of the Liu family. You are aware that with your current strength, you are unable to rescue them. Thus, you immerse yourself in martial arts training. At 45, you remain at the fifth-grade level, realizing that your martial arts journey has reached its limit. You plan to seek vengeance against the Liu family. You infiltrate the Liu residence, but are discovered by the guards and are killed on the spot, passing away at the age of 45. Su Jiuchuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His foreboding had manifested into reality, confirming that his potential had reached its peak. Yet, in this lifetime, he remained stuck at the fifth-grade level, which was intolerable. Simulation concluded, you may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. Martial arts level at 45. 2. Martial arts experience at 45. 3. Life wisdom at 45. Without much deliberation, he chose option 1. His internal energy surged, and Su Jiuchuan felt an unprecedented fullness within, yet several crucial acupoints remained unbroken. Was this the essence of constraint? With another sigh, he grappled with his dissatisfaction. Continue the simulation. At 18, you have become a fifth-grade martial artist. Your elder sister and brother have been captured by the Liu family. You find yourself unable to act, hoping for a breakthrough in your realm. However, you are acutely aware of the bottleneck you face, uncertain of the path ahead. At 20, you seek renowned masters, but all the esteemed experts shake their heads in rejection upon evaluating your potential. At 21, despair envelopes you as you return to Shuzhou. At 22, undeterred, you decide to seek a breakthrough between life and death, challenging opponents of equal standing. Armed with a technique gleaned from an obscure sword manual, you find yourself invincible among your peers. At 23, after defeating the master of the Hefeng martial arts school, Gu Liangkai, the enmity dissipates, and he offers his daughter in marriage to you. At 24, one day, after consuming your wife's rib soup, you collapse, discovering that Gu Liangkai had poisoned you through his daughter to acquire your technique. Under severe torture, you refuse to yield, knowing that revealing your technique would seal your fate. Half a year later, on the brink of death from torment, Xuan Mingkai arrives, a master of innate prowess. She swiftly vanquishes the entire Hefeng martial arts school. She reveals to you that the true reason for your stagnation at the fifth-grade level was due to your inadequate martial arts technique. To repay your past kindness, she imparts the supreme technique, Xuanqinju, before gracefully departing. At 25, although you have acquired the supreme technique, your body has been irreparably damaged from prolonged torture, rendering the technique untranslatable. You ultimately pass away, age 25. This is utterly infuriating, Su Jiuchuan lamented, his heart heavy with despair. Not only had he endured 6 months of relentless torment, but he had also acquired a supreme technique that he was unable to cultivate. How exaggerated was Xuan Mingkai's progress? In just 7 years, while he still languished at the fifth-grade level, she had ascended to innate mastery. The disparity was enough to drive one to madness. Simulation concluded, you may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. Martial arts level at 25. 2. Martial arts experience at 25. 3. Life wisdom at 25. This time, there was no hesitation. He directly selected option 2. Instantly, an enigmatic set of techniques materialized in his mind, Xuanqinju. Su Jiuchuan was currently practicing a technique called blood-killing art, derived from military sources. While it indeed allowed for a formidable circulation of internal energy, it also inflicted considerable harm upon the meridians, making it exceedingly challenging to advance to higher realms. However, this martial art is not an issue for the army, as in battles involving tens of thousands. It is not necessary for ordinary soldiers to possess a high level of cultivation. It suffices for them to swiftly eliminate foes. In contrast, prestigious families seek higher realms of mastery, rendering their disciples disdainful of practicing such techniques. Jiuchuan has struggled for many years in his simulated life, and it is only natural that he finds himself stymied here. This also elucidates why most high-ranking martial artists do not originate from humble beginnings, without accumulation. Where can one seek advanced techniques? Perhaps it takes decades merely to discover a high-tier martial art. Following that, one must invest additional years in converting their vital energy into the form required for these sophisticated techniques. By the time this conversion is complete, one's lifespan may well be at its end, leading to a lifetime spent in mediocrity. Therefore, to ascend to the ranks of high-tier martial artists truly requires the concerted efforts of several generations, coupled with a stroke of fortune to acquire advanced techniques. This may very well be the underlying reason for the dominance of noble families over common folk in this world. Of course, while this may be a weakness for others, it is not for Jiuchuan. In his simulated life, he possesses ample time, and upon realizing this, he finds himself at ease, finally glimpsing hope. He proceeds with the simulation. At 18, you flee from Suzhou City. In the nearby mountains and forests, you completely forfeit your bloodthirsty technique. At 20, after 2 years, you have healed your internal injuries and officially begin practicing the Xuanqing decision. At 21, you break through to become a 9th-tier martial artist. On this day, while cultivating in the mountains, you are discovered by Shin Shiru, who promptly captures and tortures you to death. You die at the age of 21. At this, Jiuchuan recalls that he has offended too many people near Suzhou City. He cannot linger. Simulation ends. You may choose to retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts level of 21. 2. The martial arts experience of 21. 3. The wisdom of life at 21. Jiuchuan selects option 1. This time, the vital energy within him gradually diminishes, and the previously broken meridians begin to slowly seal again. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, the vital energy within reaches a state of balance, akin to that of an initial 9th-tier martial artist. This experience is truly remarkable. Jiuchuan silently contemplates the vital energy coursing through his meridians. In the past, the energy surged within him with rapidity, accompanied by a slight, albeit present, discomfort as it traversed his meridians. Now, however, the energy flows slowly and warmly, and the meridians feel a sense of comfort as the energy passes through. After cycling through once, it feels as refreshing as a bowl of ice water on a sweltering summer day, invigorating him completely. Is this the distinction between superior vital energy and lower-tier energy? Chapter 24. Do geniuses experience this too? Jiuchuan reflects on his experiences from this simulation. Ideally, having secluded himself in the mountains, he intended to convert all his 5th-tier vital energy in one go. Yet, unforeseen incidents keep occurring. Could it be that this realm disapproves of his extraordinary simulator? He calculates his finances. He currently possesses 800 taels of gold, enough for 4 more simulations. While this seems substantial, it remains uncertain whether it will suffice to achieve his goals. Jiuchuan resolves to first find a way to endure and continue converting his vital energy. At 18, you choose not to rescue the Su siblings, but instead retreat to the outskirts of the capital, dedicating yourself to your training. 3 years later, you successfully break through to the 6th tier. One day while out, you encounter the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince, overlooking past grievances, values your martial talent and seeks to recruit you as his guard. You decline. Half a month later, a black-clad figure suddenly appears at your home, drawing a sword to attack you. You are no match for him and are slain within 3 moves, dying at the age of 21. What a treacherous scoundrel the 3rd prince is. Is this how he deals with failed recruitment, by silencing dissent? Are all these so-called noble figures so narrow-minded? Jiuchuan feels a surge of anger. All he desires is to quietly cultivate, yet it proves so difficult. Subsequently, he encounters the traditional choice of 3 options, and without hesitation, he selects 1, the martial arts level. Another wave of tingling sensation washes over him as the vital energy within surges and breaks through several meridians, restoring him once again to the 6th tier. However, the capital is not without its merits. It allows him to live 3 additional years in relative peace compared to other places. Let us continue. At 18, you depart Suzhou City alone, heading to the capital. You conceal yourself in the suburbs, diligently honing your martial skills. At 21, you successfully convert your vital energy and regain the status of a 5th-tier martial artist. One day, the 3rd prince approaches you, expressing his desire to recruit you as his guard due to your martial prowess. You agree, thus gaining access to greater resources for cultivation from the 3rd prince. At 24, you remain a 5th-tier martial artist. The 3rd prince, disappointed in you, loses interest and assigns you as a court spy. At 25, you are dispatched to assassinate King Yu, only to be killed on the spot, dying at 25. These individuals truly lack integrity. With no potential for cultivation, They simply consume you as expendable goods. Su Jiuchuan is disheartened. Indeed. The royal family is the most ruthless of all. The simulation concludes, and once again he must choose from 3 options. There are no favorable choices here, so he selects the first option without hesitation. Su Jiuchuan can feel the vital energy within him continue to swell, finally stabilizing at the 5th tier level. His vital energy has now reached an exceptional quality. Could this be the breakthrough he has been yearning for? Excitement bubbles within him. Let us proceed. At 18, you are already a 5th tier martial artist. You choose not to leave, but instead resolve to rescue the Su siblings from the Liu family. One day, you learn that the head of the Liu family has left for an errand, and you infiltrate their residence. Along the way, you successfully rescue Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia, but as you attempt to escape, the guards discover you. With your formidable strength, you swiftly eliminate several guards. And for a moment, none dare stand in your way. Just as you were on the verge of departure, the eldest son of the Liu family, Liu Yuanjin, made his appearance. You engaged in combat with him. Although Liu Yuanjin was a 4th-grade martial artist, you did not succumb to fear. Instead, you fought with all your might. In the midst of a nearly desperate struggle, you discovered an opportunity and successfully broke through to the 4th-grade realm. However, at the moment of your breakthrough, Liu Yuanjin seized upon a flaw and pierced your forehead with a sword, resulting in your untimely demise at the tender age of 18. At long last, you had broken through. In this moment, Su Jiuchuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. Ascending from the 5th grade to the 4th grade was an arduous endeavor, fraught with peril and consuming over a century of time. Regardless, this time, success was finally achieved. In the 3-choice segment, the path of martial arts was naturally selected. The true energy within your body surged and compressed, subsequently breaking through 4 or 5 blocked acupoints. Once your internal state finally stabilized, Su Jiuchuan noticed a faint layer of dark impurities secreting from his body, resembling greasy filth, viscous, and carrying a slight metallic odor. He began to comprehend that starting from the 4th grade, each advancement would entail a certain degree of physiological enhancement and refinement. He pondered whether innate martial artists had undergone a complete metamorphosis. However, the foul odor emanating from his body soon interrupted his thoughts. Su Jiuchuan hurried back to the escort agency, seeking a place to cleanse himself. After scrubbing himself dozens of times, he finally felt a semblance of cleanliness. Although these simulations transpired within a mere hour in the real world, they had taken a toll on Su Jiuchuan's spirit, leaving him feeling utterly drained. And he soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered Zheng Xinyu anxiously pacing within the room. The moment she saw him awake, she was about to speak, but suddenly froze. You have broken through again? Although she could not precisely gauge Su Jiuchuan's newfound depth of cultivation, his aura reflected a significant augmentation compared to before. Yes, I have reached the 4th grade, Su Jiuchuan replied nonchalantly. Zheng Xinyu found herself at a loss for words. In just a few hours' absence, he had achieved a breakthrough. Could it be that all geniuses were like this? Perhaps she truly was a waste. Chapter 25. The bully Su Jiuchuan paid no heed to Zheng Xinyue's astonished expression and inquired, "You seem quite flustered. What has transpired?" Only then did Zheng Xinyue recall her purpose for coming. "It's terrible. I just received word from the Liu family that Miss Su has offended the 3rd young master of the Liu family by colliding with his horse. The Liu family intends to sell her to the Tsuehong building tomorrow." "The Tsuehong building?" She blushed. "It's the largest brothel in Shuzhou City." With a resounding clap, Su Jiuchuan struck the tea table before him, shattering it into splinters. "This is intolerable. They must be targeting you," Zheng Xinyue reasoned, understanding Su Jiuchuan's background, knowing he had never set foot in Shuzhou City. Yet, the motives behind the Liu family's actions remained elusive. In that moment, both were at a loss for answers. Stepping out from the Fuyuan escort agency, Su Jiuchuan's expression darkened. He now possessed only 866 coins, insufficient even for a single simulation. More critically, his martial arts realm had ascended to the 4th grade, necessitating at least 2,000 taels for each simulation. Although his golden finger was exhilarating, the cost was prohibitively steep. After a moment of contemplation, he disregarded his reservations and chose a direction to run in, soon arriving at the entrance of a courtyard. 2 stone lions flanked the entrance, and a plaque hung above, inscribed with Hefeng Martial Arts Academy. Indeed, this was the academy that had led to his demise in a prior simulation. Observing the steady stream of individuals entering and exiting the academy, it was clear that many sought to learn martial arts there. He refrained from entering, instead approaching the gatekeeper, a middle-aged man seated inside. "Sir, does the academy sell any high-quality trauma medicine? A fellow townsman of mine has suffered a broken leg, and I wish to procure a pill for his treatment." In this era, martial arts academies not only taught techniques, but also sold various medicinal remedies for injuries, as it was common for martial artists to sustain injuries during training. This also served as a supplementary source of income for the academy. The trauma pill costs 1 tael of silver, while the healing ointment is 5 taels and 1 qian, the middle-aged man replied, unhurriedly. "How exorbitant." Su Jiuchuan feigned shock. "If you don't want to sell, then leave me be." The middle-aged man shot him a glare, ignoring his protest. "Very well, I shall purchase one. Su Jiuchuan fished out a tael of silver from his pocket and handed it over. The middle-aged man retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robe and tossed it over. Su Jiuchuan caught the vial, opened it, and found a black pill the size of a longan. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned and exited the gatehouse, striding towards the main entrance, where he banged on the door with vigor. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds echoed throughout the academy. The middle-aged man, startled from his seated position, rushed out, shouting in anger, "You brat, are you seeking death? Who dares to cause trouble at the academy, unaware of your own mortality? Today you shall be crippled." Several burly men, who had been practicing within, halted and shouted angrily at him. At that moment, the academy's senior disciple, who had been instructing others, rushed forward, launching an attack akin to a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Su Jiuchuan delivered a swift kick, sending the senior disciple sprawling beneath his foot. For a moment, the surrounding students fell silent. This senior disciple was a 9th-grade martial artist and had not been able to withstand even a single move from Su Jiuchuan. "Who are you?" a melodious voice inquired. Su Jiuchuan turned to find a slender young woman, presumably the daughter of the academy's owner, who had married him in that previous simulation. "A fellow townsman of mine broke his leg days ago and purchased a trauma pill from your academy. Who would have thought that after consuming it, he would vomit blood and die? Clearly, your medicine is poisoned." With that, he produced the porcelain vial from his robe and shook it, declaring, "This serves as evidence." The middle-aged man, who had intended to argue that this was the very pill Su Jiuchuan had just purchased, swallowed his words upon meeting Su Jiuchuan's gaze. The woman furrowed her brows. "Impossible. Our medicine cannot be toxic." Su Jiuchuan, disinterested in her protest, stated directly, "You owe me at least 5,000 taels to compensate for the grief of losing my fellow townsman. To dare extort money from us at Hefeng Martial Arts Academy? You seek death." The woman, incensed, charged at him. Su Jiuchuan delivered another kick, sending her crashing to the ground, further deterring the others from intervening. This woman, Gu Yulian, was the only daughter of Gu Liangkai and a prodigious talent, already a 6th-grade martial artist at a young age. Yet, before Su Jiuchuan, she had not even managed to execute a single technique. "It seems there is no one here capable of procuring 5,000 taels. Go summon your academy's owner, otherwise I shall dismantle this place." The academy's disciples hastily scurried off to fetch the owner. Su Jiuchuan leisurely circled the academy, reflecting on the necessity of playing the role of a bully today, driven by his financial desperation. However, outright theft felt morally dubious. After all, he was a person of education. Fortunately, this Hefeng Martial Arts Academy had crossed him in that previous simulation, or rather, had offended the version of him from that realm. Thus, regarding the actions of the Hefeng Martial Arts Institute, he felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Within the span of less than a joss stick's worth of time, Gu Liangkai rushed in from outside, his voice preceding his arrival. "Which little brat dares to harm my daughter? I shall make him pay dearly." Upon entering the martial arts hall, he immediately spotted his daughter being supported by several disciples, a mix of shock and fury swelling within him. "Yulian, are you all right?" The young woman shook her head, merely feeling a disturbance within her vital energy and an unsteady breath, yet she forced herself to say, "I'm fine." Filled with wrath, Gu Liangkai turned to Su Jiuchuan and coldly declared, "You, sir, have come to my martial arts hall to create a disturbance. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect to leave." Over the years, even the prominent families in Shuzhou rarely troubled him, yet today, not only had someone dared to insult him, but they had also injured his daughter, igniting a murderous intent within him. "An explanation?" Su Jiuchuan unsheathed his long knife and said, "Then allow me to provide you with one." With that, he charged towards Gu Liangkai, raising his blade to strike. Is he truly a 4th-tier warrior? Gu Liangkai was utterly taken aback. This youth was indeed a 4th-tier martial artist, having been stuck at the 5th tier for many years. He understood well that a warrior achieving the 4th tier at such a young age typically had the backing of a formidable power. Yet, he could not recall offending any such faction. Chapter 26, The Reason for Capturing. Regardless, there was no time to ponder further. Gu Liangkai swiftly drew his long sword to parry the blow. However, the knife technique was extraordinarily peculiar, although it appeared to come straight at him. It exuded an almost insurmountable aura. Suddenly feeling a chill at his neck, Gu Liangkai realized he had failed to block successfully. The long knife now pressed against his throat, leaving his face ashen with fear. "Are you satisfied with this explanation?" At that moment, Gu Liangkai was devoid of his earlier defiance, hastily replying, "I, a mere mortal, have offended you, my lord. I deserve death. Please, show mercy." The once imposing Gu Liangkai now appeared pathetically subservient, a stark contrast that illustrated the harsh reality of the situation. Su Jiuchuan sheathed his knife and stated, "Very well. Now it is your turn to provide me with an explanation." Gu Liangkai quickly responded, "My lord, please enlighten me. One of my fellow townsmen was killed by your institute's inferior medicine. It is truly lamentable. Therefore, I request 5,000 taels in silver." 5,000 taels. This was no trifling sum. In Shuzhou, 100 taels could sustain a respectable living for a family of 5 for an entire year. Even for the renowned Hefeng Martial Arts Institute, producing such a large sum of silver all at once would be a formidable challenge. What? Are you unwilling? Su Jiuchuan glared, a wave of murderous intent coalescing once more. And no, I am willing. Gu Liangkai stammered, trembling in fear as he hastily acquiesced. It took a full 2 hours for several burly men to return with a few chests. Gu Liangkai was drenched in sweat, unable to shake the feeling that this harbinger of death had no intention of leaving the martial arts hall. He could only scavenge for silver, even mortgaging several properties to the pawnshop before finally managing to gather the 5,000 taels. After counting the silver and confirming the amount was correct, Su Jiuchuan nodded, lifting the chests and departing swiftly. Once Su Jiuchuan's figure had completely vanished, the fear etched on Gu Liangkai's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a glint of malice in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, "You wait, brat, in this Shuzhou? It is not your place as an outsider of the 4th tier to act so arrogantly." At this moment, Su Jiuchuan felt rather pleased, regardless of the circumstances. After the last simulation of life, where he had been poisoned and tormented for half a year, he had finally vented some of his pent-up frustration. He found a secluded corner, opened the system, and selected to recharge. Recharge successful, current balance, 5,866 points. Seeing this balance, Su Jiuchuan sighed. After breaking through to the 4th tier, each simulation now cost 2,000 points, which would only allow for 2 simulations. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 2,000 points. Yes. At 18, you have become a 4th tier warrior and moved your entire family to Shuzhou. You receive news that the Liu family will sell Su Yunxia at the Cuihong Tower the following day. The next day, you lie in ambush near the Cuihong Tower, waiting for the Liu family to arrive. Then you spring forth to rescue her. At this moment, Liu Yuanjin appears. He is a 4th tier warrior, and you engage in combat. However, as you have only recently broken through, your vital energy is still somewhat inferior. After hundreds of exchanges, you sustain injuries and flee. At 20, you retreat to Shishui City to further refine your martial arts. At 32, you learn that the Liu family, having offended the garrison general of Shuzhou, has been raided, and several direct descendants have fled. You rush over, preparing to hunt them down. Half a year later, you find the severely injured Liu Yuanjin and demand to know why he captured the Su siblings. He feigns an explanation, and as you draw closer, he uses a hidden weapon to kill you. You die at the age of 32. Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. To have been tricked by a severely injured opponent was quite disheartening. Simulation ended. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of a 32-year-old. 2. The martial arts experience of a 32-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 32. At this moment, Su Jiuchuan hesitated. After all, it was over a decade of cultivation. However, he considered himself a cautious individual. How could he allow others to easily deceive him? It seemed that Liu Yuanjin must have had other cards up his sleeve. Without clarifying this, he felt somewhat uneasy. Thus, he chose option 3. Instantly, a segment of memory surfaced in his mind. In a secluded forest, the sky drizzled lightly, and Liu Yuanjin lay on the ground, blood gushing from his chest. In his memory, Liu Yuanjin weakly spoke something as Su Jiuchuan leaned closer, his ear pressed to listen, when suddenly, a cylindrical object appeared in Liu Yuanjin's hand, shooting out a barrage of needle-like projectiles. Su Jiuchuan was caught off guard, and the needles were poisoned. Yet, in his dying moments, he heard Liu Yuanjin laughing. Capturing your siblings was merely to repay a favor to Lansheng. So it was Lansheng? Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of understanding. Indeed, Huchuan City was not far from Shuzhou. Furthermore, the Liu family was a local aristocracy in Shuzhou, making their connection to Lansheng unsurprising. However, since Lansheng had previously pursued the 3rd prince, and the Liu family was in cahoots with him, could he not use this to his advantage? Contemplating this, Su Jiuchuan felt a surge of confidence regarding the likelihood of success. For now, he could only simulate once more. He was not in a hurry to break through to the 3rd tier, thus he leisurely made his way to the Fuyuan escort agency. By the time Su Jiuchuan returned to the Fuyuan escort agency, night had fallen. Recently, the agency had faced a streak of misfortune. Not only had issues arisen at the headquarters, but even the head escort, Lin, had been injured. Some staff, fearing trouble, chose to stay away entirely. Even Lin, seeing no future for the escort agency, had left despite his injuries. The once bustling agency seemed only to have the light of the doorman still shining. Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but sigh at the fickleness of human nature. He stepped inside the escort agency, intending to return to his room, when he heard some commotion from a corner of the courtyard, as if someone were practicing martial arts. Under the moonlight, he beheld a graceful figure dancing, her entire being radiating with energy, none other than Zheng Xinyue. Beneath the protective wing of her father, she had never considered her martial prowess to be lacking. However, after enduring such a series of trials, she came to the stark realization of her own inadequacies, which dealt her a significant blow. With the recent upheavals at the escort agency, those who had previously fawned over her like sycophants had all vanished. A sense of urgency welled up within her, compelling her to engage in rigorous training. After observing for a while, Su Jiuchuan suddenly sprang into action, launching a punch. Zheng Xingyue, who had been wholly focused on her practice, was caught off guard by the sudden attack, causing her vital energy to surge and swiftly circulate, naturally opening several of her meridians. Upon witnessing her breakthrough to the 7th rank, Su Jiuchuan smiled faintly and gracefully stepped aside. In truth, he had already discerned that Zheng Xingyue possessed sufficient vital energy. She merely lacked a catalyst for her advancement, which is why he had intervened. Chapter 27, A Shift in Fortune. After what felt like an eternity, Zheng Xinyue's vital energy finally stabilized, her face alight with excitement. She had been stuck at the 9th rank for several years. Although her talent was not particularly poor, indeed, it surpassed Su Jiuchuan's by a considerable margin. Her previous lack of ambition had led to her stagnation. Yet, through her newfound diligence, she had finally made a breakthrough. However, her elation quickly faded as she reflected on her contemporaries, including the novice cultivator Xue Mingkai and the formidable Shin Xiuru, both of whom left her feeling inferior, especially in comparison to the prodigious talent before her. Back in Jiuchuan City, she had harbored a modicum of disdain for this man, who seemed solely motivated by monetary gain. Yet, as they faced numerous formidable foes together, her perception of Su Jiuchuan had been repeatedly upended. He seemed to grow stronger each time they encountered a master. Her mindset gradually transformed from initial contempt to admiration, and ultimately to a profound sense of inferiority. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Su Jiuchuan remarked, not expecting her to harbor such complex thoughts. Please, don't mock me, Brother Su, Zheng Xingyue replied with a wry smile. This meager cultivation hardly merits your attention. Su Jiuchuan refrained from responding, acutely aware that any comment might come off as boasting. Your father is a secret agent for the court. I've heard that the Lu family has colluded with the Lord of Jiuchuan City, Lan Sheng. Do you have any channels to report this? This was his devised strategy to deal with the Lu family. Given his current inadequacy to confront them directly, he intended to leverage the power of the court. Moreover, the recent debacle in Jiuchuan City, where the 3rd prince had escaped, had already severed ties with the court. The Lu family's audacity to conspire with traitors was tantamount to courting death. Although there was no immediate evidence, he believed that court spies often fabricated evidence when necessary. Furrowing her brow, Zheng Xingyue eventually said, I once met the deputy lord of Shuzhou City, Chao Hexing. I'll try to reach out to him. Su Jiuchuan nodded in agreement. As dawn broke, the back gate of the Lu residence creaked open, and a carriage slowly emerged, trailed closely by several guards. The carriage navigated through the bustling streets and arrived at the Western Market, where the grandest brothel, Zhong Lu, was located. Who goes there? The lead guard barked, unsheathing his long knife. In the center of the street stood a figure with arms crossed. The person was none other than Su Jiuchuan. The carriage came to a halt, and someone inside pulled back the curtain, revealing Su Yunxia's pale visage. Jiuchuan, run, she cried out. Impatient, one of the guards jabbed the curtain with his scabbard, eliciting a pained cry as Su Yunxia fell back inside. Seeking death, Su Jiuchuan fumed, drawing his long knife and charging forward. Several guards brandished their weapons in response. However, the strongest among them barely reached the 6th rank, and after a few exchanges, they all lay defeated on the ground. Seeing this, Su Jiuchuan was about to check on Su Yunxiao when he heard a series of claps. He turned to see a young gentleman in a blue robe emerging from the corner of the street. It was Lu Yuanjun, the very one who had once plotted against him in the simulated life. Is he truly at the 4th rank? Lu Yuanjun marveled, stating, given your background, achieving this level at such a young age is nothing short of genius. Here is my proposition. If you pledge your allegiance to the Lu family, I will take care of the matters in Jiuchuan City, and all will be forgiven. Su Jiuchuan let out a cold laugh, cursing, go to hell, and then charged forward with his blade. Both were of the 4th rank, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Just as their battle intensified, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and soon a troop of cavalry surged forth from the side streets, surrounding them. Upon witnessing this turn of events, both combatants retreated. At the forefront was a burly man clad in full steel armor, undoubtedly the deputy lord Chao Hexing that Zheng Xingyue had mentioned. Su Jiuchuan exhaled with relief. It seemed Zheng Xingyue's contact had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he might not have triumphed over Lu Yuanjun. Chao deputy lord, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yuanjun inquired, furrowing his brow. The Lu family was a prestigious clan in Shuzhou, deeply entrenched in local power and intricately connected through marriages with other influential families. Despite the deputy lord being of the 3rd rank, he was not intimidated. There have been reports that the Lu family has conspired with Jiuchuan City to plot treason. Chao Hexing stated nonchalantly. That is preposterous. Lu Yuanjun frowned, aware that such secrets should not have reached the lord's residence. But do you have any evidence? None as of yet, but I cannot believe that such a prominent family would harbor treasonous intentions, he replied with a disingenuous smile. However, treason is a grave offense. I must ask the Lu family to clarify these matters. Lu Yuanjun's brow furrowed, realizing that this smiling tiger would exploit the situation to extort them heavily. Yet he dared not resist. The Lu family will certainly cooperate to ensure your satisfaction. As he spoke, a pang of regret struck Lu Yuanjun. It was evident that he would have to part with a significant sum today. with just a few words exchanged. A deal had been struck before the eyes of so many. You cannot do this. Zheng Xinyue, who had been lurking in the shadows, was taken aback by the unfolding situation and leaped out in fury. Chao Hexing snorted dismissively, stating, I have determined that Su Jiuchuan is merely a bandit, colluding with the Fuyuan escort agency to oppress the innocent. He is beyond redemption, and today, I shall take you all into custody. How can this be happening? Su Jiuchuan was stunned, having believed that victory was assured, only to find the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. You are slandering me. Zheng Xinyue was incensed, struggling to comprehend how things had spiraled so drastically. Rest assured, I am not speaking recklessly. Chao Hexing gestured, and a figure rushed forward from behind the soldiers. Su Jiuchuan squinted. It was Gu Liangkai. My lord, look no further. It was he who, relying on his superior cultivation, extorted 5,000 taels of silver at the Huffing Martial Arts School yesterday. I implore you to take action against him. Gu Liangkai pointed an accusing finger at Su Jiuchuan. Suddenly, it all clicked for Su Jiuchuan. Those seeking to establish a name for themselves often required powerful backing. Gu Liangkai, with his inferior cultivation, had managed to amplify the reputation of Huffing Martial Arts School in Shuzhou. His backing was likely none other than Chao Hexing. Now that Zheng Xinyue sought his assistance, was she not throwing herself into the jaws of danger? Trouble was brewing. Just as Su Jiuchuan contemplated rushing out to rectify the situation, he realized that Chao Hexing's aura had already locked onto him. He sensed that any movement on his part would likely result in immediate death. Chapter 28, The Code of Wealth. Take him down. Chao Xing coldly uttered 2 words. Instantly, the soldiers surrounding them began to close in, their spears glinting with a chilling radiance. Lu Yuanjin smiled slightly, retreating to the outskirts of the encirclement, a cruel smile gracing her lips. Su Jiuchuan understood that if he were truly captured, neither the Lu family nor that ancient talent, Gu Liangkai, would spare him. Ultimately, it was due to his lack of roots and connections that this deputy city lord felt assured in his dominance over him. Even though Zheng Nanhai had once shared some camaraderie with him, it paled in comparison to the weight of self-interest. Zheng Xinyue, resolute, drew her long sword and stood beside Su Jiuchuan. Alas, Su Jiuchuan sighed deeply, retrieving an object from his bosom and raising it aloft, exclaiming, Deputy City Lord Chao, behold what I have here. Chao Xing, who had been merely a dispassionate observer, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the item Su Jiuchuan presented. It was none other than the auspicious jade pendant, a pledge of 10,000 taels of silver from the third prince. This artifact, renowned as a royal treasure, was intricately carved with clouds, with golden dragons subtly appearing upon closer inspection. The founding monarch of the Great Wei Dynasty possessed only 3 such treasures, bestowed upon the 3 favored princes by the current emperor, Jingdi. Is this the Xianglong pendant? How can that be? Lu Yuanjin was unaware of the matters concerning Lan Sheng and the third prince, as the Lu family had long maintained ties with Jiuchuan City. This time, Lan Sheng had solicited the Lu family's assistance, believing it would be a mere task of dealing with a rootless 5th-tier warrior. Little did they know, they had miscalculated. Their opponent was not only a 4th-tier warrior, but also carried a royal artifact. Could he be of royal lineage? This time, it seemed Lan's family had led them into a trap. Gu Liangkai, though not exceptionally skilled, had long circulated within the upper echelons of Shuzhou, well informed about such matters. He too grew apprehensive upon realizing the origins of the Xianglong pendant. Were they to confront a formidable obstacle today? Chao Xing, being a cautious man, extended his hand. Su Jiuchuan comprehended his intent and tossed the treasure toward him. As the royal artifact arced through the air, the onlookers held their breath until it was securely caught by Chao Xing, who then breathed a sigh of relief. What audacity, they all thought. Such a royal treasure, if damaged, would indeed bring ruin to anyone involved. Yet, Su Jiuchuan was unaware of the gravity of his actions, believing it merely a royal token. As long as it was genuine. Chao Xing examined the jade pendant closely, and indeed, within its mist, he discerned flickers of golden light. The pendant was authentic. He found himself momentarily at a loss. This visit had been intended merely to deal with a wild 4th-tier warrior. How had it escalated to involve royalty? Despite the current turmoil within the Great Wei, it was not a matter that a mere deputy city lord could overlook. This matter is of great significance. I shall take you to meet the city lord, he ultimately resolved, deciding to defer the situation to the city lord for resolution. It seemed they had stumbled upon a formidable challenge today. However, since he had not truly captured the individual, he could always claim Gu Liangkai had falsely accused him and simply cast him out. As for the origins of this person and why he possessed a royal token, it was best to remain uninvolved. With the soldiers now sheathing their weapons, standing in formation, Su Jiuchuan finally exhaled, realizing he had passed this hurdle. The city lord's mansion, centrally located in Shuzhou, was an expansive estate. Under Chao Xing's guidance, Su Jiuchuan and Zheng Xinyue traversed the porch and awaited in a side chamber while a few attendants went to report. Inside, Chao Xing, far less imposing than he had appeared outside, sat quietly sipping tea, akin to a student awaiting his teacher. Observing the demeanor of this 2nd-tier master, Su Jiuchuan felt a surge of anxiety, The City Lord was evidently no ordinary individual. City Lord Guanlin had ascended to the first-tier realm over 20 years ago, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, and had defended Shuzhou for over a decade without defeat. They waited through 3 cups of tea before an attendant finally announced that they could proceed to the garden for their meeting. As they walked along the path, adorned with intricate carvings, Jiuchuan suddenly realized he had taken a roundabout way. Reflecting on Gu Liangcai's seemingly prosperous life, he recognized that in contemporary terms, he merely operated a training academy in Shuzhou. The notion of wealth was relative, as Gu Liangcai had merely extorted a few coins from the common folk, too timid to confront the affluent families. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, those martial clans boasting millennia of heritage must have accumulated substantial wealth. No wonder he found himself impoverished, despite possessing such a formidable advantage. He had evidently strayed from the right path. With this epiphany, Jiuchuan felt as though he had unearthed the key to wealth, stirring a subtle excitement within him. Soon, they traversed a garden path and approached a middle-aged man amidst exquisite flora. Clad in a white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of cultured composure, entirely devoid of a fierce general's demeanor. Guanlin did not acknowledge their presence, but continued pruning a sapling with his shears. Only after a considerable time did he straighten up and say, I see. You may leave now. Upon hearing this, Chaoxing felt as if a great weight had been lifted and promptly exited. Now, only Guanlin, Zheng Xinyue, and Jiuchuan remained. Jiuchuan could distinctly feel the pressure. Even without the use of true energy, the aura of authority emanating from this superior was palpable, dissuading any impulsive actions. Speak. From where did you acquire the pendant? Guanlin glanced at the jade pendant in Jiuchuan's hand, his tone flat. Jiuchuan found it difficult to explain. He could hardly admit that it was a pledge from the third prince. However, an idea struck him as he recalled his encounter outside the city. The third prince had been secretly visiting Shuzhou and had inadvertently discovered Guofan and others gathering bandits, seemingly plotting against Shuzhou, and had noted that the Liu family appeared to harbor ulterior motives, instructing him to wield the pendant to rally the local officials against the bandits. This narrative had been thoroughly rehearsed while waiting outside, and it was reasonable for a local commander to heed the call of a royal family member to quell rebellion. Dare you deceive me? You seek death. Chapter 29, A Sense of Security. With that, Guanlin extended a finger towards him. Jiuchuan summoned all his true energy, yet felt himself immobilized by an invisible force, rendered helpless as he watched the finger approach his brow. Regret flooded him. This seemingly impeccable excuse had been uncovered. What was most infuriating was that he had not preemptively simulated the scenario with the device. It was not a lack of desire. He simply lacked the funds. It turned out, one could indeed be driven to destitution. Just as Jiuchuan braced for the fatal touch, Guanlin suddenly halted, altering his intention from a point to a grasp, extracting an object from Jiuchuan's bosom. It was the very token left to him by Xuan Mingcai before she was taken away by the passing woman. It was at that moment when Jiuchuan extracted the auspicious dragon jade pendant from his bosom, inadvertently revealing a corner of the token, which was promptly noticed by Guanlin. Where did you come by this token? Guanlin's eyes exhibited a palpable hint of wariness. Having just encountered the matter concerning the jade pendant, Jiuchuan hesitated to speak recklessly. However, his knowledge of the situation was limited, and he could only muster the courage to respond. A senior I encountered on the road gifted it to me, instructing me to seek out the Xuande Temple. Oh, the Xuande Temple? Guanlin's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions before he suddenly broke into a smile. So you have ties to the Xuande Temple. It seems today's events were merely a misunderstanding. Jiuchuan was momentarily taken aback. Guanlin's temperament was indeed mercurial. He seemed unfazed by the royal jade pendant. Yet upon hearing the mention of the Xuande Temple, he exhibited evident caution. What could the reason be? Subsequently, Guanlin invited the two into his study for a more in-depth conversation. This time, Jiuchuan dared not conceal the truth. He recounted the circumstances surrounding the third prince, merely stating that the prince wished to express his gratitude for his life-saving intervention by bestowing the jade pendant upon him, instructing him to visit the West Wangfu to exchange it for 10,000 taels of silver as a reward. Su Xianji, Guanlin, undeterred by their earlier discord, spoke with warmth. Since you possess this jade pendant merely as a voucher for 10,000 taels of silver, why not sell it to me? Jiuchuan's heart soared at the proposition. He was indeed in dire financial straits, having narrowly escaped death due to lack of funds during his last simulation. Although the auspicious dragon jade pendant was said to be worth 10,000 taels, obtaining the money from the West Wangfu was no simple task. The opportunity to exchange it for silver was truly a stroke of fortune. Absolutely, he replied without a moment's hesitation. Guanlin, decisive in his actions, promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare the banknotes. Jiuchuan had initially intended to demand cash, but considering the impracticality of carrying 10,000 taels, he eventually acquiesced. Naturally, this transaction was not without benefit for Guanlin either. The jade pendant, while not particularly useful to him, was a royal treasure lost from the hands of the third prince. he surmised that to keep its recovery discreet, one would likely pay a hefty price. With this thought, Guan Lin felt a surge of elation. Observing his high spirits, Su Jiuchuan cautiously inquired, City Lord Guan, I did see Guofan consolidating the bandit forces outside the city. Given the strength of Suzhou, why do you not eradicate them? In good spirits, Guan Lin answered candidly, it is merely child's play, a facade of sorts. Guo Kuei is certainly unaware of this matter. Noticing Su Jiuchuan's perplexed expression, he continued, the world may appear tumultuous, yet it operates according to its inherent rules. The Lu family, as well as the Lan family of Jiuchuan City, are merely newly risen clans of the past century, lacking depth. And they fail to comprehend the essence of dynastic change. Though they may seem to flourish now, their fates may not end well. Guo Kuei may appear formidable, yet he only dares to engage in minor disturbances. Meanwhile, I maintain a stronghold in Suzhou, allowing these clowns to prance about while I await the opportune moment. Should anything befall the current regime of the Great Wei, the world could be upturned in the blink of an eye. Thus, the great families and powers of the realm merely bide their time. After finishing, Guan Lin smiled, dismissing any further inquiry from Su Jiuchuan. Upon exiting the city lord's mansion, Su Jiuchuan spotted Gu Liangkai waiting anxiously outside, presumably unaware of the ramifications and thus seeking information nearby. Numerous others lingered around, likely keeping watch for the Lu family's interests. Ignoring the Lu family's presence, Su Jiuchuan approached Gu Liangkai and declared, So, you dare to falsely accuse me? I hereby formally challenge the Hefeng martial arts school. There exists an unwritten rule among martial arts schools that if one is challenged, as the saying goes, one cannot evade. To do so would signify surrender, forcing the school to disband, lest they become the subject of ridicule among their peers. Gu Liangkai appeared crestfallen. Knowing that his attempt to seek assistance from Deputy City Lord Chao Hexing had failed, and he was uncertain whether he could preserve his life. It's unnecessary to compete. I must have been blinded by greed to dare slander you. I shall close the martial arts school at once, hoping for your mercy towards my father and me. Su Jiuchuan pondered for a moment. While Gu Liangkai was indeed despicable, killing him seemed of little utility. Thus, he replied, closing the school will suffice. But since you have offended me, you shall pay an additional 5,000 taels as compensation. 5,000 taels. Gu Liangkai winced at the thought. He had already given 5,000 taels before, and later, in an act of revenge against Su Jiuchuan, he had handed over another 2,000 taels to Chao Hexing. This had truly drained his resources. To part with another 5,000 taels now would practically require him to sell off his belongings. Nevertheless, Suzhou was a large city, and having operated here for decades, he was reluctant to relinquish it. In these tumultuous times, finding a city of comparable stature to settle down and establish a martial arts school would not be easy. Yet, if he could weather this crisis, surely he would recoup his losses in due time. With this thought, Gu Liangkai gritted his teeth and agreed, very well, I shall deliver it to your residence by tomorrow. Su Jiuchuan nodded. He was not concerned about Gu Liangkai making off. Next, he took Zheng Xinhua to the money exchange in Suzhou City, as this was his first experience utilizing banknotes. Fortunately, Zheng Xinhua was well versed in this matter, and together they arrived at the Tanyuan money exchange, the largest in the Great Wei. Thankfully, while 10,000 taels was a considerable sum, it could be amassed in Suzhou City. Soon, 2 chests of silver were prepared for them. Su Jiuchuan grasped one in each hand and returned to the Fuyuan escort agency. After dismissing Zheng Xinhua, Su Jiuchuan accessed the system and selected the recharge option. Recharge successful, current balance, 10,866 points. Gazing at this figure, Su Jiuchuan finally felt a long-lost sense of security. Chapter 30, Undercurrents. On a 3-story platform within the city lord's mansion, Guan Lin gazed into the distance. Watching Su Jiuchuan and his company depart, he lingered until they were out of sight before beckoning to someone behind him. City Lord, how may I assist you? Chao Hexing emerged from seemingly nowhere. Disseminate the information that the auspicious dragon jade pendant in Su Jiuchuan's possession is merely a voucher, and that he has exchanged it for 10,000 taels of silver from the city lord's mansion. All debts are settled. Understood. He did not dare to hesitate. Quickly bowing before turning to leave, Guan Lin did not regard him further, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Xuanda Temple, is it? Haha. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley near the city lord's mansion, a finely crafted carriage was stationed. Inside, 2 individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. How did Su Jiuchuan come to be entangled with the royal family? Will Lord Guan's actions be detrimental to our Lu family? Indeed. These 2 were Lu Cheng and Lu Yuanjin of the Lu family. Brother, I just saw Su Jiuchuan and his companions swagger out of the city lord's mansion. It seems we've inadvertently set the Lan family up for a fall. Lu Yuanjin did not respond immediately. He furrowed his brow. As the next head of the Lu family, he had been groomed for leadership since childhood and did not share Lu Cheng's panic. This does not seem right. The way Guan Lin is behaving is peculiar. His long fingers lightly tapped against the carriage wall as he pondered. The court has long issued a decree against the rebels, yet here outside Suzhou, the forces of King Yu are active, and he remains steadfast in his position. Thus, he is not entirely devoted to the court. Lu Cheng, regaining his composure, remarked. That makes sense. Could it be that he shares the same intentions as the Lan family? That is not the case. I have heard that King Yu had long since sent someone to contact Guanlin, only to be directly turned away. If he were merely observing, he would not have dismissed the messenger so abruptly. Furthermore, if he had chosen loyalty to the royal family, he would likely have already raided the Lu family to apprehend individuals. Yet, that has not occurred. If he were to harbor treachery, then Su Jiuchuan and his companions would not have been able to escape. Guanlin is no naive soul. Shall we return the Su siblings? It would be futile. They have already offended him, so we must first ascertain the stance of the city lord's residence. If the city lord's residence intends to protect him, then our Lu family must proceed with caution. For a moment, both individuals fell into silence. Suddenly, a young servant rushed into the alley. What a nuisance, Lu Qing thought, his annoyance mounting. Observing the servant's frantic demeanor, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The servant, who had hurried over to convey a message, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow, rendered speechless and disoriented. Lu Yuanzhen's expression flickered with displeasure. Lu Qing's impulsiveness was vexing. What is it? The city lord's residence has conveyed that Su Jiuchuan exchanged 1,000 taels of silver for a jade pendant, and this matter has been resolved. Eldest brother, does this imply that the city lord's residence will not offer protection to the Su family? Lu Qing laughed heartily. Lu Yuanzhen also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and replied, You may leave now. Go to the account's office and collect 5 taels of silver. Yes. The servant, clutching his face, departed jubilantly. Since that is the case, let us return home to discuss with father how to proceed. Lu Yuanzhen did not make an immediate decision. He intended to consult with the family patriarch, Lu Xianshan, one a lowly 4th rank, the other barely 20. And already a 4th rank who had previously incurred enmity. Eliminating him would indeed bring greater peace of mind. At that moment, Su Jiuchuan had returned to the escort agency. Once the others had withdrawn, he activated the simulator. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 2,000 points. Yes. At 18, you have become a 4th rank martial artist. You learn that the Lu family has captured Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang. You resolve to rescue them. One day, the Lu family invites you to their residence for a banquet, apologizing for their mistake in capturing the Su siblings. You attend the gathering. During the banquet, the Lu family attempts to recruit you and offers one of their distant female relatives in marriage. You decline. The Lu family does not take offense and toasts you. As the feast concludes, Lu Yuanzhen suddenly attacks you. Just as you prepare to counter, you discover the wine is poisoned. You are rendered powerless and killed on the spot at the age of 18. It appears that the Lu family is determined to eliminate him. Simulation ended. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of 18 years old. 2. The martial experience of 18 years old. 3. The wisdom of life at 18 years old. This time, the 3 options bore little distinction. He randomly selected 3. Instantly, a memory surged forth, an overwhelming sense of weakness. Lu Cheng's sinister grin, Lu Yuanzhen's sword. Followed by an endless void. Su Jiuchuan broke out in a cold sweat. That sensation was truly terrifying. Once more, at 18, you are a 4th rank martial artist. The Lu family invites you to their residence for a banquet. That evening, you attend the Lu residence, but you kill indiscriminately. Lu Yuanzhen confronts you. After 30 exchanges, the outcome remains undecided. Just then, the Lu family patriarch, Lu Xianshan, appears. This 3rd rank martial artist directly points his finger at your forehead. You die at the age of 18. This time, Su Jiuchuan chose to. A wave of combat experience flooded his mind. Particularly the final finger point before his demise. He had tried every means to escape, but had been unable to do so. No wonder it is said that the gap between 1st and 3rd ranks signifies high-tier martial artists, while 4th to 6th ranks are classified as middle tier, and those below 6th rank are deemed low tier. The disparity between ranks is indeed vast. He was merely 1 tier below Lu Xianshan, yet could not withstand even a single strike. Once more, at 18, you have become a 4th rank martial artist. The Lu family invites you to their residence for a banquet. That night, you sought out the Xianda temple, presenting your token in hopes they would assist you in eliminating the Lu family. The temple's master informed you that the time for their intervention had not yet come and declined your request. You, in despair, could only retreat to the temple for secluded cultivation. 10 years later, Xue Mingkai passed by and engaged you in conversation before departing. The next day, a senior brother from the Xianxian sect visited you, stating you had disturbed Xue Mingkai's cultivation, and he killed you with a sword at the age of 28. What the hell is this? Su Jiuchuan felt frustrated. He had secluded himself in the temple, only to be killed for conversing with Xue Mingkai. Where could he seek justice for this? Simulation ended. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of 28 years old. 2. The martial experience of 28 years old. 3. The wisdom of life at 28 years old. Su Jiuchuan chose 1. A surge of profound energy filled his body. He knew this was the culmination of his decade of hard work. Chapter 31. The Banquet. What kind of place is the Xianda Temple? Is it not said that presenting a token guarantees satisfaction of requests? How could they refuse? Continuing on. At 18, You are already a fourth-rank martial artist. The Lu family holds a banquet to apologize to you and the Su siblings. You do not attend. Instead, you sneak away from Suzhou City at midnight, heading towards Tianmu City. On the way, you rescue a young woman, Kai Rujin, and escort her home, offending her father, a congenital expert, Kai Jing. In gratitude for your life-saving act, Kai Jing imparts the Dao Gang's secret record to you. 5 years later, on a stormy night, inspiration strikes, and you successfully comprehend the Dao Gang's secret record. At 32, feeling that your great vengeance remains unfulfilled and your body weary, you return to Suzhou. One night, you infiltrate the Lu family and slay Lu Yuanzhen, ultimately meeting your end at Lu Xianshan's hands. At the age of 32, Su Jiuchuan reflected on this simulation's outcome with a tinge of regret. He still hadn't broken through to third rank, but at least he had managed to kill Lu Yuanzhen. Simulation ended. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of 32 years old. 2. The martial experience of 32 years old. 3. The wisdom of life at 32 years old. What more needs to be said? He directly chose 2. A profound set of sword techniques infused his mind. Su Jiuchuan realized this was the Dao Gang's secret record imparted by the congenital expert. This sword technique was indeed profound. In previous encounters with Lu Yuanzhen, they had been evenly matched, but now he was able to defeat him, undoubtedly due to the merits of this technique. Yet, the patriarch of the Lu family posed a greater challenge. The divide between third and fourth ranks, though seemingly slight, marked the boundary between middle-tier and high-tier martial artists. Su Jiuchuan calculated that with the remaining silver, he could only simulate twice, hoping to deepen his accumulation and achieve a breakthrough. At 18, you have become a fourth-rank martial artist. The Lu family invites you to their banquet. You decline, and that night arrive at the Xianda temple. Within the temple, you immerse yourself in rigorous cultivation. At 28, you still have not broken through. One day, Xueming Kai passes by the Xianda temple, now a congenital expert. You carefully inquire about the secrets of breaking through to third rank. Xueming Kai shares her knowledge freely, and you gain insights from her words. Soon after, she departs gracefully. The following day, Xueming Cai's senior brother appeared, declaring that you had become the heart demon in your junior sister's mind, and unsheathed his sword with the intent to slay you. In a desperate struggle, just before facing death, you broke through and attained the rank of a third-tier martial artist at the age of 28. Su Jiuchuan felt a sense of relief. He had finally made the breakthrough. Without hesitation, he opted for option 1. Instantly, his inner energy surged, breaking through several acupoints directly. Su Jiuchuan sensed that the quantity of his inner energy had increased at least 3 to 4 times compared to before, and its resilience had significantly strengthened. Indeed, attaining the third tier represented a qualitative leap. At that moment, Zhang Xinyue knocked and entered. Upon seeing Su Jiuchuan, a look of doubt washed over her. It had been merely the length of an incense stick since their last meeting, yet Su Ji's aura was now profoundly deeper. She could hardly fathom that in such a short time, Su Jiuchuan had ascended from the 4th tier to the 3rd tier. Su Jiuchuan offered a faint smile, choosing not to reveal the truth. Su Gu, the Lu family has sent an invitation, claiming they wish to make amends, Zhang Xinyue remarked, still frowning. However, I can't shake the feeling that things are not as simple as they seem. What's there to consider? They likely wish to find a way out. Given our connection to the royal family, Su Jiuchuan replied with a smile, though inwardly he sneered at the Lu family. That evening, Su Jiuchuan accompanied Zhang Xinyue to the Lu residence. The Lu family was a martial arts lineage that had flourished for a century in Suzhou, with a sprawling estate covering at least dozens of acres and hundreds of servants. At the entrance, Lu Yuanzhen personally welcomed them, bowing with a smile, Brother Su. I apologize for any offense. Today's banquet is meant to express our contrition, and I hope you will forgive us. Su Jiuchuan smiled, secretly thinking how hypocritical these aristocratic youths were, but he chose not to voice his thoughts. As Lu Yuanzhen led the way, Su Jiuchuan observed the grandeur of the estate, ornate beams and painted pillars, pavilions and terraces, and a plethora of rare flora planted without restraint. If one sought to amass wealth, it seemed wise to engage with these noble families, Su Jiuchuan mused. Soon, they entered a secluded courtyard where a banquet had been laid out. 3 or 4 individuals were already seated, with Lu Cheng engaged in conversation with them. Lu Yuanzhen promptly introduced, these are local aristocrats who have come to witness Brother Su's prowess. This is Lian Xiong from the Lian family, Lin Yu from the Lin family, and Qian Jiayu from the Qian family. The trio merely cast a cold glance before resuming their hushed dialogue. Su Jiuchuan observed them intently. The 2 men and 1 woman were evidently scions of local noble families. Had he chosen the path of wisdom in his previous life simulations, he might have discerned their intentions. Lu Yuanzhen guided Su Jiuchuan and Zhang Xinyue to a corner where several servants brought in 2 individuals. Jiuchuan, it was Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang, now clad in fresh robes, suggesting the Lu family had made considerable efforts. Upon seeing Su Jiuchuan, both were overcome with emotion. With Su Yunxia's eyes brimming with tears, Su Jiuchuan quickly ushered them to sit beside him. This incident was a rash mistake on the part of the Lu family. I implore you to drink this cup, Lu Yuanjin declared, raising his glass to Su Jiuchuan before downing it himself. The other aristocratic youths remained silent, their gazes turning towards Su Jiuchuan. With a radiant smile, he replied, "Very well, let us consider this matter resolved." He raised his glass, cradling it with both hands before drinking it down. As the cup was emptied, the surrounding individuals exhaled in relief. Lian Xiong even whispered to Lu Cheng, later, "Send that girl over to me." Lu Cheng glanced over, realizing he meant Zheng Xinyue, and nodded. While they believed they were conversing discreetly, Su Jiuchuan, now a third-tier warrior, heard every word clearly and could not suppress a cold smirk. Lu Yuanjin set down his cup, stating, "I have heard that your affairs with the royal family have concluded. Thus, it seems time to settle matters with the Lan family." Zheng Xinyue was taken aback, never anticipating things would unfold this way. Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang behind her were equally aghast. Having endured beatings when captured days prior, they had felt despair. Yet today, they had been cleaned up and given new clothes, and a banquet was laid out. Just as they thought their suffering was over, this shocking revelation struck. The entire Su family was present. Chapter 32, Liquidation. Su Jiuchuan replied unhurriedly, "Oh, how do you propose to settle this?" "Naturally, by offering your life as atonement." Lu Yuanjin retorted, his face twisted in a sneer. "Do you not wish to fall?" Su Jiuchuan stood up, slowly turning around. "How should I fall? You are not poisoned?" Lu Cheng shrieked first. Su Jiuchuan revealed his sleeve, soaked with liquid, and said, "Are you referring to that cup of wine?" "Heh, I plan to take it home and enjoy it." "Cunning little rascal, but what can be done? The Lu family is not a place you can come and go as you please." Suddenly, a resounding voice emerged as a middle-aged man stepped out from behind a screen. "Lu Xianshan, the head of the Lu family. Since you do not wish for a swift death, then we shall proceed differently." With that, Lu Yuanjin wickedly drew his sword, lunging forward. Smack! The crisp sound echoed as Lu Yuanjin's sword had yet to fully extend before he was struck down by a resounding slap. Third tier. Lu Xianshan gasped in astonishment. Lu Yuanjin was equally shocked. Having crossed blades with Su Jiuchuan previously, he had been certain they were both fourth-tier warriors. How had he suddenly become a third tier? The surrounding aristocrats could no longer remain seated, retreating hastily to the courtyard's edge. They had come merely to ascertain Su Jiuchuan's background. And while a fourth-tier warrior was decent, it was hardly remarkable for families with centuries of heritage. More importantly, they sought to gauge the royal families and the city lord's stance. Yet now, the situation had changed dramatically. The distinction between a third-tier and a fourth-tier warrior was profound. The former belonged to the ranks of high-tier martial artists, qualifying to establish their own families in Shuzhou. Their retreat signified their stance. Today's events were a matter strictly between the Lu family and Su Jiuchuan, no longer involving any other families. Lu Cheng, filled with resentment, noted how these young lords, who feigned brotherhood, now distanced themselves in times of trouble. Especially Lian Xiong, who had just suggested sending Zheng Xinyue over, now acted as if he were a stranger. It is time to understand. Su Jiuchuan drew forth his long knife, charging straight at Lu Yuanjin. Swish! Before Lu Xianshan could intervene, Lu Yuanjin's head was severed. "I will have your life," Lu Xianshan roared, filling the space with sword energy. Wielding the Lu family's ancestral sword technique, the Heart Moon sword technique, said to have been created by one of the family's ancestors under the moonlight. This technique could translate the current state of the mind into swordplay, wielding tremendous power. As the sword shadows flickered about, it became impossible to discern which strikes were real and which were mere illusions. Su Jiuchuan focused, unleashing a furious slash, executing a move from the secret record of blade auras, known as drawing the blade to cut water. "I care not for your flashy tricks. I shall simply cleave through." Crack! The blade struck Lu Xianshan's neck, resulting in his instantaneous demise. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiuchuan finally exhaled a long breath. Countless simulations had led to his demise at the hands of this father-son duo, but at last, he had resolved the matter. "Please spare me." Lu Cheng, upon witnessing the tragic death of his father, was rendered paralyzed by fear. Su Jiuchuan disdainfully shook his head and remarked, "If you wish to be spared, relinquish the Lu family's assets." Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Lu Cheng became agitated, eagerly nodding his agreement, and soon summoned the steward. The steward presented the deeds, land contracts, and account books, stating, "The estate holds 15,000 taels in cash, along with 100 acres of farmland and 20 shops." Su Jiuchuan was elated. Indeed, to amass wealth, one must seek out the noble families. Even a small family like the Lus had 15,000 taels in liquid assets. Imagine the opulence of those families that had thrived for millennia. How much could the farmland and shops fetch? The steward shook his head and replied, "In this chaotic era, both farmland and shops have depreciated significantly. If sold hastily, they might only fetch half the price, around 30,000 taels." Su Jiuchuan felt a pang of regret. A half-price sale meant a loss of 30,000 taels. While mulling over this, he chanced to notice several noble youths not far off. "You there, come here." The three noble youths, who had been watching the spectacle, were profoundly shaken to witness the head of a family so easily slain. even if the Liu family was among the lesser esteemed in Shuzhou. After all, he was a family head and a third-grade martial artist. It was wise to avoid inciting the wrath of this grim reaper standing before them. Thus, they approached with a newfound respect. Su Jiuchuan handed over the property deeds and tossed the land contracts aside, declaring, "You two are noble families of Shuzhou. Assess how much these properties might be worth." Their eyes brightened at the prospect, for such assets could be passed down to future generations. The lands and shops surrounding Shuzhou had long been divided among a few families. Opportunities like this were rare. Qian Jieyu stepped forward, picking up a land contract from the ground and perusing it. "My Qian family will acquire all these properties. I shall offer 40,000 taels." Unlike other families, the Qian family was primarily a merchant clan. Although she was not the future head, her upbringing had made her keenly aware of business opportunities. Having overheard the steward mention a potential sale of 30,000 taels, she added an extra 10,000. The other two, not lacking in wits, immediately chimed in. "We cannot allow the Qian family to take it all. We also wish to acquire a portion." Su Jiuchuan smiled and said, "That makes sense. Everyone should partake in this." He proposed, "Why not negotiate among yourselves? The total price shall be 50,000 taels." The three paused momentarily before departing to confer. After a lengthy incense stick's worth of time, they returned, with Qian Jieyu stating, "We agree to the sum of 50,000 taels." Though caught off guard by the cunning of this individual, who had incited discord among the families, her merchant instincts quickly facilitated a resolution. While the additional silver was a concern, it was indeed a lucrative deal. "I expect you to deliver the silver to the Fuyuan escort agency within 3 days. I shall temporarily reside there, and I will only accept cash." The trio furrowed their brows. Cash may be cumbersome, but it was not insurmountable. They ultimately nodded in agreement. "Oh, by the way, Lian Xiong, I just heard you express a desire for my companion to be sent to you." Su Jiuchuan's expression shifted suddenly, a murderous aura enveloping Lian Xiong. Zheng Xinyue realized, to her dismay, that she had been targeted long before. Fear gripped her heart at this revelation. "It's a misunderstanding." Lian Xiong's face turned ashen, yet having witnessed Su Jiuchuan's ferocity, he dared not retaliate, secretly pondering, "How dare this mere third-grade martial artist insult me? I shall find a way to end you." Chapter 33, The Intent of the Blade. Su Jiuchuan paid no heed to Lian Xiong's trepidations. To him, as long as he could continually enhance his strength, all problems would be surmountable. After resolving the matters at hand, Su Jiuchuan returned to the Fuyuan escort agency, accompanied by Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang. Soon, the Liu family's servants dutifully delivered the 15,000 taels in cash. Once he dismissed them, he opened the system to recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 17,866 points. This marked the first time he possessed such a sum, enough for 8 simulations. Adding to this were the proceeds from the sale of land and properties, totaling 50,000 taels. He truly felt he had struck gold. Yet, Su Jiuchuan swiftly cast aside his excitement. Although he had acquired wealth, he had likely offended the local noble families. After all, no one relished the emergence of an unexpected contender. He had no desire for his newfound riches to lead to his demise before he could enjoy them. Thus, he must convert this silver into strength post-haste. Onward with the simulations. At 18, you become a third-grade martial artist. In Shuzhou, you annihilate the Liu family, causing widespread trepidation among the noble clans. That night, a masked assailant infiltrates your residence. You engage him in combat, only to discover he too is a third-grade martial artist. You are outmatched, sustaining severe injuries as you flee. 6 months later, having recuperated, you learn that Su Yuanjiang, Su Yunxia, and Zheng Xinyue have all been slain. You vow revenge. At 20, you return to Shuzhou, intent on uncovering the identity of the masked assailant. One night, he reappears, and despite employing the Dao Gang's secret record sword technique, you are still no match for him, and are killed at the age of 20. So formidable? Su Jiuchuan felt astonished. In this simulation, he had gained an additional 2 years of cultivation, yet still could not prevail. Previously, he managed to escape, but this time he was slain outright. What was the reason? Simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of a 20-year-old. 2. The martial arts experience of a 20-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 20. This time, he chose the second option. A fleeting memory of combat flooded his mind, and Su Jiuchuan instantly comprehended the reason for his demise. When the masked man unleashed his sword technique, it bore down upon him like an insurmountable mountain, rendering escape impossible. Was this sword intent? And a mountain's intent, at that. Throughout his many simulations, Su Jiuchuan had heard of sword intent, an amalgamation of martial will infused within techniques, capable of being resisted only by an equally strong will. Thus, to counter the masked man, Su Jiuchuan would either need to ascend to a higher martial realm to overpower him, or cultivate his own blade intent by integrating martial will into his techniques. Otherwise, he would find no resolution. Again, at 18, you become a third-grade martial artist. You slay the head of the Liu family, gaining renown in Shuzhou. The following day, you depart Shuzhou with your brother and sister. On the road, you encounter a masked man. You draw your blade to confront him. But you are still no match and escape with injuries. Your siblings are killed. You are engulfed in grief. 6 months later, having healed, you journey to Tianmu City, where you become a disciple of Kai Jing, learning sword techniques. One day, while accompanying your senior sister Kai Rujin, you encounter a man in black attempting to abduct her. You engage him in combat, but after several exchanges, you are killed on the spot, dying at 18. Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of frustration. This time, in pursuit of refining his blade intent, he had joined Kai Jing's sect. For the Dao Gang's secret record had been learned from him. It seemed logical to return and hone his skills there. Yet, why had he been able to repel the black-clad assailant during his previous heroic rescue, but succumbed this time? Perhaps the adversary had gathered intelligence regarding Kai Rujin's circumstances, prompting them to dispatch agents. The last encounter had been fortuitous, as their unexpected appearance had provided him an opportunity to rescue others. This time, however, it was evident that his capabilities had been duly accounted for, resulting in his failure. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of an 18-year-old. 2. The martial experience of an 18-year-old. 3. The life wisdom of an 18-year-old. Su Jiuchuan chose the second option. The myriad memories of honing his swordsmanship flooded his mind, and he suddenly felt a profound enhancement in his comprehension of the Dao Gang's secret record. Indeed, finding the right mentor was essential for rapid advancement. Let us proceed once more. At 18, you became a third-grade master. You entrusted Zheng Xinyue with escorting Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia out of Shuzhou City. On that day, a masked assailant invaded your residence. You were no match for them and fled, sustaining injuries in the process. Subsequently, you learned that Zheng Xinyue and others had been ambushed en route and were slain. You departed Shuzhou, making your way to Tianmu City, where you became a disciple under the innate master Kai Jing, dedicating yourself to rigorous training. One day, Kai Rujin was abducted by men in black. Kai Jing was furious and ventured out to search for his daughter, never to return for many years. A decade later, Kai Jing returned home gravely wounded, only to be pursued by a group of assailants in black. You were compelled to fight with all your might. In a final surge of power, Kai Jing vanquished the black-clad foes but succumbed to his injuries. Inspired by this, you achieved enlightenment and cultivated your sword intent. Half a month later, the black-clad assailants reappeared, intent on exterminating Kai Jing's disciples. You unleashed your combat prowess, battling fiercely until your demise at the age of 28. In this simulation, Su Jiuchuan had managed to endure, disregarding Kai Rujin, thereby extending his life by a decade, with his greatest achievement being the cultivation of his sword intent. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of a 28-year-old. 2. The martial experience of a 28-year-old. 3. The life wisdom of a 28-year-old. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. Su Jiuchuan felt an invigorating surge of unyielding determination within him, prompting him to unsheath his long sword. The blade trembled in his grasp, urging him to charge forth and engage in battle. This was the sword intent, a manifestation of the resolve he had acquired through countless life and death encounters, embodying a fierce determination to prevail at all costs. Outside, Zheng Xinyue suddenly felt a wave of trepidation, sensing that within Su Jiuchuan's chamber lay a ferocious beast. Resolute and unyielding, fearful, she remained motionless. It was not until a full incense stick had burned that this overwhelming will began to dissipate. At that moment, Su Jiuchuan too reigned in his sword intent, pondering the troubling realization that despite his efforts in numerous simulations, safeguarding Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia remained a formidable challenge. He had begun to discern the nature of this simulator. While it facilitated swift enhancement of his abilities, it was also fraught with peril. Each time he amassed considerable wealth, believing he could afford a moment's respite, formidable adversaries would often materialize, keeping him perpetually on the brink of death. This must be the world's malevolent intent towards him as a transmigrator. Consequently, it was exceedingly difficult to care for the siblings. Chapter 34, Arrangements. Within a residence in Shuzhou City, Lian Xiong was reporting to a middle-aged man about the events of the day. Father, Su Jiuchuan is ruthless and cruel, having directly slain the father and son of the Liu family, and even liquidated their assets. Such actions are utterly abhorrent. We must not allow him to succeed. He cannot be permitted to run rampant in Shuzhou as a mere third-grade master. Lian Xiong recalled the humiliation he had suffered at the Liu family's hands. Unable to suppress his indignation, the middle-aged man was none other than Lian Shi, the head of the Lian family, who shook his head in response. If Su Jiuchuan has indeed seized the Liu family's assets, that would present a problem, as it would imply a division of the interests of Shuzhou City. However, given that he has sold the Liu family's property to us and others, it suggests he has no intention of settling in Shuzhou. Therefore, it is inconsequential. A mere few tens of thousands of taels of silver would suffice to placate the matter. After all, he is a top-tier martial artist. While tens of thousands of taels may seem substantial, to these prominent families, it was but a trifling sum. Furthermore, for martial artists, wealth was ultimately a secondary concern. As long as it sufficed to cover the family's expenses, it was adequate. The true foundation of a family was rooted in martial prowess. The Lin family's dominance in Shuzhou among the aristocracy stemmed from their possession of 2 third-grade martial artists and an ancestral figure in seclusion at first grade. Nonetheless, Lian Xiong remained unconvinced. Let us not dwell further on this matter. Lian Qi waved his hand dismissively. As he exited the courtyard, Lian Xiong was still seething with resentment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hurried outside to summon a servant to prepare the carriage. The carriage departed from the Lian residence, hastening for several dozen kilometers until it reached a cave in the outskirts. Lian Xiong stepped down from the carriage, adjusted his attire, and then ventured into the cave alone. The cave was not spacious, extending merely a dozen paces in length, and within sat a solitary figure with closed eyes. This individual appeared to be in his 30s, his long hair obscuring his face, and his beard was unkempt, clearly indicating years of seclusion and training. Second uncle, Lian Xiong greeted respectfully with a cupped fist. This was Lian Song, the Lian family's second third-grade martial artist, renowned for his exceptional talent. Not only had he advanced to the 3rd grade, but he had also comprehended the Hangyue sword technique to attain sword intent. Sword intent embodies the martial will and techniques, and is immensely beneficial for breaking through to the innate realm. Thus, the Lian family had refrained from allowing him to interfere with worldly affairs, allowing him to focus solely on cultivation, with the hope that one day, the family would possess an innate expert, thereby achieving renown as a prestigious house. What brings you here? Lian Song continued to keep his eyes shut. Second uncle, there is a young man named Su Jiuchuan in Shuzhou City. It is said that merely half a month ago, he had just broken through to the 9th grade in Hechuan City. Yet, yesterday he executed the head of the Lu family, and he is already a 3rd-grade martial artist. Oh, Lian Song's eyes snapped open, and in the dimly lit cave, they gleamed like a sharp sword, striking fear into Lian Xiong's heart. He may possess some secrets. Lian Xiong hastened to add, I thought that if second uncle could ascertain the secret behind his rapid advancement, it might aid in your progression to the innate realm. Observing that his father was unwilling to take action against Su Jiuchuan, Lian Xiong turned to his uncle. If it were for any other reason, Lian Song would likely show little interest, but he would certainly not overlook secrets pertaining to martial advancement. Go, investigate his circumstances thoroughly. I will take matters into my own hands. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Understood, Lian Xiong replied, slowly retreating from the cave. Meanwhile, Su Jiuchuan had summoned Su Yunxia, Su Yuanjiang, and Zheng Xinyue. We shall visit Xuande Temple tomorrow. Su Jiuchuan had contemplated this for some time. Given the frequency of dangers he faced, particularly during various simulations where Su Yuanjiang and Su Yunxia had become liabilities, he realized he lacked trustworthy individuals or a truly safe haven for the two. Jiuchuan, we are indeed a burden to you, Su Yuanjiang expressed, grappling with a sense of guilt. Although they had narrowly escaped death at the Lu family, he felt that he had become a hindrance. Historically, Su Yuanjiang had been the pillar of the Su family. Whenever he set out on a journey, Su Jiuchuan and Su Yunxia would worry extensively. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly transitioned into a liability, leaving him quite distressed. In truth, it does not concern me. Su Yunxia gritted her teeth and declared, I can go anywhere. I cannot be a burden to you. Su Jiuchuan felt a pang of guilt. His elder sister and brother still cared for him as they always had. In the past, they protected him, and now he was determined to protect them. However, the present was fraught with peril, and he contemplated temporarily placing them in a secure location until he grew strong enough to retrieve them. The sanctuary he envisioned for them was none other than Xuande Temple, which had sheltered him for many years in countless simulated lives, until the appearance of Xuan Mingkai and his demise at the hands of her senior brother. We will follow your lead. Su Yuanjiang silently vowed to strive to become a martial artist to alleviate his brother's burdens, but for now, he would heed his brother's arrangements. Having successfully convinced his sister and brother, Su Jiuchuan turned to Zheng Xinyue and said, Please arrange for transportation. I must escort them to Xuande Temple. As dusk descended, a horse-drawn carriage emerged from the Fuyuan escort agency. While traversing through a small grove in the night, Su Jiuchuan suddenly called out to the carriage driver, Stop. A guest approaches. How astute. A masked figure emerged slowly from the inky darkness of the woods. Su Jiuchuan had encountered this masked individual in numerous simulations and was curious about their identity. Who are you? Why are you waiting for me here? I heard that in just a few months, you progressed from a 9th-grade martial artist to a 3rd-grade one. Let us test your mettle. Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. His identity was indeed too easily traceable, and such rapid advancement had evidently attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. In the simulated lives, this individual was a formidable adversary, slowly drawing a long knife with a pressure that felt as immovable as a mountain. Impressive. You possess some skill. The masked figure also unsheathed a long sword. With the sword in hand, his aura transformed dramatically. Su Jiuchuan felt as if an enormous mountain loomed overhead, locking him in its grasp, ready to crush him. Is this the essence of the mountain's sword intent? The oppressive force emanating from this individual far exceeded that of the Lu family patriarch. This was the true embodiment of a high-grade martial artist. Su Jiuchuan's battle spirit ignited. a faint white blade aura coalescing around his long knife, enveloping it in a delicate veil. This was the authentic might of the blade aura's secret record. Only under the enhancement of blade intent could the aura manifest. Chapter 35, Xuande Temple. At this moment, Lian Song was also astonished, initially skeptical of Lian Xiong's claims. He now beheld the young man before him who had indeed condensed blade intent. While martial prowess could be attributed to innate talent, integrating will into swordplay demonstrated formidable determination. Even he had only managed to cultivate sword intent by the age of 30 through the accumulation of countless family resources. Thus, he was considered a genius swordsman in Shuzhou City. It was evident how terrifying this young man was, and Lian Song's heart darkened with murderous intent. Such a prodigy could not be allowed to exist in his presence. Die. Instantly, the sky seemed to darken, as if an immense mountain was descending upon them. The unstoppable peak appeared poised to crush Su Jiuchuan into a pulp. In the next moment, a simple yet unadorned flash of blade light ignited amidst the darkness. Cleaving towards the mountain, the blade aura expanded, slicing through the shadows and obliterating the mountain with effortless ease. In the heavens, the mountain vanished, revealing its true form, a pitch-black long sword. With a resounding clash, the blade aura struck the sword's body, producing a deafening sound, followed by what seemed to be a mournful cry from the long sword as it was sent flying. Lian Song extended his hand, and the sword flew into his grasp, still vibrating with residual energy. Puffed. Lian Song spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being collapsing. The clash of sword intent was fundamentally a contest of wills. A decisive victory could be devastating, yet failure inflicted a psychological wound that was not easily healed and could even manifest as a mental demon, halting one's martial journey. He realized his current state was too precarious, and he could not linger here. He immediately turned to flee. Come and go as you please. Such a luxury is not afforded to you. Su Jiuchuan transformed into a streak of blade light and launched a strike. Lian Song could only pivot to counter. Crack. It was as if something had shattered, and blood began to seep from Lian Song's brow. The mask that concealed his face was torn asunder by the night wind, and he collapsed to the ground. He is dead. From deep within the woods came the sound of hurried footsteps. Su Jiuchuan understood that these were the companions of the masked man. He was determined to protect the carriage and chose not to pursue. At this moment, he was still immersed in the profound essence of that recent strike, relentless and undeterred. Was this truly my blade intent? On the other side, Lian Xiong fled in panic, a sense of impending doom gnawing at him. Uncle has perished. The crux is that I urged him to kill Su Jiuchuan. Now how do I return to explain this to the family? On the opposite side of the grove, two figures gazed from afar. Sir, what kind of swordplay is this? It is remarkably powerful. The voice belonged to Chao Xinghe, the deputy city lord of Shuzhou. The blade aura's secret record by Old Man Kai, Guan Lin remarked, stroking his beard and furrowing his brow. With the Xuande Temple's token and knowledge of Old Man Kai's swordplay, he is undoubtedly not a member of the Xianxian sect. Such a young genius capable of comprehending blade intent would never be allowed to learn swordplay from Old Man Kai. Guan Lin smiled faintly. Very well. Let him contend with those arrogant families for now. We shall deal with the aftermath later. Seeing the appreciation in the city lord's eyes, Chao Xinghe could not help but inquire, what should be done with Su Jiuchuan? Since he is not affiliated with the Xianxian sect, our previous plans are rendered obsolete. Now that he has clashed with those self-righteous families, keep a close watch. If those old geezers attempt to kill him, you can intervene. He should then be useful to us. Understood. With that, the two figures vanished into the night. Su Jiuchuan inspected the corpse of the masked man, discovering that not even a single piece of silver was found. The long sword, which should have held some value, was rendered useless by the blade intent, leaving him silently fuming. What a loss. After so many simulations, he had finally vanquished the masked man, yet earned not a single coin. This endeavor had cost him at least 6,000 taels. However, he had no choice but to press onward. As dawn began to break, Su Jiuchuan and his companions finally arrived at Xuande Temple. Zhang Xinyue gazed at the temple before her with confusion. It appeared to be an ordinary, even dilapidated, Taoist temple. Why did City Lord Guanlin seem to regard it with such trepidation? Su Jiuchuan, having visited many times in his simulations and having survived here for decades, found nothing extraordinary. A languid old Taoist at the entrance yawned and called out to them. This temple only receives visitors at the hour of Chun. Please return to him. They appeared to be ordinary pilgrims, especially with a woman among them. Su Jiuchuan wasted no time. He tossed the black token over and casually said, Old Taoist Daoyuan, take me to see the temple master Daochi. The old Taoist was taken aback. He did not recognize this person, yet he seemed oddly familiar. Who are you? Su Jiuchuan smiled. In his simulated lives, he had mingled with this old man on several occasions, prompting him to indulge in a jest. Though Daoyuan felt perplexed, the significance of the token compelled him to act swiftly, leading several individuals into the inner sanctum. From the exterior, Xuande Temple appeared spacious, yet within, the number of people was scant. Traversing the grand hall, they encountered no more than 3 or 4 individuals. Soon, they were ushered into a guest chamber. where they met the temple's master, Daoqi. With flowing beard and venerable demeanor, he exuded an air of ethereal grace. Holding the token delicately between his fingers, he inquired, "This is the token of Sister Lin from our sect. How did you come by it?" Although Su Jiuchuan had experienced several simulated lives, his understanding of the relationship between Xuande Temple and Xuan Mingkai was somewhat muddled, making this an opportune moment to seek clarity. He recounted the incident of Xuan Mingcai's abduction and the token's subsequent bequeathment. Daoqi nodded, remarking, "It appears that Miss Xue possesses considerable talent. Otherwise, Sister Lin would not have entrusted you with this token." Su Jiuchuan, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "That esteemed elder mentioned she is from the Xinshan sect. And what is her connection to your Xuande Temple?" Daoqi chuckled softly, explaining, "The Xinshan sect is the rightful mountain abode, while Xuande Temple merely serves as a temporary refuge for disciples seeking worldly experience." Finally, Su Jiuchuan nodded in understanding and queried, "I have heard that this token allows access to a particular service from Xuande Temple?" Daoqi replied in a leisurely manner, "Indeed, whatever can be accomplished will be executed. Why not provide 100,000 taels of silver outright?" Su Jiuchuan blurted out, envisioning the potential to elevate himself to a higher realm, which would facilitate the care of Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang. Daoqi's expression froze momentarily. As a seasoned adept stationed in Shuzhou, he was accustomed to supplicants seeking guidance or favor, but this was the first time someone had audaciously requested money. Realizing his hopes were dashed upon witnessing Daoqi's countenance, Su Jiuchuan understood that while the temple could part with 10,000 taels, any greater sum was out of reach. Even Daoqi, who was usually composed, felt a flicker of annoyance. "I was merely jesting," Su Jiuchuan quickly clarified, then continued, "Might I inquire if I could join the Xinshan sect?" In his simulated lives, he had recognized the Xinshan sect as a robust entity. Even a remote temple housed innate warriors. Gaining admission would be a boon indeed. Daoqi scrutinized him closely, even patting him down, before shaking his head. "Strange indeed. You are already of the third rank at such a tender age. One would expect commendable roots. Yet, your spiritual root is muddled, displaying a lack of aptitude. Such qualifications render you ineligible for our sect." Fuming internally, Su Jiuchuan cursed the elder for deliberately belittling his potential due to his earlier request for money. He thought to himself that his current cultivation was solely the result of time and effort. After all, the cumulative duration of his simulated lives exceeded a century, and even a mere pig could attain the first rank with such time. With a forced chuckle, he lamented, "This cannot be, that cannot be. Is this token truly without merit?" Attempting to provoke a reaction, he pushed, "If I am not to be accommodated, then I shall reclaim the token." Daoqi, unfazed, smiled lightly and reached to reclaim the token. Realizing Daoqi was an astute fox, unaffected by his ploys, Su Jiuchuan sighed, "Master, it would be rather unjust to take the token without cause. How about this? My elder brother and second sister will reside here for a while. I would greatly appreciate your protection for them." Daoqi, having secured the token, replied, "That request I can indeed fulfill." With that, Daoqi lost interest in further discourse and dismissed them. Xuande Temple was vast in rooms yet sparse in inhabitants. Daoyuan generously permitted them to choose freely. Su Yunxiao and Su Yuanjiang selected 2 adjoining chambers, finally settling in. "Elder brother, second sister, I have made too many enemies. You must stay here for the time being. Once I stabilize my situation, I shall come to fetch you," Su Jiuchuan urged. "Take care of yourself," Su Yunxiao said reluctantly. Yet she understood her presence might become a burden, so she refrained from expressing further sentiments. Su Yuanjiang feigned nonchalance. "This place seems peaceful enough. Far better than struggling in the chaos outside. Rest assured, we can manage ourselves." After 2 days at the temple, Su Jiuchuan and Zheng Xiyue returned to the Fuyuan escort agency. As the deadline for payment from the 3 prominent families was approaching, they waited until noon. Yet no one arrived. Sensing trouble, Su Jiuchuan quickly initiated another simulation. At 18, you have become a third-rank warrior. You have settled the Su siblings at Xuande Temple while awaiting the 3 families to deliver the land sale proceeds. The next day, you approach the Lien family to demand payment. They refuse, and a confrontation ensues. Lien Qi, the head of the Lien family, intervenes but proves no match for you and is injured. Just as you prepare to deal with the Lien family, as you did with the Lu family, their ancestral elder emerges from seclusion. You are severely wounded after only 2 exchanges with this first-rank warrior, and as they prepare to take your life, Chao Xinghao arrives, saving you. You become a guard for the city lord's mansion. 3 years later, you encounter Guofan outside the city and slay him. The king of you sends someone to demand retribution. Guanlin kills you, providing the king with an explanation. You perish at the age of 21. Su Jiuchuan felt disheartened. The Lien family would rather risk lives than forfeit funds, all due to a first-rank ancestor? Unbeknownst to him, the masked figure in the woods was indeed the Lien family's second son. He perceived the Lien family's willingness to sacrifice lives to evade debts as utterly abhorrent. Eventually, Guanlin's acceptance of him was merely utilitarian. When trouble loomed, he would be the first to be sacrificed. It appeared that the Qian and Lin families had yet to remit their payments. likely waiting to gauge the Lien family's response. If the Lien family were to be annihilated, the others could conveniently seize shops and land without consequence. Conversely, should the Lien family falter, they would quickly relent. Simulation complete. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of 21 years. 2. The martial experience of 21 years. 3. The wisdom of life at 21. Surprised to discover the Lien family possessed a second-rank warrior, Jiuchuan resolved that he must find a way to break through. He selected option 1. His internal energy surged once more, and he gained 3 additional years of cultivation. Once more, at 18, you have become a third-rank warrior. You liquidate the Liu family's assets. When the agreed time arrives, the 3 families fail to present themselves with payment. You do not intend to demand payment. Instead, you immerse yourself in cultivation. Half a month later, the Lien family's elder emerges from seclusion, seeking you to demand retribution for the death of their second son. You are subdued on the spot. Chao Xinghao appears and rescues you. You become a guard for the city lord's mansion. Each time you complete a task assigned by the lord, you immediately return to the mansion to cultivate. 12 years later, an innate warrior passes through Shuzhou. Believing Guan Lin to be a scourge to the populace, intent on eradicating him, Guan Lin orders you to confront the warrior while he secretly flees. You are easily slain by the first-rank warrior, dying at the age of 40. Gazing at the results of this simulation, Jiuchuan found himself in a state of profound agitation. He had come to realize the elder's motives for wanting him dead. The masked figure must surely be the Lien family's second son. The enmity has been firmly established. If I do not seek them out, they will not spare even my family. The city lord is indeed a nefarious character. I have perished at his hands twice during simulations. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of a 40-year-old. 2. The martial experience of a 40-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 40. There is little to deliberate. 12 years of cultivation cannot be disregarded. Jiuchuan believes that accumulation over time will inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation. He chooses the first option. Once more, he experiences a surge of true energy. And this time he distinctly feels that he has reached the pinnacle of a third-grade martial artist. What he now requires is an opportunity to break through to the second grade. Upon examining the system, he sees that only 688 points remain, allowing for just 3 more simulations. These opportunities may not guarantee success. At 18, you become a third-grade martial artist. You liquidate the Liu family's assets. However, the 3 families in Shuzhou fail to deliver the silver on time. You do not act impulsively. That very night, you flee Shuzhou. You head to Shishui City, where you begin your secluded training. At 19, Zheng Nanhai seeks you out, persuading you to ally with the court and promising Zheng Xinyue's hand in marriage. Thus, you become a covert agent for the court. At 20, the chief of the pacification office arrives in Shishui City, recognizing your potential and promoting you to the rank of lieutenant, permitting you access to the scripture repository of the pacification office. At 24, you read extensively from the notes of senior practitioners, gaining invaluable insights. At 31, the nomads from the grasslands invade. You venture to gather intelligence and are slain by a first-grade expert among them, dying at the age of 31. Chapter 37, The Confrontation. Jiuchuan gazes at the results of this simulation, hesitating not a moment longer and opting once again for the martial realm, as it represents 12 years of cultivation. Although the volume of true energy within him does not increase, he can distinctly sense its solidification. He knows he is merely a layer of paper away from a breakthrough. He proceeds once more. At 18, you become a third-grade martial artist, liquidating properties and land belonging to the Lien family. Yet they fail to deliver the silver on time. You and Zheng Xinyue escape the city under cover of night, heading to Phoenix City, where you commence your secluded training. At 19, Zheng Nanhai seeks you out again, urging you to serve as a covert agent for the court, which you decline. That night, Zheng Xinyue invites you to drink. You indulge heartily. The next day, you discover you cannot move. Your drink had been laced with poison. Zheng Nanhai reappears, insisting once more that you become a covert agent for the court, promising Zheng Xinyue's hand in marriage. In a fit of rage, you refuse vehemently. Zheng Nanhai turns hostile, intent on taking your life, but Zheng Xinyue intervenes and suffers a fatal wound. Ultimately, you both perish at the tender age of 19. Jiuchuan contemplates this outcome, unable to find peace. This world is indeed filled with malice. Is it truly a matter of life and death simply for refusing to become a spy? Moreover, Zheng Xinyue, who had drugged him, ultimately met the same fate. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of a 19-year-old. 2. The martial experience of a 19-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 19. This time, the duration was too brief, leaving little choice. Reflecting on such a humiliating demise, he finds it unbearable to choose life experience. Ultimately, he selects the first option. A year of cultivation is still cultivation. Now, only one final simulation remains. What if this time he fails to break through as well? A sudden thought strikes Jiuchuan. His blade intent is relentless, yet in previous simulations, he always encountered first-grade opponents and fled. Could it be an issue of mindset? Resolving himself, he initiates another simulation. At 18, you become a third-grade martial artist. You eradicate the Liu family and auction their assets. However, the Lian, Lin, and Qian families fail to remit payment on time. You choose not to leave and continue your cultivation. Half a month later, the patriarch of the Lian family arrives, seeking vengeance for Lian Song. You fight fiercely. And after more than 20 exchanges, you employ a mutually destructive technique from the secret record of blade energy, perishing together with the patriarch, yet in your final moments. You break through to the second grade. Indeed, as he suspected, Su Jiuchuan rejoices. The will of the martial way is a manifestation of a martial artist's spirit. If one cannot align with their own martial intent, it will inevitably waver in the subconscious, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Su Jiuchuan reflects on the insights gained from this simulation. Simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of an 18-year-old. 2. The martial experience of an 18-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 18. There is nothing further to deliberate. He naturally chooses the first option. Instantly, his true energy begins to solidify once more, seemingly transforming into a liquid state, circulating throughout his meridians and breaking through several acupoints. Second grade. Su Jiuchuan exhales deeply. This simulation not only resulted in a breakthrough in realm, but more importantly, it has fortified his resolve regarding his martial path. Indeed, in the following days, neither the Lian family nor the Lin family, or even the Qian family, make any moves. Zhang Xinyue grows increasingly anxious, sensing an unusual turn of events, and spends days seeking information. Su Jiuchuan, however, remains unperturbed, sitting quietly in the courtyard, polishing his long blade. He is preparing himself. A great battle is imminent, and against a first-grade opponent. He must give his all, despite not having broken through in the simulated life, but still perishing together with the opponent. Now that he has ascended to the second grade, he should achieve a more favorable outcome. However, Su Jiuchuan does not blindly trust the simulation. After all, martial artists stake their lives in battle, and life and death can hinge on a moment's notice. What can be won today may not be so tomorrow. The Lian family, led by Patriarch Lian Shi and accompanied by Lian Xiong and other descendants, stand respectfully before the entrance to a secret chamber. Suddenly, the stone door of the chamber rumbles open, and a white-haired elder emerges slowly. Welcome back from seclusion, ancestor. The Lian family members bow in unison. The elder nods, surveying the surroundings and frowns, inquiring, where is Song? Lian Shi hastily steps forward, explaining, a few days ago, a third-grade martial artist from outside Shuzhou arrived. My younger brother, hearing of his rapid cultivation, went to test his skills but was unexpectedly killed. Killed? The elder's gaze turns icy, and a wave of murderous intent envelopes the courtyard, causing all present to tremble in fear. The elder's heart aches. At over 80 years of age, he has yet to break through to the innate level. Without entering the innate realm, he remains merely mortal, and his lifespan is dwindling. Among the next generation, Lian Song held the greatest promise. At 30 years old, he had already reached the third grade, and crucially, he had comprehended the intent of the sword. Thus, once he broke through to the innate level, he would be a formidable force. But now, he has been slain. Should the elder pass, how could Lian Shi ensure the Lian family's continued standing? They might end up as merely a small clan like the Liu family. Who is this person? Is he a disciple of a prestigious sect? Though filled with anger and sorrow, the elder refrains from rash actions. A young individual who has cultivated to the third grade and managed to slay someone who comprehended sword intent is certainly no simple foe. The city lord's intelligence indicates that this individual practices a diverse range of skills, making it unlikely he hails from a renowned sect. Good, good, good. The ancestral figure gritted his teeth and declared, those who dare to slay my kin shall pay with their lives. Meanwhile, Su Jiuchuan continued to polish his long sword in the courtyard. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyue rushed in, flustered, exclaiming, this is bad. The escort agency has been surrounded, and judging by their attire, they must be from the Lian family. Su Jiuchuan nodded in acknowledgement, continuing his task with unwavering focus. With a resounding crash, the main gate was forcefully breached, and a group of guards stormed in. Leading them was Lian Qi, the head of the Lian family, accompanied by a venerable elder with white hair and beard, presumably the ancestral figure of the Lian clan, followed closely by Lian Xiong and others. Zhang Xinyue, her brows furrowed. Rebuked, you Lian family were supposed to deliver the silver for the purchase of properties and land 10 days ago. Are you planning to default on your debt? At that moment, she remained unaware of the true reason behind the siege. Lian Qi, his face twisted with murderous intent, retorted, you speak of payment after taking lives? A palpable aura of death loomed over Zhang Xinyue, the oppressive force of a high-tier martial artist rendering her paralyzed with fear. Just then, a warm hand grasped her, and a formidable figure positioned himself protectively in front of her. Dare to slay my Lian kin, and you must be prepared to meet your demise. The ancestral figure of the Lian family, taken aback, noted the astonishing strength of Su Jiuchuan, now evidently a second-tier martial artist. He shot a stern glance at Lian Qi. realizing the folly of underestimating their opponent's prowess. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical, recalling that just yesterday, Jiuchuan was merely a third-tier fighter. Regardless, a second-tier adversary with a vendetta against the Lin family could not be spared. With a fierce glare, the ancestral figure's murderous intent was laser-focused on Jiuchuan. For the first time, Jiuchuan faced the full brunt of a first-tier martial artist's pressure. Previously, he had only encountered Guanlin in a casual manner. This overwhelming force bore down upon him like a mountain, causing those nearby to retreat in trepidation. He gently pushed Zheng Xinyue away to a safe distance and steadied himself, channeling his energy into his long sword, which shimmered with a faint blade aura. This was the blade intent, standing defiantly against the suffocating pressure. Humph, you have actually cultivated blade intent. No wonder you were able to slay Erlang, the ancestral figure sneered. That only makes your existence more intolerable. Otherwise, this little beast will become uncontrollable in the future. With that, he lunged forward, unleashing a devastating strike that reverberated through the air, as if the very heavens were being pierced. A faint white light ignited within the courtyard, surging towards the formidable sword strike, unyielding and resolute. With a sharp clang, the longsword shattered under the force of the ancestral figure's blade, raining down metallic shards like iron rain. Zheng Xinyue gasped in horror, her complexion paling. The onlooking members of the Lin family began to cheer, sensing victory was within their grasp. Yet amidst the cascade of debris, a single shard enveloped in white light continued its relentless advance, akin to a general struck by multiple arrows, yet still charging towards the enemy camp. The ancestral figure, initially relieved by the destruction of Jiuchuan's weapon, suddenly sensed something amiss and was gripped by dread as he realized too late what was happening. Thud! In an instant, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence, as if time had been suspended. The onlookers were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear. Moments later, the ancestral figure staggered backward, a trickle of blood seeping from his brow. Ancestral patriarch? The Lin family members gasped in shock, yet they dared not move, their eyes fixed on Jiuchuan, who still held his sword firmly. Jiuchuan remained still, reveling in the profound sensation that accompanied his most exceptional strike to date. After a considerable pause, he regained his awareness, noting the fearful glances surrounding him and the rapid beating hearts of many, as well as the shadowy figure leaping from the wall. Was that Chao Xinghe? You intend to flee? Jiuchuan called out as he observed Lian Qi and Lian Xiong attempting to discreetly withdraw. Lian Qi spat defiantly. The matter has reached this point. The Lian family has no further words. The once seemingly favorable situation had taken an unexpected turn, and recalling the fate of the Liu family, he feared for his own life. Even Lian Xiong, standing amidst the crowd, appeared ashen, regretting his decision to provoke this harbinger of death. Jiuchuan, shaking his head, dismissed the notion of pursuing the Lian family any further. They were no longer worthy adversaries. 100,000 taels of silver must be delivered here by noon tomorrow, otherwise, the Lian family will cease to exist. Lian Qi could scarcely believe his ears. With their ancestral figure fallen, the opponent's sole demand was for silver. A mere trifle in the eyes of a martial artist. Very well. Lian Qi hastily nodded, then solemnly carried away the body of the ancestral figure. As the Lian members departed, Zheng Xinyue hurried over, her voice gentle with concern. Su, are you injured? Jiuchuan found her tone peculiar. Previously, Zheng Xinyue had been quite forthright in their interactions, yet now her words dripped with tenderness, which struck him as odd. Wait, her face was flushed, her eyes shimmering with suppressed affection. Jiuchuan mused inwardly. Could it be that my stunning display just now has captivated even this tomboyish woman? Chao Xinghe rushed into the city lord's residence with haste, where Guanlin remained engrossed in tending to a rare flower. Typically, he would not tolerate interruptions during his gardening. But now, Chao Xinghe had no time for decorum. My lord, before he could finish, Guanlin snorted coldly, causing Chao Xinghe to clam up, as though struck by thunder. Guanlin meticulously cleared the weeds from the sapling, ensuring no remnants remained, before finally lifting his gaze. Impertinent, and yet you serve as deputy lord. Speak, what is it? That Jiuchuan has killed the ancestral figure of the Lin family. With a resounding crack, the sapling in Guanlin's hands shattered into fragments. Explain yourself. Chao Xinghe recounted the recent events in detail. Second tier? Impossible. Guanlin was certain that when Jiuchuan last visited the city lord's residence, he had still been a third-tier fighter. Perhaps he had fortuitously reached the peak of third tier and subsequently found an opportunity to break through. However, to kill a first-tier martial artist upon just entering second tier, albeit an elderly one, was indeed a remarkable feat. Such a prodigy could not be permitted to exist within Shuzhou City. Initially, Guanlin had contemplated the merit of recruiting a third-tier expert under 20 years of age. But a second-tier talent capable of slaying a first-tier adversary was far too dangerous to retain. Send word to Jiuchuan, claiming I wish to host a banquet with several prominent families to mediate the local tensions. Guanlin mused as he paced back and forth. You must immediately head outside the city and summon a contingent of Tiger Prowl camp soldiers. We cannot allow him to escape. Though Su Jiuchuan was indeed a powerful first-tier martial artist, far from the frail state of the Lian ancestral figure, Guanlin, as the ruling officer of Shuzhou City, would not place himself in jeopardy. Understood. Chao Xinghan nodded vigorously, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Tiger Prowl camp represented the most elite soldiers in Shuzhou City, with an annual investment of over 10,000 taels, ensuring they were well-equipped, with every soldier a minimum of 8th-tier martial artist. Certainly, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most dreadful revelation lies in the soldiers having practiced certain formations typically employed to encircle and eliminate an opposing general on the battlefield. Now, they are being directly deployed against Su Jiuchuan, rendering his demise inevitable. Chapter 39, The Escape. At this moment, Su Jiuchuan was also engulfed in worry. After his recent confrontation with the ancestor of the Lian family, the long sword he had casually picked up was now shattered. It was evident that an ordinary sword could no longer sustain his sword intent. He required a weapon of exceptional quality. Su Jiuchuan activated the simulator. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 5,000 points. He nearly choked on his own blood. Simulating at the 3rd rank only cost 2,000 points, and now it had skyrocketed to 5,000, more than double the previous amount. This was utterly outrageous. Upon checking, he found that his current balance stood at a mere 1,688 points. As he pondered over his financial woes, Zheng Xinhua entered and announced, "Brother Su, someone from the Qian family has arrived." A flicker of interest ignited within Su Jiuchuan as he replied, "Let us go see." Outside the courtyard stood several individuals, led by a portly middle-aged man adorned in a robe decorated with golden patterns, followed closely by Qian Jieyu. "Oh, the Lian family has faltered, and yet the Qian family wishes to test their luck?" Su Jiuchuan remarked coldly, an aura of menace enveloping him. "It's a misunderstanding. I am Qian Yuan, the head of the Qian family. A few days ago, my daughter purchased some properties from you, requiring 20,000 taels of silver and only in cash. Thus, I spent these days gathering the funds and have come to deliver them personally." Qian Yuan quickly clasped his hands in greeting. The recent downfall of the Lian family's ancestor had indeed instilled fear. Su Jiuchuan's heart stirred. He had long since inquired and discovered that the Qian family in Shuzhou specialized in lending and brothel operations. 20,000 taels were but a trifling sum, hardly warranting days of collection. It appeared they were merely testing their own capabilities. If the Lian family's ancestor had perished here, he would have gained land without effort. Now, witnessing the demise of the Lian family's ancestor, they had no choice but to hasten and deliver the funds. Seeing Su Jiuchuan's fluctuating expression, Qian Jiu hastily added, "My father said that due to some delays, he would like to offer an additional 10,000 taels as an apology." Only then did Su Jiuchuan nod, his heart filled with joy. He had been fretting over finances, and now this windfall had arrived. Truly, such a wealthy family could casually offer an additional 10,000 taels as an apology. This meant he could conduct more simulations. He wished for more such compensatory gestures. Once Su Jiuchuan accepted the silver, the Qian father and daughter finally felt at ease, exchanged a few pleasantries, and departed. After a sufficient interval, the Lin family also made an appearance. This was not due to any negligence on their part. Rather, they had heard along the way that the Qian family had provided an extra 10,000 taels. The head of the Lin family could not help but curse the Qian family for their lack of foresight, leading them to seek more funds, hence their tardiness. However, Su Jiuchuan was indifferent. An extra 10,000 taels meant more profit, and he welcomed such occurrences. By evening, the steward of the Lian family also arrived. It turned out that this matter of life and death had compelled the Lian family to seek funds, selling off assets. And they managed to gather 100,000 taels in just half a day, promptly bringing it to him. At last, Su Jiuchuan felt a sense of affluence wash over him. These wealthy families indeed possessed substantial riches. In the past, he had solely targeted impoverished bandits, which now seemed an utterly narrow perspective. Recharge. Recharge successful, current balance, 161,688 points. He felt as if he had truly struck it rich for the first time. "Brother Su, the city lord's residence has sent an invitation for you to attend a banquet tomorrow night to mediate your relationship with the aristocratic families," Zheng Xinhua announced as Su Jiuchuan reveled in his newfound wealth. Mediation? Su Jiuchuan's skepticism arose when he had clashed with the Lu and Lian families. The city lord's residence had not intervened. Now that everything had settled, why would they seek to mediate? Through past simulations, he had developed a negative impression of Guanlin, who had betrayed him after receiving what he needed. This time, it was likely not a favorable banquet either. After much contemplation, Su Jiuchuan resolved to simulate once more. 5,000 taels for a reading of fate, truly exorbitant. At 18, you become a second-rank warrior. You successfully kill the first-rank warrior, the Lian family's ancestor. The city lord's residence invites you and several local heads of families to a banquet. The following day, you proceed to the city lord's residence. As the feast concludes, a multitude of soldiers suddenly storms in. You attempt to flee, but the soldiers form a formation that traps you, ultimately leading to your demise on the spot, at the tender age of 18. Su Jiuchuan gasped in shock. Indeed, Guanlin was not to be trifled with, having arranged for his encirclement. Guanlin, a first-rank warrior, had mobilized a significant number of soldiers. Shuzhou City was no longer a safe haven for him. Simulation ended. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Martial Realm at 18. 2. Martial Experience at 18. 3. Wisdom of Life at 18. After deep reflection, Su Jiuchuan chose the latter. A vivid memory of intense combat surged into his mind, as the soldiers formed a formation that ensnared him. No matter which direction he attempted to flee, he could not escape. Ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Was this the military's encirclement formation? He had heard that during warfare, many high-ranking commanders were first-rank warriors, and ordinary soldiers often found it impossible to kill such individuals. Thus, military experts devised this formation specifically targeting high-ranking warriors, accepting the loss of lower-ranking soldiers in exchange for eliminating the opponent's elite. He never expected Guanlin would employ this strategy against him. It was indeed a testament to his regard for Su Jiuchuan. Realizing that Guanlin had already set his sights on his demise, Su Jiuchuan understood he was in grave danger, and at this moment, he could not afford to be frugal. He proceeded to simulate again. At 18, you become a second-rank warrior. The city lord invites you to the city lord's residence for a feast. That night, you immediately flee outside the city, only to encounter Chao Hexing, who leads soldiers into the city, and you are promptly attacked. Despite your desperate attempts, you cannot break free from the encirclement and ultimately meet your end at the age of 18. How unfortunate could this be? To stumble directly into this situation. This time, he faced a choice of 3 options, and he selected the wisdom of life. Soon, a memory emerged, revealing Su Jiuchuan fleeing towards the western part of the city when he encountered trouble. If he were to choose a different direction this time, would there be a chance of escape? Continuing, at 18, you become a second-rank warrior. You receive an invitation from the city lord's residence. That night, you flee eastward out of the city. Before long, you are discovered by the city's guards, and a pursuing team quickly follows. In a panic, you flee into Black Wind Ridge. The pursuers dare not enter and can only wait outside. You become lost within, and, half a month later, encounter a monster, resulting in your immediate demise at the age of 18. What on earth? Another monster? Su Jiuchuan recalled that in several previous simulations, he had met his demise at the hands of monsters, and he began to sense that this world was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. However, with life and death at stake, this was not the time for such considerations. Since the western and eastern routes were unviable, perhaps it was time to explore another direction. Chapter 40. The Treasure. Once again, 3 options presented themselves. Su Jiuchuan selected the third. He was still curious to uncover what these monsters were like. Instantly, a memory unfolded. He found himself fleeing through a pitch-black cave, having discarded his torch, only to be struck in the back by some creature, akin to being hit by a freight train. The final memory flickered in the dim glow of the torch, casting enormous shadows upon the cave walls. It was astonishing how I had failed to perceive it, merely feeling an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Su Jiuchuan sighed. Despite having attained the second rank, this world still harbored such formidable forces, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Onward he pressed. At the age of 18, you became a second-rank warrior, and the Lord of Shuzhou City invited you to a banquet the following evening. That night, you stealthily slipped out through the southern gate of Shuzhou City, only to unexpectedly encounter the city lord, Guanlin, who was patrolling the area. You were discovered, and he promptly commanded his subordinates to capture you, leading to a fierce battle. After slaying dozens of soldiers, Guanlin, enraged, took matters into his own hands, and you were killed on the spot. At the tender age of 18, Su Jiuchuan found himself at a loss for words. He had fortuitously run into Guanlin during his patrol. An unfortunate stroke of luck indeed. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts prowess of an 18-year-old. 2. The martial arts experience of an 18-year-old. 3. The life wisdom of an 18-year-old. This time, he chose option 2. Previously, at the Lord's mansion, he had not truly grasped Guanlin's strength, only knowing him to be a renowned first-rank master. Countless experiences, techniques, and memories flooded into his mind, and Su Jiuchuan perceived that segment of memory from a third-person perspective. In merely 10 moves, he was vanquished by Guanlin. Truly, Guanlin was formidable, far surpassing even the elder of the Lin family. The amount of vital energy he possessed was at least tenfold that of the latter. A peak first rank? Su Jiuchuan was inwardly astonished. It seemed Guanlin was but a step away from true innate mastery. In his final moments, he felt an insurmountable power in Guanlin. Now, only one path remained. Onward. At 18, you became a second-rank warrior, and the Lord of Shuzhou City invited you to a banquet the following day. Aware that banquets seldom herald good tidings, you fled under the cover of night. You slipped out through the northern gate, but were once again discovered by the soldiers stationed at the city wall. Escaping the city, you took refuge in the mountains, only to find Shuzhou's soldiers commencing a search. You fled deeper into the woods, where in a secluded valley, you stumbled upon Guo Fan and many subordinates, seemingly searching for something within that valley. You trailed them, discovering they were in pursuit of a treasure belonging to an innate warrior. You resolved to observe their movements closely. 2 days later, Guofan and his companions finally unearthed the treasure. You seized the opportunity to snatch it away. Guofan was no match for you. Yet just as you were about to deliver the final blow, a flash of white light intervened. You were slain on the spot. At the age of 18. What was this? Could it be Guofan's hidden card? Jiuchuan mused. Realizing that these individuals of notable background were indeed to be taken seriously, that flash of white light was no ordinary occurrence. Perhaps he had previously underestimated the limits of martial prowess in this world. Another set of 3 options appeared. Without hesitation, Jiuchuan chose option 3. He needed the location of that treasure. Through this simulated life, many of the confusions that plagued him had found resolution. From Guanlin's remarks, it appeared the royal family was embroiled in significant troubles, causing others to stir restlessly. Whether it was King Yu or Guanlin, they seemed to be awaiting a definitive piece of news. Until that news was clarified, the territorial skirmishes among the local lords were rendered futile. If that were the case, why had Guofan, as King Yu's son, ventured outside Shuzhou City, and why had he incorporated the nearby bandit factions? Initially, Jiuchuan presumed Guofan was preparing to attack Shuzhou, but with the ragtag assembly he had brought along, coupled with the local bandits, conquering Shuzhou seemed a mere fantasy. However, the situation was now clarified. Guofan must have acquired information regarding a treasure belonging to an innate warrior located just outside Shuzhou City. He had gathered such a multitude for the sake of efficient searching. Jiuchuan discreetly calculated. He must stake a claim to that treasure. Now that he was a second-rank warrior, yet his acquired Xuanqing scripture only catered to the first rank. This meant that upon breaking through to the first rank, he would have no further martial arts to study. To learn a higher-level Xuanqing scripture, he would need to join the Xinxian sect. But the Dao Qi from the Tianxian temple had made it abundantly clear that his aptitude fell short. The treasure of the innate warrior most likely contained martial arts or divine weaponry. Given Guofan's status as the son of King Yu, he would undoubtedly dismiss any ordinary martial arts, implying that the value of the items within this treasure was likely immense. As Jiuchuan pondered, Zheng Xinyue approached him, calling him for dinner. They shared a simple meal, but Jiuchuan hesitated. It appeared that Guanlin was resolute in his intent to eliminate him. Tonight, he had to escape, yet in these recent days, Zheng Xinyue had become a companion through thick and thin. Leaving her behind would surely invite calamity. However, bringing her along posed a risk, as her mere 7th rank would indeed be a burden. Brother Su, what troubles you? Zheng Xinyue, with her delicate and refined demeanor, could discern his troubled expression. Guanlin intends to target me. Jiuchuan chose not to conceal the truth. Zheng Xinyue gasped, recalling the recent events and nodding in agreement. She had heard of Guanlin's narrow-mindedness and feared he might genuinely pose a threat to her brother. Her pearly teeth gently grazed her lip as she urged, "Brother, you must leave at once. The longer you linger, the greater the danger." Understanding her perspective, she recognized that once Jiuchuan fled, not only would Guanlin pursue him, but others from noble families would also seek to harm her. Yet she was acutely aware of her own limitations. Her low cultivation level would likely hinder their escape. Jiuchuan initially intended to reassure her, but her words struck a chord of compassion within him, leading him to shake his head, declaring, "No, if I leave, they will undoubtedly seek you out." He recalled how, at that moment, the third prince and Zheng Nanhai had sought to take her along to escape, and she had insisted on staying behind, promising to provide 1,000 taels of silver as collateral. How could he abandon her now and flee alone? If they were to live, let them live together. If they were to die, let them die together. As Jiuchuan spoke, a surge of righteous fervor ignited within him. With the simulator at his disposal, how could he forsake the vulnerable woman? He feared that such a betrayal would become a lingering shadow upon his martial path. The dimness in his eyes suddenly brightened, and Zheng Xinyue revealed a gentle smile, responding, "Indeed, if we are to live, let us live together. If we are to die, let us die together." Gazing into her eyes, Jiuchuan suddenly felt an inkling that perhaps she had misconstrued something. Just as he contemplated clarifying, he found no words to articulate and could only say, "Then hurry and pack. We shall depart at once." Chapter 41, An Unexpected Encounter. Shuzhou City was a grand metropolis, and even amidst the tumultuous circumstances, it had not imposed a curfew. The city gates remained open at night. This indicated Guanlin's substantial confidence in his control over Shuzhou. However, on this particular evening, the scrutiny at the gates had intensified significantly. Disguised in loose garments with their heads bowed to obscure their faces, Jiuchuan and Zheng Xinyue donned the attire of common folk. Before stepping out, Zheng Xinyue applied a touch of makeup to her face, ensuring that, upon a cursory glance, they would be difficult to recognize. They presented themselves as a peasant couple, making their way towards the northern gate. "Halt!" The sleepy guard, stifling a yawn, obstructed their path, inquiring, "What brings you out of the city at such an hour?" "My lord, we hail from Duzhuang and serve as attendants at the Wuxian pavilion. A message arrived from our village during the day, stating that my brother is gravely ill, hence we are hastening back." Su Jiuchuan retrieved several copper coins from his sleeve and handed them over. The guard scrutinized the two individuals, finding no signs of oddity, before accepting the coins and waving his hand, saying, "Du Zhuang, the wine brewed by Old Li from the village is indeed remarkable. Next time you come to the city, do bring me a jug." "Certainly, certainly," Su Jiuchuan replied, his heart swelling with joy. In the simulation of life, he had once forced his way through, and it seemed fortune favored him this time. As the two passed through the city gate and made their way outside, a voice suddenly called from behind, "Wait." Turning around, they found a young lieutenant who had just taken over duty at the city wall, evidently having witnessed the exchange of money. "Do you two possess a travel permit?" Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. He was well aware of what a travel permit was. In ancient times, population management was relatively rudimentary, and the movement of people relied heavily on such permits for identification. However, in their haste, they had not prepared one. Even if they had intended to, it was unlikely the authorities would issue them a permit. The two exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, Su Jiuchuan suddenly seized Zheng Xinyue and bolted towards the outside of the city. "Stop!" The lieutenant, sensing something amiss, quickly rallied his men to pursue. But in the pitch-black wilderness, they soon vanished from sight. After a fruitless chase, the lieutenant, exasperated, could only report back and return slowly. After running for a while longer, with no signs of pursuit, Su Jiuchuan and Zheng Xinyue felt a wave of relief and sought a place to rest. "Brother Su, where shall we go next?" Under the moonlight, Zheng Xinyue's face radiated with a blissful smile, her sparkling eyes gazing at him. Su Jiuchuan, feeling flustered, quickly averted his gaze. "I have some matters to attend to nearby." He intended to suggest parting ways, but suddenly sensing something, he turned to look back. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves and clamorous shouts echoed. A troop of cavalry was swiftly making their way from Shuzhou City towards them. With remarkable eyesight, Su Jiuchuan discerned that the leader was none other than Guanlin. "Scouts, search the nearby mountains and forests immediately. We must capture the two who just fled." "Yes." The voices from the road outside the city drifted over. Soon, a dozen riders from the cavalry surged forward, dispersing in different directions. Su Jiuchuan's heart sank. It seemed Guanlin was determined not to let him escape today. He grasped Zheng Xinyue and sprinted away. Moments later, from the darkness, a scout shouted, "They are this way." Instantly, the cavalry began to pursue them in earnest. Feeling frustrated, Su Jiuchuan realized he had no experience with counter-tracking, leading to their immediate discovery by the scouts, an unfortunate turn of events. Both were martial artists. Although Zheng Xinyue was merely a 7th-tier warrior, her speed matched Su Jiuchuan's as he pulled her along. Yet, humans were not horses, and after half an hour of frantic running, even Su Jiuchuan, a 2nd-tier warrior, was beginning to tire, with the pursuers drawing ever closer. It seemed there was no choice but to lure them to a certain location. Hoping for a slim chance of escape, Su Jiuchuan initially intended to shake off the pursuers and return to the gorge where he had left Guofan and others in search of treasure. However, there was no time to ponder. They had to lead the pursuers away first. Acting on impulse, they turned towards a nearby hillside. They specifically sought out steep terrains to climb, rendering the horses of their pursuers ineffective. "Dismount." Guanlin's commanding voice rang out. "Continue the chase." Seeing Zheng Xinyue struggling to catch her breath, Su Jiuchuan, without a second thought, lifted her onto his back and continued to run. Utilizing his memories from the simulation of life, Su Jiuchuan navigated swiftly through the wilderness and soon located the gorge. At this moment, the valley was dimly lit, with a large group of individuals holding torches, searching the area. Su Jiuchuan set Zheng Xinyue down, gestured for silence, and then pulled her into the throng of torchbearers. After a while, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the gorge. "Who are you? And who are you?" Clearly, the newcomers had encountered the individuals within the valley. "I am from the Shuzhou Tiger Biao camp." "Ah, the officials have come to arrest us." The group, comprised of bandits, panicked at the mention of the officials, scattering in all directions. "Silence. Everyone, stay still, or I will execute you for desertion." A stern voice echoed from deep within the gorge, followed by several individuals brandishing torches rushing toward the entrance. At that moment, Guofan was truly infuriated. 3 months prior, he had discovered a treasure map in the mansion of a corrupt official in Yuzhou. Based on the markings, he knew it belonged to a congenital warrior, and not just any ordinary one, but a treasure of the Sword Saint from 200 years ago. This Sword Saint was a warrior of the Destiny realm and a master of the 3rd tier of congenital strength, renowned for having suppressed the world in his time. Thus, he persuaded his father, the king of Yu, to bring a group to Shuzhou, enlisting bandits to search for the treasure for several months, finally pinpointing its location to this gorge. Now, just at this critical moment, the officials had arrived, which was exceedingly frustrating. "I thought who it was. Turns out it's the 3rd son of the Guo family." Guanlin's voice echoed, reverberating through the empty gorge. Upon hearing this, Guofan's heart sank. He realized trouble loomed large, as the one who had come was none other than Guanlin, the city lord of Shuzhou. Had this crafty old fox sensed his actions? "Ah, it is the city lord Guan." He feigned politeness, cupping his hands. What brings you and your large entourage to the vicinity of my shujo? Are you plotting to ambush me? Guanlin, equally suspicious, eyed him warily. Guo Fan felt somewhat vexed. After all, Yujo had not yet officially declared war on Shujo. And this fellow was a seasoned first-tier warrior commanding the renowned Tiger Biao camp. He feared his group would not stand a chance. Suddenly, an idea struck him. And he pointed to Shun Shiru behind him, saying, "This is Miss Shun from the Qian sect. We are merely searching for a medicinal herb for the sect." Chapter 42, The Confrontation. The Qian sect? Although Shun Shiru was reluctant to reveal her affiliation, she was determined not to embarrass Guo Fan now that he had spoken. She produced the Qihua token, the emblem of the Qian sect. Guanlin was taken aback, having come from a background of wandering cultivation and enduring countless hardships. He had painstakingly carved his own path. Despite now being the esteemed city lord, he remained a pawn until he attained congenital status. As a wandering cultivator, his greatest challenge was the lack of congenital techniques, which were monopolized by large sects and prominent families. While some fortunate wanderers might acquire them, Guanlin had not been among the lucky few. He had lingered at the first-tier realm for 2 decades. Initially hoping to use Su Jiuchuan to scheme against the Xuande temple for some advantage, but found that Su Jiuchuan lacked any sect background. Now, seeing that the king of Yu was associating closely with someone from the Qian sect, he felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. Naturally, he dismissed Shun Shiru's lower-tier status as inconsequential, but the presence of a sect member with congenital techniques sparked thoughts of potential manipulation. Guanlin's mind raced with calculations, but his expression remained inscrutable. In the distance, Su Jiuchuan initially believed that the two factions would inevitably clash, but he was taken aback to witness their conversation seemingly veering towards reconciliation. How could he exploit the chaos now? Anxiously, he suddenly pinched his nose and shouted, "General Guo, did you not say that the treasure of that innate martial artist is hidden within this valley? Why have my brothers searched high and low without any success?" Who? Guo Fan glared furiously at the scattered figures within the valley, cursing inwardly, which incompetent fool has stirred this mess. However, amidst the darkness of the valley, with hundreds scouring the area, it was impossible to pinpoint the speaker. The treasure of an innate martial artist? Guanlin was momentarily stunned, then elated, stammering, "Guo, my esteemed nephew, what is the meaning of this?" "What meaning?" Guo Fan's expression darkened as he retorted, "Some fool, unaware of their own mortality, has been spreading baseless rumors. What treasure could possibly exist in this desolate wilderness?" Seeing Guo Fan's grim demeanor only heightened Guanlin's suspicions, and he called out loudly, "Surround the valley entrance. Let not a single soul escape." As for the Qian sect, he scoffed, "Let them come. Once I acquire the innate techniques and ascend to the innate realm, I shall see what they can do to me." Becoming an innate martial artist signifies rising to the apex of this world, where one becomes nearly impossible to kill. With the grand opportunity of martial arts lying before him, Guanlin was indifferent to the consequences. "Lord Guan, what do you mean by this?" Guo Fan, now somewhat panicked, exclaimed, "Are you truly dismissing the Qian sect? I know nothing of the Qian sect. All I am aware of is that you are a traitor, and those alongside you are traitors as well. If the Qian sect has grievances, let them address them with the court." After all, the court was the mightiest sect. Though the innate techniques would never be imparted to local officials, only circulated among royal kin. Those who do not surrender will be killed. At Guanlin's thunderous command, the soldiers at the rear brandished their spears, effectively sealing off the valley's entrance. Most within the valley were mere bandits and refugees, despite their bravado. They trembled at the sight of soldiers. As the troops secured the valley entrance, many were overwhelmed with fear, some even discarding their weapons and torches in frantic flight. Su Jiuchuan realized that if these bandits continued in such a manner, they would soon be subdued by the soldiers. Holding his nose, he shouted again, "The soldiers are treating everyone as rebels. Those captured will face execution. We must fight back." With that, he crouched low, pulling Zheng Xinyue along as they dashed toward a location etched in his memory. Guo Fan had remained silent, his focus on locating the individual who had spoken amidst the crowd. Although Su Jiuchuan had spoken subtly, Guo Fan, as a second-tier martial artist, had been vigilant and had indeed identified Su Jiuchuan and Zheng Xinyue's concealed presence. Upon seeing them flee toward a water pool, Guo Fan recalled that he had already scoured most other areas. Intrigued, he resolved to pursue them. Unbeknownst to him, Guanlin had been observing. Upon witnessing Guo Fan's intent to escape, he disregarded the soldiers in front of him, shoving 2 aside and charging down with his sword. This turn of events left Guo Fan unable to evade, forcing him to confront the imminent threat. Although Guanlin was also a first-tier martial artist, capturing his opponent alive proved to be a daunting task. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic scene, Zheng Xinyue, being dragged along, pondered how familiar Su Jiuchuan seemed with the surroundings. Had he been here before? Su Jiuchuan paid no heed to such thoughts, pulling Zheng Xinyue to the edge of the pool and abruptly embracing her. Zheng Xinyue was momentarily stunned. Was this truly the time to be so close? She found herself unprepared for such an intimate encounter. Feeling tightly held, she resigned herself to the situation, her cheeks flushing crimson. As her mind wandered, she suddenly felt a chill enveloping her, and they plunged into the pool. Once submerged, Jiuchuan released her, gesturing for her to follow as he swam ahead, feeling along the edges. Just as Zheng Xinyue was about to run out of breath, Jiuchuan abruptly pulled her aside, leaping into a cave. They ascended for a considerable time before finally breaching the surface. The cave's entrance was concealed near the bottom of the pool, making it exceedingly difficult to find. Had it not been for Jiuchuan's life-simulating memory, it would have taken Guofan and others days to discover this place. Jiuchuan retrieved a bundle wrapped in oil paper from his pocket, containing clothing and fire-starting materials. Aware of the terrain, he had prepared accordingly. It was now November. The valley was already cold, and with both of them drenched, Zheng Xinyue's lips had turned purple. Although she was a 7th-tier martial artist, in such conditions, she was not much better off than an ordinary person. Though lacking light, Jiuchuan's night vision allowed him to see her clothes clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette. He quickly said, "I have some spare clothing, please change." Turning away, he cultivated his energy for a moment, enveloped in white mist, and soon his clothes were dry. When Jiuchuan turned back, he heard the sound of rustling behind him and caught a whiff of her fragrant hair and the unique scent of a young girl, stirring feelings within him. However, he swiftly cast aside such distractions. This was a life-or-death situation, and he needed to focus. Chapter 43, White Light. When Jiuchuan turned around, Zheng Xinyue had already changed her clothes. Despite the dim light from the torch, she kept her head bowed, fearful that her flushed face would be noticed. Feigning ignorance, Jiuchuan led the way. He knew that this cave harbored a stone door, concealing the rumored treasure within. Previously, in his life simulation, he had followed Guofan to discover the stone door, but due to a slight lapse in breath, he had been detected and had failed to discern the exact nature of the treasures. Guided by his memory, he located a protruding stone on the cave wall and pressed it gently. With a rumble, the wall shifted, revealing a stone door. Just as he remembered, Jiuchuan pushed the door open. A cloud of dust erupted, and a musty odor assaulted their senses, prompting them to retreat for a while until the stench dissipated. Upon entering, they found only a stone table, a stone bed, and a skeleton seated upon the bed, presumed to be the legendary innate martial artist. After a thorough examination, Jiuchuan discovered a black, unadorned blade beneath the skeleton, accompanied by a small booklet. The blade was a long-handled knife, heavy in Jiuchuan's grasp, confirming its extraordinary nature. As he wielded the blade, a swift swing resulted in a crisp snap. The seemingly sturdy stone table cleaved in two, revealing a smooth cut at the center. What a fine weapon! He marveled, admiring the blade's unassuming appearance, which belied its remarkable sharpness. Truly, it was a weapon befitting an innate martial artist. And Jiuchuan grew increasingly fond of it. "Brother Su, come quickly and look at this," Zheng Xinyue called out, having opened the small booklet and scanned its contents. Jiuchuan approached, drawn closer, their proximity allowing him to hear her breath. Zheng Xinyue felt a warm breeze tickling her ear, causing a slight itch. She considered moving away but, for reasons unknown, suppressed her embarrassment and gazed at the shadows cast by the torchlight, their silhouettes merging on the ground, lost in reverie. Jiuchuan, however, did not ponder too deeply. He meticulously perused the booklet, which consisted largely of the deceased's own narrative. It turned out that the master of this place was named Ouyang Xian, a casual cultivator who had reached the destiny realm 3 centuries prior. Once a martial artist attains the innate stage, they are categorized into 3 realms: the Qi condensation realm, the essence solidification realm, and the destiny realm. Ouyang Xian was indeed a being of the destiny realm, and it was quite astonishing that such a formidable entity met their demise in this desolate wilderness. Jiuchuan sighed softly. As he continued to read, the text unfolded the story of Ouyang Xian's life, detailing his quest for enlightenment, his cultivation journey, and ultimately, his search for a path to breakthrough. Was there perhaps a realm beyond the innate stage? Jiuchuan's attention was caught by a line that read, "In this world, destiny reigns supreme, rendering the 3 innate realms the ultimate terminus of martial arts. Yet, through my daily observations of the world's primal energies, I have discerned that destiny is changing. Destiny is changing." Upon reaching this point, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. What did it mean for destiny to change? Why was it emphasized twice? His own level of understanding was still too rudimentary. He lacked the qualifications to grasp the truths of this world. At the conclusion of the booklet, there was an accompanying map, but the inscriptions were utterly incomprehensible, appearing to be in an ancient script. After pondering for a considerable time, he remained at a loss. It was unwise to linger here. They needed to depart swiftly. Jiuchuan carefully tucked the booklet away and declared, "Ah, depart? Very well." Zheng Xinyue finally snapped back to reality, anxious that others might detect her concealed thoughts, and hastily lowered her head to respond. Jiuchuan observed that Zheng Xinyue seemed particularly peculiar today. After a moment of contemplation, he could not grasp the reason and decided to dismiss the thought. He picked up his crude blade and excavated a pit within the stone cavern, reverently placing the skeleton inside, bowing his head in respect before rising. After all, Having received a favor, one must uphold proper etiquette. Just as they were about to leave, they discovered that the cave connected to another narrow path. Considering that Guan Lin and the others were engaged in fierce combat in the valley, the two opted for this newly discovered route. The path was somewhat constricted, with certain sections having succumbed to debris over the ages. Jiuchuan wielded his crude blade, clearing away several obstacles, and at last, they emerged. Upon turning back, Jiuchuan realized they were positioned directly opposite the cliff at the valley's entrance, affording him a perfect vantage point to survey the entire valley. At this moment, the Imperial forces had gained control of the situation, driving the bandits into a secluded hollow. Jiuchuan possessed remarkable eyesight. He quickly spotted Guan Lin and Guo Fan. At this juncture, Guo Fan had already been captured, while Guan Lin was interrogating him, and Shun Xiuru was being restrained by several soldiers. It seemed that the Qian sect still wielded some influence, preventing Guan Lin from resorting to violence. "Hey Guan, if you dare harm a hair on Fan Ji's head, I will fight you to the death." At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the valley, and Shun Xiuru shouted in fury, her voice carrying even to Jiuchuan's ears, despite the distance. Regarding the blinding white light that had struck him down in his simulated life, Jiuchuan remained somewhat intrigued. The speed at which it had approached, overwhelming even him. A second-tier martial artist, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even Guan Lin, as a first-tier martial artist, would likely struggle to withstand it. Such a technique surpassed the capabilities of first-tier martial artists entirely, existing in an entirely different realm. Yet now, Guo Fan had been subdued. Why had he not employed that blinding light? Could it be that his simulated life had gone awry? That seemed implausible. Guan Lin, however, sneered. "I cannot provoke the Qian sect, lest I crush a mere brat like you without a second thought. Drive them away." Though the Qian sect held a lofty status, to directly confront an imperial official was tantamount to opposing the royal family. Naturally, there would be consequences. Guan Lin was unconcerned about the possibility of Shun Xiuru seeking revenge from the elders of the Qian sect, although he had grown increasingly indifferent to the court. Officials represented its dignity and were not to be trifled with. Two spear-wielding soldiers advanced to drive Shun Xiuru away, who retreated repeatedly, her anger boiling over. "Old wretch. You go too far." With that, she bit her finger, producing a substance from her bosom, and smeared her blood upon it, summoning forth a flash of white light. "Ah!" In a moment of urgency, Guan Lin shouted, seemingly invoking some secret technique. His body flickered violently. Alas, the white light was too swift, darting past his shoulder before he collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Zhang Xinyue could not discern the details, but sensed that something significant had transpired, hastily turning to inquire of Jiuchuan. However, upon looking back, she found him missing, and her heart raced as she began to search frantically, only to discover Jiuchuan sprinting towards the valley's entrance. Chapter 44, The Reluctant Combatants. It turned out that Jiuchuan had discerned that the blinding white light was, in fact, a short sword. What did this imply? Jiuchuan found himself hesitant to contemplate. The scene unfolding within the valley was bizarre. Guan Lin lay on the ground, pierced through the chest, teetering on the brink of life and death. The other soldiers, witnessing their commander's plight, were momentarily at a loss. Many bandits, previously cornered, seized the opportunity to burst through their encirclement and flee. Meanwhile, the Imperial soldiers appeared to lack the will to continue fighting, merely standing aside, frequently glancing toward their fallen leader. After unleashing that blinding light, Shun Xiuru appeared utterly drained, her complexion a ghastly purple gold, collapsing to the ground as if on the verge of death. The two soldiers who had intended to drive her away were at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. They could only hold their spears firmly against her chest, awaiting orders. Among the gathered crowd, only Guo Fan seemed to maintain composure. However, having just been captured, he was tightly bound and gazed enviously at the direction where the short sword had fallen. "Stop!" Guo Fan suddenly shouted. At that moment, Guan Lin regained consciousness. His face pale, and disregarding his grave injuries, he urgently called out, "Stop him!" The soldiers, relieved at seeing their commander alive, were startled by his command and turned to see a shadow darting toward the direction where the white light had vanished. Instantly, they reacted, pursuing after it. By this time, Jiuchuan had located the short sword. This weapon appeared ancient in design, now lying upon the grass, twitching as if it were a fish cast ashore. He swiftly grasped it, feeling it struggle briefly in his hand before stilling. This was undoubtedly a treasure, and Jiuchuan dared not tarry. He turned and sprinted towards the distant mountains. Behind him, countless soldiers surged forward, setting the woods ablaze with their fervor. Half a month later, Jiuchuan re-emerged outside Tianshui City. During this period of flight, he had no time to seek reunion with Zhang Xinyue, focusing solely on retreating into the mountains. Several times, he was encircled by soldiers. The troops of the Tiger Fierce camp employed a formation that trapped him, and even with his elevated cultivation, he struggled to escape, compounded by a continuous influx of reinforcements. Had it not been for his crude blade, which he wielded to sever the soldiers' spears, forcing a breakthrough to flee, he might have been worn down by their relentless assault. In the fleeting moments of his escape, he finally took a closer look at the crude blade, discovering two characters engraved on the hilt, Black Blade. Thus, he named it the Black Blade. Regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to shake off his pursuers and emerge from the mountains. Upon inquiry, he learned that the nearest city was indeed Tianshui City. As he entered the city, situated deep within the heart of the dynasty, he found it to be peaceful and harmonious. Only then did Su Jiuchuan allow himself to relax, for he was now quite distant from Shuzhou. In recent days, fleeing through the mountains and forests has proven quite arduous, prompting a desire to find a tavern for a hearty meal. The most renowned establishment in this water city is the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. At this moment, just past noon, the tavern is not overly crowded. Guided by a waiter, he settles into a corner on the second floor, orders a few dishes, warms a flask of wine, and begins to drink alone. It is said that a significant incident has occurred in Shuzhou City. A middle-aged man in a green robe remarks to a companion nearby. Has there been a conflict with King Yu? He inquires with a smile. The man responds, not quite. I have merely heard that a young prodigy, merely 18 years of age, has already attained the rank of a second-tier warrior. In Shuzhou, he not only injured the city lord, Guanlin, but also managed to inflict harm upon members of the Qian sect. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan furrows his brow, perplexed as to why he is being implicated in Guanlin's injury, along with the members of the Qian sect. A sense of conspiracy wafts through the air. It is implausible. Guanlin is a first-tier warrior and a formidable guardian of the city. How could he possibly be defeated by a second tier? This news sounds like a fabrication. The man in green retorts defiantly, how can it be impossible? I heard my master discussing it with others. It is said this young man goes by the name Su Jiuchuan, and his background is unknown, though he wields a black, unadorned blade, having not only attacked Guanlin but also escaped the pursuit of the Tiger Biao camp. As he speaks, his voice diminishes, and his companion glances in the direction of his gaze, spotting a young man seated in the corner, with a plain blade resting against the wall beside him. Su Jiuchuan, noticing the attention directed toward him, feels a twinge of annoyance. The plain blade is simply too conspicuous. After all, its hilt is nearly 5 feet long and entirely black, making it impossible not to attract attention. Are you the esteemed young master Su Jiuchuan? At that moment, a young man clad in a brocade robe approaches from a window-side table, extending a greeting. Indeed, I am, he replies, though he is not keen on stirring up trouble. He is certainly not one to shy away from confrontation. I am Lin Yini, and I wish to engage in a friendly duel with you. Oh. So this is Lin Yini, the one rumored to be a first-tier warrior who has successfully challenged the young warriors of 10 cities. Who would have thought he would come to our water city? The middle-aged man in green mutters in astonishment. It is said he claims to be the foremost under heaven. How arrogant. Su Jiuchuan finds himself bemused, realizing that this fellow seeks to bolster his reputation at his expense. Not interested, he dismisses, unwilling to indulge such frivolity. Lin Yini's expression darkens. Could it be that the rumors are false? How could a cowardly person possibly injure Guanlin? Su Jiuchuan shakes his head, contemplating the childishness of such provocations, but it appears his meal is destined to be interrupted today. Rising, he tosses a silver ingot onto the table and attempts to leave. Clang. A long sword is drawn before him. Su Jiuchuan chuckles. Having lived 2 lives, he is not easily provoked. He simply sidesteps the sword and continues his descent down the stairs. Lin Yini's face flushes with anger. No warrior has ever remained indifferent to such provocations. At a young age, he has achieved the first tier and has bested young warriors in 10 major cities without a single defeat. Now, upon hearing of someone his age who has managed to defeat the veteran first-tier warrior Guanlin, his competitive spirit ignites. Such a prodigy must be challenged for the thrill of it. However, he is reluctant to force the duel with his sword, as that would tarnish his image. What would it take for you to agree to a match? Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan halts and glances back, suggesting, how about we add some stakes? The loser pays 100,000 taels of silver? Lin Yini is taken aback, murmuring, silver? Why seek such trivial wealth? What's it to you? Fight or don't? Su Jiuchuan shrugs and turns to leave. Fine, I accept. 3 days hence, we shall meet on the arena. Lin Yini calls out, realizing Su Jiuchuan is about to walk away. Chapter 45. Finally, the first tier. Su Jiuchuan nods, tacitly agreeing to the duel. Yet, he remains unaware of Lin Yini's reasoning for scheduling the match 3 days later. Even if he were informed, he would not place much significance on it. In truth, Lin Yini hails from one of the 5 great families of the illustrious Wei Dynasty, practicing a top-tier martial arts technique known as the Holy Yuan Formula. This technique emphasizes the cultivation of an unwavering resolve through constant trials, aiming to attain a state of mental completeness before entering the innate realm. Many disciples of the Lin family train in this formula, yet achieving such mental completeness proves exceedingly challenging. Only a predecessor from 5 centuries ago managed to attain the innate realm through it. Now, with the emergence of the extraordinarily gifted Lin Yini, he is seen as the most promising candidate to achieve this mental state once more. Thus, after attaining the first tier, Lin Yini challenges the young talents of 10 cities to hone his resolve for victory. Upon hearing of Su Jiuchuan's prodigious feat of defeating the seasoned first-tier warrior Guanlin, His competitive spirit is reignited. Despite Su Jiuchuan currently being a second-tier warrior, he does not underestimate him. The 3 days are intended to notify renowned warriors in the vicinity of Water City, for he aims to defeat this prodigy under the scrutiny of all. To achieve completeness in his mental state amidst the astonishment of the crowd. Exiting the drunken immortal pavilion, Su Jiuchuan seeks a nearby inn, reserving a room for his stay. Settling into a chair, he activates the system and selects to initiate the simulator. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 5,000 points. Yes. At 18, you become a second-tier warrior and arrive at Water City. Lin Yini challenges you to a duel in 3 days. 3 days later, you arrive to face him. After 10 exchanges, you are killed by Lin Yini, dying at the age of 18. Su Jiuchuan stares in disbelief at the screen. He cannot fathom being defeated in just 10 exchanges. He had thought that with the saber intent he cultivated, he could at least hold his ground. Yet it ended so swiftly. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of an 18-year-old. 2. The martial arts experience of an 18-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 18. He chooses the second option. A flood of combat memories fills his mind. And Su Jiuchuan gasps. Lin Yini is incredibly formidable, having also mastered sword intent, which is even more powerful. In their duel, he ultimately perishes after having his saber intent shattered. Su Jiuchuan feels a pang of regret for agreeing to this duel. Lin Yini seems to possess an almost supernatural advantage. He is merely 18, yet far surpasses Guanlin. Furthermore, he is uncertain if he could even best Guanlin. However, the shattering of his saber intent signifies what? It indicates that the opponent possesses a martial will stronger than his own. Taking a deep breath, Su Jiuchuan acknowledges his strengths. With the simulator at his disposal, his greatest asset is time. If this approach fails, he must continue to simulate. At 18, you become a second-tier warrior. Lin Yini challenges you to a duel in 3 days. That night, you escape from Water City and find a secluded oasis in the wilderness for focused cultivation. 20 years later, Lin Yini finds you and kills you with a single strike, dying at the age of 38. 2 decades of arduous practice yield no results. Su Jiuchuan opts for the martial arts realm, believing that incremental growth will ultimately bridge the gap in their respective levels. Continuing the simulation, 30 years later, Lin Yini finds you on the grasslands and kills you with 1 strike, dying at the age of 48. 60 years later, Lin Yini found you on Qinglong Mountain and struck you down with a single move, leaving you to perish at the age of 78. Su Jiuchuan felt a surge of despair. Having lingered at the second-tier realm for a century, he had yet to attain a breakthrough. Such lack of talent was indeed disheartening. He calculated that he still had enough resources to simulate over 20 more attempts. With a resolute heart, he vowed not to yield to fate. He continued the simulation. You escaped from Tianshui City and ventured into the grasslands, honing your martial arts among the Hu people. At 21, you consecutively defeated several second-tier martial artists on the grasslands, inciting the wrath of the Hu leaders, who dispatched a congenital martial artist to hunt you down. At 23, after 2 years of evasion from this congenital martial artist, you felt utterly exhausted and resolved to confront your fate in a final battle. In that decisive moment, you cast aside the fear of death and, against all odds, broke through to become a first-tier martial artist. You perished at the age of 23. Su Jiuchuan exhaled deeply. Lacking an innate talent meant he had to rely on sheer will to fill the gaps. At last, he had entered the ranks of first-tier martial artists. Simulation complete. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of a 23-year-old. 2. The martial arts experience of a 23-year-old. 3. The wisdom of life at 23. This time, he hesitated not at all and chose the first option. Suddenly, his internal energy surged, and several key acupoints were unblocked. Su Jiuchuan felt a revitalizing flow of true energy coursing through his body, bringing him a sense of lightness. Was this the feeling of being a first-tier martial artist? He glanced at his remaining balance, which stood at 116,688 points. Onward. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 10,000 points. It had doubled in cost. Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. It was exorbitantly priced. With his current balance, he could only simulate 11 more times. Regrettably, it was a monopolized business, with no room for negotiation. He could only choose yes. At 18, you became a first-tier martial artist, and Lin Yini challenged you to a contest 3 days hence. 3 days later, you clashed with Lin Yini in 10 exchanges, only to be slain, passing away at the age of 18. Su Jiuchuan found this hard to believe. Now a first-tier martial artist, how could he still be vanquished in just 10 moves? This time, he opted for martial arts experience. The scene of the contest replayed in his mind, the overwhelming and invincible sword intent crashing down like a tidal wave, shattering his defenses without mercy. It was still insufficient. Only 10 simulation opportunities remained. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not truly flee, for retreating now would shatter his martial resolve. He pressed on with the simulation. At 18, you became a first-tier martial artist, and Lin Yini challenged you to a contest 3 days hence. That night, You fled Tianshui City and traveled to the desert to refine your sword technique. One day, as a sandstorm arose, you sought refuge and stumbled into an oasis, where you inadvertently revealed a treasure map you carried. Half a month later, a congenital martial artist pursued you, demanding the treasure map. You refused and were slain on the spot, passing away at the age of 18. A treasure map? Jiuchuan suddenly recalled the map left by Ouyang Xian when he acquired the wooden sword. Chapter 46, Taking on a Disciple for My Father. Jiuchuan pulled out the treasure map and scrutinized it repeatedly before finally returning it to his possession. From this simulation, it was evident that the congenital martial artist held the treasure map in high regard, far beyond the reach of a mere first-tier martial artist like himself. He lifted his gaze to the window. The sky had darkened, and these simulations had consumed 3 to 4 hours. Jiuchuan exited the inn, meandering along the small river that ran in front of him. It was now July, and the weather was sweltering. Many townsfolk sat beneath the trees by the riverside, fanning themselves, while children frolicked nearby. Observing this scene, Jiuchuan smiled. Having spent so long in this world, it felt as though he had been in a constant struggle, making these moments of relaxation all the more precious. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the western outskirts, where the small river flowed into a lake. At this hour, the streets were deserted. After all, in ancient times, there were no streetlights, and ordinary folk were wary of their safety in the dark. As Jiuchuan gazed into the distance, he suddenly heard a rush of wind and quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding a stone that shot from the nearby bushes. Who goes there? A hunched figure emerged, wielding a long knife aimed at him. Jiuchuan slapped his back, and the black blade flashed into view. The long knife was indeed cumbersome. He could only strap it to his back. Although it appeared odd, such a divine weapon could not be laid aside carelessly. Clang! It was indeed a first tier. From the sound, the hunchback was an elderly woman, who now looked quite startled. Jiuchuan chuckled. It seemed she had heard rumors of him being a second-tier martial artist, prompting her ambush. The hunchbacked woman, also a first-tier martial artist, was taken aback. Seeing she could not best him easily, the hunchback turned to flee. Having come this far, Jiuchuan would not let her escape. With a flick of his wrist, a layer of white energy enveloped the wooden sword, a technique from the secret record of sword chi. Clang! The hunchbacked woman appeared quite familiar with this sword technique. She deftly parried the strike without continuing her flight, instead opting to stand aside. Jiuchuan, filled with suspicion, refrained from immediate action. Indeed, it was the secret record of sword chi. A figure leapt from the bushes and stood beside the hunchbacked woman, saying, "Kid, where did you steal this sword technique from?" In the dim light of the moon, Jiuchuan could see that the newcomer was a slender girl with a beautiful countenance, her speech adorned with 2 charming dimples. "Who are you thieves?" Jiuchuan retorted, only to trigger the girl's fury. "You are the thief. I have never seen you before. Speak. How did you learn my father's sword technique?" "Your father?" Jiuchuan was taken aback, suddenly realizing who this girl was. She was Kai Rujin, the daughter of the congenital martial artist Kai Jing. How had she come to Tianshui City? Could it be that certain events in this world had shifted due to his presence? Seeing Jiuchuan lost in thought, Kai Rujin assumed he looked down upon her, and her temper flared. "Li Yi, teach him a lesson." The hunchbacked woman nodded silently and swung her long knife once more. To Jiuchuan's surprise, her knife technique was quite remarkable. Though it was not from the secret record of sword chi, it was exquisitely intricate. As they exchanged blows, Jiuchuan found himself unable to gain the upper hand, prompting him to marvel inwardly. This hunchbacked woman must have been sent by Kai Jing to protect his daughter. In the simulated life, if she were present, there would be no opportunity for him to play the hero. After several exchanges, Jiuchuan found himself at a stalemate, prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. His sword technique coalesced, transforming his aura, as if a fierce blade had been unsheathed, ready to devour all in its path. Kai Rujin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "You have condensed your sword intent." Jiuchuan remained undeterred, his sword intent silently locking onto the hunchbacked woman, poised for action. The hunchbacked woman, fully focused, kept her gaze fixed on him, while only Kai Rujin knew that the elder's back was drenched in sweat. At that moment of tension, Kai Rujin suddenly sighed. "All right, let us cease this." Upon hearing her words, the hunchbacked woman seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Sheathing her long knife and standing behind her, Jiuchuan felt somewhat perplexed. However, recalling the deep bond he had formed with this young lady during their several simulated lives, he decided to sheath the wooden knife. Rumors had circulated in the martial world that one had mastered the blade essence secret record, and he had been skeptical. Yet it turned out to be true, and she had even condensed her blade intent. Alas, if his father were to discover this, he would surely chastise him for his lack of understanding, which would be infuriating. As she spoke, she pouted adorably, and seeing her in such a manner left Jiuchuan both amused and exasperated. This sword technique was something he struggled to rationalize, as the simulator's circumstances were inexplicable. Before he could conjure an excuse, Kai Rujin pondered aloud. "My father claims he discovered this set of sword techniques in a cave. It seems you might be somewhat connected to the predecessor who left this technique behind." Hearing her words, Su Jiuchuan quickly nodded, affirming, indeed. I too stumbled upon it in a cave. To bolster his credibility, he lifted the wooden knife in his hand, along with the sword techniques. This wooden knife was also found. Kai Rujin examined the wooden knife closely and, finding no further cause for suspicion, remarked, your knife is quite remarkable. It appears to be related to the secret manual my father obtained. She paced back and forth, seemingly oblivious to the two by her side. You are Su Jiuchuan, aren't you? Kai Rujin stated. Since your sword technique also derives from a secret manual, why not tell others that I passed it on to you? Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. Was this young lady's thought process so unpredictable? Well, just say I discovered a prodigy in swordsmanship and am passing on my father's teachings. Yes, that sounds fitting. As she spoke, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, her amusement rendering her unable to stand upright for a good while before she finally regained her composure and said, in that case, my father wouldn't insist on me practicing the sword techniques every single time. Su Jiuchuan found himself at a loss for words, struggling to keep pace with her lively rhythm. What, young man, are you reluctant to become my father's disciple? He is a congenital warrior. Kai Rujin raised an eyebrow and remarked, with a congenital warrior backing you, how could Guan Lin dare to trouble you? How could Lin Yini even think of offering such an insulting condition to compete with you? In her view, a first-class warrior could not be swayed by mere silver. It was simply the behavior of aristocratic families to demean others. Chapter 47, Fatigue. Listening to Kai Rujin's passionate indignation, Su Jiuchuan awkwardly chuckled. Well, actually, the insulting condition was proposed by me. This revelation left not only Kai Rujin, but even the hunchbacked Aunt Li staring in astonishment. Su Jiuchuan felt somewhat disheartened. In this world, martial artists held an air of superiority, regarding silver as trivial. Even a superficial martial manual could not be measured by money. He truly wished he could sell all his martial arts techniques. Speaking of which, the only valuable techniques he possessed were the Xuanxin formula and the Blade Essence secret record. Other techniques, like the Qingxin formula, were insignificant compared to the current prices that soared into the thousands. Are you in dire need of money? Kai Rujin inquired, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Su Jiuchuan nodded. Yes, I am in need of a considerable sum. Since you have agreed to become my father's disciple, I will give you 5,000. She hesitated for a moment. Make it 10,000 taels. Senior sister, Su Jiuchuan shamelessly exclaimed. Aunt Li rolled her eyes. Having seen shamelessness before, but never to such an extent, Kai Rujin waved her hand, saying, I don't have the money right now. We can discuss it later. I heard you are to duel with Lin Yini in 3 days. She resumed her pacing. I have witnessed Lin Yini in action. Your blade intent is not as refined as his sword intent. Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. Although this young lady appeared to lack common sense, her insight was profound, revealing her extensive background. If you lose, those unaware might think the Blade Essence secret record was defeated by the Lin family. Is there a way to refine blade intent? Su Jiuchuan could not help but inquire, as his blade intent had been inadvertently cultivated during his simulated lives, yet he had no means to enhance it further. Kai Rujin touched her lovely nose and replied, my father once said that whether it be blade intent or sword intent, they are fundamentally manifestations of one's mental will. He often took me to practice cutting through the waterfall's rushing currents beneath a waterfall, but alas, it was too arduous for me to persist. She sighed, adding, however, this is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Ultimately, she shook her head. Even if my father were here, I doubt it would suffice. Time is too limited. The group fell silent for a moment. Su Jiuchuan then nodded. Since you have no other methods, I shall manage on my own. With that, he turned and slowly made his way back. Hey, it's senior sister, not just any girl. Kai Rujin's vexed voice trailed behind him. Upon returning to the inn, Su Jiuchuan fell into deep contemplation, regardless of Kai Rujin's nature. She had provided him with a crucial insight. The so-called blade intent could only be strengthened through the honing of one's will. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use consumes 5,000 points. Yes, at 18, you become a first-class warrior. Lin Yini challenges you to a duel in 3 days. That night, you escape Tianshui City and seek out a waterfall, using your blade intent to contend against the rushing water. At 30, your blade intent has become even more refined. Beneath this waterfall, you unleash your blade intent, causing the waterfall to temporarily cease its flow. At 31, you confront Lin Yini again in battle. This time, you clash blade intent against sword intent. Ultimately, Lin Yini sustains severe injuries, yet you too fall victim to his sword, passing away at the age of 31. Su Jiuchuan sighed deeply. 12 years had elapsed. Yet he was still no match for Lin Yini. How had that sword intent been cultivated? Simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial arts realm of 31. 2. The martial arts experience of 31. 3. The wisdom of life at 31. Without further deliberation, he directly chose the second option. Countless memories of striking the waterfall with his blades surged through his mind, and his aura grew increasingly refined. As all memories gradually faded, Su Jiuchuan felt an overwhelming fatigue envelop him. and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. Upon awakening from his deep slumber, Jiuchuan was roused by a series of knocks at the door. He sat up, his head still throbbing faintly. It seemed the method of honing blade intent, while effective, was indeed exhausting to the spirit. The door swung open, revealing Kai Rujin and the hunchbacked Aunt Li entering. "How can you sleep so soundly? I've been knocking for quite a while." Kai Rujin whined. "Wait." She suddenly seemed to realize something and jumped back, circling around Jiuchuan, exclaiming, "Your aura feels different. How is that possible?" Kai Rujin exclaimed in astonishment. "When I saw you yesterday, you felt like a blade, sharp and brilliant. But now, that sensation is gone. What happened?" Jiuchuan could not help but view her with newfound respect. He anticipated her perceptiveness. However, the nature of the simulation was beyond explanation, so he could only manage a few vague responses. Although Kai Rujin remained skeptical of his words, she could not deny that his blade intent had dramatically improved. "Since you are my junior brother, I will undoubtedly stand by you in the duel the day after tomorrow. Rest assured, with me around, Lin Yeni would not dare to take your life." Jiuchuan paid her no mind, simply seated on the bench, meticulously polishing the black blade. At this moment, his mastery of the sword intent had deepened, and he found solace in caressing the weapon, as if it were an extension of his own being. Observing his taciturn demeanor, Kai Rujin uttered a few remarks, but finding them uninteresting, departed with the hunchbacked Aunt Li. With Lin Yeni proving to be an insurmountable obstacle, he was compelled to continue his simulations. According to Kai Rujin, the harsher the environment, the greater the enhancement. At 18, you have become a first-tier martial artist. Lin Yeni challenges you to a duel in 3 days. That very night, you leave Tianshui City, venturing into the frigid wilderness. At 19, you discover a torrent amidst the ice plains, dedicating yourself to profound training. At 21, you refine your sword intent in the icy expanse, but your spirit is exhausted, and you succumb to the freezing waters, passing at the age of 21. Upon witnessing the outcome of this simulation, Jiuchuan fell silent. Acutely aware that the so-called honing of will was merely a dance with death, a single misstep could lead to annihilation. He chose to pursue martial experience once more. At 32, you hone your sword intent in the ice plains, when suddenly a crystalline giant python lunges from the water, swallowing you whole. And you perish at the age of 32. At 25, you are besieged by a pack of ice wolves and meet your demise on the spot. Passing at the age of 25. The more he scrutinized the simulation outcomes, the more perplexed he became. Despite being a first-tier martial artist with formidable sword intent, the notion that he could be slain by beasts in the ice plains seemed utterly illogical. However, after several simulations, he felt mentally drained and opted for martial experience once again. Subsequently, he collapsed onto his bed, drifting into slumber. Chapter 48. The Manifestation of Sword Intent. "Hey, wake up!" Jiuchuan stirred from his drowsiness to find Kai Rujin standing before him, clad in nocturnal attire. "What is it?" With a sigh, Kai Rujin replied. "I've pondered for 2 days and concluded that you have little chance of victory tomorrow. I've heard that Lin Yeni's sacred element skill strives for invincibility among peers from the very first layer. It cultivates an indomitable spirit, and once she condenses her sword intent, it is often the most formidable. She has challenged 10 cities, emerging unscathed, and all her opponents have perished. You ought to flee Tianshui City tonight. Seek refuge with my father. I reckon the Lin family would not dare to harm you." Seeing her earnest expression stirred something within Jiuchuan, despite their lack of kinship. She was deeply concerned for him simply because he had mastered the secret record of blade chi. Yet, he shook his head and resumed lying down. "You will die?" Kai Rujin exclaimed angrily. With his eyes still closed, Jiuchuan replied, "My sword intent is unwavering. If I flee this time, I fear a crack will form in my martial heart, irrevocably severing my path in martial arts." Kai Rujin was momentarily taken aback, ultimately sighing in resignation. She understood that Jiuchuan was correct. The higher the rank of the martial artist, the more they valued spiritual completeness. Even the slightest weakness could become an insurmountable barrier in the realm of martial arts, let alone fleeing in the face of adversity. After a lengthy pause, Jiuchuan heard the sound of the door being closed from the outside. Checking his balance, he found he had 11,688 taels left. After numerous simulations over the past 2 days, he was left with one final opportunity. At 18, you become a first-tier martial artist. Lin Yeni intends to step upon your shoulders, achieving a complete mindset and entering the innate realm. That night, you depart Tianshui City, heading to the northern icy plains, honing your sword intent amidst the torrents. At 31, your will becomes even more solidified, even in such harsh conditions. Your sword intent can sever the torrent. Yet, you still feel something lacking. At 31, you slay an ice bear, sensing your sword intent becoming more complete. Thus, you continue to seek combat with the creatures of the wilderness. At 32, while battling an ice python, you succumb to poison and perish on the spot. Passing at the age of 32. Upon reviewing the results of this simulation, he sighed, feeling that he still fell short. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm of 32 years. 2. The martial experience of 32 years. 3. The wisdom of life at 32 years. He chose the second option. Jiuchuan felt a profound stillness envelop him, akin to a statue or a stone in tranquil repose. All his sharpness was retracted, as if he had become an ordinary person. Yet again, he found himself short of funds. Jiuchuan sighed deeply. However, with his current level, he should not be at a disadvantage against Lin Yinyi. Rising to his feet, he stretched and glanced outside, where dawn was beginning to break. Soon, he would face Lin Yinyi in battle. Suddenly, he opened the door to find Kai Rujin poised to knock. Jiuchuan smiled. He was now in a state of profound clarity, seemingly attuned to all that surrounded him. The gentle breeze carried whispers of ants conversing in the corners, all flowing through his mind. Unfortunately, he still felt a lingering imperfection. Kai Rujin's expression was taut, her demeanor indicating her lingering annoyance over his refusal to flee with her the previous night. Here, she tossed a small cloth pouch his way. Jiuchuan caught it effortlessly. It felt heavy in his hands. Since I promised you 10,000 taels, I shall not owe a debt to the dead. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Opening the pouch, he found it filled with gold leaves. Evidently, she had spent the entire day gathering funds. Jiuchuan accessed the system to recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 11,688. Seeing this amount, he exhaled in relief. Would you like to use the life simulation device? Each use costs 10,000 points. Yes. At 18, you become a first-tier martial artist. Lin Yinyi challenges you to a duel today. You do not participate in the duel, leaving Tianshui City to venture into the northern icy plains. At 38, you encounter an ice leopard, a creature renowned for its speed. You are utterly unable to perceive its movements. You are left battered and bruised by the ice leopard. In this life and death moment, you close your eyes, relinquishing your sense of hearing, compressing all your will. At that moment, the ice leopard strikes. In its lethal assault, your will reaches a critical threshold and breaks through. Ultimately, you and the ice leopard perish together, passing at the age of 38. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough. It was incredibly arduous. Undoubtedly the most challenging breakthrough Jiuchuan had ever experienced. He opted for martial experience. His consciousness returned to the ice plains, and as his will reached its critical point, Jiuchuan felt as if a life was born within his resolve. It was agile and ever-changing. In that moment, his sole conviction was to advance without hesitation, and astonishingly, that intent transformed into a simple blade, identical to his black blade. The manifestation of sword intent? Jiuchuan instinctively understood the state he had just experienced. This was the fabled transformation of sword intent. In the inn, Jiuchuan sat quietly, eyes closed in meditation, reliving the battles from his simulated life, savoring the sensation of breakthrough. Just then, the door creaked open, and the hunchbacked Aunt Li entered, gesturing for him to follow. Jiuchuan had come to realize that Aunt Li was a servant of the Kai family, mute, and had accompanied Kai Jing for many years. She was now tasked with protecting Kai Rujin. He understood that it was time to set forth. After gathering his belongings, Jiuchuan grasped the black blade and followed the hunchbacked woman out. Kai Rujin stood at the entrance of the inn, adorned in a flowing pink gown. Her hair styled in 2 small braids, exuding an air of elegance, yet her countenance bore a frown, indicating her discontent. However, upon encountering Jiuchuan, a flicker of perplexity crossed her eyes. It seemed as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Yet, she found herself at a loss to articulate precisely what had changed. Observing her demeanor, Jiuchuan erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Come now. Don't look at me like that. You make it seem as if I were marching towards my doom." "Isn't it just that?" Kai Rujin muttered under her breath, trailing behind him as they stepped outside. At that moment, Tianshui City was abuzz with excitement, as word of Lin Yinyi's impending duel had spread far and wide. In the days leading up to the event, throngs of travelers had flocked to witness the prowess of the undefeated young master of the Lin family. As for Jiuchuan, he was rumored to be a prodigy himself, having once injured a first-tier martial artist while still at the second-tier level. Yet when compared to Lin Yinyi, the outcome seemed all but predetermined. Chapter 49. Retrieve it yourself. In Tianxin Square of Tianshui City, the arena had been set up. Lin Yinyi sat cross-legged at its center, his eyes gently closed. He exhibited no trace of the arrogance often associated with youthful geniuses, instead radiating an unwavering belief in his invincibility. Over the past year, he had challenged 10 cities, his momentum reaching its zenith. This time, he was poised to effortlessly crush this so-called genius, with the achievement of innate mastery within his grasp. Surrounding the arena were several men clad in black, standing as the Lin family's guardians, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from them, prompting onlookers to instinctively maintain their distance. Lin Han, the leader of the guards, appeared relatively relaxed. Prior to this challenge, the head of the Lin family had summoned him for a private discussion, ensuring the success of the young master's trial. Thus, upon arriving in each city, he would assess the local martial artists before Lin Yinyi set up the arena. Any potential threats to the young master would be reported to the family, who would dispatch innate experts to intimidate them into retreating. In truth, Lin Yin's martial prowess could be deemed the finest beneath the innate level. Nonetheless, the Lin family was in dire need of a practitioner of the Sacred Heart technique. There was no room for error. It had to be handled with utmost precision. Lin Han had already gathered intelligence on the opponent, a mere second-tier martial artist. Given the Lin family's resources, they quickly uncovered the truth. The injury of Guan Lin had not been inflicted by Su Jiuchuan, but was merely a ruse orchestrated by certain individuals. With the young master's cultivation and mastery of sword intent, victory in this duel seemed nearly assured. Among the crowd, countless martial artists gathered, many serving as spies for various factions, all eager to gauge the strength of the Lin family's genius. Should Lin Yin step into the realm of innate mastery, the implications for the major factions would be monumental. Suddenly, the throng ahead surged with excitement, parting to form a passageway. Lin Yin abruptly opened his eyes, just in time to see Su Jiuchuan emerging from the crowd, wielding a simple blade, followed closely by Kai Rujin and a hunchbacked woman. Su Jiuchuan halted, locking eyes with Lin Yin atop the arena. His aura surged, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat several steps, overwhelmed by the intensity of his presence. Lin Yin's eyes sparkled with realization as he remarked, "You've reached the first tier, quite impressive indeed." He discerned that Su Jiuchuan had ascended to the first-tier level in a mere 3 days. This duel promised to be intriguing. Lin Han gestured, and several attendants brought forth 2 chests, placing them at the edge of the arena. He approached, opening the chests to reveal a dazzling array of gold ingots. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Many had never beheld such wealth. Su Jiuchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Boom. In an instant, the ground trembled as food stalls around them toppled over. Su Jiuchuan stomped his right foot down fiercely, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the arena, his eyes alight with excitement. There, Lin Yin had risen, drawing his long sword, the energy of his blade beginning to coalesce. As he beheld the approaching Su Jiuchuan, a fervent battle intent ignited within him. Clang! The two collided fiercely atop the arena, the sound of their blades clashing reverberating throughout the square. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed as they exchanged blows, each stepping back several paces. Well done. You have not disappointed me. Such a masterful opponent is worthy of my ascent to innate mastery, Lin Yin declared, slowly raising his sword, the palpable power of his contempt for all locking onto Su Jiuchuan. How exhilarating. Su Jiuchuan grinned broadly, raising his own dark blade, both standing defiantly opposed to one another. After a moment, Lin Yin made his move, thrusting his sword forward with an unparalleled will that bore down upon Su Jiuchuan. In response, Su Jiuchuan unleashed his own blade, a similar wave of intent emanating from it, transforming into a streak of black slicing through the air. How can this be? The crowd, comprised of many seasoned observers, gasped in astonishment, recognizing the legendary transformation of sword intent. Lin Han's heart sank as he realized what was transpiring. The manifestation of sword intent was a feat achieved only by a select few innate warriors. How could Su Jiuchuan, so young, possibly accomplish this? Kai Rujin, having clutched Aunt Li's sleeve since the duel commenced, felt a surge of anxiety, her mouth agape in disbelief at the unfolding scene. So powerful. He is unbelievably strong. Was he merely toying with us the other day? Boom. The arena underwent a dramatic shift as Lin Yin was sent hurtling backward, crashing down beyond the arena's edge. Lin Han's heart raced as he rushed over, finding Lin Yin lying motionless, his sword shattered, his gaze vacant as he stared up at the sky. He understood then that the sword intent had been shattered. Although the young master had survived, his mental state was irrevocably damaged. Without the ability to reconstruct his sword intent, his path in martial arts would be irrevocably severed. Several guards rushed over to protect Lin Yin, while Lin Han cast a deep, lingering glance at Su Jiuchuan before gesturing for the guards to carry the young master away, swiftly disappearing from view. The entire square remained in stunned silence, all present reeling from the shock of that singular strike. Su Jiuchuan exhaled deeply. After countless simulations over the past 3 days, he had finally emerged victorious. He approached the 2 chests of gold, closed them, and began to walk back. Kai Rujin, too, remained silent, trailing behind him. At this moment, the crowd began to stir, numerous spies retreating to report on the astonishing duel. The shock was palpable. The Lin family's young master had been defeated, and countless noble families would undoubtedly be reveling in laughter. Su Jiuchuan, you certainly played your cards close to your chest. Upon returning to the inn, Kai Rujin finally regained her composure from the earlier astonishment, expressing her displeasure. You had me worried for days. When I pulled you away that day, you must have been secretly laughing at me. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, feeling like a jester. Su Jiuchuan chuckled at her indignation, answering with a hint of resignation. Not at all. It was merely a temporary breakthrough, a stroke of luck. That's more like it. Though she remained skeptical, her spirits lifted slightly from her earlier dismay. It's a pity I can't become your master. Kai Rujin mused. After all, my father has never achieved the manifestation of sword intent, and I doubt he would want to accept you as his disciple. Su Jiuchuan found her erratic train of thought both amusing and exasperating. Lin Yini had been back from the arena for quite some time now, lying motionless on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Young master, I shall notify the family immediately to seek someone to deal with him. Lin Han gritted his teeth and proclaimed. This scoundrel dares to undermine the grand affairs of the Lin family. He must be utterly annihilated. Wait, Lin Yini replied after a moment's contemplation. I have underestimated the world around me. This Su Jiuchuan shall serve as my whetstone. Lin Yini suddenly sat up, her eyes alight with fervent determination. What I have lost today, I shall reclaim with my own hands. Chapter 50. Trouble arises again. In the inn, Su Jiuchuan gazed at the 2 chests of gold before him, letting out a sigh. In the span of 3 days, he had squandered over 100,000 taels of silver. The sum before him, while seemingly substantial, would likely not suffice to support his breakthrough into the innate realm. He accessed the system and selected the recharge option. Recharge successful, current balance, 106,688. Now, the Xuanqing technique had reached perfection, and it appeared he could no longer enter the Xinxian sect. Where could he obtain an innate cultivation method? Su Jiuchuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether he truly ought to follow Kai Rujin to seek her father and become his disciple. The girl may be somewhat naive, but that does not imply her father is similarly foolish. The origins of the Dao Gang's secret record remain unclear. If it were to be perceived as a ploy by a certain faction, he could be executed as a spy, which would be a grave injustice. Bang! As Su Jiuchuan was lost in thought, a stone struck the windowsill, prompting him to leap to his feet and rush to the window. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting nearby. The sky was dimming, yet he could still discern the silhouette of that person, likely attempting to lure him away. He quickly vaulted out of the window. After following the figure for a while, Su Jiuchuan felt a pang of anxiety, regardless of his speed. The other party seemed to maintain a constant distance. This individual's cultivation was no lesser than his own. After running a bit further, the figure came to a halt, revealing a man in gray standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Young master, I have brought the person to you. The figure addressed the man with a respectful nod. The gray-clad youth turned around, revealing a handsome young man of about 18 or 19, with eyes like flowing water. Who are you? He inquired. This is our second young master of the Wen family, Wen Yushu, the initial speaker replied. Today's duel between young master Su and Lin Yini was truly exhilarating. Wen Yushu remarked, lightly applauding. Young master Su, to possess such prowess at a tender age is a mark of true genius. Why not consider joining our Wen family? I shall not. Su Jiuchuan retorted without hesitation. In his simulated life, he had found these scions of noble families to be callous individuals, and he had no desire to engage with them. Will you not even consider our terms? Wen Yushu, undeterred by the rejection, replied with an unhurried demeanor. As I understand it, young master Su does not hail from a prestigious sect or noble lineage, suggesting a lack of innate cultivation methods. Am I correct? He smiled. If you were to join our Wen family and pledge your loyalty, we could provide you with an innate cultivation method. What say you? This was the very foundation upon which prestigious sects and noble families relied. All innate cultivation methods were monopolized by them. For commoners, the only path to the innate realm lay in aligning themselves with these families. Both the Wen and Lin families had numerous guest elders, essentially high-ranking guardians, bound to their clans for this reason. It was no wonder he approached today with such confidence. In his view, Su Jiuchuan's martial path could only continue with their backing. Noticing Su Jiuchuan's prolonged silence, he added, if you have any other requests, feel free to express them. I assure you, we offer the most favorable conditions among all noble families. Joining the Wen family is not out of the question. Su Jiuchuan smiled. Hearing this, Wen Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. This outcome was not unexpected. After all, what could a genius accomplish on his own? Could he truly create an innate cultivation method from nothing? If you could provide a monthly stipend of 100,000 taels of silver, I might reconsider, Su Jiuchuan proposed. Wen Yushu was taken aback, momentarily speechless. You meant silver? Su Jiuchuan nodded. Humph, how ungrateful. Wen Yushu seethed, incensed. He could hardly believe that Su Jiuchuan had made such a demand, viewing it merely as an insult to the Wen family. Do not come to regret this. With that, he turned and departed, his companion hastily following, clearly his subordinate. As Su Jiuchuan watched their figures fade from view, he let out a long sigh. I spoke the truth. Why does no one believe me? Why does the second Miss Wen not trust me? Su Jiuchuan had long discerned that Wen Yushu was, in fact, a woman disguised as a man, a trope well worn in dramas of later times. It was surprising to find such a penchant for cross-dressing in this world as well. However, since she had chosen to masquerade as a man, he had no intention of unmasking her. He would merely indulge her in this charade. Young master, should we inform the family to deal with this surname Su? The subordinate inquired cautiously. Huh, Wen Yushu sneered. Whether he joins the Wen family is inconsequential. What matters is preventing Lin Yini from seizing any opportunity to turn the tide. The Lin family has already produced a formidable practitioner of the Sacred Heart technique. We cannot allow another innate talent to emerge. Since Su Jiuchuan has shattered his perfect state of mind, The only way to compensate is to eliminate him personally. We simply need to elevate this surname Su to the innate realm or eliminate him beforehand. She smiled. Had he been willing to join the Wen family, wasting some resources to elevate him would not have been out of the question. Since he refuses, we have no choice left. Young master, which family elder should we notify to take action? Wen Yushu furrowed her brow and pondered before shaking her head. Our Wen family must not intervene. If one of our own were to act, it would be clear that the Wen family seeks to target the Lin family. The subordinate nodded vigorously. The Lin family was currently in a position of strength and should not be trifled with lightly. I see from your findings that Su Jiuchuan hails from Jiuchuan City, where he previously killed Lan Sheng's son, Lan Guping. You should find a way to inform him. Understood. Upon returning to the inn, Su Jiuchuan was about to head to his room when he suddenly noticed the door beside him ajar. He rushed over, only to find the hunchbacked Aunt Li unconscious on the floor, while Kai Rujin had vanished. He hastily helped Aunt Li to her feet, gently channeling some of his own energy into her, and she finally stirred awake. She, being mute, gestured vigorously, leaving Su Jiuchuan in a state of confusion. After a lengthy silence, he finally understood. Shortly after he had left, someone had administered a sleeping potion to the two of them and abducted Kai Rujin. Aunt Li had no knowledge of the perpetrators. Yet, in previous simulations, Kai Rujin was supposed to be captured by men in black outside Tianmu City several months later. Why had this occurred prematurely? Could it be that his presence had drawn Kai Rujin to Tianshui City, prompting the assailants to act sooner? Seeing Su Jiuchuan lost in thought, Aunt Li, anxious, rushed outside the inn to search for clues, but found none. She turned to Su Jiuchuan, stating that the young lady was missing and that she must return to inform the master, before hastily departing. Chapter 51. Something is amiss. Regardless of the circumstances, Kai Rujin had indeed rendered considerable assistance, and Su Jiuchuan could not disregard her plight. He activated the simulator. Would you like to initiate a life simulation? Each session costs 10,000 points. Yes, 18 years old. You have become a first-grade martial artist. Kai Rujin has been kidnapped. That night, you searched for suspicious clues and finally learned that a group of men in black had hastily loaded a carriage and headed north. You immediately gave chase. In a secluded valley, you finally caught up with the caravan, only to discover that the cart contained a woman accompanied by Kai Rujin, both appearing to be acquainted. You yearned to rescue them, but soon realized you were no match for her. Within mere exchanges, you were struck and injured. The woman instructed you to let Kai Jing come to retrieve her, and then she departed. Left with no choice, you turned back, but soon lost your way in the mountains. Half a month later, you stumbled into the territory of a golden python and were slain, at the tender age of 18. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Su Jiuchuan finally discerned the anomaly. Why was it that he frequently encountered monsters in the wilderness, only to be killed? After all, he had attained the first rank, a status not to be trifled with in human society. How could he so easily fall victim to monsters? If the wild were truly so perilous, humanity would have long since perished. Was it because he was a transmigrator, inciting the world's malevolence towards him? That seemed implausible. It was highly unlikely that a monster would be summoned specifically to deal with him. At least, Su Jiuchuan did not consider himself of such significance. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the black blade, and he recalled the words inscribed in Ouyang Xian's letter. Is the celestial mandate changing? What did that mean? Could it be that the so-called celestial mandate was intertwined with all of this? After pondering for a long while, he found himself devoid of clues and decided to dismiss the matter. Simulation complete. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Martial arts realm of 18 years. 2. Martial arts experience of 18 years. 3. Life wisdom of 18 years. After some contemplation, Su Jiuchuan opted for the second choice. He wished to ascertain the level of that golden python, which could hardly be innate. In the dense forest, the massive tail of the serpent ensnared him tightly. His entire vital energy surged, and his blade intent transformed into a black edge that slashed at the serpent's head, leaving only a long gash without severing it. Subsequently, the reeking maw engulfed him. Terrifying. Even as a mere observer of the memory, Su Jiuchuan was drenched in sweat. The golden python must have been of comparable cultivation, not having reached the innate realm, yet its physical advantages still enabled it to vanquish him. Since Kai Rujin appeared to be in no mortal danger, he felt no urgency. After a day filled with simulated training, a contest against Lin Yini, and a fierce struggle with a monster, he felt mentally fatigued and lay down to rest. The following day, Su Jiuchuan awoke to find it was already noon. He opened the door, intending to seek a place to dine. Young Master Su, a middle-aged man, dressed as a government official, rose from a chair at the entrance upon seeing him. Clearly, he had been waiting there for quite some time. Furrowing his brow, Su Jiuchuan realized he did not recognize this man, nor had he encountered him in the simulation. It seemed he had missed their meeting yesterday while pursuing someone. Who are you? This is Wang Yuanwei from Tianshui City. The innkeeper chimed in, his face adorned with a broad smile. Wang Yuanwei has been waiting here since dawn, for 3 hours, to discuss a matter with young Master Su. Su Jiuchuan shook his head. He had no inclination to engage in trivial affairs. Without waiting for Wang Yuanwei to speak, he declared, I am not interested. With that, He descended the stairs. Wang Yuanwei, initially beaming, now felt a pang of anxiety as he saw Su Jiuchuan disregard him. He hastily interjected. I noticed young Master Su bet 100,000 taels on your contest with young Master Lin. If you could assist me, I would be willing to offer 200,000 taels. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. 200,000 taels? Such a sum could purchase an entire street. He thought to himself that his employer would take 10 lifetimes to earn such wealth. Reluctantly, Su Jiuchuan returned, unable to ignore the allure of such a generous offer. What exactly is it that you require? Now intrigued, he considered the implications of a matter that could warrant such a sum. Wang Yuanwei, witnessing Su Jiuchuan's interest, felt a surge of relief and respectfully replied. Let us discuss the specifics at my humble abode. Su Jiuchuan furrowed his brow. Something so shrouded in mystery was likely significant, and caution was warranted. Please, lead the way. Even if I ultimately choose not to assist, I will still accept 1,000 taels as travel expenses, Wang Yuanwei insisted, sensing Su Jiuchuan's hesitation. Oh. This piqued Su Jiuchuan's curiosity. Merely for listening, he would receive 1,000 taels. Such wealth was rare, and he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. Let us go. Wang Yuanwei led the way, and upon exiting the inn, they encountered a carriage parked outside, surrounded by 7 or 8 attendants. As the two approached, the attendants promptly presented the horse stools. Wang Yuanwei quickly gestured invitingly. Su Jiuchuan nodded, striding confidently towards the carriage, which was adorned with plush cushions and a small redwood table, atop which incense had been lit, filling the interior with a fragrant aroma. Inhaling deeply, he felt invigorated. This incense must have been quite costly. Noticing Su Jiuchuan exploring the carriage, Wang Yuanwei did not rush him, merely watching with a smile. Let us depart. Su Jiuchuan, feeling somewhat like a rustic visiting the city, quickly beckoned. The carriage soon set off, surprisingly smooth despite the ancient design. Su Jiuchuan could not help but marvel at the decadence of the wealthy in this era. After approximately half an hour, the carriage finally halted. The two alighted and entered a courtyard. Wang Yuanwei led him into the main hall, where they seated themselves across from one another. Speak, what is it that you require? Su Jiuchuan lacked the patience for idle chatter with this nouveau riche. Wang Yuanwei, undeterred, gestured for the surrounding attendants to withdraw. My family has resided in Tianshui City for generations. While we own rice shops and cosmetics businesses, those are secondary. Our true foundation lies in a gold mine located outside the city. A gold mine. Su Jiuchuan suddenly grasped the reason for Wang Yuanwei's apparent wealth. However, he soon learned that troubles had befallen the mine, prompting the need for assistance. Wang Yuanwei proceeded to recount the details. His family's gold mine, situated in the cold stone valley beyond the city, had been in operation for centuries and was the cornerstone of their status as the wealthiest family in Tianshui City. Everything had been running smoothly until 6 months ago when a ferocious monkey had invaded the mine, slaughtering both the overseers and miners. This calamity had cut off the family's financial lifeline, and despite Wang Yuanwei's substantial expenditures to hire numerous experts to drive away the beast, none had returned alive. Consequently, no skilled individuals were willing to assist thereafter. It was not that Tianshui City lacked genuine experts. Rather, those with true abilities could not be lured by mere silver. Yet, the Wang family had little to offer beyond money. Thus, upon witnessing Su Jiuchuan's prowess in the arena yesterday, Wang Yuanwei's thoughts turned to him when the wager was merely 100,000 taels, leading to today's encounter. After absorbing Wang Yuanwei's account, Su Jiuchuan fell into contemplation. Had those monsters begun to encroach upon human territories? In the previous simulation, Su Jiuchuan encountered a beast on the outskirts of the city that was on the verge of entering the innate realm. It is likely that there are even more ferocious creatures lurking in the remote mountains and forests, comparable to innate beasts. This world is becoming increasingly perilous. What do you think? Wang Yuanwei asked anxiously. Young Master Su, have you made a decision? I need to visit the restroom first. Su Jiuchuan casually replied before stepping outside, where a servant promptly came forward to guide him. Once he was alone, Su Jiuchuan activated the system. Let me simulate this first. If I can accomplish this task, I could earn 200,000 taels. If not, at least I would not lose out with 1,000 taels. The simulation fee of this 1,000 taels is still worthwhile. At 18 years old, you have become a first-grade martial artist. In Tianshui City, Wang Yuanwei requests your assistance in dealing with the monkeys at the gold mine. 3 days later, you arrive at the gold mine, where you indeed encounter a monkey that has reached the innate realm, though it is injured. You engage in a fierce battle with it, resulting in mutual destruction. Just then, a figure appears, swiftly killing the monkey and, inadvertently, you as well, at the tender age of 18. Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. He had been outmaneuvered. How precise was that timing? Just as he and the monkey were locked in a fierce struggle, that individual appeared. That person must have been lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. But who could it be? Wang Yuanwei appeared highly suspicious. The more Su Jiuchuan pondered, the more dubious it seemed. Although the Wang family appeared to be merely an ordinary merchant household, they possessed an entire gold mine. Even if martial artists in this world were not overly concerned with wealth, Various factions needed funds to support their numerous subordinates. How could they possibly leave such a lucrative gold mine untouched? Would those prominent families really refrain from taking action? It seemed illogical. Thus, the only conclusion was that the Wang family had a powerful martial artist backing them, who deterred other factions. However, that martial artist could not even handle an injured innate monkey and had to wait for half a year to find him, indicating that this individual was likely not of the innate realm, or at the very least, lacked the strength of an innate martial artist. With this thought, Su Jiuchuan's spirit was invigorated. If that were the case, might there be a way to gain some advantage? At that moment, a piece of text popped up before him. Simulation complete. You may retain one of the following. 1. 18-year-old martial arts realm. 2. 18-year-old martial arts experience. 3. 18 years of life wisdom. As Su Jiuchuan contemplated his options, a plan began to take shape in his mind. After what felt like an eternity, he returned to the hall, where Wang Yuanwei was pacing nervously, clearly agitated. Young Master Su, what do you see? Su Jiuchuan smiled and replied, I haven't eaten since I got up this morning. Wang Yuanwei, still wearing a bright smile, said, that was my oversight. Please wait a moment. I will arrange it immediately. His heart sank slightly. There was no need to rush and alarm the snakes in the grass. Before long, a lavish spread of delicacies was presented. Su Jiuchuan needed no prompting and began to eat, discovering that the food was quite delectable, perhaps the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed since his arrival in this world. As he neared the end of the meal, Wang Yuanwei inquired again, Young Master Su, what do you think? Burp. Su Jiuchuan let out a long belch and said, it was too salty. Bring me a cup of wine. Wang Yuanwei's expression stiffened for a moment before he turned and gestured to a servant, who quickly brought forth a jug of wine. Su Jiuchuan took 2 generous swigs from the jug before slamming it back onto the table, signaling the end of his meal. Young Master Su, could you assist with this task? Seeing Wang Yuanwei's anxious demeanor, Su Jiuchuan could not help but chuckle inwardly. I agree to this matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanwei clenched his right fist tightly within his sleeve. However, upon hearing Su Jiuchuan's words, he felt his heart lift again. This task is exceedingly dangerous. I require 500,000 taels of silver. Su Jiuchuan replied. Moreover, you need to provide a deposit of 300,000 taels today. Wang Yuanwei pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth. Very well, I agree. Then it's settled, Su Jiuchuan said, nonchalantly picking his teeth as he walked out. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Yuanwei's smile gradually faded, and he coldly mused, 500,000 taels, you truly dare to ask for that? I'm just afraid you won't live to spend it. Upon returning to the inn, not long after, Wang Yuanwei had 5 large chests delivered. Once the deliverers had departed, Su Jiuchuan opened the chests one by one. Each was filled to the brim with gleaming gold ingots, shimmering in the candlelight. He had truly struck it rich this time. Su Jiuchuan extracted several gold ingots and initiated a recharge through the system. Recharge successful. Current balance, 380,003 points. For the first time, Su Jiuchuan felt a sense of financial abundance. A quiet night passed, and the next morning, Wang Yuanwei was already waiting at the inn. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two set off together. Hanchi Valley is situated over 50 miles north of Tianshui City, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The gold mine itself lies beneath a steep cliff. Wang Yuanwei refused to venture further than the valley's mouth, gesturing to Su Jiuchuan, Young Master Su. If you proceed forward, you will find the entrance to the gold mine. I entrust this matter to you. Su Jiuchuan waved his hand dismissively, holding his black-bladed knife as he ventured into the shadowy valley alone. Chapter 53. The Yellow Sparrow Lurks Behind. The valley was eerily quiet, so still that even the sound of insects was absent. A narrow path paved with stones wound deeper into the valley, flanked by wooden posts that once held bronze lanterns. Now long extinguished, Su Jiuchuan was on high alert. Although he had simulated the scenario, the unpredictability of this wild terrain made it impossible to rule out unforeseen events. Along the roadside, he had already spotted several corpses, most with their skulls crushed. Such brutality was alarming. Before long, he arrived at the mine's entrance, a dark cavern extending downward. Su Jiuchuan positioned his long knife before him and slowly stepped inside. It was indeed very dark, but for a first-grade martial artist, it posed no hindrance. A foul odor permeated the air, prompting Su Jiuchuan to wrinkle his brow. The ancient technology was inadequate for proper ventilation. After advancing a few steps, he quickly discovered several areas of collapse, with parts of the stone wall crumbled away by several meters. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a ground littered with fine dust, devoid of any larger stones, indicating the force that had caused such destruction. What is this? A dark golden hair lay mixed among the debris. Su Jiuchuan picked it up, surprised at its weight. It was not much lighter than a steel needle of the same size. As he examined it closely, the foul odor intensified, and a gust of wind rushed from behind him. He instinctively rolled to the ground just in time. With a thunderous crash, a massive claw struck where he had just been standing. Su Jiuchuan felt a searing pain in his back. It had grazed him, and a viscous liquid began to trickle down. He realized he was injured, but there was no time to dwell on it. Before him loomed a gigantic beast. with a sharp snout and a monkey-like visage, its size at least twice his own. This must be the monkey Wang Yuanwei had spoken of. With a furious roar, the monstrous monkey lunged forward, unleashing a colossal furry fist aimed directly at him. Suddenly, Su Jiuchuan felt as though the very air around him had solidified, an overwhelming aura imparting an inescapable sensation. He hastily collected his thoughts and retreated with swift steps. Boom! Another tremendous sound echoed as the ground was struck, creating a deep pit several yards in depth. If he were to be hit by that, Su Jiuchuan feared he would be reduced to mere flesh and blood. Was this the might of a congenital realm monster? He realized he could not remain passive any longer and unleashed his black blade. Clang! The blade struck the fist of the ape monster, producing a resonant clash of metal and stone, with several drops of crimson blood spilling forth. Roar! Enraged, the ape monster leaped forward, both fists raised to continue its assault. Su Jiuchuan narrowly evaded between the descending fists, and in that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a deep wound along the creature's waist, already congealed and dark red in hue, suggesting it was inflicted not long ago. This beast was indeed wounded. Seizing the opportunity as they crossed paths, Su Jiuchuan sent forth a shadowy slash of the black blade, landing directly on the wound. A heart-wrenching howl reverberated through the cavern, the ape monster now thoroughly incensed. It glanced at its wound, blood gushing forth, and a tide of fury surged within its chest as it fixed Su Jiuchuan with an intent to kill. With a thunderous roar, it leapt into the air, fists raised, this time moving with astonishing speed, faint golden light coalescing around its fists. Su Jiuchuan understood there was no evading this strike. His internal energy surged violently as the aura of the black blade intensified to its peak, charging directly at the ape monster. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the cavern, causing stones to tumble from the walls. Su Jiuchuan was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, every bone in his body feeling as though it had shattered. Pain coursed through him, and the internal energy he had just unleashed was completely exhausted, leaving him devoid of any remaining power. The ape monster fared little better. A deep gash ran from its left shoulder to the right, blood spraying profusely. Its eyes dimming slightly, yet its murderous intent intensified. Despite its injuries and the blood it had lost, it knew that with a moment's time, it could staunch the bleeding and would undoubtedly tear apart the human before it. Ha ha! At that moment, a maniacal laugh echoed through the cavern, and a figure emerged from the darkness. An elderly man, his hair stark white, bore a complexion of dark gold, clearly also bearing wounds, yet exuding an inscrutable aura that made Su Jiuchuan's heart race. This was indeed a congenital warrior. Observing the exhausted Su Jiuchuan slumped on the ground and the blood-soaked, fierce-eyed ape monster, the elder could not help but stroke his long white beard, chuckling. It seems my timing is impeccable. What is your relationship with Wang Yuanwei? The elder inquired, his eyes glinting with amusement. I see you have come to an understanding, albeit a tad late. Ha ha, I am Wang Qinghu, the ancestor of the Wang Yuanwei you mentioned. Did you intentionally lead me to exhaust the strength of this ape monster? Su Jiuchuan voiced his lingering doubts. Wang Qinghu, unfazed, nodded, not quite. I had already clashed with this beast previously, had it not been for our mutual destruction. Do you think you could have survived under the prowess of this congenital creature? So that strike was indeed a skill of the monster. Could it be that the distinction between congenital monsters and ordinary ones lay here? Ordinary monsters relying on instinct, while congenital ones had awakened innate skills. You wretched beast. Attempting to flee? The ape monster, cunning as ever, recognized the gravity of the situation upon seeing Wang Qinghu appear. As the two exchanged words, it abruptly turned to escape but was swiftly intercepted. Wang Qinghu drew forth his long sword and leaped towards the ape monster. The creature, realizing it could not evade this time, displayed a fleeting sorrow in its eyes, swiftly transforming into a tempest of rage as it activated its innate skill, the ape might. Its fists once more glowing a dark golden hue. Yet this also caused its wounds to bleed even more profusely. Boom! Wang Qinghu raised his hand to meet the blow. Yet his sword plunged into the ape monster's wounded flank. With a powerful thrust, the creature's insides were crushed, life extinguished, and it collapsed with a resounding crash. Coughing violently, Wang Qinghu spat out blood, evidently suffering considerable injury from the encounter. Ha ha! He could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "This is indeed a congenital monster. TSK, TSK. Who would have thought that at my age, I would still encounter such fortune?" With that, he disregarded Su Jiuchuan and plunged his sword into the ape monster's chest, extracting a crystalline stone-like object and placing it within his robes. Having completed these tasks, he was visibly fatigued yet turned to prepare to eliminate Su Jiuchuan. For this individual knew far too much. However, as he pivoted, he caught sight of Su Jiuchuan standing there, composed and smiling, entirely devoid of any signs of exhaustion. How is this possible? Wang Qinghu was taken aback. In truth, he had been lurking nearby, waiting for both sides to weaken before intervening. He was certain that at that moment, Su Jiuchuan's energy had been in disarray, entirely devoid of any circulating qi. A first-grade martial artist could never hope to conceal themselves from a congenital warrior. He had a foreboding sense that this was not merely a case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lay in wait, but rather a case of inviting the wolf into the fold. Su Jiuchuan sensed the elder's confusion but had no intention of offering an explanation. After all, past life dramas had repeatedly warned travelers that excessive exposition could lead to disaster, especially when dealing with a congenital warrior. He raised his hand and, with a swift motion, unleashed another strike. The blade intent transforming once more into a shadowy slash aimed directly at Wang Qinghu. The elder attempted to evade, yet his energy was already too depleted. And with his existing injuries compounded, there was no way he could withstand Su Jiuchuan at his peak. Thud! The blade sliced through Wang Qinghu's forehead, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Su Jiuchuan, wary and unyielding, approached the corpse, ensuring his foe was beyond revival before finally exhaling in relief. For Su Jiuchuan, his ascent as a martial artist had been largely self-driven, and he possessed little conceptual understanding of the common knowledge surrounding martial arts. Especially during this time, he had encountered a plethora of bizarre occurrences, instinctively maintaining a sense of reverence towards the unknown. Although it seemed an opportune moment to interrogate a weakened congenital warrior, he dared not gamble on whether the old man had any hidden trump cards. This was inevitable. For some time, Su Jiuchuan had been contemplating the simulator's other applications. Considering that since he could choose the martial realm upon the simulation's conclusion, was it possible to retain this opportunity for selection? Thus, the previous night, he had conducted another simulation, during which he refrained from making any choices. Until just now, when his energy was expended, he accessed the system and summoned the simulator, selecting the martial realm. Indeed, the system infused him with the martial realm he had attained just before his demise, allowing him to restore himself to his peak state. This explained the earlier scene. Reflecting on today's events, Su Jiuchuan felt a twinge of anxiety. If Wang Qinghu had chosen to strike him first upon appearing, and then dealt with the ape monster, it would have been an entirely different narrative. However, Su Jiuchuan believed that Wang Qinghu would subconsciously underestimate a first-grade martial artist like him, and thus he took the gamble, fortunate enough that it paid off. Approaching the corpse, Su Jiuchuan began to inspect it, for the possessions of a congenital warrior were sure to be thrilling to behold. He first retrieved a pale yellow crystal from his bosom, an object he had extracted from the chest of the ape-like creature. It was remarkably hard, yet its utility remained enigmatic. Continuing his search, he discovered a parchment, which he cautiously unfurled, his heart swelling with joy upon realizing it was a treatise on an innate martial art, the Guarding Yang scripture. However, upon fully opening it, he found that the parchment had been severed at the back by a sharp instrument, indicating that this was an incomplete technique. Su Jiuchuan could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, innate martial arts were not as common as cabbage. Such treasures were arduous to acquire. Aside from this, there was nothing else left on the corpse. Approaching the body of the ape-like creature, he scrutinized it closely. From Wang Qinghu's words, it was evident that this innate beast was quite rare, and he was eager to discern its peculiarities. This creature not only towered 3 to 4 times larger than an ordinary ape, but its skin was also remarkably tough. Recalling how its fist could withstand his black blade, he grasped the true terror of its might, perhaps due to the extraction of the crystal. The ape-like creature's corpse was visibly decaying at an alarming rate, with parts of it already transforming into a yellowish liquid. A foul stench permeated the air. Su Jiuchuan quickly covered his nose and stepped back, but as he stood upright, he suddenly froze. What was this? From a safe distance, he caught sight of the creature's left foot, where an inscription appeared to be etched, its origins unknown. Remarkably, he recognized the character. It was the same as the one noted on the treasure map left by Ouyang Xian. What kind of script could this be? As the corpse of the ape-like creature began to dissolve into a puddle of yellow liquid, Su Jiuchuan swiftly tore a piece of cloth from Wang Qinghu's body, pried a stone from the wall, and dipped it in the blood on the ground to replicate the inscription from the creature's foot. By the time he completed the writing, the creature's body had entirely turned into a pool of yellow water. With no other remnants in sight, Su Jiuchuan stood up, casually stowing the crystal and the parchment back into his bosom, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within his garments, startling him into quickly extracting the items. To his astonishment, the short sword he had seized from Shun Shiru lit up upon contact with the yellow crystal, pulsating rhythmically. Alarmed, Su Jiuchuan hastily separated the two, only to discover that the sword possessed a strange attraction, firmly binding the crystal to itself. The sword continued to quiver, reminiscent of how it had behaved when he first obtained it, while the crystal gradually dimmed. Channeling his vital energy, Su Jiuchuan yanked forcefully, finally prying them apart. The sword, however, seemed reluctant to relinquish its hold, continuing to twitch. After a considerable duration, the sword appeared to realize it could no longer maintain contact with the crystal, and it quieted down, its brilliance fading. It was evident that these sect members possessed some hidden knowledge. Su Jiuchuan felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering the depths of the legacies held by those noble families and sections. This crystal was undeniably mysterious. and he speculated on what transformations might occur once the sword completely absorbed it. Alas, if only he had someone to consult. Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but reflect on the importance of knowledge, whether in ancient times or today. With no other thoughts in mind, he tucked the sword back into his bosom, tore another strip of cloth from Wang Qinghu's corpse, and wrapped the crystal in multiple layers, securing it with a knot at his waist, thus deeming it properly handled. Only then did Su Jiuchuan finally grasp the black blade and head outside. At the entrance of the Cold Stone Valley, Wang Yuanwei was leisurely strolling, having deliberated extensively with the ancestor regarding this operation. Ever since the gold mine was overtaken by the ape-like creature 6 months prior, the ancestor had intervened, yet it was unexpected that the beast was also of innate caliber, and ferociously so, resulting in a mutually destructive confrontation with the ancestor. Thus, Wang Yuanwei devised a plan to hire high-ranking martial artists as expendable pawns to wear down the creature, allowing the ancestor to strike decisively. Unfortunately, those elite martial artists proved ineffectual, falling in droves without significantly depleting the creature's strength, leaving the ancestor without an opportunity to act. This time, however, Su Jiuchuan was a master of blade intent, likely superior to those who came before. As Wang Yuanwei pondered these matters, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Wang Yuanwei, I have not failed in my mission. Wang Yuanwei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Rubbing them, he confirmed that Su Jiuchuan was indeed smiling at him, with no one else around. Su Gongzi, are you alone? He was somewhat bewildered. Initially inclined to inquire about the ancestor, but quickly altered his question. Could it be that the ancestor had changed his mind at the last moment, sparing him? But even so, why had the ancestor not accompanied him? Su Jiuchuan laughed heartily, feigning ignorance as he replied, the ape-like creature has been slain, though it regrettably turned into a puddle of yellow water. Otherwise, I could have presented it to you for your edification. Was there nothing else of note? Wang Yuanwei, unwilling to relent, contemplated the significance of the ancestor to the Wang family and decided to directly inquire. Our ancestor has sustained injuries and has just emerged from seclusion. Hearing of your venture to the gold mine to eliminate the creature, he grew concerned for your safety and sought to assist you. I wonder, did you encounter him? Su Jiuchuan could hardly suppress his applause. Wang Yuanwei was indeed eloquent. The old man, Wang Qinghu, had intended to reap the rewards. Yet now he was portrayed as a savior. Quite impressive. It appeared that the esteemed elder was the ancestor of the Wang family. How respectful. Su Jiuchuan feigned regret as he recounted. When I discovered the ape-like creature beneath the mine, that elder suddenly appeared, ultimately meeting his demise alongside the beast. What? Wang Yuanwei trembled, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. The ancestor was dead. The Wang family was doomed. Several servants rushed to support Wang Yuanwei. Su Jiuchuan harbored a cold smirk within. Those who dared to plot against him must prepare for the backlash. Without glancing at Wang Yuanwei, he continued, Oh, that esteemed elder expressed gratitude for my assistance to the Wang family, in addition to the remaining silver. He requested that you bestow upon me an additional 100,000 taels. After a prolonged silence, Su Jiuchuan observed Wang Yuanwei's pallid expression as if he had not heard. Unable to restrain himself, he coldly remarked, What? Does Wang Yuanwei not take your ancestors' wishes to heart? Wang Yuanwei instantly sensed a murderous intent. Trembling at the realization of his family's precarious position, teetering on the brink of collapse, he quickly composed himself, stating, Since our ancestor has issued such a command, I shall not disappoint him. Please, Su Gongzi, grant me a few days' grace, and I will immediately arrange for the auction of this gold mine. Su Jiuchuan regarded him with surprise, silently acknowledging that this man was indeed a figure of substance. Alas, he was born in a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. The Wang family, having lost their innate-level ancestor, could no longer safeguard the gold mine. Wang Yuanwei was clearly intent on auctioning off the mine. Wishing to rid himself of this hot potato as swiftly as possible, perhaps the only means to preserve the lives of his entire family. Such a gold mine could yield annual profits of at least 1,000,000 taels. Even Su Jiuchuan found himself coveting it. However, he understood that such a fortune could not be protected without an innate martial artist, which was why he merely requested an additional 100,000 taels. It seems that the final victor, that formidable figure, would not be troubled by such a trifling sum of silver. However, witnessing Wang Yuanwei in such a state stirred a sense of discomfort within Su Jiuchuan. Truly, it is a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Once one's strength falters, the resources one possesses are inevitably reclaimed. Unbidden, a profound sense of urgency enveloped Su Jiuchuan. A high-ranking martial artist still appeared too feeble. Amidst a torrential downpour, interspersed with flashes of lightning, on an island somewhere within the vast ocean, a young man knelt resolutely outside a stone cave, allowing the rain to drench him, yet he remained stubbornly unmoving. An oiled paper umbrella blossomed above him as a young woman clad in a flowing yellow gown attempted to lift him, gently imploring, Brother Lan, you ought to rise. My father will not permit you to leave just yet. This young man was none other than Lan Heguang, the eldest son of the city lord of Jiuchuan, Lan Sheng. Recently, News had reached him that the perpetrator who had slain his younger brother had already ascended to the rank of a first-tier martial artist and was presently in Tianshui City. He had immediately sought an audience with his master, Manhwaedit, in hopes of avenging his brother. The young woman was Manhwaedit, the sole daughter of Manhwaedit. With a sigh, she continued, "Did my father not mention that you should wait until 3 months after the spirit tide erupts before you take action? You are already at the threshold of the innate realm. When the spirit tide surges, you could strive for the innate state then. Wouldn't that be the perfect time for revenge?" Lan Hagwang hung his head, striving to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. "My younger brother, Lan Guping, and I were born of the same mother. We shared a profound bond from a young age. In our childhood, my father sought rare treasures from across the realm to nourish our vitality and enhance our inner energy. My brother often claimed that his talents paled in comparison to mine. Thus, he would always yield his share to me. When it came time for me to leave home and follow my master to hone my skills, he once told me that upon my return, we would aid our father together and establish a grand enterprise." Unexpectedly, as he spoke, tears began to flow from Lan Hagwang's eyes, mingling with the rain. Since the tragic news of his brother's demise had reached him, he found himself unable to focus on his training. The singular thought consuming him was the desire to rend Jiuchuan into 1,000 pieces. As he spoke, a profound hatred radiated from his gaze. "Foolish child," a voice sighed from within the cave. "Your heart is burdened by too much hatred. I had intended to temper it. Since you are so resolute, I shall not stand in your way." Upon hearing this, Lan Hagwang felt a weight lift from his heart. However, he must not miss the spirit tide in 3 months. You must depart swiftly and return promptly. Nan Ruoying, delighted by her father's consent, could not help but interject. "I have heard that the person in question has only just transitioned to a first-tier martial artist. Brother Lan, being at the brink of the innate realm, should find it quite easy to deal with him." Yet, Lan Hagwang shook his head, replying, "I have received a letter from my father. When he killed my brother 2 months ago, he was merely at the 5th tier. Now, in the span of just 2 months, he has already advanced to the 1st tier." Silence enveloped the trio, the only sound being the intermittent rumble of thunder and the gentle patter of rain upon the earth. After a long pause, Lan Hagwang continued, "Thus, I must slay him before the spirit tide erupts, for I cannot ascertain whether he will have ascended to the innate realm by then." Nan Ruoying quickly covered her mouth, fearful of betraying her shock. All along, she had believed her brother to be the most gifted martial artist in existence, having achieved the cusp of the innate realm by the age of 18. Yet, it appeared there was another individual capable of overshadowing her brother, leaving him in constant trepidation of being surpassed. Who exactly was Jiuchuan? Suddenly, an object shot forth from the cave, and Lan Hagwang instinctively reached out to catch it. It was a dull gray jade pendant. This pendant can shield you from a single attack from an innate level opponent. Wear it for your protection. Clearly, Nan Ruotian was also somewhat unsettled. "Thank you, master." Chapter 56, A Certain Death Trap. Upon returning to the inn, Jiuchuan found that night had already fallen. He retrieved a scroll of sheepskin, which contained half of the yang guarding scripture. This scripture is divided into 3 tiers, with each tier corresponding to a realm of the innate level. And what he possessed was merely the 1st tier, implying he could at most achieve the 1st stage of the innate realm, the condensing pulse stage. The initial sections broadly outlined the conditions of the innate realm. It revealed that the transition from the 9th to the 1st tier is a process wherein martial artists cultivate their true energy to open the circulatory pathways throughout their bodies, refining their physiques and purging impurities in the process. Upon reaching the 1st tier realm, with the circulatory pathways fully unblocked, one must undergo a process of refining their true energy, a purification process. When the internal true energy is fully refined, one achieves what is termed the great perfection of the 1st tier, also known as the half-step innate. Subsequently, by compressing the true energy to its utmost limits, it begins to liquefy. This is the condensing pulse stage. Only upon reaching this point does one truly enter the innate realm. As for the subsequent realms, they were not elaborated upon, likely lost in the parts that had been destroyed. Should he begin cultivating this? Jiuchuan hesitated, fearing he might not find the subsequent techniques. The innate realm and the tiered realms exhibit significant distinctions. While one can change techniques within the tiered realms, it merely requires effort to start anew. However, in the innate realm, as the true energy has already liquefied, altering techniques at this juncture would equate to nullifying all previous cultivation, and the meridians could easily sustain damage, making it exceedingly unlikely to enter the innate realm ever again. Yet, if he refrained from cultivating, he would remain stagnant at the 1st tier, and obtaining techniques for the innate realm proved exceptionally challenging. With creatures of the innate realm lurking even within a gold mine, remaining at the 1st tier was undeniably precarious. Jiuchuan meticulously reread the sheepskin scroll, and suddenly his eyes sparkled, since the great perfection of the 1st tier was merely a matter of extracting true energy. He could utilize this portion of the technique to reach the half-step innate, and thereafter use a simulator to seek out other techniques. The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. and he promptly settled into a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation based on the scroll. As night elapsed, Jiuchuan opened his eyes, revealing a wry smile. His physical aptitude was indeed lacking, for after such a prolonged period, he had yet to sense any progress. It appeared that without the simulator, he truly could not advance an inch. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 10,000 points. Yes. At 18, you have become a first-tier martial artist. You leave Tianshui City, seeking a secluded place to engage in focused cultivation. 3 months later, Lin Yini finds you and challenges you to another battle. By this time, he has achieved the half-step innate, and you are no match for him, resulting in your immediate demise. Staring at such a simulation result, Jiuchuan was astonished. How could this be possible? The sword intent was shattered, and within 3 months, he could reach the half-step innate. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 18-year-old martial arts realm. 2. 18-year-old martial arts experience. 3. 18-year-old life wisdom. Even the legs of a mosquito contain flesh. He ultimately chose option 1. Jiuchuan waited for an extended period, yet his body remained entirely unresponsive. 3 months was still too short a time for him. He had made not a single advancement. Again, at 18, you have become a first-tier martial artist, and you have obtained the Yang guarding scripture. You depart Tianshui City, heading north to the desert, seeking a secluded place for arduous cultivation. 3 months later, Lin Yini appears, and you are struck down by a single sword, dying at the age of 18. Surely not. I fled to the desert. And yet you could still track me down? This time, Jiuchuan opted to retain his martial arts realm. Instantly, his internal true energy surged in rapid motion. He could distinctly sense it felt somewhat lighter, akin to the feeling of purifying true energy. Yet, regardless, it seemed he had finally made some progress. Continue. At 18, you have become a first-tier martial artist, and you have obtained the Yang guarding scripture. You departed from Tianshui City and journeyed to the seaside, where you acquired a vessel to set sail for distant shores. 3 months later, your ship continued to navigate the vast expanse of the ocean when, unexpectedly, Lin Yini descended from the heavens and appeared on your vessel. You engaged in a duel with him, ultimately succumbing to his sword, leaving this world at the tender age of 18. This was quite absurd. Jiuchuan felt a surge of frustration. Was this not cheating? Even after fleeing to the sea, one could still descend from the sky. How was one to proceed? He rose, pacing angrily within the confines of his room. Who was truly cheating here, himself or Lin Yini? Calm down, calm down. Jiuchuan took several deep breaths, gradually quelling the tempest of anger within him. Based on his experiences from previous simulations, it was implausible for someone to suddenly descend from the skies. After all, the rules of this world must be adhered to. Thus, there was only one possibility. The Lin family had a method to pinpoint their location, and when the opportune moment arose, they dispatched an innate martial artist to retrieve Lin Yini directly. This time, Jiuchuan opted once again for the path of martial arts cultivation. What should he do next? He opened the system to check his balance, discovering he had 330,008 points remaining. Each simulation cost 10,000 taels, and if he could only survive 3 months each time, then this sum would suffice for only 99 months, which was less than 9 years. With his innate talent, it was utterly impossible for him to reach the threshold of innate mastery within that time frame. Was this not a guaranteed death sentence? Jiuchuan was engulfed in despair. The power of these aristocratic families was overwhelming. He could neither defeat them nor escape their grasp. It seemed imperative to quickly retrieve the silver from Wang Yuanwei, although the 30,000 taels would merely extend his simulations by a few years. With that thought, he lost the desire to continue simulating and stepped out of his room. Upon entering the inn's hall, he found it bustling with patrons, as it was breakfast time. Jiuchuan ordered some pancakes and soy milk, beginning his meal. He overheard a conversation. Wang Yuanwei's family was apparently auctioning off a gold mine, with the auction set to take place that very day. Was this true? He mused that he would never sell such a familial treasure, even if it cost him his life. Who could say? Perhaps they had too much wealth and no longer wished to profit. A few patrons whispered amongst themselves, and Jiuchuan contemplated how swiftly Wang Yuanwei acted. Having learned of Wang Chenghu's demise yesterday, he had already arranged for the auction today. As for the common folk, they were oblivious to the underlying intricacies. Whether the gold mine was a boon or a curse depended on who possessed it. If one lacked the ability to safeguard it, it would be wiser to relinquish it. Jiuchuan was nearly certain that the auction would result in a low price. Wang Yuanwei's motive for auctioning was not to maximize profit, but rather due to the danger of transferring ownership. If he transferred it to one family, he would undoubtedly offend another, and once the mine was relinquished, his life would likely be forfeit. Wang Yuanwei's organization of this auction was, in fact, a shrewd measure, allowing those with power to negotiate privately, a process rife with the machinations of self-interest. Chapter 57, The Auction. With nothing pressing to attend to, Jiuchuan decided to witness the event. He summoned the innkeeper and inquired about the auction's location before making his way there alone. The auction house was situated at the center of Tianshui City, managed by the local government, typically serving as a venue for disposing of confiscated items from criminals. Naturally, some individuals also took the opportunity to auction off private collections. From a distance, Jiuchuan could see a long line of carriages outside the auction house, indicating a sizable crowd eager to witness the spectacle. An auction of a gold mine was a rare event, and even if he could not participate, it would be a delightful diversion. Just as he was about to enter, he was halted by a guard at the entrance. A sharp-featured old man approached, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young sir, you seem unfamiliar here. Is it forbidden for unfamiliar faces to enter this auction house?" Jiuchuan retorted. The old man chuckled. "I am Zhao Datong, a minor steward of the auction house. There are rules here. Esteemed guests must possess credentials verified by the auction house to gain entry. Otherwise, chaos may ensue, and you might incur the wrath of the wealthy." Jiuchuan understood that this was a measure to exclude potential troublemakers. He nodded. "What are the requirements for certification?" "At least one must present assets valued at 10,000 taels." This demand seemed reasonable, yet Jiuchuan found himself lacking. Although he had amassed hundreds of thousands of taels over the past few months, all of it had been consumed by the simulator, which would not return what it had ingested. Seeing the perplexed expression on his face, Zhao Datong smirked inwardly, yet another impoverished soul seeking to join the fray. "If you cannot comply, please step aside and do not obstruct the path of other esteemed guests." His disdain was palpable. Furiously, Jiuchuan realized that this was not the time for a confrontation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he coldly remarked, "What a narrow-minded view you possess. Do you not see the value of this?" With that, he produced a sheepskin scroll containing the Shouyang Jing. Zhao Datong accepted it casually, unfurling it to reveal its contents. His eyes widened in astonishment, and after scrutinizing Jiuchuan closely, the disdain on his face vanished, replaced with solemnity. "Please wait a moment, young sir. I shall return shortly." After a while, Zhao Datong emerged, casting a peculiar glance at him. He clasped his hands and inquired, "Young sir, this is half a scroll of an innate cultivation method. Do you intend to auction it, or?" Jiuchuan's heart stirred. Selling the Shouyang Jing would be advantageous, as he dared not practice an incomplete method. He had already committed the initial techniques for refining true energy to memory. "Let us auction it. What starting price do you wish to set?" Zhao Datong asked. Jiuchuan hesitated, uncertain of its true worth, yet he could not simply name a random figure. Finally, he tentatively suggested, "Let the starting price be 50,000 taels." Zhao Datong smiled. "Very well. Please complete the necessary paperwork." Jiuchuan nodded and followed Zhao Datong to register, sealing the sheepskin scroll with the auction house personnel before being escorted into the auction hall. The auction hall was modest, akin to a modern cinema, without any private boxes. It was a straightforward arena for demonstrating power and wealth, devoid of any pretense. He casually chose an empty seat. One by one, patrons entered. Soon, Jiuchuan spotted a familiar face. Wang Yuanwei, supported by others, walked in, appearing considerably aged. The once affable figure now had no one approaching him to exchange pleasantries. A servant struck a gong, signaling the imminent start of the auction. The hall was now packed, and someone took the seat beside Jiuchuan. At that moment, a figure entered, moving gracefully, exuding an elegant demeanor, Wen Yushu, accompanied by a maid. He scanned the room nonchalantly, and, upon spotting Jiuchuan, his eyes brightened. He approached slowly. The maid first whispered to the individual seated next to Jiuchuan, who then rose and bowed to Wen Yushu, relinquishing his seat. The maid wiped the seat with her sleeve before Wen Yushu took his place. Once seated, he suddenly smiled at Jiuchuan. "What brings you to such a place?" "Young Master Su?" Jiuchuan felt somewhat speechless. It seemed as though everyone was overly familiar, making it inconvenient to turn hostile. With a hint of annoyance, he retorted, "It's merely a lack of funds." Wen Yushu, taken aback by such a response, paused momentarily before chuckling. Brother Su is indeed a man of wit. Noticing that Jiuchuan was not inclined to continue the conversation, he remained undeterred and continued, "Were I in your position, I would hardly waste time in a place like this. I've heard that the formidable figure of the Lin family, Lin Shanqi, has summoned Lin Yini. It wouldn't be long before Lin Yini seeks to challenge you, Brother Su." Sensing Jiuchuan's potential ignorance of the situation's gravity, he elaborated. Lin Shanqi is a master of the destiny realm, the only individual in the Lin family who has cultivated the Sacred Heart scripture to its utmost pinnacle. A flicker of realization crossed Jiuchuan's mind. Was this the reason Lin Yini had so swiftly compensated for the shattering of his sword intent? Was he indeed preparing to strike against me? A wave of concern washed over him regarding the martial ethics of these noble families. If Lin Yini were to face defeat once more, would the master of the destiny realm descend upon him in wrath? The thought of the insurmountable challenge awaiting him 3 months hence was truly daunting. Ha! Wen Yushu stifled his laughter with a hand over his mouth, then remarked, "Brother Su, you jest. Lin Shanqi's status is well known. However, he has sent word that if Lin Yini does not eliminate you within 6 months, he shall be expelled from the core disciples of the Lin family and dispatched to the outskirts." Jiuchuan nodded in understanding. It was no wonder he had been unable to escape during his simulated life at sea. Noticing Su Jiuchuan's unperturbed demeanor, Wen Yushu secretly admired him. Such a composed disposition in the face of disgrace was not something ordinary individuals possessed. Subsequently, the auction commenced, and their conversation ceased. The gold mine owned by Wang Yuanwei was subjected to a bidding war among several local families until an elder stood up to temporarily halt the auction. After discussions that lasted the length of an incense stick, an elder from the Jin family finally secured the mine for a mere 500,000 taels of silver. This price was astonishingly low, considering the mine's annual yield was valued at 1 million taels of gold. Yet, it was a necessary concession. Should they refuse to part with it at a reasonable price, they might end up with nothing at all. Once everything settled, an elder emerged to announce, "The final item up for auction today is a half-volume of innate martial arts." Instantly, the previously boisterous auction house fell into a hushed silence. After all, this was an innate martial art, a level of technique that transcended mere monetary value. One could only wonder which reckless scion of a family had chosen to exchange it for coin. Wen Yushu was momentarily taken aback and gestured to a maid, who hastily departed. Shortly thereafter, the maid returned to whisper something in Wen Yushu's ear. "Brother Su, I now truly believe you are in dire need of funds." Wen Yushu sighed suddenly, evidently having learned of the martial arts origins from the maid. Su Jiuchuan felt a pang of frustration. Hadn't they agreed that the seller's information would remain confidential during the transaction? He found himself in a predicament, adhering to the rules only because he had yet to encounter a force more formidable than himself. The auctioneer, pleased with the atmosphere, proclaimed, upon our appraisal, "This manual is the sacred Yang scripture." At this announcement, Wang Yuanwei, who had been slumped forward, suddenly straightened and turned to gaze in Su Jiuchuan's direction. However, upon meeting Su Jiuchuan's eyes, he resumed his previous posture. Although he had long known that it was Su Jiuchuan who dealt with his ancestor, the confirmation left him with no recourse, and Wang Yuanwei sighed inwardly. In truth, Wang's family had an only son named Wang Zian, who had shown little interest in martial arts since childhood, preferring the scholarly pursuits. He was currently studying at the academy in the capital. Wang Yuanwei could only hope to preserve the family estate for now, with thoughts of revenge set aside for another day. However, this martial art only contains the first layer. The elder continued. A murmur rippled through the crowd. It was merely a fragment. Entering the innate realm without the ability to retrain would mean being forever stuck at this level if one could not acquire the subsequent teachings. Then you need not buy it. Someone nearby jeered. "Please, everyone, quiet down." The elder gestured for silence. Though it is a fragment, it remains an innate martial art. If it were a complete volume, it likely wouldn't even be here. The elder continued. This is a valuable opportunity for first-tier warriors lacking innate techniques. Not everyone has the chance to break into the second innate realm. This was indeed true, regardless of the circumstances. Entering the innate realm ensured the prosperity of an ordinary family. We shall now commence the bidding, starting at 50,000 taels, 60,000 taels, 65,000 taels. Before long, the price soared to 100,000 taels, 105,000 taels. A hush fell over the crowd. In this era, 105,000 taels held a purchasing power equivalent to at least 10 billion in later times. Yet, for families bereft of innate warriors, scraping together such a sum was a formidable challenge. However, for those with innate warriors capable of reaping substantial benefits, it posed no such hardship. Su Jiuchuan nodded, recognizing that this price was reasonable, given that it was merely the first layer of the martial art. 200,000 taels. Su Jiuchuan's expression shifted. The bidder was none other than Wen Yushu, who appeared astonished. The Wen family was one of the 5 great families of Wei. How could they possibly lack martial arts? Even if they were incomplete, this price was utterly outrageous, and the auction house swiftly finalized the transaction. The maid was sent to retrieve the martial art. Wen Yushu then rose and approached Su Jiuchuan, saying, "I know not why you require such a sum, but it matters not. I have faith in you and hope you can survive the next 6 months." With a smile, he casually tossed the sheepskin scroll he had just acquired to Su Jiuchuan before gracefully departing with his maid. Watching him leave with such nonchalance, Su Jiuchuan could not help but concede that there was a certain charm in his demeanor. Wealth certainly added to one's allure. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Yuanwei soon delivered the promised 300,000 taels of silver. After deducting 50,000 as a service fee, the remaining sum was also provided. What a ripoff. Yet, Su Jiuchuan found himself powerless. They possessed the strength to exploit. Gazing at the room filled with silver, he accessed the system. Recharge. Recharge successful. Current balance, 780,008 points. An unprecedented affluence washed over Su Jiuchuan. He resolved to strive towards breaking into the half-step innate realm this time. As he organized his thoughts, preparing to simulate, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find the hunchbacked Aunt Li, and his expression turned serious. It seemed that Kai Rujin's father, Kai Jing, had arrived. Indeed, Aunt Li was mute. She produced a piece of paper inscribed with several characters, indicating that Kai Jing wished to see him. Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of unease. Surely, he wasn't here to confront him about his daughter's disappearance? However, during this period, He had encountered so many peculiar occurrences that he needed to consult an innate warrior for clarity. Thus far, the only person who seemed to hold any connection was indeed Kai Jing. After much hesitation, Su Jiuchuan decided to meet him. After all, Lin Yini would be seeking him out in 3 months, and he was woefully ignorant of the methods employed by innate warriors. In a desolate area beyond the city, Su Jiuchuan encountered Kai Jing. This man appeared to be in his 40s, with a fair complexion and a long beard, bearing some resemblance to Kai Rujing. As Su Jiuchuan scrutinized Kai Jing, he realized that Kai Jing was equally observing him. Suddenly, Kai Jing transformed his left hand into a blade. A palpable surge of blade energy emanating as if it were a tangible force, and struck fiercely towards Su Jiuchuan. Although Su Jiuchuan had been on guard, his black blade also radiated a white blade energy as he raised it to counter. With a resounding clash, Kai Jing's hand blade struck the back of the black blade, transmitting immense power that sent Su Jiuchuan sprawling far back. A wave of terror surged through Su Jiuchuan's heart. Was this the true strength of an innate master? In that case, Wang Cheng, who seemed rather feeble by comparison. Yet, Kai Jing refrained from pursuing further attacks. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and nodded, saying, "A few days ago, Jina wrote to me, stating that you are a prodigy of the sword path and requested that I take you as my disciple. Indeed, you are quite remarkable." Su Jiuchuan was not yet ready to accept the role of a disciple, for the master-disciple relationship in ancient times was far from trivial, and they were still not well acquainted. "Have you uncovered any leads regarding Miss Kai's abduction?" Su Jiuchuan quickly shifted the topic. "I know where she is, and she is unharmed." Kai Jing indeed possessed knowledge of the kidnappers. Fearing he might depart at any moment, Su Jiuchuan hurriedly inquired, "I have some questions, and I wonder if you could elucidate them for me, esteemed senior." Upon hearing this, Kai Jing regarded him intently and replied, "I shall do my utmost to address your inquiries. However, you must agree to one condition afterward." Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by a surge of excitement. Finally, a master of the innate realm was willing to clarify his doubts. As for fulfilling Kai Jing's condition, surely an innate warrior would not demand anything overly burdensome from someone of his modest rank. With this thought in mind, Su Jiuchuan bowed solemnly and declared, "If you have any requests, esteemed senior, I shall strive to fulfill them with all my might." Chapter 59. The age of great strife. On the banks of the Yanlong River, a small boat glided through the dense mist. On the deck, Kai Jing and Su Jiuchuan stood against the wind, gazing out over the fog-laden waters. "I have little time, so I can only take you part way. I shall answer as many questions as I can along the way." Su Jiuchuan felt a surge of hope. He had found it peculiar that after agreeing to clarify his doubts, Kai Jing had led him to the riverbank and onto a boat. After much hesitation, he finally voiced a question that had long been buried in his heart. "It seems that the number of monsters in the wilderness is increasing. What could be the reason for this? Moreover, these creatures are exceedingly formidable, rivaling the prowess of rank-level warriors." Kai Jing nodded thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before responding. "It is said that 10,000 years ago, during the Great Wei Dynasty, the spiritual energy was abundant. Not only were innate masters commonplace, but even golden core practitioners were frequently encountered. However, some change must have occurred afterward, causing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to dwindle, leading to the gradual disappearance of high-level practitioners. By the time of the Great Wei Dynasty, the highest cultivation level achievable was merely the Destiny realm. And even the prodigious Great Wei's founding emperor, Qian Xinghe, was no exception. In fact, thousands of years ago, the concept of the Destiny realm did not exist. The third stage of innate cultivation was referred to as the false Dan. Yet, due to the constraints of the heavenly rules, no one could break through to the golden core realm, leading to the belief that it was a limitation of destiny, thus coining the term Destiny realm. Correspondingly, over 10,000 years ago, those wild creatures that absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth possessed great powers. Some were comparable to innate realms, while others rivaled golden core practitioners. Similarly, as the spiritual energy diminished, the monsters and beasts also became scarce. However, in recent centuries, it appears that destiny is shifting. The first occurrence was 300 years ago when a surge of spiritual tide emerged. Whenever this tide arises, the spiritual energy becomes particularly rich, as if the energy hidden in certain places is being released. 300 years ago. Is that what Ouyang Xian meant by changes in destiny? Su Jiuchuan mused, noting that the tide now appeared every 50 years, and in the last century, it had begun to manifest every 10 years. This year, it was even occurring every 6 months. The next surge was expected in 3 months. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan's heart stirred. Lin Yin, he must be seeking him after 3 months in the hopes of reaping the benefits from that spiritual tide, enabling her to reach the precipice of innate mastery so swiftly. Kai Jing continued, "With the increase of spiritual energy, those wild creatures are gradually evolving. Do you know why innate warriors have always been so scarce in the outside world?" Su Jiuchuan realized the truth of this. After all, esteemed families and major sects should have innate warriors, so how could they allow someone of his rank to roam freely? because all innate warriors must adjust their states to seize the opportunity presented by the spiritual tide and break through as quickly as possible. This is an age of great strife, and the state of the world is about to undergo a monumental transformation. Hearing this, Jiuchuan felt exhilarated, and he was about to ask why Kai Jing still wandered aimlessly. Kai Jing glanced at him and replied, "My circumstances are rather unique. I shall explain later." Jiuchuan fell silent, having come to understand that this was indeed a revival of spiritual energy. Humanity and those creatures were desperately vying to enhance their strengths. Initially, he had intended to inquire about the nature of the innate realm and how it surpassed rank levels, but he felt the conversation had strayed. He hastily asked, "Is the difference between innate and rank levels merely quantitative?" Kai Jing chuckled, stroking his long beard, and said, "The most significant distinction between innate and rank-level warriors is that innate practitioners can externalize their true energy." At that moment, a fish leapt from the river's surface, and with a casual gesture, Kai Jing seemed to ensnare it, drawing it into his palm. Opened up, his hand cradled the fish, which floundered but could not escape. After a moment, Kai Jing released the fish back into the river. Due to this trait, some skilled individuals have developed innate techniques that often enhance certain attributes. Similarly, those wild creatures that reach the level of monsters will exhibit their own innate skills. At this point, Jiuchuan recalled the monkey monster he encountered in the gold mine. It seemed that the formidable prowess of that creature was indeed its innate skill. He was left wondering whether the old fellow Wang Cheng who lacked innate skills or had simply been incapacitated by injuries, which allowed him to seize the opportunity. Oh, by the way, Jiuchuan suddenly remembered the inscriptions he had seen on the monkey's foot. He quickly retrieved the piece of cloth he had copied and handed it over. "I found this from a monster. Could you please help me identify the characters?" "Oh, you encountered a monster and managed to escape?" Kai Jing looked at him with a hint of skepticism as he took the cloth. Jiuchuan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he explained, "I was injured. This is Jingu script." Kai Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Legend has it that this was the exclusive writing of the royal family during the Great Wei Dynasty over 10,000 years ago. "Do you know what this character means?" Jiuchuan inquired eagerly. Kai Jing shook his head, saying, "This script is exceedingly rare. Only the scholars within the capital's academy might possess knowledge of it." "The academy?" Jiuchuan etched this location into his memory. He wished to ask more, but Kai Jing interjected, "We have arrived." Through the mist, a small island became discernible ahead. On the shore stood 3 individuals, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Jiuchuan quickly spotted Kai Rujin standing behind a middle-aged woman, scanning the surroundings. Accompanied by a burly man. "Uncle Chun, has my father not arrived yet? Why can't I see him?" Kai Rujin asked anxiously. Chen Han did not respond, but shouted in their direction, "Kai brother, you are late." With a single leap, Kai Jing landed on the shore, and Jiuchuan promptly followed, landing behind him. "I know you mean no harm towards my daughter. Why not allow her to come over?" Kai Jing spoke calmly. Chen Han was infuriated and retorted, "It has only been 20 years, and you have already forgotten the agreement we made. We cannot miss this great strife." Such nagging. Is this still the passionate swordsman I once knew? Jiuchuan was somewhat astonished, as he had not expected Kai Jing to have a past that earned him the moniker sword enthusiast. Yet, there was not a single blade in sight on him now. Kai Jing chose not to respond directly. Instead, he gazed affectionately at Kai Rujin and spoke softly, "People can change. I promised her mother to take good care of her." Suddenly, the middle-aged woman Mei Gao Jia erupted in anger, striking the trunk of a nearby willow tree, sending splinters flying and creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. "Are you willing to accept this?" However, Chen Han interrupted her with a wave of his hand, and the 3 began to converse using a secret communication technique. It took a full half-tea time before Kai Jing finally said, "You two should step back. I have a few words to share with them." Chen Han and Mei Gao Jian nodded in relief and turned to leave. Kai Jing pulled his daughter closer and addressed Jiuchuan. "Do you remember the promise you made to me regarding a certain task?" At that moment, Jiuchuan began to speculate, his thoughts in a tumultuous disarray. What if he wanted me to marry his daughter? Should I agree or refuse? Although the girl was indeed quite lovely, they were not well acquainted. It felt akin to having a pleasant conversation with someone, only for them to suddenly present their beautiful daughter and suggest marriage right then and there. Absurd, indeed. Unbeknownst to Kai Rujin, Jiuchuan was adding layers to his own internal drama, and she gripped Kai Jing's clothing tighter, pleading, "Father, are they forcing you to do something? Please don't agree." Tears began to stream down her face. Kai Jing sighed and began to explain the situation. In his youth, he had roamed the martial world with 4 companions, and by chance, they stumbled upon a treasure map. After years of effort, they finally located the treasure's site, but it was fraught with peril. There, they acquired the primordial technique Jade Flow Pill Scripture, which promised a path to the Golden Core realm. Unfortunately, their cultivation was insufficient at the time, and they only grasped the first 2 levels, losing 2 of their companions in the process. Over the years, the remaining 3 had cultivated the technique to its 2nd level, achieving the solid origin realm. With the influx of spiritual tides approaching, They were unable to progress further due to their lack of the technique. Thus, Chun Han and Mei Gao Jia plotted to persuade Kai Jing to return to that location to retrieve the subsequent techniques. However, Kai Jing, having married and fathered a daughter, remembered his promise to protect her after his wife tragically passed during childbirth, and he declined their request. Consequently, Chun Han and Mei Gao Jia resorted to abducting Kai Ru-jin to compel his compliance. Father, if they seek the technique, why must you accompany them? Kai Ru-jin asked, puzzled. Kai Jing sighed again, explaining, we swore back then to explore that place together. Alas, I have wronged them. Su Jiuchuan, now confused, questioned. You three are already masters of the solid origin realm. Surely you can explore the treasure without trouble? Kai Jing shook his head, a grave expression crossing his face. Not enough. We suspect that there may be demons present. It said that with the Earth's spiritual energy being so thin, demons cannot exist? Su Jiuchuan quickly pointed out another inconsistency. I don't know, but I have this unsettling feeling, and that place is indeed peculiar. Kai Jing sighed, turning to Kai Ru-jin. However, they are right. With the spiritual energy erupting, if I remain stagnant in the solid origin realm, I may not be able to protect you in the future. In this era of great strife, one must strive, otherwise, a poor fate awaits. Father, I do not want you to take risks. Kai Ru-jin cried. It is all my fault for not diligently practicing, which has burdened you. Currently, she was merely a third-tier martial artist, and beneath the watchful eyes of a solid origin realm expert, it was indeed unreasonable for her to be in such a situation. Given the available resources and techniques, Kai Jing smiled gently, saying, Su Jiuchuan, the promise I need you to uphold is to protect Ru-jin until I return. If I do not return, I ask you to safeguard her for 10 years. Su Jiuchuan nodded vigorously, relieved that no further price was demanded. As a return favor, I shall teach you the innate martial technique White Tiger's Roar. Su Jiuchuan's expression turned serious as he replied, I shall do my utmost. Kai Jing took the black blade from Su Jiuchuan and stated, the White Tiger's Roar is recorded in the secret manual of sword energy. I shall demonstrate it only once. Observe closely. He swung the blade forcefully, and the white energy coalesced into a white tiger that lunged forward, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It was as if the celestial white tiger from the heavens had unleashed a furious cry, rendering Su Jiuchuan momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming sound. The energy-formed tiger crashed into the river, producing a deafening boom, causing the water to surge skyward, revealing the mud beneath for several meters before the spray fell back down. The might of this technique was astonishing. Beyond its offensive capabilities, it possessed a significant intimidation factor. However, you cannot practice this yet. It is only usable once you enter the innate realm. Su Jiuchuan hesitated, wanting to inquire about the primordial technique, yet could not voice it. He thought it inappropriate to demand exorbitantly simply because someone wished for him to protect their daughter. Kai Jing, being a discerning man, understood Su Jiuchuan's unspoken intentions but shook his head, saying, we three swore that, apart from direct descendants, the Jade Flow Pill scripture shall not be disseminated. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and asked, could you at least tell me the location you intend to visit? Noticing Kai Jing's furrowed brow, Su Jiuchuan quickly added, I am currently lacking in strength, but if you do not return, I could seek you out once I have improved. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Kai Ru-jin, having heard this, regarded Su Jiuchuan with newfound respect and gratitude, saying, indeed, Father, leave us the location. Once I reach the innate realm, if you have not returned, I shall seek you out. Su Jiuchuan felt a pang of guilt, as he had initially thought about the ferocious Lin Yanyi. What if he truly could not escape and had to hide in that place? Surely, it was unlikely that the Lin family's innate experts would dare venture into a location rumored to harbor demons. Seeing the sincerity on Su Jiuchuan's face and his daughter's determination, Kai Jing sighed and retrieved a map from his robes, handing it over. In that case, I shall give you the map, hoping you never have to use it. Su Jiuchuan accepted the map with solemnity, carefully storing it away. Subsequently, Kai Jing and his daughter shared a few more words before departing with Chun Han. Su Jiuchuan waited until their ship vanished from sight before turning to Kai Ru-jin and saying, let us take our leave as well. Kai Ru-jin remained silent, merely wiping her tears with her sleeve, lowering her head as she followed Su Jiuchuan back to the small boat they had arrived in. Once aboard, she continued to remain quiet, sitting at the stern and meditating in a cross-legged position, evidently preparing for a rigorous practice session. Witnessing this scene, Su Jiuchuan quietly sighed to himself. Does this count as a wayward child finding their path again? Chapter 61, A Glimmer of Hope. As Su Jiuchuan observed Kai Ru-jin diligently cultivating amidst the vast night, he found himself troubled once more. The innate technique remained elusive. Suddenly, his hand accidentally brushed against a stone at his waist, and he recalled that it was the pale yellow crystal from the monkey beast. He had forgotten to inquire about its significance or the short sword nestled in his arms. Alas, that would have to wait for another time. Bored and with an abundance of wealth at his disposal, he recognized that it was the perfect moment to diligently enhance his prowess. He He activated the system and selected the simulator. At 18 years of age, you have achieved the rank of a first-class warrior. Kai Jing entrusts his daughter to your care before embarking towards the secret realm. While diligently cultivating in Tianshui City, one fateful night, a figure clad in black invades your sanctuary. Despite your valiant resistance, you are ultimately vanquished, meeting your demise at the tender age of 18. Jiuchuan was taken aback. How could this be? The 3-month period had not yet elapsed, and Lin Yini had not arrived. Why were others now appearing? He pondered the previous simulations. Why had this shadowy figure not manifested before? He reflected that in prior attempts, he had secluded himself in deserted locales, either the desert or the sea, and it was quite possible that this individual had anticipated his presence in Tianshui City, thus evading him. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 18 years of martial prowess. 2. 18 years of martial experience. 3. 18 years of life wisdom. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to choose the second option. Now a first-class warrior, as per Kai Jing's assertions, innate warriors had recently been rarely seen in public. Yet, how could such a formidable opponent still exist? A recollection of combat surged in his mind. Jiuchuan, now possessing an extraordinary perspective, recognized that this was the threshold of an innate warrior. Alas, let us try again. At 18, you have become a first-class warrior. You intend to journey to the capital. On your way, you are intercepted by the cloaked figure, and despite your fierce struggle, you are ultimately slain. Passing at the age of 18. The time frame was far too brief for any choice to be of consequence. Yet this time, having ventured to the capital, why had he not managed to escape? After some consideration, Jiuchuan surmised that accompanying Kai Jing yesterday had consumed precious time needed for his escape. Ultimately, he opted for the first option. Although the cultivation from these few days would be in vain, it was certainly preferable to the repetitive torment of being slain. At 18, you have attained the rank of a first-class warrior. You and Kai Rujin find yourselves aboard a vessel. You turn the ship around and descend the river. Half a month later, a figure in black descends from the heavens, and you are killed. 1 month later, you are slain by a cloaked figure in a maritime region. 2 months later, you are pursued by a black-clad assassin in a desert and are killed on the spot. Jiuchuan's expression darkened with increasing despair. This world was rife with malice, offering no opportunity for survival. At 18, you have become a first-class warrior. You retrieve the map entrusted to you by Kai Jing, preparing to seek a secluded place for cultivation. 2 months later, in a desolate mountain, you are pursued by a black-clad figure. Despite your valiant resistance, you are slain. Passing at the age of 18, Jiuchuan could not help but spit out blood in frustration. The chance to escape to Kai Jing's secret realm had been cruelly denied. Had he known this would be the case, he should have followed Kai Jing without hesitation. Now, he feared it was too late to catch up. Sighing, Jiuchuan felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. He seemed trapped with no way out, neither in the heavens nor on the earth. The duration of these simulations, ranging from a month to 2, was exceedingly brief. Calculating his remaining wealth, he found he had 660,008 gold points left, indicating he had a maximum of 120 months, 10 years, which, given his talent, would make advancing to the threshold of an innate warrior quite challenging. Yet, refusing to succumb to despair, he rose and grasped his black blade, determined to attempt the innate martial skill, the White Tiger's Roar. Following Kai Jing's guidance on the flow of true energy, he infused his hands. Yet just as he intended to unleash it, he found the blade's aura dissipating, revealing his failure once more. With no further options, he paced the deck, contemplating how to swiftly amass a fortune to supplement the cultivation time gained from each simulation. But where could he find such wealth? Estimating roughly, he realized that with his talent, he would need at least several million, if not tens of millions of taels of silver. He wondered if robbing the treasury of the Great Wei Kingdom might be a viable option. Suddenly, he weakly grasped his head in frustration. Just as he noticed Kai Rujin finishing her practice, he casually inquired, "Rujin, do you have any money?" Kai Rujin looked at him quizzically, replying, "I should have some." "How much do you need?" "My father has several shops and acres of land in Tianmu City. I'm not sure of the exact amount, but I can ask Aunt Li later." "Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking." Jiuchuan realized he had overthought the matter. The Kai family likely possessed only a few 100,000 taels at most, which would hardly resolve his predicament. Moreover, it seemed rather excessive to consume the family's wealth right after they had entrusted their daughter to his protection. "I noticed you wagered silver during your duel with Lin Yini. I really don't understand why a warrior like you needs so much silver," she questioned, perplexed. Feeling a surge of annoyance, Jiuchuan chose to ignore her, sitting alone at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. His hand inadvertently brushed against an object in his bosom, causing discomfort. Upon inspection, he discovered it was the short sword he had received from Shin Shiru. "Oh, how did you come to possess a talismanic weapon?" Kai Rujin, having taken a seat beside him, gazed curiously at the short sword in his hand. Jiuchuan was momentarily taken aback, replying, "You recognize this? What is a talismanic weapon?" A talismanic weapon is an object embedded with runes. Since the true energy of innate masters can be externalized, they often infuse their true energy into the runes, allowing them to unleash corresponding skills when activated. It is truly remarkable. Such a thing exists? Su Jiuchuan's eyes brightened as he recalled the blinding white light Shinshuru had unleashed. It had been extraordinarily swift and formidable. If he could wield it, perhaps it held a glimmer of hope for him. My father once mentioned that talismanic weapons are exceedingly precious, not only due to the rarity of materials, but also because masters capable of crafting them are hard to find. Thus, they are often priceless. This was understandable. Such items, if purchasable with mere currency, would indeed be outrageous. As she spoke, she took a necklace from around her neck, which bore a jade pendant, stating, "This too is a talismanic weapon, given to me by my father for protection. And how do I activate this short sword?" he inquired eagerly. Kai Rujin examined the short sword closely, sighed, and said, "Your talismanic weapon is not infused with true energy at all. It cannot be utilized. If my father were here, it might be feasible, but he won't be available. The last time, it took him over a month to fully charge this talismanic weapon for me. It was quite exhausting." Su Jiuchuan stroked his chin, finally realizing that this so-called talismanic weapon resembled an energy weapon that required an innate warrior to act as a human charger. A charging cycle of over a month? Su Jiuchuan sighed. He had no means of locating an innate warrior willing to serve as his charger. Suddenly, he pulled out a pale yellow crystal and asked, "Do you think this could replenish the true energy for the talismanic weapon?" "Soul crystal?" Kai Rujin surprisingly recognized it, murmuring, "That seems unlikely." She took the crystal to examine it closely, even infusing her true energy into it. After a long moment, she remarked, "This is indeed a soul crystal. How can this be? How do you possess such a thing?" "I obtained it from a beast resembling a monkey," Su Jiuchuan confessed honestly. Kai Rujin shook her head, stating, "That doesn't make sense. My father said that when monsters are defeated, their spiritual energy dissipates quickly, making it difficult for them to leave behind a soul crystal. Thus, such items are exceedingly rare." Recalling the exuberance Wang Chenghu had exhibited upon acquiring this soul crystal, Su Jiuchuan understood its significance. Though he had previously assumed that all monsters left behind a soul crystal upon death, it appears not to be the case. Could it possibly relate to the inscription on that monkey-like creature? This is not the time for such thoughts, and he quickly inquired, "What is the purpose of this soul crystal? I have heard that it can be used in the refinement of certain high-tier elixirs and talismans, but that is merely hearsay. So, for instance, would it be feasible to recharge a talisman with it? That remains uncertain." Kai Rujin replied with a hint of impatience, "Do you not feel any shame? A mere first-tier warrior, incessantly questioning me, a third-tier practitioner?" With that, she turned and sauntered to the opposite side of the small boat. Su Jiuchuan chose to ignore her. He recalled that this short sword had once been able to absorb the crystal. It should be possible. According to the simulation of life, he would encounter that cloaked figure within 2 months at most. The ordinary methods had already allowed him to escape, so he could only stake everything on this talisman. Resolute in his decision, he placed the pale yellow crystal directly upon the short sword. Although the two objects adhered firmly to one another, there was no observable change. Su Jiuchuan, feeling disinclined to simulate any further. After all, a simulation costing 1,000 taels of silver was prohibitively expensive, decided to let things unfold naturally. He closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. The small boat navigated upstream and soon returned to the dock outside Tianshui City. Upon opening his eyes, Su Jiuchuan was astonished to see the short sword emanating a faint red glow, while the soul crystal had transformed into a heap of powder. He was somewhat incredulous, and upon touching it, he felt the sword was slightly warm, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. This situation bore an uncanny resemblance to a mobile phone overcharging in his previous life. Fortunately, aside from the mild warmth, Su Jiuchuan detected no other issues and decided to secure the short sword. At the dock, Aunt Li, the hunchbacked matron of the Kai family, was already waiting. Before the boat had even steadied, Kai Rujin had leapt ashore and was whispering to Aunt Li, her eyes becoming red-rimmed in a matter of moments, likely recalling her father. "So, where should we go next?" "I wish to return to Tianmu City." Kai Rujin turned to Su Jiuchuan, though she felt somewhat out of her element. She remembered her father's instructions and sought his opinion instead of throwing a tantrum. Su Jiuchuan, preoccupied with how to confront the impending cloaked figure, felt indifferent about their destination, since it seemed unlikely they would evade trouble wherever they went. Very well. Forthwith, the group returned to the inn to gather their belongings and checked out. As they strolled through the streets, Aunt Li held tightly onto Kai Rujin's hand, yet being mute, she could only accompany her in silence. Su Jiuchuan followed behind, feeling a bit bored, when suddenly his expression shifted. "You all go ahead. I have something to attend to and will catch up shortly." With that, he leapt into the throng of the crowd and vanished. Just moments ago, Su Jiuchuan thought he had spotted a familiar figure among the masses, hence his brief exchange with Kai Rujin before pursuing the individual. To his chagrin, upon sensing his movement, the figure took off running. Su Jiuchuan hastened to follow, and soon they found themselves chasing one another down a secluded alley. Once there, The figures ceased fleeing, standing with their back to him. What brings you here? Su Jiuchuan exclaimed with delight. The figure slowly turned around, revealing it to be Zheng Xinyue, though her countenance was icy, and her gaze towards him held a flicker of ire. Humph, while you cavorted with other women, you left me stranded in desolate wilderness. That sentiment carries a heavy undertone of grievance and jealousy. Is there some misunderstanding regarding me? Yet, given the multitude of soldiers pursuing him at that time, he had no opportunity to seek her out. Su Jiuchuan found himself at a loss for words when he suddenly noticed that beneath Zheng Xinyue's coarse outer garment lay a wolf-patterned uniform, indicative of the Dazhou town protectorate's attire. How did you become a part of the protectorate? Zheng Xinyue was evidently displeased and showed no inclination to engage with him. Su Jiuchuan, unsure of how to respond, stood in silence alongside her. After a lengthy pause, Zheng Xinyue sighed and spoke. On that day, the soldiers from Shuzhou pursued you. I dared not approach, so I changed my course. Along the way, I encountered my father. Your father? Su Jiuchuan nodded. Zheng Nanhai had vanished after escorting the third prince to safety. My father, due to his valor in rescuing the third prince, has been promoted to a captain within the protectorate. I thought perhaps I could leverage the protectorate's resources to locate you, so I joined their ranks. Su Jiuchuan felt a surge of emotion, yet was at a loss for how to navigate the moment. His previous life's stoic demeanor ill-equipped for such circumstances. Who could have imagined that I would toil endlessly searching for you, only to find you living in leisure? With that, she cast him a resentful glance. Su Jiuchuan could only respond with an awkward smile. Are you referring to Miss Kai? I merely promised her father to look after her, not to protect her. He sensed that the more he spoke, the more he seemed to misstep. Zheng Xinyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. An unbearable silence ensued. After a considerable time, Zheng Xinyue managed to regain her composure and suddenly asked, by the way, where are your elder brother and second sister? What? Su Jiuchuan exclaimed, hastily inquiring, what happened? After I joined the protectorate, I worried that you had offended the lord of Shuzhou, Guanlin, and that your brother and sister might be in danger. I dispatched someone to check on Xiande Temple. To my dismay, the report revealed that Xiande Temple was destroyed 10 days ago, and both your brother and sister have gone missing. What? Panic surged through Su Jiuchuan. He had initially thought Xiande Temple would provide ample safety for Su Yunxia and Su Yuanjiang, allowing him to retrieve them once he grew strong enough. Yet unforeseen calamity had befallen them. Chapter 63, The Fog. What on earth transpired? Su Jiuchuan felt a rising urgency. Observing his distress, Zheng Xinyue did not hesitate to elaborate. Upon receiving this news, I gathered a few skilled scouts from the protectorate to investigate Xiande Temple. When we arrived, it had been utterly decimated. The other inhabitants were dead, and only Su Yunxia, Su Yuanjiang, and the abbot Dao Qi were missing. However, Dao Qi likely escaped with severe injuries, while your brother and sister appear to have vanished without a trace. A chill ran through Su Jiuchuan as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. If even the innate Dao Qi had been gravely wounded, the fate of his unarmed siblings could only be dire. An overwhelming sorrow surged within him. As a time traveler, he had often regarded himself as a mere visitor within this body. Even while using the simulator, he felt as though he were playing a game from his previous life. Yet, the sorrow that now flooded him felt deeply rooted, revealing that he had long since merged with the essence of this world's Su Jiuchuan. There were no bodies found on site. After a long silence, Su Jiuchuan finally asked, did you uncover who was responsible for this? Zheng Xinyue continued. Based on the wounds on the bodies and the destruction at the scene, it seems the work of 3 to 4 beasts. Beasts. Su Jiuchuan found this hard to believe. And 3 to 4 beasts at that? Zheng Xinyue was aware of the absurdity of the notion, yet it was indeed the conclusion reached by the scouts from the protectorate. If this conclusion were accurate, it would imply that these creatures possessed intelligence, perhaps even being directed by someone. The thought of such a possibility drained the color from Zheng Xinyue's face, and she shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the terrifying notion. Su Jiuchuan gazed up at the sky, though internally, he silently invoked the simulator. At 18, you have become a first-tier warrior. You journeyed to the Xiande Temple, only to discover that the temple had been utterly destroyed. All that remained was a row of graves, presumably the final resting place of Zheng Xinyue. Unwilling to accept this fate, you persisted in searching the nearby mountains for several days, yet your efforts yielded nothing. On one fateful day, just as you were contemplating surrender, you unexpectedly encountered a bear-like creature. Realizing you were no match for it, you prepared for your demise. But, to your astonishment, the creature suddenly halted its advance and departed. 2 months later, you encountered a cloaked figure in black, who swiftly ended your life at the tender age of 18. Upon witnessing this simulation's outcome, Su Jiuchuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Zheng Xinyue's assertions were likely accurate. Yet, why did that bear-like creature choose to spare him? Su Yunxiao and Su Yuanyang were merely ordinary individuals. Why then did several innate-level monstrosities come seeking trouble? The entire situation was shrouded in mystery. Aware that such innate-level forces were intervening, Su Jiuchuan recognized that he currently lacked the power to confront them, especially with the sudden appearance of the enigmatic figure in black. With a sense of urgency for strength unprecedented, Su Jiuchuan endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions and respectfully acknowledged Zheng Xinyue. I am grateful for your timely warning. Zheng Xinyue's complexion paled further as she coldly replied. I had thought we were beyond the need for such formalities. With that, she turned and walked away. Where are you going? Su Jiuchuan finally sensed her irritation but remained oblivious to his misstep, prompting his inquiry. The court has summoned my father back to the capital, and I shall accompany him, she replied frostily, continuing on her path. Su Jiuchuan nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, the capital, is it? I shall be going there as well. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xinyue paused momentarily, then hastily departed, a hint of shyness gracing her features. However, Su Jiuchuan's mind was preoccupied with another matter. At present, he had not acquired any leads on innate techniques. The only text he had, the Shouyang Jing, was a fragmented version. Although Wen Yushu had previously stated that joining a prominent family would grant him access to innate techniques, Su Jiuchuan was acutely aware of his past life's cautiousness. If merely joining a family could yield such knowledge, how could these families ensure their members' loyalty? The only plausible method he could conceive was to tamper with the techniques, either to mutilate their contents, rendering them less effective, or to provide only partial knowledge, leaving the rest contingent upon the family's whims. Such techniques, acquired in this manner, would be untrustworthy. Thus, the singular avenue left for acquiring innate techniques lay upon the treasure map obtained from Ouyang Xian. As a being of destiny, why had Ouyang Xian left behind a will and a black blade, yet no technique? Perhaps he had indeed preserved it, but Su Jiuchuan had simply failed to notice. With this thought, his eyes sparkled. Ouyang Xian's techniques might very well be concealed within the treasure's location, suggesting that he stored his knowledge there. Regardless, he needed to explore that site. To decipher the inscriptions on the treasure map, Kai Jing had suggested seeking learned scholars in the capital's academy for elucidation. Thus, Su Jiuchuan had casually mentioned his intent to travel to the capital, only to realize upon reflection that Zheng Xinyue had already departed. Shaking his head, he set off to find Kai Rujin and the others. Meanwhile, in Tianshui City, a figure clad in black approached the inn with a grim demeanor. Welcome, esteemed guest. Will you be lodging or dining? The innkeeper inquired with enthusiasm. The cloaked man waved his hand dismissively and posed a question. I have heard that Su Jiuchuan, who fought Lin Yini here in Tianshui City, is staying at your inn. The innkeeper smiled broadly, nodding vigorously. You are inquiring about young Master Su? Indeed. He is a paragon among men. Since his victory over Lin Yini in their duel, he has gained considerable renown, prompting many to seek information about him. Just the other day, Mr. Wang, a local dignitary, waited 3 hours at our door to meet young Master Su. Each time someone sought news of Su Jiuchuan, the innkeeper would extol his virtues, often securing generous rewards, such as the hefty 10 taels of silver from Mr. Wang. Yet, as he contemplated further gains, he felt a sudden pressure against his chest. Looking down, he discovered the black-clad man's sword sheath pressed against him, the latter's eyes gleaming with murderous intent, leaving the innkeeper stunned. Tell me, which room does he occupy? The innkeeper stammered. Young Master Su checked out this morning. The black-clad man frowned. Where did he go? The sword sheath edged closer. I don't know, the innkeeper exclaimed, feeling the unbearable pressure. They went to Tiamu City. A flash of memory struck him, recalling that the beautiful girl accompanying Su Jiuchuan had mentioned her mute servant saying as much. Almost immediately, he felt a weight lift from his chest, only to find the cloaked figure had vanished. This black-clad man was none other than Lan Higuang, here to seek vengeance upon Su Jiuchuan. As noon approached, a green carriage ambled along the official road. Inside, Kai Rujin sat cross-legged, practicing her techniques, seemingly driven by a newfound urgency to enhance her prowess. While the hunchbacked Antli sat beside her, Su Jiuchuan, however, remained on high alert, recalling the simulation's memories that indicated the black-clad man could appear at any moment. That individual was a master of half-step innate level, with his vital energy refined to its peak. Only a slight advancement would render him a full-fledged innate warrior. Su Jiuchuan's own vital energy had only just begun its refinement. Despite numerous simulations, the cumulative time barely exceeded a year, leaving him with no hope of victory. His sole reliance rested upon the seemingly overcharged short sword. Suddenly, the carriage came to a jarring halt, the horses whinnying in distress as the vehicle swayed violently. Su Jiuchuan sprang forth from the carriage, the black blade shielding his form. In the middle of the road stood a black-clad man, cradling an ancient long sword. The horses, having had their legs severed, collapsed on the ground, whimpering piteously, while the coachman tumbled to the earth, trembling in fear. Antli had already pulled Kai Rujin out of the carriage, positioning themselves on the opposite side of the road. Who goes there? Su Jiuchuan demanded coldly. Though from his past encounters, he was unclear of the identity of his adversary. The black-clad man did not respond, but instead asked indifferently. You were the one who killed Lan Guping, weren't you? Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan understood. The man before him was none other than the infamous Lan Higuang, who purportedly trained alongside innate masters. Indeed, I merely act to rid the world of evildoers. Lan Higuang bellowed in fury. Die, you scoundrel. With that, he unsheathed his long sword, delivering a simple thrust that seemed to stir the very air around them, thoroughly locking onto his opponent. This technique was the Wind Thunder Sword art. Once Lan Higuang advanced to the innate level, this move could evolve into an innate martial skill. Imbued with wind attribute attacks known as wind blades, Su Jiuchuan had long been on guard. At this moment, the short sword in his hand was abruptly activated by his vital energy, vibrating violently before launching forth. He suddenly felt his own vital energy deplete, realizing that even at his first-tier cultivation, activating this artifact was a considerable strain. It was no wonder that when Shun Rujin had employed it, she had collapsed from the exhaustion of her vital energy. After the short sword was activated, it emitted a crimson light. Unlike the white glow it had produced on that fateful day, perhaps this was due to the absorption of energy from the soul crystal. With a sharp clang, the extended long sword was shattered into fragments, yet the short sword showed no intention of halting its assault. Lan Higuang could only see a streak of red light hurtling towards his face with astonishing speed, and terror gripped his heart. He believed his end was nigh. Just as he was on the brink of demise, a luminous object within his embrace erupted into a radiant glow, enveloping him entirely. It was the jade pendant gifted to him by Nan Ruotian just before their departure, said to possess the power to withstand an attack from a congenital master. With a soft pew, the radiant light quivered for a moment before shattering like a soap bubble. Nevertheless, it momentarily obstructed the advance of the short sword, allowing Lan Higuang to narrowly evade a fatal strike to his chest. However, the short sword cleaved through his right arm, severing it completely before embedding itself into the tree behind him. The force of this attack evidently surpassed that of a congenital master, rendering it incomparable to the strike from Shun Shiru on that day. Lan Higuang cried out in anguish, not daring to linger, and clutched his severed arm as he fled into the distance. I shall rend your corpse into 1,000 pieces. His furious roar echoed in the wind. Su Jiuchuan intended to pursue him to eliminate the threat entirely, but Lan Higuang was remarkably swift, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. However, with one arm rendered useless, Lan Higuang posed no immediate threat. Su Jiuchuan was not concerned about future troubles from him, especially with the simulator in his possession. Time would only work in his favor. He approached to retrieve the short sword, only to find it dulled and lifeless, the blade marred with numerous cracks, likely beyond repair. In a secret cave within the northern wilderness, a middle-aged man sat with a stern expression, silently observing Lin Yini, who knelt before him. He spoke coolly. With your sword intent shattered, you shall spend 3 months in the Xianbing cave. Uncle, spare me, Lin Yini exclaimed, his face drained of color. I realize my mistakes. I beseech you, for the sake of being from the Lin family, grant me a chance to live. The uncle he referred to was Lin Tianqi, the only genius of the Lin family to have cultivated the sacred heart technique to the destiny realm. Though he had surpassed 100 years of age, his appearance had changed little since entering the congenital stage, making him appear merely in his 40s. The so-called Xianbing cave was discovered by Lin Tianqi 30 years prior in the wilderness, where he encountered a block of ancient ice, resulting in the cave's extreme cold. Not even Lin Yini in his prime could withstand a single day within that icy cavern. Lin Tianqi offered no reply, slowly closing his eyes as if the situation did not warrant his attention. Behind him stood an elderly servant, Lin En, who, upon hearing this, stepped forward. Uncle, spare me. Lin Yini's desperation deepened. Lin En ignored his pleas, swiftly grasping Lin Yini as one would a small chick, disregarding his cries, and heading straight for the cave's entrance. After a brief time, Lin En returned, bowing as he reported, he has been sealed within the Xianbing cave. After speaking, Lin En resumed his position, though his expression wavered. As if he had something to say. Speak. Lin Tianqi commanded, his mastery allowing him to be acutely aware of the cave's happenings. Master. He is merely at the first rank, within the Xianbing cave. He may perish after 15 or 16 days. How can he endure 3 months? Sword intent is the essence of one's spirit. Look at his vacant gaze. This denotes a severe mental blow. He must be brought to the brink of death to forge his will. Only in the face of life and death might there be a glimmer of hope. If within 10 days he can relinquish his fear of death and reform his sword intent, I shall not let him perish. Should he fail to do so, haha? Master, should we notify the family head? After all, among this generation of the Lin family, Lin Yini is considered quite talented. Humph. Lin Tianqi scoffed, continuing. Does my family lack such individuals? What my family needs are those capable of mastering the sacred heart technique. Individuals who can expand our territories in the forthcoming new era. A worthless wretch whose sword intent has shattered. If he cannot prove his worth, then let him perish within. With that, he closed his eyes once more, unwilling to engage further. Chapter 65, even more troubling. While Lin Yini suffered in the Xianbing cave, the Lin Yini of the simulated life did not remain idle. After Su Jiuchuan and Kai Rujin returned to Tianmu City, he sequestered himself in his room. Initially, he had hoped that the short sword would suffice against Lin Yini 3 months hence, but to his dismay, after just one use, it had become useless. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 10,000 points. Yes, at 18, you become a first-rank martial artist. You take out the map given to you by Kai Jing, which marks the location of the Yunlin secret realm, and you set off immediately. 2 months later, you locate the secret realm and enter it. 3 days later, you are besieged by several monsters and ultimately succumb, dying at the age of 18. Indeed, the secret realm proved perilous. Instead of being slain by Lin Yini, he fell victim to monsters. Again, you journey to the Yunlin secret realm, and upon entering, you excavate a cave to hide within. 3 months later, the spiritual tide arises, the monsters in the secret realm go berserk, and you perish within, dying at the age of 18. Sighing, Jiuchuan felt a sense of helplessness. Even after digging a pit to hide, he still met his demise. He sighed again and continued the simulation. You return to the Yunlin secret realm, discovering a den of tiger monsters. You ride out with the tiger monster, intruding into the lair and stealing a considerable amount of dung. You excavate a cave at the edge of a cliff within the secret realm, sprinkling the tiger monster's dung at the entrance. 3 months later, you successfully survive the spiritual tide period and continue to cultivate there. 3 years later, you leave the secret realm, preparing to head to the capital. A month later, Lin Yini appears. You duel with him and discover he has reached the threshold of congenital mastery. You are no match for him and are slain on the spot, dying at the age of 21. Finally surpassing 3 months, Jiuchuan clenched his fist tightly. He was certain that the Lin family had played a hand against him. Otherwise, there was no way he would have been discovered immediately upon leaving the secret realm. Moreover, the congenital masters of the Lin family truly dared not enter that secret realm. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial arts realm of 21 years of age. 2. The martial arts experience of 21 years of age. 3. The wisdom of life at 21 years of age. This time, without hesitation, he directly chose option 1. His internal true energy surged rapidly, and Jiuchuan could distinctly perceive the quality of his true energy slowly elevating, his body becoming increasingly agile. This process significantly enhanced his physique. Regrettably, he was still a step short, having yet to attain the threshold of congenital mastery. Since the method was correct, he was certain he could endure until he reached that state. Again, you successfully endure the spiritual tide period and continue to cultivate diligently in the cave of the secret realm. 30 years later, you finally break through to the threshold of congenital mastery. Now, you urgently require congenital techniques. You plan to search for traces of Kai Jing and the others within the secret realm, hoping to obtain congenital techniques from them. Half a month later, you inadvertently intrude into a territory of wolf monsters, are besieged, and die on the spot, passing away at the age of 48. The secret realm indeed proves to be a formidable challenge. Despite having reached the threshold of innate mastery, I am still effortlessly vanquished by monsters. However, one must acknowledge that in the past, figures such as Kai Jing were able to acquire profound techniques within this very realm. It is undeniable that, at times, the fortune of an individual holds significant weight. Once more, I am presented with a text box. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Martial realm at the age of 48. 2. Martial experience at the age of 48. 3. Wisdom of life at the age of 48. Without a moment's hesitation, I chose the first option. Instantly, the vital energy within me surged forth, and soon I felt an exhilarating sensation as if I might levitate. Is this the feeling of being half a step into the innate realm? As my physical state gradually stabilized, I fell into contemplation once more. Should I continue to rely on luck in my pursuit of techniques within the Yunlin secret realm? Or should I adhere to my previous strategy and seek out the treasures indicated by Ouyang Xian's map? I have a premonition that the treasure map left by Ouyang Xian, who perished in the throes of destiny, must be of considerable significance. As for the potential innate techniques within the Yunlin secret realm, I harbor doubts. After all, Kai Jing and the others only obtained the second layer of the Jade Flow Dance Sutra. What if the entire realm lacks subsequent techniques? After much deliberation, I resolved to take a gamble and search for Ouyang Xian's treasure. Otherwise, I would be left with a sense of regret. Let the simulation continue. At 18, you have become a master at half a step into the innate realm, and you prepare to journey to the capital. 3 months later, Lin Yini unexpectedly appears. And after 30 exchanges, you narrowly emerge victorious, slaying Lin Yini. However, shortly thereafter, a master from the Lin family appears and kills you on the spot. At the age of 18. Damn, I am furious. The Lin family truly lacks martial ethics. Until now, Lin Yini had always challenged me one-on-one, leading me to believe that the Lin family would not interfere in the disputes of the younger generation. Did I strike too hard and inadvertently cause his death? Had I merely injured him, would I have had time to improve further? Resolving to act, I resumed the simulation. At 18, you enter the half-step innate realm. 3 months later, Lin Yini intrudes upon your courtyard and attacks you. After a brief exchange, Lin Yini is defeated, yet you choose not to kill him. At that moment, a master from the Lin family appears and kills you on the spot, at the age of 18. What? Why? This time, the Lin family seems resolute in their intent to eliminate me. I shook my head once more. 3 months later, perhaps the Lin family's masters were merely biding their time. awaiting the surge of spiritual energy. With the spiritual tide now past, they can no longer allow someone like me to challenge the Lin family's authority. 3 months. Must I ascend to the innate realm within that time frame to secure my life? With no other recourse, I can only continue the simulation. At 18, you attain the half-step innate realm and immediately head to the capital. Upon arriving at the academy, you seek to consult the sage within, yet you are blocked. Frustrated, one night you plan to stealthily infiltrate the academy, triggering its defensive talismans, and are killed on the spot at the age of 18. What kind of institution is this academy to possess defensive talismans? Have they truly become so extravagant as to employ talismans for protection against theft? I cannot believe it. This academy is likely even more formidable than the Lin family. Am I truly to provoke an even greater power in an attempt to evade the Lin family's pursuit? As this thought crossed my mind, cold sweat began to trickle down my back. Chapter 66, A New Usage of the Simulator. A sense of unease began to well up within me, compelling me to refrain from reckless simulations. Fortunately, it seems that to the system, the half-step innate realm does not constitute a separate stage, as the recent simulation did not incur an increase in cost. I accessed the system and noted that my balance still stood at 520,008 points. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by Kai Rujin, who had been waiting at the threshold. As soon as she spotted me, her gaze turned toward me, and after a moment, she murmured, "I sensed a sudden shift in your aura just now. Knowing you were at a critical juncture in your training, I dared not disturb you. I did not expect you to have entered the half-step innate realm." She was well aware that when I faced Lin Yini, I had only just broken through to the first tier. How could such a transformation occur in such a short span of time? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of some great being? It is said that certain powerful cultivators, due to various reasons, are reborn and gradually regain memories of their past lives. And this was the only explanation Kai Rujin could conceive. What nonsense. I rolled my eyes and replied, "I merely had a moment of insight and broke through. This matter is far too complex to elucidate. It would be better left unspoken." I swiftly shifted the topic and inquired, "What do you know about the academy?" "The academy? Are you the reincarnation of a great being from the academy?" Kai Rujin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What reincarnation? Have you been listening to too many tales in the tavern?" I felt a twinge of exasperation. Entertainment in this era is scarce, and most people enjoy listening to stories in taverns. Moreover, Kai Rujin was at that age where dreams and reality often intertwine. "I merely have some text from the Golden Valley that I wish to have the sages of the academy translate," I clarified. Upon hearing this, Kai Rujin appeared somewhat reluctant to let the matter rest, saying, "Is that truly the case? If it were true, it would not matter. I wouldn't tell anyone. As long as you help me bring my father back. Is this ever going to end?" Noticing that I seemed genuinely upset, she relented and said, "The academy has a long and illustrious history, said to have existed alongside the Great Zhou Dynasty, nurturing various talents for the Zhou Dynasty. Even after its fall, the academy remained steadfast. Even in our current dynasty, the academy holds an unparalleled status. The Great Wei Dynasty does not dare to meddle in its affairs." What does the academy primarily teach? I furrowed my brow, pondering the academy's undeniable complexity, realizing that it is indeed a colossal institution that has existed for over 10,000 years. I have heard that the academy is divided into the Department of Humanity, the Department of Talismans, and the Department of Alchemy. The Department of Humanity primarily teaches the knowledge necessary for governing a state and maintaining peace. Scholars enter through the imperial examination system, and the academy selects the best among them. However, it is said that only a few dozen are admitted each year. Once these students graduate, they have the autonomy to choose whether or not to serve the court, and the court cannot interfere. The Department of Talismans has very few members and focuses on the knowledge of talismans. Is that the crafting of talismans? I felt a surge of excitement, unable to contain my curiosity. Indeed, in the Golden Valley text you mentioned can only be deciphered by the sages of the Department of Talismans. However, the sages there are at least masters of talisman crafting. Even the heads of the 5 great families would likely show them respect. It dawned upon me that I was dealing with individuals of substantial repute, which explained why the gatekeepers at the academy had been so unwilling to acknowledge my presence when I sought an audience. And the Department of Alchemy. Could it be that they focus on alchemical practices? In a world where many yearn to consume potions to level up, I could already envision a promising future for myself. Indeed, the Department of Alchemy does teach the art of alchemy. However, due to the depletion of spiritual energy over the years, there has been a significant scarcity of the necessary herbs for alchemy, resulting in almost no students studying there, and even the sages may be in short supply. The academy merely retains the name. I sighed. Indeed, elixirs require spiritual herbs, and this world has suffered from a drought of spiritual energy for millennia. Where would one procure such herbs? Even if spiritual energy were to revive now, it would take thousands of years for fine spiritual herbs to mature. With this in mind, one might fear that alchemy might indeed be an unattainable pursuit. He couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. So, how does one gain admission to the academy? Jiuchuan could no longer restrain himself and inquired. The Ren division is relatively straightforward. One simply needs to pass the imperial examination and achieve the rank of Jinshi to have a chance of being accepted by the academy. The academy will then send assessors. And as long as one passes, all will be well. The Fu division, however, requires an evaluation at the academy in the capital, with the prerequisite that candidates must be martial artists of at least the first rank. It is said that this year's South assessment will take place in the capital next month. As for the Dan division, there is no further information. Su Jiuchuan quickly declared, I must go to the capital. Since your father has permitted you to accompany me, let us go together. I am determined to participate in the Fu Division S assessment. Su Jiuchuan's excitement grew. Having witnessed the power of talismans, he felt compelled to master this craft. Observing Su Jiuchuan's enthusiasm, Kai Rujin silently mused, he must indeed be a reincarnation of a great adept from the academy. His true nature has begun to reveal itself. Su Jiuchuan paid no heed to her thoughts, urging her to hasten her preparations for their departure the following day. He returned to his chamber. For the academy is no ordinary place, and he intended to utilize the simulator once more to prepare. 18 years old, you have become a half-step innate expert, and you arrive in the capital. 1 month later, you participate in the academy's Food Division assessment, but you fail and are rejected. 2 months later, Lin Yan intrudes upon your residence, and you kill him on the spot. However, an innate expert from the Lin family appears and kills you. You perish at the age of 18. This upcoming journey to the capital for the Academy's assessment feels like a brush with death. Failure equates to demise. Nevertheless, Su Jiuchuan remained unperturbed, as he harbored a notion in his mind. Another prompt appeared before him. Simulation complete. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 18-year-old martial realm. 2. 18-year-old martial experience. 3. 18-year-old wisdom of life. Su Jiuchuan opted for option 3. Instantly, a segment of memory flooded his mind, revealing the contents of the Fu Division S assessment. This was precisely the innovative application of the simulator he had envisioned, to acquire the assessment content in advance. With adequate preparation, passing the examination would be virtually assured. If he wished, he could even effortlessly strive for the title of top scholar. From this newfound memory, he discerned that the assessment for the Fu Division involved drawing a talisman. Was this not overly simplistic? Su Jiuchuan found it hard to believe that merely replicating a talisman could lead to failure. Skeptically, he retrieved his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began to replicate the talisman from his memory. To his astonishment, as the brush glided across the paper, his internal true chi began to seep into the ink. After just one stroke, the ink exploded, leaving only a puddle on the paper. Chapter 67, The Academy. This talisman possessed such intricate nuances. Su Jiuchuan pondered for quite some time, but could not fathom the underlying principles, attributing it to the different laws of this world. He continued to switch to fresh sheets of paper, yet the outcome remained unchanged. After repeated attempts, each time he attempted the second stroke, the ink would burst forth. Su Jiuchuan had an inkling that once he began to write, his true chi would be activated. However, the connection between strokes caused an imbalance in chi output, preventing him from completing the character. Thus, the crux lay in ensuring a balanced and stable flow of true chi, which was no easy task in terms of control. Indeed, in this world, merely knowing the examination content in advance proved to be of little utility. Su Jiuchuan shook his head, with the assessment looming next month. He felt utterly uncertain about his ability to draw the talisman. Among the simulator's 3 options, martial experience, martial realm, and wisdom of life, could the skill of drawing talismans be classified as martial experience? After all, it involved the application of true chi as well. Regardless, he decided to simulate once more. 18 years old, you have become a half-step innate expert. You prepare to head to the capital to enter the academy. You diligently practice drawing talismans, but 1 month later, you fail the selection. You continue to practice. 2 months later, Lin Yan appears, and you kill him. Subsequently, the Lin family's innate expert subdues you. You perish at 18. Su Jiuchuan sighed. It was evident that mastering talisman drawing could not be achieved in just a few months. Simulation complete. You may retain one of the following options. 1. 18-year-old martial realm. 2. 18-year-old martial experience. 3. 18-year-old wisdom of life. With a sense of trepidation, he selected option 2. Memories of countless practice sessions surged within him, and Su Jiuchuan picked up his brush to draw on the white paper before him. True chi flowed steadily, and he successfully completed the first stroke. The second stroke posed no issue either. He exhaled in relief, yet as his true chi faltered, the ink burst forth once more. Overjoyed, Su Jiuchuan realized that the system recognized talisman drawing as a martial skill. Therefore, he continued. 18 years old, you strive to become an innate martial artist. You venture into the Yunlin's secret realm, finding a secluded spot to diligently practice your talisman drawing skills. After 15 years, you finally master that talisman. 3 days later, you leave the secret realm and head to the capital. Su Jiuchuan sighed. It took him 15 years to draw a single talisman. Did he truly lack talent? Regardless, he had finally succeeded, and he chose to retain martial experience once more. He took out a fresh sheet of paper and immediately began to replicate the talisman. Memories of countless practice sessions flowed through his mind, and his brush moved without hesitation. The talisman took shape on the paper, emanating a faint white light that flickered for several seconds before dimming and ultimately vanishing. From his replication, he understood that this was due to the dissipating true chi attached to the talisman. It seemed that those master talisman makers must possess other techniques to secure the drawn talismans. Su Jiuchuan increasingly felt that the art of talisman making was profound and enigmatic, fostering an even greater yearning within him. A month later, Su Jiuchuan, accompanied by Kai Rujin and Aunt Li, settled into a residence in the capital. Each day, Su Jiuchuan continued to practice that talisman diligently, while Kai Rujin lost her former proclivity for leisure, dedicating herself to rigorous training. In this brief period, she had surprisingly advanced from the 3rd rank to the 2nd rank. One day, Su Jiuchuan rose early, had a simple breakfast, and, without disturbing Kai Rujin, left to hail a carriage bound for the academy. The academy occupied an expansive area at the foot of the eastern mountain outside the city. Although near the urban area, it fell outside the jurisdiction of the court and boasted its own private soldiers and management system. The head of the academy was referred to as the mountain chief, and all instructors were prohibited from holding positions in the court. A few days prior, Su Jiuchuan had thoroughly investigated the situation here, and today marked the day of the academy's admissions. Upon his arrival, he observed 3 enormous wooden placards erected in the large square at the entrance, each inscribed with grand characters: Ren Division, Fu Division, Dan Division. Beneath the placard for the Ren Division sat an elderly scholar, quietly meditating. Before him lay a table adorned with numerous registries. Behind him stood a throng of people, presumably those arriving for the examination today, their voices a low murmur, intermingled with a variety of dialects. Beneath the emblem of the symbol department stood a solitary middle-aged man, leaning against a table, seemingly engrossed in some reading. Before him, over 20 individuals were gathered around the table, yet none dared to utter a word. Lastly, the alchemical department was entirely devoid of occupants, save for a lone table left standing in solitude. Su Jiuchuan mused to himself that the alchemical department was likely bereft of candidates, perhaps merely a facade. Surrounding the square, rows of guards wielding long halberds patrolled the area. By observing the vitality and energy emanating from these soldiers, Su Jiuchuan discerned that most of the commanding officers had already reached the 1st rank of cultivation, while even the ordinary guards possessed a 3rd rank of prowess. Such strength, he feared, could surpass that of the imperial palace. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and took his place at the end of the queue for the symbol department. As the crowd in the square grew larger, boredom began to seep into Su Jiuchuan's mind. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a familiar face: Wen Yushu, the individual who had once sought to recruit him. "Su brother, what brings you here?" Su Jiuchuan regarded this individual, who favored cross-dressing, and replied with a hint of resignation, "Just taking a chance." Chance. A man, who had been standing in front of Su Jiuchuan, suddenly turned to look at the two of them and remarked, "Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Do you think the symbol department is a place for charlatans? Especially for a certain dead rabbit. When Xia, you seek death." When Yushu was clearly incensed by the insult, his anger flaring. With a cold smile, When Xia retorted, "Then you should quickly dispose of me. Otherwise, if I am accepted into the symbol department, you will miss your opportunity." When Yushu's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not make a move, losing the nonchalant demeanor he once had in Tianshui City. Su Jiuchuan secretly shook his head. Both individuals bore the surname Wen, likely from the same family. He preferred not to meddle in their quarrel, but having been drawn into the exchange, he interjected calmly, "Creating symbols is merely a skill, requiring nothing more than practice." This was a summary of his 15 years of simulated life experience. Haha. When Xia erupted in laughter, declaring, "So you are but a fool. Truly here to test your luck." Su Jiuchuan furrowed his brow, realizing that there might indeed be more to the craft of symbols than he had anticipated. When Yushu was equally taken aback, unable to comprehend why Su Jiuchuan would come to the examination without any knowledge, leaving one to wonder whether to commend his bravery or lament his folly. The art of symbol making hinges on the steady output of true energy, with higher-tier symbols demanding greater quantities of it. Consequently, the requirements for stable output become increasingly stringent. Particularly, the strokes of high-tier symbols are exceedingly numerous, rendering it nearly impossible to achieve uniform true energy output for each stroke, necessitating meticulous control of mental fortitude. Thus, the admission criteria for the symbol department revolve around 2 aspects. One must possess a cultivation level above the 1st rank, as only those at this level can meet the most basic requirements for symbols. The second criterion involves the control of mental energy, which is often difficult to measure. Hence, the assessment relies on the direct drawing of symbols, with fewer failures and shorter timeframes indicating higher mental prowess. Su Jiuchuan nodded, understanding now. What you mentioned about practice is certainly valid. Familiarity breeds skill, and prolonged training can lower the demands on mental energy due to increased familiarity. However, mastering a single symbol may take decades, And how many decades does one have in a lifetime? Moreover, the materials for crafting symbols are not easily obtained. Where would one find such resources for practice? When Yushu sighed, is there truly no way to enhance one's mental energy? Jiuchuan inquired, a touch of reluctance in his voice. There are methods, when Yushu replied. Some extraordinary predecessors devised certain mental cultivation techniques, yet these practices are exceedingly rare. The most renowned is the Academy's Taiching Enian method. When Xie, who had been sneering on the sidelines, interjected, when Shuyu, your family expends immense effort to seek mental cultivation methods for you direct descendants, yet you have only achieved the realm of 3 strokes. How laughable. There exists a hierarchy among people. You collateral descendants should simply fulfill your roles, when Yushu retorted coldly. Su Jiuchuan paused, realizing that the name Wen Shuyu had been used, and Wen Yushu had not countered it. In that moment, he grasped that her true name was indeed Wen Shuyu, and she had adopted the name Wen Yushu while disguised as a man. Su Jiuchuan was about to inquire further about the realm of 3 strokes, but at that moment, the morning bell chimed, signaling the commencement of the proceedings. The elderly man from the human department, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, stood up and proclaimed loudly, candidates for the human department, enter through the left door. Candidates for the symbol department, proceed to the right door. The crowd began to move, and Su Jiuchuan and the others made their way toward the right entrance. Among the throng, a pair of eyes fixated on Su Jiuchuan as he entered through the right door. The individual turned to a scholar beside him and remarked, young master, that man is responsible for the demise of our ancestor and compelled my father to sell the gold mine. It can be said that the current plight of the Wang family is due to him. The scholar, a young man named Wang Zian, was the only son of the Wang family from Tianshui City, while the individual beside him was a servant who had traveled from Tianshui City to the capital. Reporting the recent events to Wang Zian nodded grimly, asserting, I cannot allow him to have his way. With that, he entered through a side door of the academy. Soon, he arrived at a side hall of the symbol department, where several servants were busily organizing papers and arranging ink and brushes. Wang Zian lightly tapped one of the attendants, pulling him aside to say, Lida, I need your assistance with something today. He then whispered a few words into the man's ear. Lida gasped, how could I possibly do such a thing? If discovered, I would surely meet my end. Wang Zian fumed, it's merely a trivial matter, yet you hesitate. The other day, when you borrowed money from me, you were not so reticent. Fine, if you are so heartless. I will inform Manager Feng that you defrauded me of my silver and have yet to repay it after months, ensuring you cannot remain at the academy. Wang Zian feigned anger. Lida was taken aback, hastily pleading for mercy. He had been lured to a gambling den by other servants, succumbing to temptation and accumulating debts exceeding 100 taels. Though the academy was affluent, servants earned merely 5 taels a month, making it impossible to repay such a sum, especially with interest compounding to over 1,000 taels. The gambling house had given him 10 days to settle his debt, or they would come after him at the academy. On that day, Wang Zian had encountered him, noticing his academy servant attire and inquiring about his situation, subsequently offering to clear his debts. Lida understood the gravity of owing such a significant favor, realizing repayment would be challenging. However, facing the immediate threat, he felt he had no choice. Fortunately, Wang Zian often asked him to inquire about various matters, so he had not faced any particularly daunting tasks. Yet, today's affair was of a different magnitude, potentially jeopardizing his life. What if Wang Zian truly reported it to the manager? Lida knew that the academy despised gamblers. Should Wang Zian approach the manager, he would likely be expelled immediately, and without the academy's backing, he would surely be devoured by the gambling den. That individual has no chance of passing the assessment anyway. It's simply a matter of assisting me, and I'll consider that 1,000 taels for a drink on my behalf. What do you say? Wang Zian continued to tempt him. After much hesitation, Lida finally steeled himself, gritting his teeth and acquiescing. All right. Su Jiuchuan followed the procession into a grand hall, where neatly arranged were over 100 desks, and at the forefront sat an elder clad in black robes. Subsequently, the incoming individuals each selected a desk and took their seats. Once everyone was settled, the black-clad elder finally spoke, stating, the assessment for this talisman division entails the creation of 3-stroke talismans. As the name suggests, each talisman is composed of 3 strokes, and each participant is allowed a maximum of 3 errors, with a time limit of 1 hour. At this moment, Su Jiuchuan comprehended the true meaning behind Wen Qi's earlier reference to the 3-stroke realm, which entailed the ability to draw a talisman using no more than 3 strokes. Evidently, the scions of noble families had long been aware of the examination's content. Shortly thereafter, several attendants clad in gray entered, carrying trays. They systematically placed ink, brushes, and inkstones on each desk before presenting 3 rectangular pieces of cowhide. These 3 pieces of cowhide were designated for the creation of talismans, thereby limiting the participants to just 3 attempts. Lida approached Su Jiuchuan, methodically setting down the ink, brushes, and inkstone, followed by the 3 pieces of cowhide. Once finished, he turned to leave. Wait. Su Jiuchuan grasped Lida's arm, poised to speak. Silence is mandated here. The black-clad elder suddenly bellowed. then added, "Any further disturbances will result in expulsion from this hall." Chapter 69, The Perfect Talisman. The elder's thunderous roar struck Su Jiuchuan like a gong, leaving him momentarily dazed, his grip slackening. After a while, he regained his composure and glanced around at the others, who appeared undisturbed. It seemed that the previous auditory onslaught had been solely directed at him, instilling in Su Jiuchuan a profound wariness of the black-robed elder, rendering him reluctant to voice any further words. Seizing the opportunity, Lida departed, his head bowed low, though a flicker of smugness danced in his eyes. Upon touching the cowhide, Su Jiuchuan discerned something amiss. A damp stain marred its surface. Those unfamiliar with talisman crafting might overlook such an anomaly, but having practiced for 15 years in the simulated realm, Su Jiuchuan was acutely aware that the texture of water-soaked cowhide was markedly different from that of dry cowhide. The adversary had skillfully applied water to select areas of the cowhide while leaving others dry. This would complicate maintaining even energy flow while drawing strokes that traversed both wet and dry sections. Certainly, for masters of talisman creation, such subtleties would present no challenge. Yet for those participating in the Talisman Division's assessment, even the slightest variance could significantly impact their success rate. Su Jiuchuan cast a long, contemplative gaze at Li De's retreating figure. Having only just arrived at the academy, he deemed it unwise to antagonize anyone here. Thus, this must be the handiwork of someone he had previously offended. Regardless, he resolved to remember this grievance. Seeing that no one dared to move, the black-clad elder nodded and proclaimed, "Since you are prepared, pay close attention. I shall demonstrate but once." He rose, grasping a large brush, and with swift strokes upon the white wall behind him, he inscribed a talisman composed of precisely 3 strokes. Once completed, the talisman emitted a faint glow, which gradually faded after a considerable duration. Su Jiuchuan silently marveled. He recalled that at his current level, the talismans he drew extinguished within mere breaths. Yet, this elder not only created a larger talisman, but also one that glowed for a far longer period, indicating that his mastery greatly eclipsed Su Jiuchuan's own. Dong, dong, dong. An attendant struck a bronze bell within the hall, signaling the commencement of the assessment. Su Jiuchuan focused his mind, meticulously examining the 3 pieces of cowhide. The water-stained areas were unevenly distributed across various sections. He selected one piece, channeling his energy, and felt his palm grow warm as the moisture gradually evaporated, leaving it dry. However, upon closer inspection, the dried area had warped slightly, rendering the cowhide even less uniform. With a sigh, he realized he would have to face the task head-on. Su Jiuchuan diligently ground the ink and began to write. With over a decade of memory guiding him, his strokes were steady. He completed the first stroke, smoothly transitioning to avoid the previously damp area, achieving success. However, the final stroke proved unavoidable. He had no choice but to land it on the previously dried spot. Splatter. Ink erupted from the brush tip, splattering across the cowhide. Su Jiuchuan sighed in defeat. It seemed that his method of drying the cowhide had failed. He glanced around the assessment area, noting that 5 or 6 others had also faltered. Wen Shuyu and Wen Qi held their brushes, eyes closed in concentration, presumably invoking some secret technique. Disregarding the others, Su Jiuchuan cast aside the failed piece and retrieved another. Since drying failed, he decided to try saturating the cowhide instead. With determination, he summoned his energy, and soon beads of sweat cascaded down his arms as the cowhide became thoroughly soaked. He lifted his brush once more, focusing intently as he began to draw. Splatter. The ink once again erupted, resulting in yet another failure. With a resigned sigh, he recognized he was still falling short. Looking up, he saw that 5 individuals had completed their talismans, their cowhide glowing faintly. Among them was Wen Qi, who surveyed the room, casting a disdainful glance at Su Jiuchuan's discarded pieces. Wen Shuyu's cowhide had also become sullied, discarded carelessly. She held her brush aloft, yet hesitated to begin. Beads of sweat forming on her brow. Li De, lurking in a corner of the hall, had been watching intently. Upon witnessing Su Jiuchuan's 2 failed attempts, a smirk of satisfaction crossed his lips. At that moment, Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had underestimated the situation. Having believed he had mastered the 3-stroke talisman in the simulated realm, he anticipated no issues with this assessment, only to encounter unforeseen complications at this critical juncture. With only one final opportunity remaining, failure would mean forfeiting his chance to enter the Talisman Division. Subsequently, he would have to confront Lin Yan-yi and the innate martial artists backing the Lin family. He shook his head, dismissing these distracting thoughts. If he could perfect this talisman in the simulated realm over 15 years, surely he could train on various materials without issue. At 18, you became a half-step innate, retreating to the Yunlin secret realm to dedicate yourself to the art of talisman drawing. You practiced talisman drawing in the sand, on rocky walls, and across grassy fields. 30 years later, your mastery of the 3-stroke talisman reached its zenith. As the simulation concluded, Su Jiuchuan lamented inwardly. He had spent 45 years honing the 3-stroke talisman, and given the trajectory, He could only imagine how much longer it would take to tackle even more intricate talismans in the future. He raised his gaze to find that over a dozen individuals had completed their tasks, and when Shuyu had also succeeded, gently wiping the perspiration from her forehead while glancing in his direction. The colossal hourglass in the center of the hall now contained less than a quarter of its sand. Jiuchuan took the final piece of cowhide, dipped his brush in ink, and with a single stroke, completed the talisman. To his astonishment, the talisman emitted a soft blue glow. The black-clad elder, who had been seated at the front, was taken aback by this spectacle and hastily approached. He seized Su Jiuchuan's cowhide for a meticulous examination, and after a moment, murmured in disbelief, "This is indeed a perfect talisman." The term perfect talisman refers to those whose structural strokes have achieved the utmost perfection, allowing the energy to flow within them in the most interconnected state possible. Even a master talisman maker like him can only achieve the perfection of a talisman by mere chance. Although the talisman before him is merely a simple three-stroke design, the fact that such a young individual can create it signifies an inherent talent. However, as he glanced at the two discarded pieces of cowhide on the table, doubts crept in. Could someone capable of crafting a flawless talisman fail consecutively? It appeared that this success was merely a stroke of luck. Chapter 70, more deceitful than a simulator. The gazes of those around him were laden with complexity. Wen Shiya's expression turned serious as he regarded Su Jiuchuan. From a young age, his family had recognized his formidable mental prowess and had invested heavily in his training, even providing him with a copy of the precious mental cultivation method, the Lingbao gathering spirit technique. Over the years, he had not disappointed their expectations. By the age of 20, he had mastered the third tier of the technique, enabling him to draw 5-stroke talismans. His family had long considered him a future master talisman maker. The term master talisman maker refers to an expert capable of crafting 10-stroke talismans. This distinction allowed him, a side-branch descendant, to treat the direct descendant of the Wen family, Wen Shuyu, with a degree of disdain, knowing she could do nothing in retaliation. Even a prodigy such as him had never produced a perfect talisman, and according to various historical accounts, all master talisman makers had once succeeded in creating a flawless talisman. Now, with Su Jiuchuan's achievement, even if it was attributed to luck, it indicated the potential for him to become a master talisman maker. For the first time, Wen Shiya considered Su Jiuchuan as someone comparable to himself. At that moment, Wen Shiyu's gaze flickered towards Su Jiuchuan, as she too began to assess his worth. Previously, she had regarded him as merely a tool of the Lin family, but now he had gained genuine significance. Meanwhile, Li De, who had been observing closely, wore a gloomy expression. With this perfect talisman in hand, Su Jiuchuan's admission to the talisman department was now a foregone conclusion. A formal student of the talisman department would find it exceedingly easy to deal with a mere servant like him. Moreover, Su Jiuchuan appeared to have the potential to become a core student. Eliminating him would be a trivial matter, regardless of the thoughts of others. The old man in black returned the cowhide to its place and resumed his seat at the front of the grand hall. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the bronze, ancient bell resonated, signaling that the assessment had concluded. Those who have completed their drawings remain, the rest depart. The old man in black stated indifferently. One by one, the others stood up, many casting reluctant glances at their own 3 soiled pieces of cowhide before shaking their heads and leaving. In the end, only 23 individuals remained in the grand hall. The old man in black remained silent, instructing his servant to collect all the drawn talismans before turning to leave. He traversed through 2 courtyards and arrived at a pavilion where 5 others were engaged in casual conversation. Master Chun, it seems the students for this cohort have been determined. What do you think? Inquired an exquisite woman with a smile. The old man in black nodded and replied, quite well. Remarkably, someone has succeeded in drawing a perfect talisman. Oh, the others, who had been chatting, stood up in unison, exclaiming, let us see it. Master Chin placed the cowhide drawn by Su Jiuchuan on the stone table of the pavilion, the faint blue glow of the talisman still shimmering. Indeed, it is a perfect talisman. Such a genius is truly a boon for the academy, Master Chin remarked as the others marveled. However, he continued. He succeeded only after failing twice consecutively and just before the assessment was about to conclude. This revelation rendered the others silent. While a perfect talisman signifies impeccable control of spiritual energy, the consecutive failures could only be ascribed to sheer luck. What if we give him a first-class rating? Suggested the beautiful woman, Han Fuzi. Master Chin replied, had there been no failures, he could have been rated first class. However, with 3 attempts resulting in success, by convention, he can only be rated third class. Since the final product is a perfect talisman, let us compromise and grant him a second-class rating. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, except for the eldest among them, He Fuzi, who remained silent, quietly examining Su Jiuchuan's cowhide. Since everyone agrees, let it be settled. Han Fuzi said. No, He Fuzi stated calmly. Convention cannot be altered at whim. Since it was only on the 3rd attempt that he succeeded, and given the delay, he can only be rated third class. Han Fuzi opened her mouth to argue but realized He Fuzi was unyielding, and she had no choice but to relent. After all, Within the talisman department, Hifuzi was the most senior scholar, and few would dare contradict him. Thus, the matter was settled, and ratings for the others were determined as well. Soon, Master Chen had recorded everyone's ratings and slowly returned to the Grand Hall. At this moment, everyone remained seated, none daring to speak, fully aware that ratings within the academy held significant importance, determining the benefits and privileges one would receive. Master Chen surveyed the assembly before declaring, "I will now announce your admission ratings." He then began to read the list. Wen Xie was unsurprised to learn he had received a first-class rating, as his family had long conducted evaluations. Wen Shuyu received a second-class rating, but her spirits were dampened. After years of cultivating the family's Lingbao gathering spirit technique and having failed once, there was little to celebrate. She was most eager to learn of Su Jiuchuan's rating. As the list reached its conclusion, Master Chen announced Su Jiuchuan's rating as third class. Upon hearing this, Wen Xie paused before bursting into joy. Indeed, only the Academy's master talisman makers could provide an impartial assessment, and Su Jiuchuan was merely a beneficiary of fortune. Wen Shuyu felt a tinge of disappointment. Surprised that Su Jiuchuan's rating was lower than her own, she had initially contemplated what price to pay to win him over. Su Jiuchuan, however, remained indifferent, entirely unaware of the significance of this rating. In his previous life, it mattered little how well he performed, as long as he could enter the academy for his studies. That was sufficient. Master Chen continued, "For first-class students, the annual tuition fee is equivalent to 50 pounds of mysterious iron or the equivalent in refining materials. Second-class students are required to pay 80 pounds of mysterious iron or its equivalent, while third-class students must pay 100 pounds of mysterious iron or its equivalent." What is mysterious iron? Su Jiuchuan pondered, bewildered, as no one had informed him. The first tier of the talisman department's Taiching One Thought method is provided free of charge, yet dissemination is strictly forbidden, punishable by death. The subsequent tiers must be exchanged at the scripture pavilion. Additionally, the academy offers a monthly opportunity for lectures. First-class students may ask 2 questions for free. Second-class students 1 question, and third-class students must pay 10 pounds of mysterious iron for a single inquiry. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan's heart filled with indignation. This was extortion, more exploitative than a simulator. Mysterious iron was surely expensive, and he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 71, The Task. In the sweltering heat of August in the capital, the East Mountain area, with its lush trees, provided a welcome retreat from the heat. Su Jiuchuan settled Kai Rujin in a town near the academy, primarily inhabited by the families of students attending the academy, making it relatively prosperous. For Kai Rujin, the location mattered little. Her sole focus was on breaking through to the innate realm and seeking out Kai Jing. Fortunately, before Kai Jing departed, he had left the Jade Flow pill cannon for his daughter, sparing her the dilemma Su Jiuchuan faced regarding the lack of cultivation methods. On a serene morning, Su Jiuchuan strolled through the side gate of the academy. He donned a light blue robe, exuding a scholarly demeanor. However, as a third-tier student, the tuition fee of 100 jin of Xian iron weighed heavily upon him. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that Xian iron was a unique metal indigenous to this world, renowned for its superior hardness compared to ordinary iron, making it the fundamental material for crafting talismans. Additionally, Xian iron served as an excellent material for weaponry. Thus its mines were predominantly controlled by the imperial court, noble families, or sections. While it was available in the market, the price was steep, approximately 1,000 taels of silver for 10 jin. This meant that his annual tuition could allow for only 10 simulations, a thought that made Su Jiuchuan reluctant to part with such resources. Fortunately, the academy had considered the financial constraints of many students, allowing the fee to be paid within a year. For those with exceptional aptitude, it was conceivable that they could earn enough through various tasks within a year. He instinctively approached a stone wall adorned with an array of tasks, typically issued by higher-tier students or instructors, which offered a certain reward. One task required the inscription of a diamond talisman on a protective shield, promising a reward of 500 jin of Xian iron, with a penalty of 100 jin for any damage incurred. Su Jiuchuan mused that talisman crafting indeed appeared to be a lucrative endeavor. He no longer had to worry about feeding his simulator. However, the process of crafting talismans was fraught with the risk of failure, and any mishap would result in damage to the inscribed object, necessitating compensation. This was a fair arrangement. After all, the materials suitable for talisman inscription were not inexpensive, and it would be intolerable for practitioners to practice on them recklessly. Nevertheless, Su Jiuchuan was not yet capable of undertaking such tasks, as the diamond talisman was a 5-stroke talisman, requiring at least a warrior of innate realm to wield sufficient vital energy. Presently, at half a step into the innate realm, he could only attempt 3-stroke talismans. However, his research revealed that 3-stroke talismans primarily dealt with trivial matters such as cleanliness or revitalization, offering little utility. Thus, opportunities for tasks seemed scarce. With a sigh, he continued to peruse the next task. A request for a city lord was posted. A small city within a 500-mile radius needed management for 5 years. with a qualification standard of no less than 3 million taels of silver in annual tax revenue, offering a reward of 100 jin of Xian iron. This was clearly aimed at the human character students, and the so-called small city was likely not under the jurisdiction of the court, but rather the fiefdoms of noble families or small cities developed by sections. Generally, these powers prioritized elite martial strength, displaying little patience for the cultivation of managerial talent. Thus they sought assistance from the academy through such tasks. For the academy, this also served as a means of resource accumulation. Jiuchuan scanned through dozens of postings, none of which suited him, leading to a sense of frustration. Just as he contemplated leaving, he noticed a gathering of several individuals at another corner of the stone wall, prompting him to approach. The task was absurd. One was to find 1,080 types of plants in the rear mountain and ensure they were properly processed. What infuriated him further was that the reward was not even in Xian iron. With that much time on hand, could one not engage in more worthwhile endeavors? As Jiuchuan drew closer, he noticed a paper affixed to the wall, which read, "Within the rear mountain of the East Mountain, locate the specified 1,080 types of plants and perform pest control treatments. The reward is the opportunity to answer 3 questions." No wonder so many were lamenting, clearly. The issuer of this task was miserly, concocting such a troublesome task while offering virtually no reward in Xian iron. It was a blatant attempt at exploitation. After all, the chance to answer 3 questions for a first-tier student amounted to merely 1.5 months of time, and for a second-tier student, it would take only 3 months. However, for a third-tier student, it meant saving 30 jin of Xian iron. Yet, seeking over 1,000 types of plants would likely require several months, not to mention the additional time for processing. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and Jiuchuan looked up to see Wen Shuyu had somehow squeezed her way to his side. She too glanced at the paper and smiled, saying, "It seems Brother Su is also in search of a task, but this one is rather ludicrous." The task appeared to have no prerequisites, open to anyone. Yet it was not only time-consuming, but also meagerly rewarding. She chuckled and added, "This task has been posted for quite some time. I doubt anyone will take it up." Wen Shuyu then suggested, "Why not come to my Wenshu family as a talisman maker? You would only need to successfully inscribe 1 talisman each month, and any losses from failures would be covered by my family. How does 50 jin of Xian iron per month sound?" Jiuchuan regarded her intently, recognizing that Wen Shuyu was extending an olive branch, considering his current ability to inscribe only 3-stroke talismans, which were not particularly valuable. Her offer clearly indicated she intended to provide resources for him to practice, not to mention the monthly compensation of 50 jin of Xian iron. Noticing his indecision, Wen Shuyu sweetened the deal, stating, "I am aware that Brother Su is already half a step into the innate realm. My family can also provide innate cultivation methods." Such an offer was indeed exceptionally generous. Wen Shuyu was confident, having researched Jiuchuan and knowing that he lacked any substantial backing. Earning enough for 100 jin of Xian iron for tuition would undoubtedly be a challenge. However, her intentions were not entirely altruistic. She saw potential in Jiuchuan's ability to craft perfect talismans and viewed it as a worthy investment. Jiuchuan furrowed his brow, harboring an inherent distrust for these noble families. Furthermore, with his simulator in hand, he had no inclination to align himself with them for such trivial benefits. "I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intentions of relying on a noble family at this time," he replied, stepping forward and tearing down the paper. Much to the astonishment of those around him, Wen Shuyu was left incredulous. How could he dismiss such a favorable opportunity in favor of a task that seemed both arduous and unrewarding? Was he truly a fool? Yet, Jiuchuan was anything but foolish. Given his current capabilities, he found it nearly impossible to secure suitable tasks. The only viable option was this one. Since he had the chance to answer 3 questions, he considered using that opportunity to decipher the annotations on his treasure map. If he could unveil the secrets of the treasure map, it might lead him to invaluable techniques and resources. Chapter 72. Task Completion. Following the address inscribed on the paper, Jiuchuan arrived at a courtyard at the foot of the East Mountain. From the exterior, it appeared quite expansive, and he could already catch a whiff of fragrant herbs wafting through the air. He approached and gently knocked on the doorbell. After a brief wait, an elderly man clad in gray opened the door. "Excuse me, is this task issued by the master of this place?" Jiuchuan inquired, holding up the paper. The elder scrutinized him from head to toe before replying, "Indeed, it was posted by my master. Follow me." Upon entering, he was greeted by a vast expanse of shrubbery, and as they traversed through, they encountered an elderly man in blue tending to a medicinal herb. This elder was none other than he, the instructor who had previously assessed Jiuchuan and categorized him as a 3rd-tier student. "Instructor, someone has accepted the task," the servant announced respectfully. Only then did he straighten up, casually wiping his hands with a cloth from a nearby branch. "Let us discuss this inside," he said. Jiuchuan obediently followed him in. The task involves searching for the specified 1,080 types of plants within the East Mountain region and processing them. There is no time limit. The reward consists of 3 questions you may answer. Do you understand? He stated coolly. "I understand," Jiuchuan affirmed. He nodded and handed him a small booklet. This booklet details the characteristics and processing techniques of the 1,080 medicinal plants. Su Jiuchuan accepted it and began to flip through the pages, finding the explanations to be remarkably thorough. The majority of these plants were medicinal, complete with illustrations, preferred growth conditions, methods of usage, and instructions for proper harvesting and preservation. It was akin to a botanical pharmacopoeia. Come to see me once you have completed the task. If you are prepared to give up, please return this booklet to me at your earliest convenience. Su Jiuchuan cupped his hands in acknowledgement. After departing from Master He, Su Jiuchuan returned to his residence and meticulously examined the booklet. This thick stack contained a daunting task of locating 1,080 varieties of medicinal herbs. Who could possibly predict how long that would take? He did not possess such an abundance of time to squander. Simulation initiated. At 18 years of age, you have reached the threshold of innate power. You have accepted Master He's task to seek 1,080 medicinal herbs. 5 years later, you have successfully completed the task and are now prepared to seek Master He for your reward. Only to discover that Master He has been missing since his last outing 2 years ago. Upon concluding this simulation, Su Jiuchuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. 5 years, he had invested such an extensive period in the pursuit of these herbs, only to find that Master He had vanished before he could fulfill the task. This meant that those 5 years had been in vain. Subsequently, he was prompted to select his martial arts realm, experience, and wisdom. This time, he did not hesitate and chose wisdom. Countless memories of foraging for herbs in the mountains flooded his mind. Su Jiuchuan quickly retrieved pen and ink, jotting down the approximate locations of the herbs he had recalled. In the days that followed, Su Jiuchuan traversed the forest paths of Dongshan daily, relying on his memory to swiftly gather the herbs. Even for those few herbs whose locations he had forgotten, he was able to spend several days to locate them. Each evening, he processed the herbs according to the instructions in the booklet. Astonishingly, within a mere half-month, Su Jiuchuan had managed to collect all the medicinal herbs recorded in the booklet. However, before visiting Master He needed to prepare further. He retrieved the treasure map obtained from Ouyang Xian. Presenting this map directly to Master He would surely compromise its secrets. Thus, he took pen and paper, meticulously transcribing the annotations, eliminating any repetitive text, and scrambling the remaining words to ensure that they could not be linked back to the treasure map's phrases. Afterward, he ventured out to hire a cart, loading all the herbs within, and set off toward Master He's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Su Jiuchuan rapped on the door, and the elderly man in gray opened it once more. Upon seeing Su Jiuchuan, he was momentarily taken aback, then expressed disappointment, saying, "You are here to give up on the task, aren't you? Just return the booklet." Clearly, many had previously accepted this task, enduring for a time before relinquishing it. "No, I am here to submit my task," Su Jiuchuan replied with a slight smile, gesturing for the cart driver to open the carriage door, revealing the neatly stacked herbs inside. The old man in gray hurried over to inspect the contents, examining them closely before exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Please wait here." With that, he dashed inside. Before long, Master He and the gray-clad elder emerged briskly from within. He approached the cart, grasped several handfuls of herbs for inspection, and taking a moment to smell them, he finally said, "Very good, indeed. Pray tell, to which esteemed family do you belong?" Master He sighed, stating, "Though I have little fondness for those of noble lineage, since it appears you are indeed one of them who has accomplished this task, I shall adhere to the customary practices." Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. What was going on? It felt as though he had triggered some significant side plot. "What noble family? I do not hail from any such lineage," he replied, somewhat bewildered. Master He merely glanced at him and remarked, "Given the circumstances, why must you feign? 1,080 medicinal herbs cannot possibly be gathered by a single individual within a mere half-month." Su Jiuchuan chuckled, recognizing the loophole. It had indeed taken him half a month, even with his advantages. How could an ordinary person achieve such a feat? However, he had no choice. If he delayed for a few more years, Master He would be long gone, and he would be unable to claim his reward. "I simply possess a natural sensitivity to plants," he asserted, bracing himself. Master He chose not to respond, instead signaling to the gray-clad elder, who nodded rapidly before departing. Dispose of all this. Master He instructed the cart driver, then turned and re-entered the house. Su Jiuchuan was left in a state of bewilderment. After investing so much effort in gathering 1,080 medicinal herbs, Master He had the audacity to suggest discarding them. Was this a jest at his expense? Confused, he hurried inside after him. Once inside, Master He remained silent, seated in the main chair, quietly sipping his tea, while Su Jiuchuan awkwardly stood to the side, uncertain of what to do. Approximately half an hour later, the gray-clad elder returned swiftly and handed a letter to Master He. Master He took the letter, read it, and seemed to exhale in relief, saying, "So you are not of a noble family. Huh, splendid, splendid." Chapter 73, Apprenticeship. It was evident that Master He had sent someone to investigate Su Jiuchuan's background. However, for the academy, this was not a challenging task, as many students graduated each year. Particularly from the Ren section, often becoming officials, thus forming an extensive network of information. In truth, all students admitted to the academy undergo a thorough investigation. Nevertheless, Master He did not fully trust the information presented and proceeded to inquire meticulously about the sources of the herbs and their growing conditions, among other details. This posed no difficulty for Jiuchuan, as he had indeed sourced all the herbs himself. After a thorough questioning, Master He was finally convinced that Jiuchuan genuinely knew the origins of each herb and nodded in approval. Seeing this, Jiuchuan quickly interjected. I have a few questions that I hope the master could enlighten me on. He then presented the prepared note. Upon receiving the note, Master He was taken aback, exclaiming, Golden Valley script. Where did you acquire this? Naturally, Jiuchuan could not divulge the truth, so he smiled and said, several years ago. I discovered it at a stone tablet in a remote area and felt it contained some mystery, so I made a copy. I wonder if Master could recognize it. Not quite. Master He frowned, stating, this text is utterly disjointed and incoherent. Did you perhaps copy it incorrectly? Jiuchuan secretly sighed in relief, thinking that its disarray was indeed a fortunate coincidence. He continued, perhaps some characters were worn and unclear, which I failed to record. Perhaps, Master He conceded. Not pressing the issue, he contemplated for a moment, produced a brush, and inscribed a character beneath each line of the Golden Valley script, before handing it back, saying, I have provided you with a translation. Jiuchuan was elated. At last, the secret of the treasure map would be unveiled, and he hastily tucked it away. May I pose the other two questions at a later time? Master He stroked his beard and nodded, remaining silent as if deep in thought. In the ensuing silence, neither spoke. Jiuchuan pondered whether he should take his leave when Master He suddenly broke the silence, saying, Jiuchuan, do you know why? Despite completing a perfect talisman during your assessment, you were still rated as AC level? Jiuchuan was momentarily stunned and answered honestly. I heard it was due to having failed twice consecutively. While it is true you failed twice, you nonetheless achieved a perfect talisman. Surely a B rating would not have been beyond reach. Master He shook his head, stating, it was I who requested you be rated as C. Jiuchuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, realizing he had been ensnared by this old man. From the state of your talisman paper, it is evident that someone had dampened it in advance. Yet you have still accomplished a perfect talisman. And what is even more remarkable is that I did not detect any traces of spiritual energy in your strokes. This indicates that you have crafted a flawless talisman without any training in spiritual energy. Such a feat is indeed rare, which is why I intended to assess your temperament and thus assigned you a task of the third tier. I originally planned to observe you further before presenting a new challenge, yet unexpectedly, you accepted this task and executed it with such perfection. Upon finishing his words, he gazed at Jiuchuan with evident satisfaction. This made Jiuchuan slightly flush. Although he was aware that he was the one who accomplished the task, he knew in his heart whether he had resorted to any form of deceit. Would you be willing to become my direct disciple? Jiuchuan was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He understood that there existed a notable distinction between ordinary students and direct disciples within the academy. Ordinary students, adhering to the academy's regulations, had to pay with Xiantai to pose questions, for the teacher's time is indeed limited. However, a direct disciple enjoyed a profoundly binding relationship, one that could be described as a shared fate of honor and disgrace. Naturally, for Jiuchuan, this would also alleviate the burden of sourcing Xiantai for tuition, allowing him to inquire freely. Master, I am ready, Jiuchuan said without hesitation, eager to bow in respect, yet was gently restrained by an unseen force. Teacher, he continued, there is no need to rush. Allow me first to explain my circumstances. The academy was established alongside the Great Wei Dynasty a millennium ago. Initially divided into departments, the Dan Division, which taught alchemy, the Fu Division, which imparted the art of talisman inscription, and the Ren Division, which focused on the moral education of the populace. Among these, the Dan Division was held in the highest regard, for although elixirs are external substances, they ultimately impact the self. The Fu Division, while valuable for its assistance, offered merely external support, whereas the Ren Division epitomized the ideal of moral cultivation by the sages. As time passed, the Great Zhou collapsed, and the spiritual energy dissipated, leading to the gradual disappearance of spiritual herbs from the world. With few exceptions due to unique circumstances, they vanished entirely, resulting in the decline of the Dan Division. Despite the teacher's best efforts, they were in vain. Over the course of a millennium, the masters of the Dan Division faded away, and I may be one of the last remaining. With a bitter smile, teacher, he continued, however, due to the lack of materials for alchemy, the Dan Division could not attract students. Fortuitously, I also practiced talisman making, which is why I became a teacher in the Fu Division. Today, by accepting you as my direct disciple, I am effectively reclaiming the Dan Division, and naturally, I shall impart the art of talisman making without reservation. Jiuchuan was astonished by this revelation. No wonder, teacher, he had tasked him with gathering 1,080 types of herbs. It was, in truth, a method to familiarize him with the properties and characteristics of these materials, a thoughtful endeavor indeed. This time, when Jiuchuan bowed to his master again, Teacher he did not refuse. Once the formalities were complete, he presented a jade pendant, saying, "Consider this your initiation gift." Jiuchuan eagerly accepted it, briefly inspecting it but failing to discern its significance. Noticing that teacher he offered no explanation, he tucked it away. Master, as a disciple, I am currently at the threshold of the innate state, yet I am troubled by the absence of innate techniques. I wonder, Jiuchuan pondered, feeling it was only natural to inquire about innate techniques now that he had become a disciple. Teacher he smiled and replied, "Since I have taken you as my disciple, I cannot withhold the techniques. This is the Xian Dan Ju from the Dan division, a method that directly leads to the path of ascension." After saying this, he handed Jiuchuan a small booklet containing the technique. Jiuchuan was overjoyed. The issue of techniques had finally found resolution, and he promptly expressed his gratitude before asking, "Master, I have noticed that many noble families also possess various techniques. How does one discern their merits?" Teacher he stroked his beard thoughtfully, stating, "Techniques that emerge after entering the innate state are crucial, as they form the foundation for achieving Tao. Hence, one must exercise extreme caution. Many techniques have been established in the last millennium, and, due to the lack of spiritual energy, can at most reach the destiny realm. Thus, those techniques that genuinely lead to the path must originate from before the millennium." Chapter 74, Finally Innate. After leaving teacher he, Jiuchuan settled into a carriage for his return, still contemplating the teacher's words. He had now acquired the innate technique, the Xiandanju, yet according to teacher he, this technique was advantageous in alchemy, but somewhat lacking in combat effectiveness. He resolved to revisit the treasure map, and, barring any other discoveries, would have to cultivate the Xiandanju. He had a strong premonition that something significant would transpire during the upcoming spiritual tide a month from now, and he must hasten to enhance his strength. Upon returning to his residence, he found Kai Rujin still in seclusion, diligently refining her skills. He went straight to his room and retrieved the treasure map, translating the annotations based on teacher he's provided interpretation. The treasure was located in a place known as Jiuchuan, and he suspected that the annotations might have been made by Ouyang Xian. According to the notes, he hypothesized that Jiuchuan might be linked to the royal court of the Great Zhou from a millennium ago. Jiuchuan accessed the simulator, checking his current balance of 320,008 points. Would you like to use the life simulator? Each use costs 10,000 points. Yes. At 18, you have become a half-step innate, and you have obtained the Jiuchuan treasure map. You venture alone to seek the treasure map, and after a month, you finally find Jiuchuan. Days later, as the spiritual tide erupts, a monkey demon and a fox demon engage in conflict, and you are struck by the residual energy, dying on the spot at the age of 18. Jiuchuan sighed deeply. Jiuchuan was indeed terrifying, hosting even demons, akin to those of the Golden Core stage. To his knowledge, no known human cultivators had yet reached the Golden Core stage. Simulation concluded. You may retain one of the following options. 1. Martial realm at 18. 2. Martial experience at 18. 3. Life wisdom at 18. Without hesitation, he chose the third option. Soon, a cascade of memories flooded in, revealing the location of the secret realm, where he discovered an abundance of flourishing spiritual herbs, suggesting they were of considerable age. It seemed this secret realm was among the few places capable of preserving spiritual energy. Had he misjudged? Was there truly no technique in that secret realm? Though reluctant to accept this, Jiuchuan persisted with another simulation. At 18, you become half-step innate. You proceed to Jiuchuan. You avoid the location of the previous demon encounter and find an abandoned 7-story tower. You attempt to enter but discover the tower's structure is impervious, preventing entry. You contemplate giving up. That night, as the spiritual tide erupts, your black blade suddenly radiates light, embedding itself into the tower, causing the entrance to open. You step inside. Within the first level of the tower, you discover a treasure chest, inside which lies the technique Huang Long Ju, which you memorize swiftly. An hour later, several monsters invade the tower, and you are slain, dying at the age of 18. Upon seeing the results of this simulation, Jiuchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there were techniques within this secret realm. He had not anticipated that the unassuming blade left by Ouyang Xian was the key to unlocking that tower. Without hesitation, he chose the third option. Quickly, he accessed the technique from his memory. According to the records within the treasure chest, the Huang Long Ju was a technique of the Great Zhou royal family, reserved exclusively for core disciples of the royal lineage. Regrettably, the treasure chest contained only 3 layers, precisely corresponding to the 3 innate realms. Nevertheless, with the optimal choice before him, he naturally would not hesitate. He continued the simulation. At 18, you become half-step innate. You obtain the Huang Long Ju. After a month of diligent cultivation, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, unleashing a horde of monstrous beings upon towns and cities. The imperial court requested the academy to supply additional talismans to bolster defenses across the realm. For reasons unbeknownst to him, you were dispatched to Phoenix City. En route, you encountered a monstrous assault and were slain on the spot, at the tender age of 18. How could this be? Jiuchuan found himself utterly confounded. Despite numerous prior simulations, he had no recollection of any such large-scale monster attacks on towns. Could it be that some event had transpired, altering the trajectory of the future? Nevertheless, as a mere half-step innate warrior, he felt ill-prepared to concern himself with such grand matters at this juncture. This time, he opted for the martial path. Instantly, Jiuchuan sensed the energy within him compressing and purifying once more. It took a full incense stick's duration before the process concluded. He furrowed his brows. The half-step innate state was already a pinnacle of internal energy refinement, and yet he felt the energy could still be further compressed. Was this the formidable aspect of the Imperial Dragon technique? He channeled his energy to experiment again, distinctly noting that his internal energy had grown more robust. He continued the simulation. At 18, you become a half-step innate warrior. You immerse yourself in cultivation. A month later, spiritual energy surges, and monsters run rampant. You are summoned to Phoenix City to craft talismans for defense. You refuse, planning to leave the capital that night in search of a secluded place to devote yourself to training. Half a month later, you are besieged by several monsters and perish on the spot at the age of 18. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiuchuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Was the situation truly so dire? A dignified half-step innate warrior unable to find a safe haven to cultivate? If this were the case, many towns would surely have met their demise long ago. To claim this was not the world's malevolent design would be implausible. Once again, three choices presented themselves. After some contemplation, Jiuchuan decided that even a mosquito's leg is meat and chose to pursue the martial realm. Let the journey continue. You devote yourself to training, and a month later, the surge of spiritual energy occurs. You seek assistance from Master He, who is delighted and takes you to Qianzhou for defense. Days later, monsters attack Qianzhou, and with Master He's aid, you survive. 15 years later, the spiritual energy of the world is completely revived, and you finally step into the innate realm. A decade later, the academy is besieged by a demon king and ultimately falls, resulting in your death during the onslaught at the age of 43. This time, Jiuchuan did not wait for others to compel him to venture elsewhere. He actively chose to follow Master He, a decision that proved fortuitous. With Master He's support, he managed to survive for 25 years. Yet, the monsters grew increasingly formidable. If this continued, it would not be a tale of spiritual revival, but rather a struggle for survival in the apocalypse. Simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm at 43. 2. The martial experience of 43. 3. The wisdom of life at 43. Without hesitation, he chose option 1. Instantly, the energy within Jiuchuan began to strengthen, reaching an apex. A thunderous resonance echoed throughout his being, and a newfound understanding of all things flowed through his mind. Was this the sensation of being innate? Chapter 75, Price Increase. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Kai Rujin entered, observing Jiuchuan's expression of disbelief. Have you broken through again? Clearly, the aura emanating from Jiuchuan's recent breakthrough had startled her. Once the energy in the room stabilized, she stepped in and discerned that the powerful aura surrounding Jiuchuan was now akin to that of her father, instantly comprehending that he had become an innate warrior, which filled her with envy. From the time in Tianmu City, she could tell that Jiuchuan was merely a half-step innate warrior. Logically, even with a technique, the liquefaction of internal energy would take years of painstaking effort. It was improbable to achieve such a feat in just a few months. Could he truly be a reincarnation of a great being? Unbeknownst to her, Jiuchuan was lost in contemplation regarding his simulated life. With the surge of spiritual energy approaching, it seemed the monsters were beginning to stir violently. Preparations must be made without delay. Brother Su, you can't possibly be a reincarnated great being, can you? I've heard that thousands of years ago, elixirs were all the rage for rapidly enhancing one's strength. If you recall your past life's memories, why not procure some elixirs for me, so I may quickly reach the innate realm? Kai Rujin jested. Jiuchuan suddenly found her suggestion reasonable. Since the revival of spiritual energy was underway, spiritual herbs would undoubtedly become abundant. Thus, learning alchemy promptly became a priority. He dismissed Kai Rujin. Master He had once told him that to learn alchemy, one must enhance their mental acuity. Thus, he needed to at least master the first layer of the Tai Ching one thought method. Would you like to use the life simulation device? Each use costs 100,000 points. No way. Jiuchuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as the price had skyrocketed tenfold. A single simulation now required 100,000 taels of silver. With only 300,008 points remaining in the system, he could afford at most 3 simulations. It was imperative to earn money swiftly. At 18, you become an innate realm condensing warrior. You diligently practice the Tai Ching one thought method. A month later, spiritual energy surges, and you follow Master He to craft talismans. 3 years later, due to your outstanding talisman-making skills, you are dispatched to Phoenix City for defense. You have mastered the first layer of the Tai Ching one thought method. 3 months later, monsters breach Phoenix City, and you perish in the chaos at the age of 21. Seeing this unfold, Jiuchuan felt a pang of frustration. This was indeed a chaotic world where even finding a place to train in peace was a challenge. Simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following. 1. The martial realm at 21. 2. The martial experience of 21. 3. The wisdom of life at 21. At this moment, Jiuchuan found himself in a quandary. Logically, having advanced in the Taiching one-thought method should warrant selection of that option. Yet the years spent acquiring talisman-making experience were invaluable. Currently, the Academy offered free lessons for talismans of 5 strokes or fewer. But those with more strokes required a certain quantity of mysterious iron as tuition, not to mention the invaluable experience gained over the years of arduous practice. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and chose option 2. After all, his current profitable skill remained talisman making. Instantly, countless memories of painstaking practice flooded his mind. In this simulated life, he could create talismans with up to 6 strokes, provided he had mastered the first layer of the Taiching one-thought method. With his current level, he believed he could manage 5-stroke talismans without issue. Jiuchuan rose to his feet, still with 2 simulation opportunities remaining. He was not in a rush to use them. Intending first to visit the academy and seek out tasks, he needed to earn some money, with the simulator costing 100,000 taels of silver per use. He felt uneasy without at least 1,000,000 taels saved up. In the imperial palace of the Great Wei, the director of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, Yuan Huoli, rushed into the Yangxin Hall, reporting urgently to the reigning Emperor Jing, Qian Yuanyue, Your Majesty, the golden statue of the High Emperor in the ancestral temple has cracked. This surely bodes ill. The Great Wei High Emperor referred to Qian Xinghe, the founding emperor of the Great Wei, who currently held the highest cultivation in the realm. He had been in seclusion in a certain secret location within the capital since the surge of spiritual energy 50 years ago, when he felt a calling and ventured out in search of a breakthrough opportunity. Since then, he had not been heard from again, prompting many factions to incite King Yu to rebel, while the court remained relatively inactive. The clandestine forces speculated that the pillar of the Great Wei might have encountered a mishap. Yet, Emperor Jing of the Great Wei remained unperturbed. After all, the Great Wei's strength was formidable, bolstered by the unparalleled cultivation of the revered Emperor Gao, who, upon his return, could sweep away the rebels. However, the sudden cracking of the statue of the Emperor Gao raised alarming concerns, coupled with the ominous message left by the emperor before his departure, foretelling the return of the demon race. Unease began to permeate the air. He paced momentarily before abruptly addressing the eunuch Wu Bangchu beside him. Issue an edict to station all military personnel of over 100,000 in the larger towns, abandoning the remote regions. Wu Bangchu looked up in astonishment, unable to fathom that this emperor, in his 40s, would so blatantly abandon smaller towns, focusing solely on fortifying the larger cities. If the emperor's warning proved true, the survival of these great cities was far from guaranteed. Emperor Jing exhibited signs of palpable fatigue. The weight of pressure upon him was immense. Wu Bangchu dared not respond, merely bowing his head and acknowledging, "As you command." In the Yunlin secret realm, Kai Jing, Mei Gaojia, and Chunhan were assaulting the stone door of a cave within a valley. Suddenly, Chunhan gestured for silence, stating, "Do you sense something amiss?" Upon hearing this, Kai Jing and Mei Gaojia quickly attuned themselves to their surroundings, their expressions shifting dramatically as they perceived an overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of the valley, drawing nearer by the moment. As they contemplated evasion, it was already too late. They could only crouch amidst the bushes beside the cave in a desperate attempt to conceal themselves. Moments later, 2 colossal figures charged forth from the valley's depths, revealing themselves to be a gigantic ape and a formidable black bear racing side by side. In the wake of this spectacle, Kai Jing and his companions distinctly felt a divine consciousness sweep over them, pausing momentarily before hastily departing. Kai Jing could faintly discern the conversation between the 2 creatures carried on the wind. "The holy ancestor awakens. We cannot linger. We shall deal with these insignificant pests later." Indeed, this is a significant matter for our demon realm. After what felt like an eternity, the oppressive aura dissipated. The trio exchanged wary glances, and after a prolonged silence, Chunhan spoke with trepidation. "Is this what demons are like? It seems a great calamity is upon us. We must swiftly break the seals here, acquire the techniques, and depart immediately. I have an unsettling premonition. I too sense an impending disaster." Kai Jing replied, his heart heavy with foreboding. Mei Gaojia painfully produced a cone-shaped tool from her bosom, revealing intricate runes etched upon its surface, 10 strokes in total. Kai Jing and Chunhan instinctively retreated, as Mei Gaojia gritted her teeth and activated the runes, causing a brilliant white light to flash, obliterating the stone door into a cascade of rubble. Chapter 76, The Fine. Jiuchuan once again stood before the stone wall of the academy, which had now attracted a considerable crowd. A fortnight prior, when he had last visited, there were merely 100 or so tasks posted. Now, the wall was plastered with an overwhelming 300 to 400 notices, a clear indication that various factions had sensed a shift and were hastening their preparations. He approached and casually perused several postings. Chariots inscribed with Xuanwu talismans, remuneration of 5,000 pounds of Xian iron. Failure incurs a compensation of 100 pounds of Xian iron. The Xuanwu talisman serves a defensive purpose, transforming into a true Qi turtle shell upon activation, requiring at least 5 innate martial artists to continuously infuse true Qi to maintain its efficacy. In Su Jiuchuan's memory, its utility in countering monstrous assaults was considerable. Generally, higher-tier talismans bore a greater risk of failure, yet this task's penalty for failure was remarkably modest, indicating a sincere offer. However, he currently lacked the ability to inscribe it. Otherwise, he could have profited handsomely and simulated his endeavors with ease. Long weapons inscribed with armor-piercing talismans, remuneration of 500 pounds of Xian iron. Failure incurs a compensation of 100 pounds of Xian iron. This task seemed feasible. The armor-piercing talisman was a 5-stroke talisman, well within his capacity. However, he knew that tasks with compensation clauses required both parties to preemptively deposit Xian iron with the academy, and given his current predicament, he had yet to pay the 100 pounds required for his tuition. He sighed, likening it to business, lacking capital to invest. As he continued to browse, he noticed another task: swords inscribed with speed talismans, remuneration of 600 pounds of Xian iron. Failure incurs a compensation of 50 pounds of Xian iron. The speed talisman was also a 5-stroke talisman, enhancing attack speed, and it appeared to offer favorable terms, both in remuneration and reduced penalty. Just as he resolved to claim it, a hand blocked his own, turning to see Wen Qie obstructing him with one hand while the other reached for the task notice. Su Jiuchuan seethed with anger, shaking off the hand that hindered him and grasping for the paper. Wen Qie did not shy away, and with a rip, the notice was torn in half. Audacious, daring to cause a ruckus here? Boomed a voice. An elderly man, who had been dozing in the corner by the stone wall, was now furious, prompting a contingent of guards to rush forward and encircle the two. These guards were the academy's private soldiers, and the surrounding students quickly cleared a path. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, the two were brought before the elder, with Wen Qie hastily interjecting, "Master Tian, this task caught both of our attentions simultaneously, and in a moment of carelessness, the notice was destroyed. I am willing to accept the penalty." Hailing from a prominent family, he was well versed in social etiquette and understood that in such circumstances, shifting blame solely onto Su Jiuchuan would only exacerbate the elder's ire. Thus, he adopted a posture of submission, aiming to foster goodwill. Su Jiuchuan rolled his eyes. It was evident he had claimed the notice first. Yet Wen Qie now contended they had both sought it. However, he deemed it unwise to argue at this juncture, opting to bow his head in silence. Master Tian regarded them coldly, declaring, "Causing a disturbance here results in a fine of 100 pounds of Xian iron for each of you." Wen Qie promptly responded, "I accept the penalty." Su Jiuchuan felt awkward. He currently possessed not a single pound of Xian iron, and could only plead, "Might I defer the payment of this fine until after I complete the task, deducting it from the reward? You lack the funds for the fine. How could you possibly compensate for the failure's penalty?" Wen Qie retorted with a scoff. Master Tian, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough with the excuses. Lacking Xian iron means you shall be assigned to the talisman crafting pit for 3 months of hard labor." Su Jiuchuan's expression changed dramatically. The talisman crafting pit was a punitive measure for students within the talisman department, requiring them to toil in the creation of talismans for the academy, often rudimentary ones sold to the military, produced in bulk with inferior materials, rendering failures inconsequential. In essence, it was grueling labor without remuneration. With a month remaining before the spiritual tide erupted and monsters began their assault on human towns, being relegated to such toil would spell disaster. He contemplated whether he should summon his somewhat lenient teacher, Master He. "I shall cover his fine." A voice rang out from the crowd. Su Jiuchuan turned to see Wen Shuyu stepping forward. "You're siding with an outsider." Wen Qie exclaimed in outrage. "When did you, a mere distant relative, gain the audacity to question the main family?" Wen Shuyu retorted disdainfully. "How dare you?" Wen Qie seethed internally, vowing that once he became a master talisman maker and entered the Wen family elder council, he would ensure Wen Shuyu paid dearly. Master Tian dismissed the squabbling, stating, "Fine must be paid first." Both Wen Qie and Wen Shuyu presented a token. Su Jiuchuan recognized it as the academy's identity token, which he also possessed. This token allowed students to deposit Xian iron with the academy's miscellaneous department, facilitating direct deductions upon withdrawal, immensely convenient. After the two paid their fines, Wen Qie finally spoke up. "Master Tian, what do you think of this task?" Su Jiuchuan thought to himself that since he already owed Wen Shuyu a favor, he might as well owe a little more, and confidently declared, "This task is as good as mine." Master Tian looked at the two with a hint of amusement before whispering something to a nearby guard. The guard dashed out, and soon returned with 2 long swords. Addressing the two, "Since you both are interested in this task, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you fail to engrave the rune, you will still owe 50 pounds of black iron. The one who succeeds will receive the task reward." Wen Qie, somewhat unwilling, asked, "What if both of us succeed?" Master Tian chuckled and replied, "If both succeed, I shall determine the quality. The one who produces the superior work will receive the reward, while I will purchase the other rune for 100 pounds of black iron." Upon hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but curse inwardly, this old scoundrel. To think he would want 100 pounds of black iron for a mere 5-stroke rune. What a shrewd calculation. Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts. As they observed Master Tian casually commanding the academy's guards, clearly a figure of considerable stature. Unfazed by the gazes directed at him, Master Tian waved his hand, and several attendants promptly set up 2 tables on site. Upon the tables lay engraving knives and a small dish of red liquid. Jiuchuan recognized that this red liquid was a blend of ground minerals mixed with water, known as xiansha. After engraving the runes, xiansha must be added to seal the spiritual energy within the runes, ensuring that their potency remains undiminished even after many years. Naturally, this xiansha is only suitable for runes with up to 10 strokes. It is said that runes requiring more than 10 strokes demand a far higher standard, needing more precious jade sand for engraving. Chapter 77, Victory. Master Tian glanced at the sky, smacked his lips, and stated, "You have 1 hour. Failure to complete it will count as a loss." The 2, upon hearing this, exchanged no further words and took their seats. As a key talent in rune crafting nurtured by the Lin family, when Xie had reached the innate realm before turning 20, thanks to an abundance of cultivation resources. Of course, this merely amounted to a level of skill without practical experience, yet it sufficed for rune crafting. He cast a glance at Su Jiuchuan, feeling an overwhelming sense of superiority. He had long inquired about Su's background, discovering that he was merely a commoner, even if he had obtained some fortune to enter the innate realm, coupled with a modicum of talent. When Xie found it hard to believe that Su's rune crafting abilities could surpass his at this age. After all, rune crafting is no simple craft, it requires extensive practice. And the Lin family had undoubtedly wasted countless resources for him to hone his skills. Meanwhile, Su could not possibly have such ample materials to practice with. When Xie held on to his pride, as a collateral disciple, his status within the family was even higher than when Shiu's, a position he had earned through hard work. He closed his eyes, regulating his breathing, as he prepared to engrave the highest rank 5-stroke rune, striving for success today. However, as he adjusted his state, a sudden sound of a knife scraping against metal reached his ears. He looked up to see Su Jiuchuan had already picked up the sword and begun engraving on the blade. When Xie smirked disdainfully, thinking that Su must have recently learned some rune knowledge and was relying on a hint of talent to undertake this task. He had no idea of the difficulties involved in actual engraving. Unaware of Wen Xie's thoughts, Su Jiuchuan continued his work, feeling a familiar instinct guide his actions. Even before his mind had fully grasped how or where to engrave, his hand was already moving the knife unconsciously. This was a reflex born from countless simulations of rune crafting in his past life. As when Xie completed his mental preparations and was about to start, a chorus of gasps erupted around him. He looked up just in time to see Su Jiuchuan had finished engraving the speed rune, which emitted a faint glow. Su then dipped a brush into the xiansha and wrote upon the freshly engraved rune, executing the motion fluidly and naturally, devoid of any awkwardness. The runes on the long sword quickly dimmed thereafter. Seeing this, Master Tian stepped forward, took the sword, examined it closely, nodded in approval, and activated the rune. The long sword was thrust forward, and the onlookers witnessed it flash before their eyes, landing with a thud into a tree trunk 100 paces away. The speed was astounding, as if it had instantaneously appeared there. Was this the effect of the speed rune? When Xie's heart tightened at this sight, realizing that he had underestimated the situation, before he could even begin, Su had already completed the task. Knowing he could not afford to lag behind, he took a deep breath and seized the engraving knife, starting to inscribe on the sword's blade. Aren't you supposed to be the youngest rune master of the academy? Came Wen Shuyu's biting voice from the crowd, harboring resentment from previous encounters where she had been bested by Wen Xie. He focused his mind, ignoring the distractions around him. Fully aware that concentration is paramount when crafting runes, he continued engraving, having already completed 3 strokes. The little girl Lin Yunjing has blossomed beautifully. I wonder if that fellow Wan Fei Yu will succeed in his proposal today. Wen Shuyu continued. When Xie's heart jolted. He and Lin Yunjing shared a mutual affection and had planned for him to propose once he became a rune master. To think Wan Fei Yu would act first. Although Wan Fei Yu was unremarkable, he was still a scion of the Wan family. If Lin Yunjing felt pressured to agree, what would he do? In an instant, his mind was thrown into disarray, causing his engraving knife to tremble, resulting in fine cracks appearing on the sword, rendering it useless. Master Tian observed his failure and coldly remarked, "Since you have failed, compensation is in order." When Xie's face turned pale as he silently retrieved his identification token. After Master Tian deducted the fine, he turned away, his figure appearing desolate and forlorn. Wen Shuyu laughed heartily at this. Reveling in the moment after having been subjected to Wen Xie's antics for days, Master Tian, unconcerned with the laughter, suddenly softened his demeanor and smiled at Su Jiuchuan, saying, "You are quite impressive. I recall during your initiation, you crafted a perfect rune. Would you care to become my direct disciple?" Su Jiuchuan smiled bashfully and replied, "Thank you, Master, for your kind offer, but I have already taken a master. Master Tian furrowed his brow, his eyes widening in disbelief. That cannot be. You have only been initiated for a little over half a month. How could a third-tier student possibly take a master so quickly? Who is your teacher? My master is Master He. That man. Master Tian suddenly recalled that on the day of admissions, Master Han had mentioned that Su Jiuchuan could create a perfect rune and should be given a second-tier rating. But Master He insisted on adhering to the rules and assigned him a third-tier classification. It seemed that he had intended to keep the other masters from noticing this student and to claim him for himself. This shameless old rogue. Realizing all this, Master Tian was instantly enraged. Su Jiuchuan felt awkward, finding himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After venting his frustration, Master Tian knew there was little he could do now. He took Su Jiuchuan's identification token, entered the corresponding amount of black iron, and tossed it back carelessly. His interest waning, Su Jiuchuan retrieved his identification token, eyes gleaming as he noticed the 600 pounds of black iron marked on it. Finally escaping the dire state of poverty. Brother Su, congratulations. When Shuyu offered her well wishes, her gaze towards Su Jiuchuan filled with envy. How long had it been since his initiation, and already he was the object of contention among the masters. Thank you, Brother Wen, for your generous assistance earlier. I shall return the black iron from before. Su Jiuchuan clasped his hands in gratitude. Regardless of Wen Shuyu's character, she had indeed assisted him on several occasions, and this kindness was duly noted. The fact that he could strike a blow against Wen Qiyi today was a matter of great satisfaction. Thus, this modest financial gift could be considered a congratulatory offering for his apprenticeship to Brother Su. She smiled, knowing that this 100 gene of Xiantai would be well worth it if it made her memorable to Su Jiuchuan. Seeing her smile, Su Jiuchuan felt no need for further politeness, and after exchanging a few casual pleasantries, they parted ways. He then hastened to the storage area, where he promptly paid the 100 gene of Xiantai owed to the academy. After checking his balance, which still held 500 gene of Xiantai, he discovered that he could extract the recorded quantity of Xiantai linked to his identity token. Thus, he applied to withdraw 100 gene. Chapter 78, The Rune Cave. Before him lay a dark, massive chunk of metal, roughly the size of a watermelon, yet weighing 100 gene. This was Xiantai, known for its formidable hardness. At that moment, a dialog box suddenly appeared from the system. Special metal Xiantai detected in this world. Would you like the simulator to count the Xiantai? It can be done this way? Su Jiuchuan pondered, given that a simulation could easily cost 100,000 taels. Although gold and silver hold little value for martial artists, the disappearance of such a substantial amount could inevitably lead to a monetary crisis in this world. Ultimately, he chose to proceed. Current monetary points, 200,008, converted to Xiantai points, 200 points. This 100-to-1 ratio seemed fair enough. Xiantai detected. Would you like to recharge? Yes. Recharge successful. Current Xiantai points, 300 points. Nodding, Su Jiuchuan realized that only a month remained until the outbreak of the spiritual tide. At that time, Xiantai would likely become a strategic resource even harder to procure. Thus, he must gather as much as possible now. But how could he quickly earn more Xiantai? Continuing to accept tasks was certainly a viable option, but he mustn't overdo it. He recalled that in simulated life, his exceptional performance in rune crafting had led to his being thrown into Phoenix City to meet a grim fate. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could find what he needed in a certain place. He turned and made his way to the rune cave, the very location where he believed he could earn money. Although the materials inside the rune cave were merely ordinary iron, infused with a touch of Xiantai, these materials could only withstand the energy of 3 to 4 runes at most. In contrast, Xiantai weaponry could endure up to 9 runes. Exceeding these limits would drastically reduce the success rate of rune crafting, and even if crafted successfully, the materials would be destroyed upon activating the runes. This was why Mei Gaojia had been so reluctant to part with the 10-rune talisman in the secret realm. It became a consumable item. 3-rune and 4-rune talismans represented relatively weak runes, such as cleaning, slowing, or sharpening. While they might offer some assistance to ordinary soldiers, they were nearly useless against more formidable monsters. Su Jiuchuan's plan was to purchase a batch of inexpensive weapons, inscribe them with 5-rune talismans, and treat these weapons as consumable items. Whether he chose to sell them or keep them for personal use later, it would be a prudent choice. Upon entering the rune cave, he encountered a person pushing a cart filled with various broken weapons. Some long spears snapped in half, other short swords marred by cracks, all appearing to be remnants of failed rune crafting. The pusher was Li Da, the servant who had doused Su Jiuchuan's leather during the admission ceremony. Upon recognizing Su Jiuchuan, he immediately lowered his head. Su Jiuchuan recognized him as well, but refrained from expressing his displeasure immediately, choosing instead to observe him closely. Something doesn't add up. Given that this cart contained failed rune crafting items, how did he spot a few intact runes among the discarded weapons? Su Jiuchuan remained silent, waiting for an opportunity to address the situation. Just then, a commotion erupted within the rune cave, prompting him to enter. A scholarly-looking individual was arguing with the stout overseer in black garb. The overseer, I have clearly completed 50 rune instruments. Why do you claim I am still short too? He Ming, cease your unreasonable outburst. I have only received 48 successful rune instruments from you. If you persist, I will have no choice but to report you to Master Yin, the plump overseer retorted with a sneer. He Ming, furious yet evidently intimidated by Master Yin, could only stomp his foot in frustration before turning to leave. The overseer chuckled at his retreating figure. Knowing that most of the students relegated to the rune cave were either without connections or had violated academy rules. Many had been penalized for failing to pay their tuition of 100 jin of Xiantai within a year, and he had little concern for any repercussions from them. Who are you? The overseer finally noticed Su Jiuchuan standing at the cave's entrance and barked the question. Su Jiuchuan quickly clasped his hands and replied, I am a student from the rune department, here to see if I might procure some weaponry. The overseer was taken aback, wondering if this person had uncovered something, and coldly replied, This is the rune cave, not a general store. There are no weapons for sale here. Be gone. Su Jiuchuan did not argue further. He nodded and turned to leave. Exiting, he noticed He Ming standing at the cave's entrance, angrily striking the stone wall, clearly in a foul mood. He brother. He approached and clasped his hands in greeting. He Ming quickly suppressed his anger, eyeing Su Jiuchuan warily. Who are you? I am also a student of the rune department, and I happened to overhear your conversation with the overseer. It seems he has been dishonest regarding your rune instruments. Upon hearing this, He Ming's anger flared anew. That Li overseer is merely abusing his power, relying on his connection to Master Yin. When I become a master rune craftsman, I shall make him pay. Oh, what transpired to provoke such ire in he brother? Fueled by his anger, He Ming recounted the entire ordeal. It turned out that He Ming was also a student of the C class who had failed to pay the 100 jin of Xiantai within a year, resulting in his punishment of laboring in the rune cave. He was compelled to work 5 hours daily until he completed 50 rune instruments. If he failed even one, he would have to compensate by producing a successful instrument. Thus, He Ming had to toil in the cave for 3 months to finally assemble 50 instruments. Just when he thought he could be free, the overseer deceitfully counted only 48. Listening to this, Su Jiuchuan recalled Li Da's furtive behavior earlier and began to devise a plan. 3 days later, Li Da emerged once more from the rune cave, pushing a cart of discarded weapons. Stop! Su Jiuchuan suddenly appeared before him, smiling. I heard that the rune cave disposes of a significant number of broken weapons each year, which could be useful for filling the soil in the teacher's medicinal garden. How about selling some to me? Li Da's heart raced at the suggestion, and he hurriedly replied, No sale, no sale, these are not for sale. Well, I don't need them all, just a few decent ones for tilling the soil will suffice. With that, Su Jiuchuan slowly approached the cart. Li Da began to retreat with the cart, repeatedly insisting, No, no, you can't. You dare to create trouble in the rune cave? Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from within. The stoutly overseer rushed out, exclaiming, I will report you to Master Yin for disturbing the order. Chapter 79, Righteous Indignation. Observing Li Overseer's distressed demeanor, Su Jiuchuan couldn't help but smile slightly. Li Overseer, these are merely failed products of rune crafting. Why the fuss? Could there be some hidden secrets here? What nonsense are you spouting? Li Guanshi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be that this young man knows something? Did you not say the other day that you wanted to purchase some ordinary weapons? I checked the storeroom yesterday and indeed found a surplus batch. Come over and see if they meet your approval, he said, attempting to ease the situation. Su Jiuchuan recalled the results of the simulation from the previous night. You subdued Li Da and extracted the truth that it was Wang Xian who had instructed him to tamper with the assessment on the cowhide. And Wang Xian is none other than the sole heir of the wealthy Wang family of Tianshui City. At that moment, Li Guanshi summoned Yan Fuzi. Yan Fuzi accused you of violating the rules of the rune cave and sentenced you to 500 pieces of labor in the rune cave. You were furious and argued with him, though you were merely at the meridian gathering stage. You managed to hold your ground against this solid foundation martial artist for several dozen exchanges. However, Yan Fuzi activated a 10-pin rune artifact and killed you. At the tender age of 18. As for Wang Xian, that matter could wait. After all, he is but a scholar, and there are plenty of ways to deal with him. However, the current issue with Li Da, if left unresolved, would leave a lingering dissatisfaction. With this thought in mind, Su Jiuchuan calmly stated, Let us discuss the acquisition of weapons later. For now, I am only interested in purchasing these discarded items. Li Guanshi's expression hardened, and he retorted, It seems, Mr. Su, that you are not inclined to resolve this amicably today. Su Jiuchuan did not respond, but instead clapped his hands, summoning He Ming and several other hesitant students who had been lurking at a distance. What do you intend to do? Li Guanshi barked, feeling unsettled by the growing crowd. Boldly, I have already sent someone to call for Yan Fuzi. Upon hearing Li Guanshi's words, He Ming and the others recoiled, secretly regretting their decision to heed Su Jiuchuan's words and come here today, fearing that they might provoke Yan Fuzi and end up laboring in the rune cave for the rest of their lives. Su Jiuchuan sprang into action. Li Guanshi had been keeping a close watch on him and attempted to intervene, but with merely a second-tier cultivation, he could not hope to stop Su Jiuchuan, who was already of the innate realm. With a loud crash, the cart was overturned, revealing intact weapons beneath the shattered short swords and broken spears. Isn't this the arrow I inscribed with the slowing rune the day before yesterday? Wasn't it already accounted for? How could it end up among these discarded materials? He mused. Oh, and look, the helmet I inscribed with the calming rune is here too. He Ming and the others exclaimed in shock as they discovered the items they had thought were accounted for in their tasks, but were now being taken away under the guise of being waste. Their anger surged. Seeing this scene, Jiuchuan smiled faintly. These were students he had gathered over the past 3 days, all of whom had been bullied by Li Guanshi. Li Guanshi, what is the meaning of this? He taunted. At that moment, beads of sweat began to bead on Li Guanshi's forehead. He opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. What is all this noise? Do you think this rune cave is a place for such behavior? A sudden sharp voice cut through the air, and Li Guanshi's heart leapt with joy at the sound. Jiuchuan knew that the main figure had arrived, and turned to see a gaunt old man approaching, led by a servant. It was none other than Fuzi, the overseer of the rune cave. The previously indignant students, upon seeing Fuzi, fell silent and shrank back, clearly aware of their fear of him. Is there a need for such commotion? Are you dissatisfied with your punishment and seeking to add another 100 pieces of labor? Fuzi's hawk-like gaze swept across the crowd as he barked, "Get out of here!" He Ming and the others trembled at his words and scurried away. Jiuchuan had plotted for so long. He could not allow He Ming and the others to escape so easily. Fuzi, he began. However, Fuzi interrupted. Who are you? Inciting students to cause trouble will only add to your punishment. 500 pieces of labor in the rune cave. Upon hearing this, Jiuchuan's anger surged, and he shouted, "You old scoundrel! I once respected you as a teacher in the academy. Yet you cannot distinguish right from wrong and condone your subordinates in enslaving the academy's students. It is utterly outrageous." Fuzi's fury ignited. Having served in the academy for over a century, he was now being scolded by a young scholar. He erupted, "You disrespectful wretch, you deserve to die." With that, he struck down with a palm, exuding the formidable aura of an innate solid foundation martial artist. If his attack landed, even an innate martial artist would be gravely injured, if not killed. Yet, Jiuchuan remained motionless, fully aware that in a place of education like the academy, respect for elders was paramount. His prior insults, albeit driven by righteous indignation, could not justify a physical confrontation. Regardless of right or wrong, he would face punishment, especially considering that this old man possessed a 10-pinned rune, a formidable weapon. This reminded him of the future world, where retaliating against an attack would only escalate into a mutual brawl, not considered self-defense. In this predicament, he could only rely on his benefactor, Fuzi. The day prior, Jiuchuan had approached Fuzi to discuss the matters he had discovered and expressed his indignation, albeit only hinting at seeking justice from Fuzi. Fuzi had merely replied, "I understand," without further elaboration. Now, Jiuchuan could only gamble that Fuzi had grasped his plea for help. As Jiuchuan swiftly dodged, Fuzi, unable to contain his rage, activated a binding rune with a flick of his fingers, solidifying the surrounding air. Jiuchuan recognized this as a prohibition rune, a 6-pinned inscription designed to immobilize the opponent. Consequently, Jiuchuan's movements faltered for a fleeting moment. When his body regained its normal state, it was already too late to evade. He could see the fist descending upon him. With a thud, a hand blocked the punch aimed at his chest. Fuzi had finally arrived, albeit belatedly. "Jiuchuan, how far you've fallen to lay hands on a junior?" Fuzi remarked coolly. Fuzi halted his assault, standing with arms crossed, and coldly replied, "He Gaoshui. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish to challenge me?" Jiuchuan promptly stepped forward, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, master, for saving my life." Upon hearing the word master, Fuzi's heart sank. Chapter 80, The Reason. Jiuchuan quickly recounted the events. Seeing that Jiuchuan had the support of a master, He Ming and the others understood that if they did not dare to stand up today, they would inevitably face Fuzi's wrath afterward. He Ming steeled himself and bowed to Fuzi, saying, "We are students of the academy, though we may have erred. We are willing to work hard to atone for our mistakes. However, as students of the academy, we refuse to be treated as mere servants. We ask master to advocate for us." His words were passionately delivered, and another stepped forward. Jiuchuan recognized him as Qin Xiaoming. He glared at Li Guanshi and declared, "Indeed, such a petty man has gone too far. If the academy cannot handle this matter justly, we are willing to lay down our lives in pursuit of justice. Indeed, we would rather die than not seek redress today." Though these individuals came from humble backgrounds, they were all relatively young, with the oldest barely over 30. For some time, they had been nursing grievances, and now, with someone stepping forward and He Ming's rhetoric stirring their spirits, they began to voice their outrage. Fuzi, witnessing the crowd's fervor, found himself at a loss. Without Fuzi's presence, he could have relied on his own authority to suppress the situation, but now, he feared that would be impossible. Moreover, with so many people present, could he truly resort to violence against all? It is hardly realistic, for this is indeed the academy, and one fears that it may ultimately provoke the enforcement team, leading to dire consequences for oneself. Jiuchuan, do you have any remarks on this matter? Huzi expressed his satisfaction with the other's performance, addressing Huzi with a cold demeanor. Suddenly, Guanshi exclaimed, Huzi, this is solely the doing of Li Da. Who would have thought that such a lowly servant could commit such heinous acts that provoke the wrath of heaven? I, a mere servant, was momentarily careless, resulting in this grave error. Not to be outdone, Li Da, now flustered, cried out, I am wronged. This matter is entirely. Huzi furrowed his brow and coldly remarked. So it is you, you vile creature. With a swift motion, he grasped Li Da, sending him hurtling backward, his brain matter splattering, dead on the spot. Clapping his hands, Huzi exclaimed, what a splendid method of silencing witnesses. Witnessing this, Jiuchuan felt a chill in his heart. Li Da was indeed no virtuous individual. But to speak further would only serve to shield Guanshi from blame, resulting in a casual execution. Even his own teacher, Huzi, appeared indifferent to the incident, which transpired within the very academy that aspired to enlighten the masses. Is this world truly one where the weak are devoured by the strong? In this place, the lives of the powerless are but a fleeting thought to others. Despite having reached the innate realm through the simulator, he was still easily dispatched by Huzi under a pretext. It seemed that in that alternate timeline, this incident would ultimately fade into obscurity, with even Huzi soon forgetting it, unwilling to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Huzi. Once again, he felt an urgent need to strengthen his own power. Huzi, with a frosty expression, inquired, what do you propose, Since you lack the virtue to match your position, let us pay a visit to the headmaster. Huzi replied nonchalantly, You? Humph, who is afraid of whom? Let us go. With that, the two swiftly made their way deeper into the academy. Observing this scene, Ming and the others felt a pang of fear. Jiuchuan promptly stepped forward to offer some words of comfort, and once the crowd dispersed, he too proceeded to Huzi's residence to await his return. Approximately 2 hours later, Huzi finally returned to his courtyard at a leisurely pace. How shall this matter be resolved? Jiuchuan inquired hastily, for today he had undoubtedly offended Huzi, and if the incident were to be brushed aside, he must remain vigilant against potential targeting. It may be quite a while before we see that old fellow again, Huzi replied indifferently. Let us not dwell on that. I have heard that you have successfully inscribed 5 strokes of the talisman under old Tian's tutelage in one attempt. Yet you have not even mastered the first layer of the Ta Ching Yin Fa. Your lack of progress pains me, he remarked, displaying a sorrowful countenance. With such talent, it is clear you have not exerted sufficient effort. You might as well stay here for a time. After all, I have plenty of rooms. Jiuchuan could only smile bitterly within. Huzi truly believed him to possess great talent, and now he felt pressured to enhance his mental prowess. With a month remaining until the spiritual tide erupted, during which numerous spiritual herbs might be hastened to maturity, he yearned to venture out in search of them, perhaps even concocting a batch of pulse-condensing pills. In the coming days, he would hasten to impart the methods of alchemy to Huzi, allowing him to gather materials for practice. Jiuchuan mused, You, a teacher at the academy, cannot even procure herbs for alchemy. Yet you now expect me to find materials on my own. No wonder the alchemy department is so understaffed. Oh right. Jiuchuan recalled the golden script he had discovered on the peculiar ape-like creature at Wang Yuanwai's mine. He had nearly forgotten about it until just now. Master, what do you make of this character? He inquired, producing the fabric strip inscribed with the markings from the creature. Huzi glanced at it casually, then abruptly stood up, snatching it from him, exclaiming, Where did you find this? Which creature did it belong to, and where did it appear? A flurry of questions left Jiuchuan momentarily bewildered, and he could only recount the brief encounter with the creature in the mine at Tianshui City. Good heavens! Huzi exclaimed, scratching his head in excitement. Master, what is the significance of this? Huzi finally regained his composure and explained. This golden script is known as Yu, a mark used by the Great Wei Dynasty over 10 millennia ago to tame monstrous beings. Legend has it that creatures marked in this manner, even if slain, do not immediately dissipate, but instead coalesce into soul crystals. What is the purpose of these soul crystals? Jiuchuan frowned, recounting how he had previously activated a talisman using a soul crystal. Such a waste, such a waste. Huzi cried out in anguish. The primary function of these soul crystals is to assist in alchemy, as they encapsulate the essence of a creature's life, compensating for the shortcomings of herbs that are not yet mature. They are treasures for us alchemists. The ape-like creature you encountered must have escaped from a secret realm where the Great Wei Dynasty once kept it. I must locate that place. The flourishing of alchemy is within reach. Jiuchuan was unaware that his unintentional remark would lead to such a significant event. Later, Huzi sought out that secret realm, broke the seal, and released all the creatures within, ultimately resulting in a massive assault on human settlements by monsters. Of course, all of this would unfold later. Chapter 81, Financial Ruin Again. Wisps of white smoke rose from the incense stick, soaring upwards for a considerable distance before gradually dissipating. Jiuchuan stared at the column of smoke for some time before letting out a sigh. After a night of arduous practice, He had made no progress with the Ta Ching Yin Fa. Upon hearing his account that day, Jiuchuan could hardly contain himself. Leaving behind a tome of alchemical notes and instructing Su Jiuchuan to at least reach the first layer of the Ta Ching Yin Fa before attempting to learn alchemy. He then departed. Su Jiuchuan had initially intended to give it a try, to practice with his own abilities, but found himself making no progress. It seemed he would have to resort to the simulator. He opened the system, selected the simulator, and noted that he currently had 200 points of Xian iron. Do you wish to use the life simulation, which consumes 100 points of Xian iron each time? Yes. At 18, you have become an innate pulse-condensing realm warrior. You dedicate yourself to rigorous training. 1 month later, Jiuchuan returns gravely injured and enters seclusion to recover. Days later, the spiritual tide erupts, and monsters begin to attack human settlements. The academy dispatches students from the talisman department to various towns for support. Half a month later, Jiuchuan leads a team to assist Fanhuang City, and you are summoned by him. On the way to Fanhuang City, you are ambushed by monsters. While confronting the monsters, you are attacked from behind and perish on the spot at the age of 18. Su Jiuchuan felt dejected upon reading the simulation results. In previous simulations, Jiuchuan had not been injured. It appeared that there was indeed an element of randomness in these life simulations. That Jiuchuan was truly nefarious. Summoning him only to launch a sneak attack from behind was ruthlessly cunning. This vendetta must be avenged. All teachers in the talisman department must possess the ability to create at least 10 strokes of talismans, yet he could manage only 5 at most. Even in the last simulation, he required the first layer of the Ta Ching Yin Fa to master 6 strokes of talismans. Without Jiuchuan's guidance, he would undoubtedly be unable to refuse Jiuchuan's summons. Simulation concluded, you may retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm of 18 years old. 2. Martial experience at 18 years old. 3. Wisdom gained at 18 years old. He chose the first option. Aware that the time was too short for it to bear much significance, yet he believed that every little bit counts. It seemed he could no longer remain at the academy. Let us proceed. At 18, you have become an innate pulse-condensing realm warrior. You have found Jiuchuan and requested to join the town stabilization office. Upon the arrival of a skilled talisman master, the town guardian office was elated and promptly promoted you to a junior position. A few days later, Jiuchuan informed you of the whereabouts of your elder brother, Su Yuanjiang. After a moment's hesitation, you recognized your current strength was insufficient, thus you devoted yourself to further training. A month later, as a spiritual tide erupted, monsters began their assault on the towns. You commenced the crafting of talismans for the town guardian office. 5 years later, you finally broke through to the first layer of the Ta Ching Yin method. 6 months thereafter, while leading a patrol around the capital, you were summoned by an officer. The estate of the 5th princess was under attack by monsters, and you were requested to provide assistance. Unable to refuse, you swiftly led your team to the site, only to discover the monsters were exceedingly formidable, several of which were already at the Destiny realm. You perished on the spot. At the tender age of 23, Su Jiuchuan sighed deeply. Although joining the organization afforded some measure of protection, true freedom remained elusive. Once again, 3 choices emerged before him, and he naturally opted for the path of martial prowess. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and it took the duration of a joss stick for his mind to return to clarity. Su Jiuchuan silently perceived an invigorating lucidity in his consciousness, an inexhaustible energy coursing through his body. The Ta Ching Yin method had finally been advanced to the first tier. It was then that he retrieved the notes given to him by Master He. These notes chronicled Master He's insights into alchemy, containing only 2 recipes. One for the I Chi Dan, a relatively simple elixir requiring only 50 to 60 years of spiritual herbs, effective in enhancing one's power, albeit only applicable to those below the innate realm. The other was the Ning Mai Dan, which necessitated herbs of at least 300 years, capable of elevating one's cultivation to the innate realm. However, due to the previously sparse spiritual energy, it was exceedingly difficult for herbs to thrive to such ages, often withering away. Only certain secret realms, owing to their unique geographical conditions, might still harbor some aged spiritual herbs. Su Jiuchuan furrowed his brow. The Ning Mai Dan was indeed challenging to concoct, but the I Chi Dan, with its relatively accessible ingredients, should not be so hard to procure for larger factions. Why had he never heard of it before? Yet, upon further reflection, he understood. First, the alchemist must possess at least innate cultivation, alongside a high level of mental acuity. Such individuals would undoubtedly be valued within any faction and would disdain crafting elixirs meant for those beneath the innate realm. The notes indicated that these 2 elixirs were among the simplest that Master He had discovered, and it was said that thousands of years ago, they would scarcely be considered worthy of mention. Closing the notes, Su Jiuchuan sighed. Now was not the time to ponder this issue, for his most pressing concern was the lack of funds, rendering the simulator unusable. With Master Yin no longer in the talisman cave, could he not finally realize his previous aspirations of earning money? Emerging from Master He's courtyard, Su Jiuchuan strolled leisurely towards the academy. Passing through a bamboo grove, he noticed a familiar figure seated by a small stream, prompting him to approach. Wuxian? The individual turned at the sound of his name, quickly wiping the corners of her eyes. It was Wuxian, now adorned in feminine attire, her skin fair as jade and her lips alluringly crimson, a true beauty, albeit with reddened eyes suggesting recent tears. What troubles you? Jiuchuan felt indebted to her and could not simply ignore her plight. With a sigh, Wuxian revealed, the Wen family intends to arrange a marriage with the royal family, and I am to be the pawn in this game, betrothed to the third prince in 3 months. The third prince? Jiuchuan recalled the individual, a mere 7th-tier cultivator, whose status and power within the royal family likely placed him on the periphery. If Wuxian married him, her status would hardly ascend. Yet, there was little Jiuchuan could do but remain silent. This is merely the fate of noble women like us. No matter how reluctant, what can be done? She recounted her struggles to reach the innate realm, aspiring to become a master talisman maker, believing her family would not reduce a master to a mere marriage tool. Alas, her talent fell short, and she could barely craft 3 talismans, insufficient to garner her family's attention. All is dictated by fate. Chapter 82, Preparations. Jiuchuan listened quietly, recognizing that his role was simply to hear her out. He recalled how, when his aunt was betrothed to the Lin family, she had wept and clutched his hand, lamenting how everyone praised noble families, enjoying wealth and honor from birth, yet true heirs were often mere instruments of their families. She regretted not striving harder, believing that had she been more useful to her family, her plight might have been different. She urged him not to follow in her footsteps. Thus, he trained diligently, more so than his siblings, aiming to become an innate warrior, under the impression that such prowess would grant him control over his destiny. However, he later realized that failing to reach the destiny realm by 20 would render all efforts futile. He turned to talisman crafting, but ultimately sighed. That day, he had mocked Wuxian, who couldn't even protect his beloved. In truth, he was no different, both victims of their families, all pitiable souls. Having shared this, Wuxian fell silent, and the two lapsed into quietude. After a lengthy pause, she seemed to emerge from her despondency, forcing a smile as she remarked, "Forgive me for today's events, Wuxian." She chuckled self-deprecatingly. "My marriage is settled, and my family's status has notably risen. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask." Jiuchuan pondered, feeling somewhat awkward. "I actually do need your assistance. There are certain talismans. Would it be possible for you to help procure them?" He initially intended to address her as Miss, but found himself reverting to Xiong. Wuxian showed no offense. "Talismans? The market has seen a significant rise in their prices recently. Indeed, with many powerful families sensing an impending crisis, they began stockpiling strategic resources, causing talisman prices to soar. What I mean is, those talismans rated 3 to 4 strokes might be in considerable quantity." Jiuchuan felt somewhat embarrassed. He lacked other channels. Or else these lower-tier talismans would not be difficult to manage. The Wen family could certainly use lower-tier talismans as well, as those at that level also sought to enhance their power. Currently, the market price for typical 3-stroke talismans was 20 pounds of Xian iron, while 4-stroke ones commanded 30 pounds. How about this? For 3-stroke talismans, I will count them as 40 pounds of Xian iron, and for 4-stroke, 50 pounds. That way, it seems the family pays a bit more for me. Jiuchuan was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, Wuxian." This arrangement raised the price significantly. Crucially, if his quantities were large, he might still struggle to sell at market value. "Once I have everything prepared, I shall seek you out." Wuxian appeared somewhat disinterested, merely nodding. Observing her demeanor, Jiuchuan refrained from further conversation and took his leave. As he reached the entrance of the talisman cave, he encountered He Ming and Qin Xiaoming, among others, emerging with joyful expressions. "Su Xiong has arrived. Yesterday's events owe much to your intervention. Indeed, we are grateful to Su Xiong." The group of over a dozen individuals bowed in thanks, leaving Jiuchuan somewhat bewildered, only able to return the gesture mechanically. Once the pleasantries concluded, he inquired, "What transpired?" He Ming chuckled. On that day, Master He was in charge, and Master Yin had already been punished to face the wall. Manager Li has also been dismissed. Now, the rune cave is under Master Han's responsibility, and all our punishments have been annulled. We have finally extricated ourselves. Understanding the situation, Jiuchuan realized why Master He had mentioned that they wouldn't see Master Yin for a while. "So, what are your plans moving forward?" he inquired. "Naturally, we must diligently practice rune crafting. Next year, we cannot afford to be punished to toil here for lack of tuition fees," sighed Qin Xiaoming. They were still unable to create 5-stroke runes and could hardly receive tasks on the stone walls of the academy. As for 3-stroke and 4-stroke rune fragments, very few were purchased, as their utility was limited. Genuine buyers were typically large factions that procured in bulk. This situation left the lower-tier rune students in dire straits, unable even to pay their tuition fees. "How about this?" Jiuchuan proposed. "I will provide the materials, and you can simply inscribe the runes on them. If you fail, I will not require compensation. If you succeed, the 3-stroke runes will be worth 20 pounds of dark iron each, and the 4-stroke runes will be worth 30 pounds of dark iron each. What do you think? Brother Su is truly generous." The group exclaimed joyfully. They lacked a sales channel, and now someone was offering to purchase at market price without requiring a discount. This was nothing short of excellent news. Su Jiuchuan smiled and replied, "No need for formalities. It's merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Shall we first visit the rune cave to see if we can procure some supplies?" he suggested. In truth, whether or not they sold anything there was of little consequence. Going to the blacksmith shop outside would be troublesome, and with larger quantities, delivery times were uncertain. What he needed most at present was time. After reaching an agreement, they all proceeded into the rune cave. "What brings you here?" The current overseer of the rune cave was a woman named Qiu. As Su Jiuchuan learned from Himing, it was evident that she was aware of the previous day's events, and seeing so many people together made her somewhat anxious. "There's no need to be nervous, Manager Qiu," Su Jiuchuan said with a hint of embarrassment. "We merely intend to purchase some items as materials for rune crafting." Manager Qiu appeared skeptical. "I cannot make that decision. Please wait a moment while I consult Master Han." With that, she stepped inside. After a brief interval, she emerged trailing a striking woman, who was none other than Master Han. The students did not dare to show any lack of respect simply because she was a woman. They hastily bowed in greeting. Master Han disregarded the others and fixed her gaze on Su Jiuchuan for a prolonged moment before smiling. "So, it was you who put that old yin in his place. Not bad, not bad. I hear you wish to buy items from the rune cave?" She grinned. "I find you quite likable. Here's what I'll do. You can select 100 items from the storeroom in exchange for 100 pounds of dark iron." After giving Manager Qiu a few brief instructions, she departed. With Master Han's endorsement, the subsequent proceedings became straightforward. The group headed to the storeroom of the rune cave, which was primarily stocked to provide materials for students in need of labor. Thus, resources were plentiful. "Everyone, I only have 1 month. During this time, I will accept as many pieces as you can craft. Anything beyond that will not be required," Su Jiuchuan emphasized. Drawing from his memories of a simulated life, he knew that after the eruption of spiritual tides, if he did not leave here, he would ultimately become cannon fodder for a powerful faction. Therefore, he was preparing to depart the academy before the spiritual tide erupted. Chapter 83. Take your time. Upon exiting the rune cave, Su Jiuchuan returned to the stone wall. To his surprise, there were many more tasks available today, and the prices had slightly increased. After a thorough search, he selected a task that involved inscribing an ice rune on a bow. The ice rune was a 6-stroke rune, requiring a high level of mental acuity, and it was the most complex rune Su Jiuchuan could currently inscribe. Fortunately, the reward for this task was quite attractive, offering 800 pounds of dark iron, with a penalty of only 200 pounds for failure. He took down the task slip and walked towards a corner of the stone wall, where he found not Tian Fuzi, but a portly manager. Su Jiuchuan presented his identity token, and after deducting 200 pounds of dark iron, the manager handed him a sturdy bow. After completing a previous task, Su Jiuchuan had received 600 pounds of dark iron, and after withdrawing 100 pounds, he was left with 300 pounds after accounting for the collateral. He proceeded to the miscellaneous department, where he purchased a carving knife and a jar of dark sand, both essential tools for rune inscribing, which surprisingly consumed another 100 pounds of dark iron. Quite expensive indeed. However, this jar of dark sand weighed 50 pounds, which should last him for a considerable time. Then, he withdrew all 300 pounds of dark iron from his identity token, found a secluded corner, and deposited it into the system. Having completed all these tasks, he finally hired a carriage and slowly made his way back to his residence. Inside the ice cave, a silhouette was faintly visible within an ice mountain. Crack, crack. The ice mountain began to show cracks, initially forming tiny fissures that gradually expanded into a web of fractures. Boom. The ice mountain exploded, and a figure shot out from within. It was Lin Yan-yi, who had been thrown into the ice cave. At this moment, his eyes were cold, devoid of the despair and fear he had felt 2 months prior while trapped in the cave, replaced now by a chilling resolve. A profound coldness intent on extinguishing everything. "Congratulations, young master, on your great success." Lin had been waiting there, and upon seeing him emerge, he quickly bowed and said, "Master, you are to meet him immediately." Lin Yan-yi nodded and followed Lin in out of the ice cave. After a brief period, Lin Tian-chi looked at Lin Yan-yi with satisfaction and nodded. "Not bad. You have not disappointed me. In just 2 months, you have finally reformed your sword intent and made further progress by comprehending the essence of ice. Your cultivation has even broken through to half-step innate, truly a genius of the Lin family." Before him, Lin Yan-yi did not dare to act arrogantly. He performed a respectful bow. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged confinement in the ice cave or the newfound essence he had comprehended. His gesture appeared somewhat rigid. "All thanks to my uncle's guidance. Today, I shall once again condense my sword intent and go kill that Su Jiuchuan to settle my grievances," Lin Yan-yi declared with pride. This breakthrough had significantly enhanced his strength, and he felt the need to eliminate Su Jiuchuan, both to avenge himself and to erase the subconscious imprint of failure. Young Master Yan-yi, hold on," Lin Yan suddenly interjected. "It would be wise to deliberate on this matter." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Lin Yan-yi, knowing Lin Yan would not speak without reason, frowned in inquiry. that Su Jiuchuan has already broken through to the innate realm and has become a student of the Academy's rune department. It is said that he can now inscribe 5-stroke runes. Lin and cautioned. The Lin family was well informed in the capital, and Lin and had previously advised vigilance regarding Su Jiuchuan's circumstances. That quickly, Lin Yan had not anticipated Su Jiuchuan's rapid progress, even surpassing his own. He hesitated, realizing he could no longer afford another failure against Su Jiuchuan. Suddenly, Lin Tianqi burst into laughter, saying, "Indeed. It seems that boy is also a genius. However, the growth of the Lin family's descendants can only be truly gratifying when they tread upon the true geniuses. Master. He is a student of the Academy," Lin reminded, knowing his master was audacious yet unable to suppress his concern. "He is merely a 5-stroke rune student. As long as we don't kill him on Academy grounds, I do not believe the Academy would sever ties with my Lin family over such a person." Lin Tianqi scoffed, dismissing the old relics of the past, certain that the new era would inevitably bury them. Then, he turned to Lin Yan and declared, "Good nephew, today I shall use the Sacred Heart technique to cleanse your bones and marrow, aiding you in your endeavors." At this moment, Su Jiuchuan remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Yan, who was originally just a half-step into the innate realm, was now also striving to break through to the innate level due to his own cultivation enhancement. This could be considered the butterfly effect, perhaps. Currently, he was in his chamber, the floor strewn with bows and dozens of daggers, each chosen meticulously from the runic cave. Su Jiuchuan retrieved a porcelain bowl, poured in some black sand, and added half a bowl of clear water, grinding it slowly with a small porcelain stone. The liquid within the bowl gradually transformed from murky to a deep crimson hue, and he knew it was nearly ready. He first picked up one of the daggers, and then grasped a carving knife. Moments later, a 5-stroke rune was successfully inscribed, and he adeptly traced the rune with the black sand. Once the energy flowing within the rune was completely sealed, the talisman was considered complete. Holding the dagger, he could still feel a faint warmth emanating from it. From his memories of simulated life, he recognized that this was due to the inferior quality of the dagger's material, resulting in unstable internal energy. He had anticipated this, hence the inscribed rune was a burst rune, designed as a one-time consumable. After successfully crafting 3 daggers consecutively, just as he was about to complete the 4th, Su Jiuchuan suddenly hurled the dagger forward. With a resounding bang, the still-forming talisman exploded. In a flurry, he raised his hands to shield his head, barely withstanding the blast. The room had been reduced to a significant crater, and upon inspecting his arm, he found it smeared with blood. The explosion had managed to inflict such damage on him, a practitioner of the innate realm, even though the talisman had not fully formed. Simultaneously, the loud noise startled Kai Rujin and Aunt Li, who entered to witness the chaotic scene, both taken aback. However, Su Jiuchuan, indifferent, shooed them away. Gazing at the disarray around him, he reflected on the crafting process and realized that the excessive mental strain from continuous rune engraving had led to this mishap. With a sigh, he acknowledged his impatience. Fortunately, there was still a month left to proceed at a more measured pace. Chapter 84. It must come to an end. After operating the Taiching Yin method for an hour, Su Jiuchuan felt his mental energy restored. He had no intention of continuing further. He simply tidied up the room before stepping outside. Yu finally emerged. Upon his exit, he was greeted by none other than Zheng Xinyue, still clad in her official attire from the Suppression Division. "Oh, what brings you here?" He realized that since arriving in the capital, he had not sought her out. Yet, it was evident from Zheng Xinyue's demeanor that she was well informed about his situation. "Honestly, Miss Zheng has been waiting here for quite some time. She feared disturbing your practice and thus refrained from calling out to you," Kai Rujin interjected, adopting the air of a hostess, seemingly oblivious to Zheng Xinyue's discomfort. Zheng Xinyue spoke calmly. "I have matters to discuss with you. I just received news about your elder brother, Su Yuanjiang, and came to inform you." Su Jiuchuan recalled a similar incident from his previous simulated life, though at the time, he had chosen not to pursue it, considering the implications of strength. "What exactly is going on? Since the destruction of the Xuande Temple, I suspect that your elder brother and second sister are still alive, which is why I distributed their portraits to various suppression divisions. A few days ago, a scout reported seeing Su Yuanjiang in the outskirts of Beifeng City. It was said he was traversing the forest alone at remarkable speed, presumed to be what? Presumed to possess innate realm or higher cultivation." Zheng Xinyue elaborated. She was aware of Su Yuanjiang's background as merely a runner from a security firm, not even a 9th-tier martial artist, and now, within just a few months, he had presumably reached the innate realm. How could this be possible? Su Jiuchuan, incredulous, exclaimed, "How could that be? Could there be a mistake?" Zheng Xinyue shook her head. "No, the report came from 2 seasoned scouts. There is no chance of error." Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan furrowed his brow. Although he himself had ascended from an ordinary person to the innate realm within a few months, he had the advantage of a simulator. But how could Su Yuanjiang have achieved the same feat? Was it possible he too was a transmigrator? Did he possess a golden finger? If he is indeed a transmigrator like myself, could you provide me with the exact coordinates of his location? Zheng Xinyue nodded, retrieving a map and handing it over, indicating she had been prepared for this. Su Jiuchuan examined the map closely and confirmed that Su Yuanjiang was located in a forest outside Beifeng City. He couldn't help but frown. According to his memories from the simulated life, once the spiritual tide erupted, monsters would proliferate across various regions, and the wilderness would soon become a haven for them. Even if Su Yuanjiang possessed innate cultivation, survival would be perilous, and he needed to locate him before the spiritual tide erupted. Seeing him in deep contemplation, Zhang Xiu noticed Kai Rujin watching curiously from the side, and her displeasure grew. Without a word, she turned and departed. Realizing this, Su Jiuchuan turned to Kai Rujin and said, I plan to leave the capital within a month. It is likely that some events will unfold. I believe the capital is relatively safe, so perhaps you should stay here. He could not disclose the specifics of his simulated life, for such matters were inexplicable. No, you promised my father to protect me for at least 10 years. You cannot go back on your word. Kai Rujin responded with a displeased expression. Moreover, I am unfamiliar with this place. What if something truly happens? I won't even have anyone to turn to for help. As she spoke, a hint of anxiety crossed her face. Seeing her distress, Su Jiuchuan could only sigh. He reflected that in his simulated life, upon the eruption of the spiritual tide, even he, with all his efforts to align himself with various powers, could only survive a few years. As for her, a beautiful young lady, her situation would be even more precarious. Fine, then you should make some preparations too. He conceded with a helpless sigh. In the following days, Su Jiuchuan dedicated himself to inscribing runes daily. In the remaining time, he frequented the archives of the academy, where he immersed himself in the notes of predecessors, containing travelogues and legends. He spent several hours there each day, as this knowledge might prove invaluable in the future. Finally, after half a month, he completed the runic inscriptions on the 20 or so daggers, achieving success with 18 of them, which was quite commendable. Moreover, the bow had been finished just the day prior. Returning to the stone wall, he collected his rewards, along with the deposit, amounting to a total of 1,000 pounds of black iron. He Ming and Qin Xiaoming had also finished their runic inscriptions. Having previously engaged in arduous labor with little motivation, their current efforts, driven by personal gain, were markedly more efficient. They ultimately succeeded in crafting 52 talismans from the 70 items they had, including 43-stroke runes and 12 4-stroke ones. One day, Su Jiuchuan sought out Wen Shuyu. The young lady had been unusually quiet lately and seemed to have resigned herself to her fate, practicing diligently at home and neglecting the academy's monthly lectures. Upon learning of Su Jiuchuan's intentions, she merely instructed the steward to inventory the talismans for settlement and prepared to leave. Brother Wen, Su Jiuchuan hesitated momentarily before speaking. In light of the impending spiritual tide, the demon race may take action. It would be wise for you to avoid the wilderness for the time being. Remaining in the capital might be safer. Please take care. When Shiyu turned around, intending to inquire further, but found Su Jiuchuan had already vanished into the distance. Su Jiuchuan had just contemplated that, regardless of the circumstances, the document he was about to present was a testament to the assistance he had received multiple times. He was uncertain if they would meet again in the future, thus he deemed it fitting to mention the incident of the monster uprising, as a form of gratitude for the help he had received. However, he could not elaborate on the matter, merely alluding to it briefly. Upon his return, Su Jiuchuan duly compensated He Ming and others for their services, leaving him with 100 pounds of Xian iron. He once more visited the scripture pavilion, exchanged 300 pounds of Xian iron for the second layer of the Ta Ching Enian Fa, purchased another flask of Xian Sha, and withdrew the remaining 700 pounds of Xian iron in cash. Once he reached a secluded location, he deposited all the Xian iron into the system. 3 days later, 3 horses galloped out of the academy, swiftly heading towards the outskirts of the capital. In a hidden cave, Lin Yinyi was meditating with closed eyes, her aura growing increasingly formidable, and she was on the verge of reaching the innate realm. Young Master Yin Yi, Linen had entered unnoticed, bowing respectfully. Our scouts report that the target has departed from the capital. Lin Yinyi opened her eyes, a chilling light emanating from her gaze as she declared, "It is time to settle this." Chapter 85, The Unyielding Spirit. The carriage sped along the official road when a figure darted over and boarded Lin Yinyi's vehicle. She instinctively sensed the presence and remarked, "Tang Bo, what brings you here?" The newcomer was Tang Zhua, a guest elder of the Lin family and a warrior of the innate solidification realm. His voice was hoarse. "The family head is concerned about you and has sent me to keep watch." Lin Yinyi understood that the family head had learned of her reformed sword intent and her breakthrough to the innate realm, thus elevating her significance. Given that the target, Su Jiuchuan, was also a warrior of the innate realm, Tang Zhua had been dispatched to ensure their success. She smiled and replied, "The family head is thoughtful, yet Su Jiuchuan is of little concern. Though he too is an innate warrior, he lacks a solid foundation and cannot possibly compare to my Sacred Heart technique." The Sacred Heart technique was renowned throughout the land, especially after she had comprehended the essence of ice, its power significantly amplified. Tang Zhua chuckled, accustomed to the arrogance of noble science. "Then I shall witness the young master's prowess firsthand." Meanwhile, Su Jiuchuan and his companions had been racing for a day and a night, resting beneath the canopy of a forest where the hunchbacked ant distributed provisions from their belongings. At that moment, as Su Jiuchuan received the food, he silently invoked the system, pondering the likelihood of successfully locating Su Yuanjiang. Taking advantage of the break, he decided to simulate the scenario. At 18, you become an innate warrior. You intend to journey to Beifeng City in search of Su Yuanjiang. 5 days later, Lin Yini unexpectedly appears before you. You engage in battle, and your Emperor Dragon technique completely suppresses Lin Yini's Sacred Heart technique. After several exchanges, you defeat her, only for the Lin family's elder, Tang Zhua, to intervene, resulting in your demise on the spot. You perish at the age of 18. Lin Yini's specter does not fade away. How could she return? In previous simulations, she had not appeared, leading Su Jiuchuan to believe that once he broke through to the innate realm, she would no longer pose a threat. Unbeknownst to him, his ascension had prompted Lin Tianqi to assist Lin Yini in overcoming her limitations, garnering her the family head's attention and sending a formidable protector in the form of Tang Zhua. Thus, he unwittingly became the catalyst for his own peril. Simulation concluded. You may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. The martial realm at 18. 2. The martial experience at 18. 3. The wisdom of life at 18. I choose 3. As soon as he voiced his decision, vivid scenes of brutal combat flooded his mind. Despite utilizing all 18 talismans he carried, he only managed to wound Tang Zhua severely. He succumbed to his injuries in the process. From this simulation, it was evident that Lin Yini was specifically hunting him down, leaving no means of escape. Su Dego, what troubles you? Kai Rujin inquired, noticing his furrowed brow. Su Jiuchuan would not divulge the details of the simulation, but expressed his frustration. I wonder if there is any way to thwart an expert of the solidification realm. Solidification realm. Kai Rujin was taken aback, unless the nearby Xianxian sect intervenes, otherwise. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan paused, suddenly recalling a record he had perused in the Academy's scripture pavilion, which spoke of the various sects in the realm, noting that the entrance to the Xianxian sect was situated nearby. Moreover, Xue Mingkai seemed to be at the Xianxian sect at that very moment. If he could persuade her master to intervene, there might still be a glimmer of hope. He resumed the simulation. At 18, you become an innate warrior. You head to the Xianxian sect's entrance, seeking Xue Mingkai, hoping to enlist her master's help in staving off Lin Yini's accompanying solidification realm expert, but are refused. That night, you are forced to leave the Xianxian sect. Subsequently, you encounter Lin Yini and her companions. After defeating Lin Yini, Tang Zhua intervenes. You are outmatched. And just as you are about to be slain, Xue Mingkai appears, accompanied by a senior disciple, who rescues you. You express your gratitude to Xue Mingkai for saving your life, enjoying her company for several days before reluctantly parting ways. 3 days later, the senior disciple confronts you, claiming you have disturbed Xue Mingkai's peace of mind, and ultimately slays you, ending your life at the age of 18. This outcome left Su Jiuchuan deeply disheartened. It was understandable that the Xianxian sect had declined his plea for assistance. After all, the Lin family was a significant power, and these sects were reluctant to offend them on behalf of an outsider like him. Furthermore, the emergence of a formidable senior disciple of Xue Mingkai felt like a dramatic twist reminiscent of a melodramatic love triangle, almost as if the simulator was mocking him. To be pursued and slain in such a humiliating manner was disheartening. Additionally, in previous simulations, it seemed that after Xue Mingkai had aided him, a senior disciple would ultimately kill him, likely the same individual now. Su Jiuchuan exhaled deeply. Nonetheless, this could represent a potential path forward, albeit one requiring him to maintain a distance from Xue Mingkai. He must avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to his untimely demise before anything meaningful had transpired between them. Let us visit the Xianxian sect. Kai Rujin had initially thought it a casual remark, but upon hearing him, she gasped. Are there truly solidification realm warriors pursuing us? The mountain gate of the Xianxian sect was located within the Daqing mountain range. Upon arriving, they found only 2 individuals resembling Taoist priests guarding a pavilion, a middle-aged Taoist dozing against a pillar while a young Taoist boy fanned him. After a day's journey, Su Jiuchuan and his companions finally reached the mountain gate and beheld this scene. He dared not be disrespectful and approached the middle-aged Taoist, saying, Esteemed sir, I am an acquaintance of your disciple, Xue Mingkai. Might I trouble you to relay a message? The Taoist rolled his eyes and replied, The Xianxian sect has dozens of disciples. How could I possibly recognize each one? He then turned away, ignoring him. Su Jiuchuan retrieved a dagger inscribed with runes from his pocket and offered it, saying, I would be most grateful for your assistance. Please accept this token of my appreciation. The Taoist's eyes widened at the sight of the dagger, hastily taking it. This young master appears to be no ordinary person. He then called out to the young Taoist boy, Minghua, go fetch junior sister Xue. As the young Taoist priest receded into the distance, the middle-aged Taoist felt that today's offerings were somewhat excessive. Merely sending someone on an errand seemed rather burdensome. Thus, he remarked, Young sir, allow me to offer a word of caution. It would be wise for you to maintain a distance from Sister Xue, particularly avoiding any private encounters. Otherwise, what might happen? Su Jiuchuan inquired, eager to uncover the situation. The middle-aged Taoist glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before confiding. Brother Geng appears to be rather fierce towards any male who gets too close to Sister Shui. I've heard that when she first joined the sect, a few senior brothers attempted to curry favor with her, only to face a severe reprimand from Brother Geng. There are even whispers of one senior brother who mysteriously vanished, possibly due to Brother Geng's intervention. Realizing he had divulged too much, the middle-aged Taoist promptly fell silent. Su Jiuchuan furrowed his brow at this revelation, asking, "Has Brother Geng harassed Sister Shui?" Concern crept into his voice. After all, they shared a bond. And he recalled how Shui Minkai had aided him during their numerous simulated lives. If she were to be coerced in any manner, he would feel compelled to devise a means of rescue. The middle-aged Taoist, seemingly intrigued by the gossip, initially hesitated to elaborate, but ultimately succumbed to the urge, stating, "Strangely enough, at first, everyone believed Brother Geng had taken a liking to Sister Shui, given Brother Geng's exceptional talent. Several elders in our sect attempted to persuade Sister Shui to marry him. However, Brother Geng refused, declaring that no one, himself included, was permitted to entertain any thoughts towards Sister Shui." Perplexed, Su Jiuchuan pondered the implications of this revelation. Brother Geng exhibited traits reminiscent of an overbearing CEO, yet also bore the hallmarks of a seasoned sycophant. What level of cultivation did this Brother Geng possess? Su Jiuchuan resolved to ascertain this, especially considering he had met his demise at the hands of such individuals in simulated scenarios. The middle-aged Taoist, with a hint of envy in his eyes, remarked, "Brother Geng hails from the Xianxian sect. Nay, he is recognized as the most extraordinary talent in all of Dawei, if not the entire realm. At just 28, he has already reached the Destiny realm, on par with our sect leader." Su Jiuchuan was taken aback. Reaching the Destiny realm at such a young age marked him among the elite of Dawei. One could surmise that once the spiritual tide surged, he would swiftly ascend to the Golden Core realm. Previously, Su Jiuchuan had believed himself destined to surpass all others with his simulator. Yet now he felt a humbling realization that such prodigious talents existed. "Brother Su." Just as Su Jiuchuan engaged in idle banter with the middle-aged Taoist, Shui Minkai was led out by the young Taoist. Spotting Su Jiuchuan from a distance, her face lit up with joy as she rushed over, exclaiming, "You've truly come to see me. I can't be dreaming." As she approached with haste, Su Jiuchuan and the middle-aged Taoist instinctively took a few steps back. "Humph. All thanks to that scoundrel Geng Xiangtian." Shui Minkai immediately grasped the situation, indicating that such occurrences had transpired numerous times before. "You must be Sister Shui." Kai Rujin, who had silently followed behind Su Jiuchuan, now stepped forward. Having overheard the Taoist's remarks and now witnessing such a stunning beauty, she could not help but feel a sense of competition. She quickly clasped Shui Mingcai's hand and turned to Su Jiuchuan, asking, "Brother Su, who do you find more attractive, me or Sister Shui?" Su Jiuchuan felt a headache coming on. Even a staunchly indifferent man would know better than to answer such a question. He chuckled awkwardly. "Both are equally beautiful." Noticing Kai Rujin's eagerness to further pursue the topic, he swiftly redirected, "Sister Shui, how have you been?" "I've been terribly bored." Shui Mingkai sighed. "It's all that wretched Geng Xiangtian. Now, no one in the Xianxian sect dares to speak to me. It's infuriating." She squeezed Kai Rujin's hand, adding, "Now that you're here, I can show you around. The scenery nearby is quite lovely." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged Taoist cast a glance at Su Jiuchuan, conveying a silent message of caution. Su Jiuchuan managed a wry smile, admitting, "I actually came with a request." Though aware that seeking favors upon first meeting could seem rather opportunistic, he wished to avoid complications arising from excessive conversation with Shui Minkai. Shui Mingcai's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing her displeasure as she urged, "Go on, what is it?" Su Jiuchuan hesitated before stating, "I have an enemy seeking vengeance, and he has enlisted the help of a solid foundation cultivator. I was hoping you could assist in requesting a fair contest with a senior member of your sect." This rationale had been carefully considered in previous simulations. Seeking assistance from the Xianxian sect's elders had been met with refusal. However, simply requesting a fair contest might yield a different result. As for Brother Geng, he sensed that he was an unstable element he preferred not to provoke just yet. "That might be difficult," Shui Minkai sighed. "For the past few days, my master and the elders have been in seclusion, citing an impending calamity that demands our disciples remain vigilant. Were it not for Geng, I fear I wouldn't even be able to meet you." Su Jiuchuan's brows furrowed once more at this news. "What if I bring you to see your master? It may be worth a try." Embarrassed by his suggestion, Shui Minkai replied, "My master is quite fond of me. Perhaps he might agree." "Absolutely not." A sudden, unfamiliar voice interjected. Su Jiuchuan looked up to see a gaunt young man who had inexplicably materialized beside Shui Minkai, his expression inscrutable and devoid of emotion. "Brother Geng." The middle-aged Taoist's face paled, and he quickly clasped his hands in greeting. It became clear that this was the infamous Geng Xiangtian. Su Jiuchuan scrutinized him, sensing an overwhelming aura of strength that rendered him nearly imperceptible. "I accept your request," Geng Xiangtian stated coldly, "but after the matter is resolved, you must leave immediately." with no lingering. Brother Geng, Xue Mingkai protested, visibly upset, as Su Jiuchuan recognized that the situation had reached an agreement. He felt a twinge of guilt towards Xue Mingkai, but prioritized the matter at hand. He clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, "Then it is settled." Humph. Xue Mingkai, equally displeased, found Geng Xiangtian's lack of empathy intolerable. Moreover, she was disappointed that Su Jiuchuan, despite their prior connection, would act in such a manner. With this thought, she disregarded the others and turned to head back inside the gate. Meanwhile, Kai Rujin observed the unfolding drama with a smile, her thoughts a mystery. "Make your way down the mountain," Geng Xiangtian instructed indifferently. "As long as you remain within 50 kilometers of the mountain gate, should a Foundation Realm warrior make their move, I will naturally intervene." With that, he turned his gaze back to the retreating figure of Xue Mingkai and murmured softly, "Lady Mingfei, you will ultimately comprehend the intentions behind my actions."